It was an ordinary afternoon. I, Yuan, had just left the clinic when I saw a message from my husband, Sun Jinwei, asking me to pick up a package for him at the village courier station. I'm 60 years old, and life in our village is simple. I rode my scooter to pick up the package. Most of the items were everyday necessities my daughter had sent us. But one package, my husband's, was strange. There was no clear label, and it didn't seem like something from an online shop. When I got home, I unpacked everything except his package. I was curious, but decided not to open it until he sent another message. Don't open my package. His unusual instruction only made me more curious, so I gave in and opened it. Inside was an old black tin box wrapped in foam. It looked decades old, like something from the 60s or 70s. When I opened the box, I found old, yellowed photos. My heart skipped a beat when I saw my husband in them, young and standing next to a woman I didn't recognize. I remembered hearing from my mother-in-law years ago that my husband had a first love, Han Baoqin, in the 80s. They were together for 4 years, but couldn't marry because her parents disapproved of his family. Was this woman in the photos her? And why had these photos been sent to him? Was it Han Baoqin who sent them? I didn't know what to think. My hands trembled as I put everything back in the box and sealed it up, pretending I hadn't opened it. When my husband came home, he noticed the package and panicked. I acted calm and denied opening it. He seemed relieved, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd found. Later, I secretly checked his phone. A recent message from someone named Lotus Leaf Sweet caught my attention. She had asked if he received the package. I opened her profile and saw pictures of a woman who looked much older now but resembled the young woman in the photos, Han Baoqin. Her posts showed a comfortable life, including annual New Year's Eve dinners at a fancy hotel. It hit me. My husband often wasn't home on New Year's Eve, saying he was with old friends. Could he have been meeting her all these years? My mind was racing. I tried to convince myself it was just an innocent reconnection, but doubts filled my heart. As I sat in my clinic, drinking tea, I couldn't stop wondering, had my husband been hiding a secret life with his first love? I've been feeling so restless lately. My hands won't stop trembling, and my thoughts keep spinning. Could my husband, Sun Jinwei, really be cheating on me? It feels impossible after all these years together, but I can't shake the doubts. I tried to convince myself I was just overthinking, but the photos, the messages, and the hints, it's all too much. I wanted to talk to someone about it. At first, I thought about my friend Yang Xiaomin, but if this got out, it'd be humiliating for both me and our family. Instead, I called my daughter, Sun Mingzhu. She's 30 now, with her own family and a small business in the city. When I told her my suspicions, hoping for understanding, she dismissed me. She thought I was being paranoid, maybe even blaming menopause. Her words hurt, but they also made me wonder if I was truly imagining things. I tried to carry on as usual, but the unease wouldn't leave me. Even the house felt too quiet now that the children are grown and gone. My husband spends his time playing cards or riding his expensive bicycle, while I run the clinic and keep the home in order. Then something strange happened. While cleaning up, I noticed a message on his phone about a double burial plot. At first, I thought he might be planning a sweet surprise, but the name on the record shocked me. The burial plot wasn't for me. It was under the name Han Baoqin, his first love. Hearing this made my heart sink. Could this mean he's been thinking about her all along? Was this why he's been acting differently? I didn't confront him, though. Instead, I pretended nothing was wrong, trying to piece it all together in my mind. What should I do? Am I just overthinking, or is my husband hiding a secret life? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Love?
Han Baoqin.
My head spun, and I felt like I was going to faint, even though I don't have high blood pressure. I tried to calm myself, but my mind was flooded with thoughts of the double burial plot my husband, Sun Jinwei, had arranged with her. When I asked the cemetery about it, I pretended it was a surprise he was planning for me and told them not to tell him I had called. But inside, I was shattered. How could he do this? He already spends New Year's Eve with her, and now he plans to rest beside her after death? After all these years of marriage, was this what it had come to? I didn't even go to the clinic that day. I stayed home, pulled weeds in the garden, and cleaned every corner of the house, trying to distract myself. When he came home, I finally confronted him. "How long has it been?" I asked. He acted confused until I mentioned Han Baoqin's name. His face gave him away. He couldn't even deny it. Instead, he accused me of snooping on his phone and hurled insults at me for being old and nosy. But I didn't back down. "Explain the double burial plot," I said calmly. He mumbled excuses about it being just a grave and tried to brush it off. He even had the audacity to say he was just pitying her because she's a widow. Pity? That's why he's spending New Year's Eve with her every year? I asked him to delete her contact and cancel the plot. He refused, yelling at me like I was the one causing trouble. I felt so helpless. We've been married for decades, raised 3 children together, and now, at 60, I'm dealing with this? When my children found out, they didn't help either. My son told me I was being dramatic, and my daughter, Mingzhu, actually told me to let it go. "What are you going to do, divorce him? At your age? If you leave, she'll just take your place openly," she said. I was stunned. My own daughter, the one I thought would support me, was telling me to endure this humiliation. I sat there in silence, wondering how my life had come to this. Decades of marriage, and in the end, it feels like I've been reduced to someone who's expected to endure no matter what. My daughter, Mingzhu, told me something I didn't want to hear but couldn't deny. At my age, divorce isn't really an option. "Mom, you're 60. If you leave Dad, where will you go? Back to your family? Grandma's been gone for years," she said. Her words stung, but they were true. What would I do? Mingzhu said the photos and burial plot might have been a ploy by Han Baoqin to provoke me into divorcing. If I left, she could easily take my place. Her advice? Stay married and let Han Baoqin remain in the shadows. I hated how logical it sounded. I'd spent my whole life taking care of this home, raising our children, and enduring my husband's temper. Now, it seemed even my sacrifices wouldn't earn me peace in old age. A few days later, while sorting winter clothes, I found something unexpected. A house purchase contract hidden in my husband's coat. The buyer? Han Baoqin. My heart sank. Why would her name be on this, but the contract be in his hands? I didn't confront him immediately. Instead, I carefully returned everything to its place and called my eldest son, Pingzhong, to come home. When he arrived, I showed him the contract. He was as shocked as I was. "This. Did Dad buy her a house?" he asked, his voice low and disbelieving. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. The truth was in his hands, and it was a truth I couldn't bear to face alone anymore. I stayed calm and showed the house contract to my eldest son, Pingzhong, to hear his thoughts. He lit a cigarette and admitted he had known for years that his father, my husband, Sun Jinwei, had feelings for Han Baoqin. Hearing this hurt deeply. My own son had kept this from me. When he saw the contract, he was furious. He called his father home immediately. The moment Sun Jinwei arrived, Pingzhong confronted him with the evidence. At first, my husband denied everything, claiming the house wasn't bought with our money and that he was just helping. But the more he spoke, the more tangled his lies became. My son didn't believe him and insisted they go to the bank to check the finances. Watching the confrontation, I realized I had been right to involve my son. If it were just me, I would have been shouted down or even hit. Now, with our son involved, my husband couldn't ignore the gravity of the situation. Yet his explanations that he was helping a struggling old friend were laughable. All his excuses crumbled when my son pointed out how deeply my husband was entangled with her life. After they left, the house fell silent, and I sat alone, reflecting. What had my life come to? Decades of marriage, raising 3 children, running the clinic, and supporting our family. And for what? My husband's attention and care had always been elsewhere, spent on his white moonlight, Han Baoqin. He took her out for romantic dinners, helped her buy a house, and even planned to share a grave with her. I had been nothing more than the mother of his children, a partner in finances, and someone to handle the household. I wasn't his equal, his love, or even a friend. After all these years, it became painfully clear I was just someone he tolerated, because I never left. An hour later, my daughter Mingju called. Mom, Big Brother told me everything. Dad bought a house for his mistress? She said, her voice filled with disbelief. I stayed silent, unsure what to say. What could I even say anymore? Sun Mingju on the other end of the phone was furious, and it felt like she was going to the roof off the house. Bai Yuan was much calmer. She thought she was the most angry, but now it seems that the most angry ones are the children. The reason? It was okay for Sun Jinwei to cheat. The problem was buying a house for the mistress. How did her daughter persuade her before? Let her bear it. She endured it. Sun Mingju bombarded for a while on the other end of the phone and finally said, Mom, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Sun Mingju didn't come back yet, and Sun Pingzhong and Sun Jinwei came back first. After Sun Jinwei returned home, the old man, like a child who had done something wrong, didn't dare to breathe at home. Sun Pingzhong had already called the second child, and Sun Pingzhe called Sun Jinwei and scolded his father, saying that he would be home tomorrow. Let the eldest brother control Sun Jinwei first, and don't let him go crazy again. Sun Jinwei was so angry that he said he just felt a little sorry for Han Baoqin. He didn't really want to spend the family's money on other women. Sun Pingzhong said nothing. Sun Jinwei looked at Bai Yuan with angry eyes. There was blame and anger in his eyes, but he didn't know he was wrong. An hour later, Sun Mingju and her son-in-law Li Jiahong drove home. When Sun Mingju entered the house, she wanted to say something, but when she saw the atmosphere at home and her eldest brother smoking non-stop, she knew that her father had been scolded. She wanted to scold him, but she had always been suppressed by her two brothers at home, so she didn't dare to speak in such a situation. She could only sit aside with Li Jiahong and sigh in silence. Sun Mingju pulled Bai Yuan to the backyard and said angrily, Mom, he really bought a house for Aunt Han. It cost 450,000 and spent 120,000 on decoration. This was the WeChat message sent to her by her eldest brother Sun Pingzhong when he was at the bank. Sun Mingju held her forehead. I really can't believe that my father would be such a person. As a woman, Sun Mingju actually wanted to take advantage of Sun Jinwei's misfortune and scold him, but she has always been the kind of person who maximizes her own interests. She knew that if she continued to talk about this, it would undoubtedly be a stab in the heart of her mother Bai Yuan, so she didn't say anything more. She just kept saying, Mom, you have to calm down and don't panic. No matter what Dad did, you have to think about the future. Bai Yuan was very confused. Her children and son-in-law were back. She always felt that she had done something wrong. She shouldn't have broken the window paper. Now it has become like this. How will this matter end? No one made lunch in the afternoon. Sun Pingzhong drove out to buy a few servings of fried noodles, and everyone ate them. That afternoon, the war started again. Sun Pingzhong was arguing at home. Dad, you go find Han Baoqin and transfer the house back. If it doesn't work, sell the house and get the money back. When Sun Jinwei heard this, his face changed. He said, absolutely impossible. How can you take back something you gave to someone? That chauvinistic face almost made the moderate Sun Pingzhong take action. Sun Pingzhong smiled and said nothing. That night, neither Sun Pingzhong nor Sun Mingju went home. Sun Mingju asked her husband Li Jiahong to go back first. After all, the child was too young and had to sleep with them at night. As a son-in-law, Li Jiahong knew that things were going to change in his wife's family. Many things were not something he could get involved in. He nodded wisely and only told her to send me a WeChat message if she had any questions. He drove back first. That night, Bai Yuan did not sleep in the same bed with Sun Jinwei. She slept in the small room with her daughter Sun Mingju. Lying on the bed, thinking about the changes at home, Sun Mingju couldn't sleep, so she asked, Mom, are you asleep? Bai Yuan shook her head. Sun Mingju didn't turn on the lights, and the two of them had a sleepover in the dark. Mom, when my second brother comes back tomorrow, my eldest and second brothers will unite, and if Dad, I don't want to. What should I do? Sun Mingju knew that this matter must be very uncomfortable for her mother, but she had to consider the whole situation. Mingju, Bai Yuan said. Mom, you tell me. Sun Mingju said. If it were you, what would you do? Bai Yuan's eyes were sleepy, but her mind was extremely clear, and she had no sleepiness. It was obviously 10 o'clock in the evening, and Bai Yuan's voice was slightly hoarse. Let me ask it another way. If it were you young people, what would you do if you encountered such a thing? Sun Mingju said without saying a word, in our era, we would definitely get divorced. Speaking of it, she was still a little indignant. Sun Mingju said indignantly, not to mention that my husband cheated on Bai Yueguang. He also spent money to buy a house for Bai Yueguang. This is not a problem with his brain. I will not only divorce, I will also sue for property division. I want the mistress to out everything she has eaten. Yes, this is the choice that young people today will make. When they are in love, they will break up if one thing goes wrong. No one will tolerate it. It's not like them in the past, with their parents' orders and matchmakers' words. She didn't even struggle and obeyed the fate, whether it was coming back from the big city or getting married. She lived this life. Bai Yuan felt that time seemed to have passed, but also seemed to have not passed. After getting married in her 20s and having a baby, time seemed to have frozen. She was obviously 60 years old, but she felt that the past 30 years were like a dream. She was pushed by fate in a daze. She didn't even have any ideas or opinions. How come she was 60 years old in the blink of an eye? Where did the time go? Seeing that her mother didn't say anything, Sun Mingju said, Mom, you are different from us. What's the difference? Bai Yuan asked. Sun Mingju hesitated and said, You are so old, I don't think divorce is good. What's wrong with it? Bai Yuan asked. If you divorce, what will you do in your later years? Sun Mingju said worriedly. Bai Yuan was silent for a moment and said, I am 60 years old now. If I can live to 80, I still have 20 years to live. There are still 20 years left. If we don't get divorced, it will be very long and difficult. Sun Mingju thought. Bai Yuan sighed and said, This marriage, I am too tired. Mom, I know. Sun Mingju turned around in the quilt and slept facing Bai Yuan. In the dark, she felt that she saw tears flowing from the corners of her mother's eyes. With the dim light, she saw the tears flashing in the dark. Sun Mingju gently grabbed her mother's hand. I feel sorry for you too. I support your divorce, but your two brothers will definitely not support your divorce. If you divorce now, Han Baoqin will definitely come into the house. Where can I go back to my parents' home in the future? Mom is gone. What's the point of going back to my parents' home? Am I going to come back to see Dad and the mistress? Sun Mingju felt anxious when she thought about the future. Bai Yuan. Sun Mingju knew that her mother was very aggrieved, but still didn't want the family to break up. Mom, listen to my advice. Let's not act impulsively. If Dad can mend his ways and get the money back, we can pretend that this never happened. In the dark night, Bai Yuan sighed deeply. No more words were said. Sun Mingju said something else later, but Bai Yuan could not hear it. She just felt that the children had grown up and had their own ideas. Everyone is an independent individual and considers their own interests. For example, her daughter was thinking about who to find after returning to her parents' home. She never asked how she would survive the next 20 years if she could live another 20 years. It was not until a long time later. Bai Yuan really fell asleep. Before going to bed, she was thinking about all sorts of things. If she could fall asleep and never wake up again, maybe it would be more comfortable. The next morning, Bai Yuan washed up and left home. She went to the clinic very early today, because she felt depressed staying at home. Sun Pingzhong drove out to buy breakfast, and Sun Mingju got in the car to buy breakfast together. After buying breakfast, Sun Mingju sat in the passenger seat and asked her eldest brother, What do you think Mom will do? You are so old, are you going to get a divorce? Sun Pingzhong couldn't help wanting to smoke again, but when he saw his sister sitting in the passenger seat, he thought about it and gave up. But this grievance, Sun Mingju said. Sun Pingzhong didn't rush back. He lowered the car window and lit a cigarette. After taking a deep puff of a cigarette, he said, "Who can guarantee that they haven't made mistakes in their lifetime? Don't talk nonsense in front of Mom. If she has something on her mind, you should persuade her. Is this just one mistake?" Sun Mingju rolled her eyes and couldn't help raising her voice by 8 degrees. Sun Pingzhong was choked to death. He chuckled and said, "Even if there are many mistakes, now that things have happened, if we want to ensure that Mom and Dad are still there, it's best to persuade them. Can they really get divorced?" What the eldest brother said makes sense. Sun Mingju. Sun Pingzhong also knew that Mom had suffered a lot of grievances up to now, but she is so old. Sun Pingzhong said, "If they really get divorced, it will be a big problem who my parents will live with." Sun Mingju was stunned and said, "Li Jiahong is an only child, you know. I don't have an aunt. I still have parents-in-law to take care of in their old age." Sun Mingju likes her mother, but there are 2 sons in the family, so it will not be her turn no matter what. She didn't get a penny of the old house and property at home. If her parents were to be given to her alone, it would be too much. So she directly stated the current situation of her family. Sun Pingzhong took another deep puff of cigarette. "If it really comes to the point of divorce, I will support our mother and let Dad live with the second son." "The second son supports our father?" "I'm afraid the second brother won't agree. Her second brother has a hot temper, much hotter than the eldest brother, the kind that will fight at any minute. Father is just more afraid of the second son." Sun Mingju thought blindly. Sun Pingzhong couldn't help laughing when he thought of the second son's bad temper. The second son has a bad temper, and our father is afraid of him. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to deal with our father's temper. Sun Mingju thought for a while and said, "You obviously considered that the 2 elders divorced, but you didn't suggest divorce. Considering it, it was just a precaution, not really wanting them to divorce." Sun Pingzhong thought his sister was really stupid. He said speechlessly, "If divorced, our father will be old. It's very troublesome. Who will live with?" Sun Mingju subconsciously connected. If divorced, Dad will definitely marry Aunt Han, and then live with Aunt Han. You don't need to take care of him when he's old. What are you afraid of? Sun Pingzhong immediately scolded. "You are stupid." Sun Mingju was sprayed with a confused face. Did she say anything wrong? It seems that nothing is wrong. If his parents divorced, according to his father's current situation of being obsessed with Han Baoqin, he would definitely marry her. Besides, Han Baoqin's husband has been dead for more than 10 years, but she has not remarried. Now that he's old, he's probably waiting for his parents to divorce, so she can take advantage of the situation. Sun Pingzhong glanced at his sister and sighed in his heart. She's so stupid. Her IQ is so low. Then he talked about it. The industrial city is right next to us. It has been rumored for several years that it will be demolished. Don't you think about it? If our father and mother divorced and Han Baoqin came into the family, what if we encounter demolition in 2 years? When the house is divided, our father and Aunt Han will be mixed together. The area is also the same, 55 square meters for 1 person and 110 square meters for 2 people. It is exactly 1 house. If Dad dies first, how to divide the house? Sell it and share the money with Han Baoqin, or let Han Baoqin live alone until she dies. If she lives alone until she dies, her daughter will definitely sue her when she dies. It's another troublesome matter. Sun Mingju was stunned for a long time. She didn't even think about this. She couldn't help but immediately said, "Brother has considered it well. So you should try to stabilize Mom first. I know she must be sad and disappointed, but this matter is not just her own business." Sun Pingzhong quickly coordinated with his sister to ensure that Sun Mingju would not exaggerate and talk nonsense to Mom. Stabilizing Mom is stabilizing the overall situation. I understand. After Sun Mingju understood the interests involved in the matter, she also knew that she couldn't talk nonsense for the time being. She suddenly had a new view on marriage. Once 2 people get married, love is nothing. The most important thing is interests. 2 people form a community of interests. If divorce is involved, it will become a matter of 1 hair moving the whole body. After breakfast, Sun Pingzhong drove to the airport. The second child is coming back. Sun Mingju came to the small clinic and saw her mother busy prescribing medicine for patients as soon as she came in. There were 2 patients on drip. Sun Mingju put breakfast on the table for her mother. After Bai Yuan was done, she sat aside and started to eat. Several patients laughed and said, "Dr. Bai, you are so busy that you can only eat breakfast. You have worked hard." Bai Yuan smiled. Bai Yuan ate absent-mindedly. During the meal, her cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. She runs a clinic, and it is normal for strangers to call. So Bai Yuan rarely refuses to answer. As soon as the call was connected, she gently said hello. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while before speaking.
"Sister, I am Hanbokin."
Bai Yuan's hand trembled slightly, and then she held the phone tightly, without saying a word, because she didn't know what to say. She didn't know what Han Baoqin wanted to do on the phone. "Sister, Sun Jinwei and I are the same age. I hope you don't mind calling me sister." This morning, Awei told me that your family had a big fight because of me. I'm so sorry it turned out like this. I didn't want to. How about this? I'll come over and apologize to you. What do you think? I'll go to your clinic. The person on the other end of the phone talked to himself the whole time and didn't give Bai Yuan a chance to speak. Bai Yuan wanted to refuse, but after so many years, she was also curious about the woman that her husband Sun Jinwei could not forget. Even if she wanted to divorce, she should meet her husband's first love before the divorce. But meeting in the clinic is definitely not appropriate.
So,
she thought about it and said, "In an hour, Chungchung Shui Ben Lam next to the industrial city, Manhwa private room." Then she hung up. Across the reception desk, Sun Mingju looked at her mother in confusion. "Who called just now? Who did you ask to meet later?" Han Baoqin called. Bai Yuan had just finished speaking when Sun Mingju stood up. "What did she ask you to do?" She said she wanted to apologize. Bai Yuan smiled and said, "Mom, at this time, she is definitely not apologizing. Besides, what kind of compensation or apology is there? What she should do is return the house." Sun Mingju has read too many novels and TV shows and knows what routines these mistresses use. Speaking of apologies, maybe Han Baoqin has been waiting to meet the original wife for a long time. It is to hurt her mother's heart. "Mom, you must not go. I have already told you the time and place. How can I not go?" Bai Yuan said in surprise. Sun Mingju gritted her teeth. If she must go. No, she must follow. Bai Yuan called the Pao Mo restaurant to book a private room and said, "I'll be there in an hour." 40 minutes later, the clinic was still open. She said to a few patients who were receiving intravenous drips and went out for a while. She would be back in about an hour. The patients asked the doctors to be busy first. Bai Yuan got on Sun Mingju's car and headed to the entrance of the industrial city. The industrial city near the village was built along the local main road. A large part of the land used in the industrial city was the land of Jinko village that was requisitioned that year. Therefore, the villagers of Jinko village in Group 3 and 4 had no land. Many people in the village also went to the industrial city to make a living, looking for some easy jobs and earning 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. There were many restaurants at the entrance of the industrial city. The larger ones were mutton Pao Mo restaurants, noodle restaurants, and fish restaurants. There were no high-end restaurants and food courts here. Therefore, the mutton Pao Mo restaurant that Bai Yuan invited Han Baoqin to was already the most luxurious restaurant here. After Bai Yuan entered the room, she told the waiter about the reserved private room. The waiter smiled and said, "Another guest has just arrived." Bai Yuan was stunned. Sun Mingju wanted to follow her in, but Bai Yuan shook her head. Sun Mingju said, "Then I'll sit in the lobby and wait.
Call me if you need anything." "Yes."
Bai Yuan nodded. Bai Yuan followed the waiter into the private room. The moment the door opened, Bai Yuan saw a woman wearing a red velvet dress. Her hair was dyed black, but because of her old age, her hair was a little dry and dull. She was wearing a gold bracelet on her hand, a thin gold necklace around her neck, gold earrings on her ears, and a lot of wrinkles on her face, but she was old, and she even put on a little light lipstick. Just from her appearance, Bai Yuan could tell at a glance that she was also powdered, and she was wearing a pair of black shallow high heels on her feet. This dress, according to Bai Yuan, who has seen many patients, is well prepared. She looked down at her clothes. She had a thin beige suit jacket that had turned a bit pale from washing, a pair of striped pants on her legs, and a pair of old sneakers given by her daughter on her feet. Her hair was not deliberately permed or dyed, just ordinary black and white. Bai Yuan was not at all embarrassed, because now that things had come to this, she suddenly understood why her husband liked her. She was a woman, and she was at most an old woman.
Or
A person. Bai Yuan smiled, walked forward, and sat opposite. There was a round table, and the two chose to sit opposite each other, as if there was a sea in the middle. Bai Yuan asked leisurely, "You order the dishes." "No, sister, you order." This was the first time Han Baoqin had seen Bai Yuan in so many years. Since she contacted Sun Jinwei more than 10 years ago, she was very curious about what kind of woman her first love had married. She heard Sun Jinwei talk about Bai Yuan's profession. She was jealous to death at the time. She never thought that Bai Yuan was actually a doctor. She had worked in the county hospital for many years. In comparison, Han Baoqin was extremely inferior. She was just an ordinary person. After graduating from junior high school, she followed her parents to farm. When she was a little older, she worked as a waitress in the county guest house for a while. It was also during that experience that she met Sun Jinwei, whose family opened a shop in the foreign trade market. After her relationship with Sun Jinwei failed, she went to a big city to work as a waitress for a few years and then found a man to marry. The man was a businessman, selling some roasted nuts and dried fruits at the market. As a result, more than 10 years ago, the man drank too much and died in a car accident. A year after her husband's death, Han Baoqin accidentally heard people talking about Jinko village. She casually asked Sun Jinwei and learned that her first love was much better than the one she married later. Sun Jinwei's wife was even a village doctor in the village. The two had 3 children, 2 sons, and 1 daughter. The sons all bought houses in the city. Han Baoqin regretted it to death at that time. If she had married Sun Jinwei, she would have given birth to a son. She would have lived a good life, so why did she only give birth to 2 daughters? Han Baoqin was unwilling to give up and went around looking for people and got the contact information of Sun Jinwei in Jinko village. Then the two began to communicate secretly. Han Baoqin did dress up specially for this trip today. The moment she opened the door of the private room, she thought Bai Yuan must have dressed up and came to compete with her in appearance. Who would have thought that the woman who came in was such a woman? She had short hair, black and white, wearing a simple suit jacket and striped trousers. She also wore a white jade bracelet made of Hetian jade on her wrist. It didn't look expensive, but it made her temperament very gentle. She didn't hang any accessories on her ears and neck, and her face was not painted, but her skin was very white and delicate, and even her hands looked clean. Bai Yuan just stood there. She had a kind of romantic and free-spirited temperament that made Han Baoqin jealous. The most important thing is that compared to her height of only 1.56 meters, Bai Yuan is really tall and looks about 1.7 meters tall, a head taller than her. Why does the other party look elegant and calm even though she is obviously not dressed up? This made Han Baoqin feel a little jealous. Bai Yuan was not polite either, mainly because she kept making excuses and she didn't have so much time to waste. After she finished the talk, she had to go back to the clinic to see patients. So, she first asked the other party if he had any dietary restrictions. Han Baoqin shook her head and said no. Bai Yuan then quickly ordered 2 mutton soup steamed buns, and then randomly ordered a few signature dishes. While waiting for the dishes to be served, neither of them spoke. Bai Yuan supported her face with one hand, staring at the tissue box on the table with bored eyes. Han Baoqin kept his eyes on Bai Yuan, wishing he could see any other emotions on Bai Yuan's face. 10 minutes later, the mutton soup steamed buns came up, and Han Baoqin woke up belatedly and quickly picked up a paper bag from her side and handed it over. "Sister, if I have caused you any trouble, I, as your sister, am here to apologize to you." Bai Yuan did not reach out to take it, but just looked at her with a gentle smile. She has been a doctor for so many years, and her emotions have long been stable. She thought that she would be shocked to see Han Baoqin, and then, like the heroine in a TV series, she would start to curse angrily, ask for justice, or confront angrily. But none of what she imagined happened. She faced all kinds of patients as usual. Her attitude was very calm. The other party interfered with her family but said that if she had caused you any trouble, she was sorry. It seemed that this sentence could calm all the disputes. Bai Yuan was curious about how her husband's first love would explain the fact that Sun Jinwei bought her a house. She thought that they had a relationship 40 years ago, so Sun Jinwei should pay for their past relationship now. Han Baoqin didn't expect Bai Yuan not to respond. This made her a little embarrassed. She put the gift on the chair next to Bai Yuan, then sat opposite her with an embarrassed and apologetic smile on her face. I'm really sorry that the matter between Away and I has brought trouble to your family.
But
I think you know how much love Away and I had in the past. We were in love, but his mother didn't agree, so we broke up. After many years, we met again. I think this is the fate given to us by God. Sister, you also know that life is fleeting. Neither he nor I want to regret it until we die. But I didn't want to hurt your family, so we didn't tell anyone that we were together. You and him, were introduced by a matchmaker back then. You have no feelings for each other, but you have lived together for decades by chance. Now that things have become like this, sister, what do you want to do? Tell me. Bai Yuan was stunned by the other party's words. How can a person be so shameless? He interfered with other people's families and still said it so refreshingly. She and he are true love. Am I the only one who is surprised? Bai Yuan wanted to scold this shameless woman, for example. You are really good at pretending. Is this the white lotus mentioned on the internet now? I really want to spit in your face. Shameless thing. But when the words came to her lips, Bai Yuan couldn't say it. After working as a doctor for so many years, she has always been a decent person, and she would not do such a thing. She felt that she had lived a stable, ordinary, and conscientious life. She didn't want her life in her later years to become a complete compromise. Bai Yuan said nothing and buried her head in eating. She had to eat the food she ordered. If she didn't eat it, she would have to go out to buy food at noon, so she had to eat it. Han Baoqin saw that Bai Yuan was silent. She didn't know what she was thinking, so she could only remain silent. She thought about Bai Yuan scolding her in front of her, and she even rehearsed her lines in her mind in advance. How should she fight back? How should she express her and Away's love story of life and death? As a result, after Bai Yuan arrived, she just mentioned some dishes and then didn't say a word from beginning to end. Could it be that she was moved by the tragic love between the two of them? So she was embarrassed and didn't speak. It must be. She must know that if she continues to stop it, she will only be a stumbling block in other people's love. Han Baoqin also lowered her eyes and ate silently. Not long after, Bai Yuan finished her meal and said, I'm leaving first. Without saying a word, she turned around and walked out of the private room. Then she went to the counter at the door to pay the bill and called Sun Mingzhu to go out. Sun Mingzhu was confused by her mother's attitude. Mom, what's going on? What do you look like? What did you say? Did you fight? Did you spit on each other? Did you tear each other's hair? When the questions came out, Sun Mingzhu also found it very funny. The hair-pulling scene in the TV series seemed unlikely to happen to his mother. After all, his biological mother was a gentle and polite doctor, and she was always a respectable person in the eyes of others. In the private room, Han Baoqin tried to clench her fists to make her hands tremble less. She tremblingly turned on her phone and called Sun Jinwei. Away, she's gone. It was Sun Jinwei who called her in the morning and said that the affair had been exposed. For this, Han Baoqin had been prepared, so she said, let me talk to her. Sun Jinwei wanted to say no, but thinking that he would soon face the trial of his two sons, he still accepted Han Baoqin's idea and asked her to talk to Bai Yuan first. As long as Bai Yuan didn't make trouble, the two sons would have no way to deal with him. Didn't she say anything? She just asked me to order the dishes and then she didn't say anything. Sun Jinwei didn't expect that Bai Yuan didn't say anything. She is a doctor, and she has always been a respectable person. Sun Jinwei thought, she must have compromised and would not do anything extreme. After all, Bai Yuan was a doctor, a village doctor at that. She would definitely not divorce. At most, she would face reality after returning and continue to live like this. Although Sun Mingju was curious, she did not rush to the private room to really see what Han Baoqin looked like. She followed her mother out and got in the car on the side of the road. Along the way, Sun Mingju wanted to ask something several times, but she didn't ask anything. The mother didn't want to say it, and it was useless to ask. In fact, Bai Yuan knew that her daughter wanted to ask, and she wanted to say it too, but she didn't know what to say. She said that Han Baoqin was dressed up and looked like she was on a blind date. If she were a man, it would have been a blind date meeting. She said that Han Baoqin had given her a, and she kept talking about how she and Sun Jinwei were true love, and that she, as his wife, was an accident. Forget it, what's the point of saying these things? Back at the clinic, Bai Yuan continued to see patients. Sun Mingju received a call and said, "My second brother is home. I need to go home first. Mom, after you finish seeing these patients, close the door and come back."
Yes.
Bai Yuan nodded. She missed her second son a lot. It had been 3 months since she last saw him. Since he got busier and busier at work, they met less and less. As soon as Sun Mingju got home, she saw that the Third World War was unfolding at home. Sun Pingja was pressing his father Sun Jinwei to the ground and beating him. He was punching and kicking him. The 3 children of the Sun family, Sun Pingzhong looks like his father, with an average, ordinary appearance. But his IQ is like his mother Bai Yuan, who graduated from college. He was also successful in his studies. Business administration was popular at that time, but because there was no company at home, who could he manage? So he started a small business. Sun Mingju has the advantages and disadvantages of his parents. He is not very good-looking, but he is not ugly either. He has a graceful temperament and is a beautiful girl from a small family. He has a college diploma. Only Sun Pingja looks like Bai Yuan, 1.85 meters tall, inherited the advantages of his parents, white skin, and his hair is not the kind of short labor reform bun, but the standard handsome short hair, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. In Sun Mingju's words, her brother looks like a star, so he is naughty and popular in school, but his academic performance is not very good. He also inherited his father's emotional intelligence, and his temper will explode easily. Like a firecracker. Second brother, stop it. If you continue to fight, someone will die. Sun Mingju saw that the eldest brother stood aside and did not intend to persuade, so he hurried forward to persuade him to stop fighting. Sun Pingja pushed Sun Mingju aside. "Leave it to me." After he said that, he rushed up and punched and kicked Sun Jinwei again. When Sun Pingja was in school, he was a famous street scoundrel in the school, the kind that was famous. He was always indispensable in group fights, and he had a group of younger brothers behind him, who said he was handsome and fierce in fighting. Even though he looks like a second-rate guy, he is never short of girls chasing after him, because he is so handsome. Such a violent guy, after getting married, he turned over a new leaf and treats his wife the best. His wife is his first love, the kind of childhood sweethearts. Sun Mingju knew that no one could persuade Sun Pingja, only the second sister-in-law could. She quickly called the second sister-in-law Li Anren. "Second sister-in-law, come and help. My eldest brother just called. I'm on the way and will be there soon." The sweet voice of the second sister-in-law came from the other end of the phone. "It's you, you cheated again. And you bought a house for the mistress. You're great, Sun Jinwei. Our Sun family has made great progress, but a rascal like you came out. Are you worthy of my mother? Not only have you been cheating on your wife for more than 10 years, you even bought a double grave. Why don't you go and bury you two alive now? I feel ashamed to have a father like you. My mother has been running a clinic to make money, but you retired early. You must have too much free time all day, right? That's why you learned to cheat on your wife. You are so shameless. Do you brothers know that? My mother not only makes money all day, but also has to wash clothes and cook for you. What gives you the right to do that? You are so shameless even when you are old.
I really want to.
Sun Pingja beat and scolded Sun Jinwei, and his face was already bruised and purple. Sun Mingzhu wanted to rush up to dissuade him, but was stopped by Sun Pingzhang. He was already lenient with Dad. If he really wanted to kill him, Dad's nose would have been broken long ago. Sun Pingzhang reminded. Sun Mingzhu stopped. After a while, a woman in a black woolen skirt and a white denim jacket came in. As soon as she came in, she rushed over and grabbed Sun Pingzha's arm. Stop hitting me. If you keep hitting me, we'll have to spend money to treat him if he gets injured. This sentence made Sun Pingzha turn around. Li Anren patted Sun Pingzha's back from behind and then helped him to calm down like a child. Okay, don't be angry. If you keep hitting me, we have to solve the problem. Where's your mother? Did she agree with you hitting me like this? I'm your father after all. Sun Jinwei, who was beaten with a bruised face, stood up, covered his nose, and cursed Sun Pingzha. Sun Pingzha gasped for breath, holding back his rage, and said nothing. Li Anren kept helping him to calm down. Sun Pingzhang asked Sun Mingzhu to take his father over to get bandaged first. Sun Mingzhu sighed, helped Sun Jinwei up, and then helped him out the door to his mother's clinic. As soon as the two of them went out, they attracted the attention of many people in the village. There were also neighbors who asked curiously, "What happened?
Who did you fight with?"
Sun Jinwei just smiled and said nothing. Sun Mingzhu said, "I fell down." Although the others were curious, they did not ask any more questions. Bai Yuan was sitting in the clinic prescribing cold medicine for a patient. Just as she finished, she saw Sun Mingzhu coming in with her husband Sun Jinwei. Sun Jinwei had a swollen nose and face, and it was obvious that he had suffered inhuman treatment. After Sun Jinwei entered the room, he started to criticize Bai Yuan. "Bai Yuan, your son hit me, and you don't know how to discipline that rebellious son. It's really outrageous." Bai Yuan smiled and said nothing. She just asked him to sit down, just like she treated other patients. She chuckled, bandaged him and applied medicine, and asked kindly, "Where else does it hurt? If your ribs are broken, it's best to go to the county hospital for an X-ray and then get treatment." The other patients who were receiving 4 drips in the clinic heard Sun Jinwei's complaints. They said nothing on the surface, but they were all shocked in their hearts. What was going on? The second son of the Sun family came back and beat up Sun Jinwei, his father? This matter. Did Sun Jinwei do something that angered God and people? Because this was in the clinic, even if Sun Jinwei had any grievances, he dared not say much, so as not to be laughed at by the villagers. After the bandage was completed, Sun Mingzhu took her father Sun Jinwei back first. Before leaving, Sun Jinwei turned back every few steps and told Bai Yuan to come back quickly after you were done. In Sun Jinwei's heart, if Bai Yuan was at home and his son dared to beat him, he would curse this dead woman for not taking good care of the child. She actually let his son do such a rebellious thing. But Bai Yuan was not at home, so he had no amulet. If he dared to scold that rascal, he was afraid that he would die one day, and he would really dare to scatter his ashes for him. After arriving home, Sun Pingzha and others also sat down. Seeing the second son coming back, Sun Pingzhang felt much more confident. The second son's bad temper was comparable to his father's, but his father was old and could not beat the second son at all. This time, he might be able to get the money back. The TV was on, but no one was watching TV. Sun Jinwei sat on the sofa, silent. Sun Pingzha was smoking a cigarette and just lit it. Li Anren glanced at him. Sun Pingzha stubbed out his cigarette viciously, and then Li Anren handed him a piece of chewing gum. Sun Pingzha opened the chewing gum, stuffed it into his mouth, and began to chew. This scene made Sun Pingzhang stunned. The second brother quit smoking? This guy is so street slick, but he actually listened to his wife and quit smoking. It's really unimaginable. Is this what is called one thing conquers another in the world? Sun Pingzha didn't pay attention to his eldest brother's shocked eyes. He casually crossed his legs on the sofa and said while chewing lazily, "Go and get the money back."
No.
Why not? Sun Pingzha put his feet down, stood up, and looked down at Sun Jinwei, who was sitting opposite. Sun Jinwei said, She is an orphan and a widow, without a husband. There is also a daughter, who is not married yet. Her life is very miserable. If I sell the house for money, she will have nowhere to go. She is an orphan and a widow. What does it have to do with you? You are her husband? Sun Pingja said sarcastically. I'm not her husband, but I think everyone has sympathy. Sun Jinwei stiffened his neck. He felt that he had done nothing wrong. Han Baoqin's husband died 13 years ago, and her husband He Jiangwo owed a lot of gambling debts before he died. The creditors came to her house, and she sold the house to pay off the debts, so she and her daughter have been renting a house. Her husband also has a younger brother, who divorced, and the house belonged to his ex-wife and son. It is said that the younger brother was later deceived to work in Southeast Asia and never came back. Her mother-in-law is also old and lives in an old house in the countryside. She died 10 years ago. Such a miserable person. They don't have any sympathy. Really? Sun Jinwei really thinks that his two sons are extremely cold-blooded. If our father insists on not taking the money back, otherwise, let's sue. This belongs to my parents' marital property. A lawsuit, and the house will be back. Li Anren suddenly said. What lawsuit? Why should our families sue? Second son's wife. Don't talk nonsense. Sun Jinwei didn't expect the second son's wife to say such a thing, and his face changed immediately. Sun Pingzhong didn't expect the second son's wife to say such a reasonable thing, and he agreed. And Rant's words make sense. If our father refuses to take the money back, we can only sue. Both of them said so. Sun Mingzhu agreed. Sun Pingzhi didn't say anything, but turned to Sun Mingzhu and said, Go and call Mom back. Sun Mingzhu knew that her second brother was letting her mother make her own decision. If a lawsuit was started, the matter would be very ugly in her father's heart. In the end, this matter would only fall apart. Sun Mingzhu hurried to the clinic and told Bai Yuan about the current situation. There was no one hanging water in Bai Yuan's clinic. She thought about it and said, Let's go. Then, he closed the glass door and went home with Sun Mingzhu. As soon as they got home, Bai Yuan felt the tense atmosphere in the living room. Sun Pingzhi saw Bai Yuan coming back. His eyes fell on her, and he said directly, Mom, if you get divorced, I will support you. Whoever wants to support this stupid old man can do so.
What?
Sun Pingzhi's words made everyone present dumbfounded. No one expected that Sun Pingzhi would directly say that his parents should divorce, and no one expected that he would immediately arrange the distribution of support himself. He said that he would support the mother, then who would support the father. Sun Pingzhong thought, What about the two sons? They would not let me support the father. I don't want to. An old man is cheating and buying a house for his mistress. If I support him, he will spend all his money on Han Baoqin, who has no blood relationship with me. Han Baoqin is an old woman with no ability, and she will definitely secretly give my father's money to her daughter. In the end, I will indirectly support Aunt Han's family. When Sun Pingzhong thought of this horrible future, he felt that his parents must not divorce. Who wants to divorce? Who told us that we want a divorce? Sun Jinwei shouted unwillingly. In Sun Jinwei's heart, divorce is impossible. After all, he and Bai Yuan have been husband and wife for decades, and he is used to Bai Yuan's existence. Divorce, for sure. He felt that the two of them had quarreled too much, and with Bai Yuan's temper, at most they would just quarrel a few words. Could she really turn the world upside down? After all, Bai Yuan is a decent person, and the most taboo thing for decent people is that their private lives are exposed to the gossips of the village aunts and 6 women. Does Dad plan to enjoy the best of both worlds? Let my mom wash your clothes and cook for you during the day, and Aunt Han will accompany you at night? Sun Pingzhi said sarcastically. What nonsense are you talking about? There is nothing wrong between me and your Aunt Han. We don't have the kind of relationship you said. Sun Jinwei scolded. Sun Pingzhi didn't look at Sun Jinwei. His eyes fell on Bai Yuan. The two looked at each other, and Sun Pingzhi said calmly, Mom, what do you mean? Me? What do I mean? Bai Yuan stood there, feeling everyone's eyes on her. She is not an introvert, but not an extrovert either. Bai Yuan has known herself clearly over the years. She feels that she is a mediocre person, a typical, ordinary person. She wants a harmonious family and a happy marriage. She wants to be a good mother, a good wife, a good grandmother, a good neighbor in the eyes of others. But the way of being a human being, it seems impossible to be perfect. For example, now, she can't quarrel loudly with Sun Jinwei at home, yelling, "Why did you cheat? Can't you forget her? You even bought her a house. You are so shameless. How could I marry a man like you? Oh my God, I'm so unlucky." She couldn't say these words, because after complaining, she still had to solve the problem. In the current situation, it was obviously impossible for Sun Jinwei to really separate from Han Baoqin. Sun Jinwei's little calculations seemed to be very simple. That is, as long as I didn't divorce, he could enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives, just like his son said. Oh, Xiaozhou was right. He did plan that I would serve him like a nanny during the day, and after the matter was exposed, he would go to sleep with Han Baoqin at night. What about my existence? Bai Yuan suddenly began to think. What kind of role was she positioned in this family? She would be with this man for a lifetime, doing laundry, cooking, and housework. When she was old, she would still have to serve him and watch him buy flowers with other women. Bai Yuan was suddenly full of doubts. What was I trying to do in my life? Was it for face? Seeing Bai Yuan not saying a word, and with her eyebrows slightly drooping, Sun Pingzhe knew what his mother was thinking. His mother was a village doctor, and a peaceful doctor in everyone's eyes. She never liked quarrels, especially when her family was in such a mess because of this. But Sun Pingzhe knew that his mother had to pass this test.
He said,
"Mom, it's already this time. Don't try to smooth things over. You have to say something. Do you want to live like this?" Bai Yuan. What does her son want her to say? Does she have the final say on this matter? No matter what she said, Sun Jinwei continued to associate with Han Baoqin, which meant that he was determined to take advantage of her and let her be his nanny in the future. Bai Yuan couldn't swallow this. She didn't intend to swallow it. This matter forced her to express her position. Wait, didn't Xiaozhou want her to just say it, just let it go, and live like this? Did her son really want her to say the word divorce?
She was thinking this.
Sun Pingzhe said, "Divorce is a divorce." He walked over and stood next to Bai Yuan. "I will support you. Let Sun Jinwei die." He had already opened his mouth and stopped calling him dad. Sun Jinwei's eyebrows jumped. He didn't expect that the matter would turn out like this. The second son, the rascal, actually said that he would not support him anymore. Sun Pingzhong was extremely nervous. In 3 days, the family had changed drastically and a world war had begun. It was almost a matter of life and death. With the second son's temper, he was determined not to support his father anymore after he said it so firmly. Then his father would definitely fall on his head. Sun Pingzhong didn't want another stubborn old man in his family. Sun Pingzhong tried to smooth things over. "Xiaozhe, calm down. Mom and Dad are our parents after all." Sun Jinwei knew that Sun Pingzhe didn't want him. He saw Sun Pingzhong talking, and the eldest brother was gentle, so he said, "Zhangzi, I will live with you in the future." Sun Pingzhong didn't respond, but just sighed. How did it come to the point of divorce? Sun Mingzhu was also confused by the changes in the family. She carefully stuck her head out and said, "Are you really going to divorce?" Everyone was silent. No one said anything. Bai Yuan was also thinking, is it really time to divorce? She has lived for 60 years. She knows that life cannot be smooth sailing. There are good times and bad times. It is normal to have peaks and troughs. As the saying goes, life has 3 ups and downs. Just like the economic cycle, there are peaks and there are times of decline. Marriage is not entirely based on love. If there is no love, both parties are comrades in arms who work side by side. As long as they can live a good life, they can still be good teammates. The question now is, has the team reached its limit? Does this team have to be split up? Dad, as long as you say a few words, as long as you solve the matter with Aunt Han, Mom will forgive you. Sun Mingzhu was very nervous. She really didn't want her parents to divorce. She turned her head and looked at Bai Yuan. "Isn't it, Mom?" After a pause, she added, You will forgive Dad, right? Sun Jinwei was a little angry. He didn't expect that when he was disliked by his son, Bai Yuan didn't say a word. What's wrong?
Are you laughing at me?
Without you, Bai Yuan, I, Sun Jinwei, will still live a prosperous life in my later years. Sun Jinwei looked at Sun Pingzhang. Zhang, don't you want your dad in the future? I am your dad. You have no conscience. I really don't want to support you. A stubborn and self-righteous old man. Not only does he not have a pension, but he also likes to act like the second uncle at home. Sun Pingzhang said, Dad, it's not that I don't want to support you, but I don't want you and Mom to divorce. I just want our family to be well. Sun Jinwei was silent. Sun Mingzhu quickly said, I don't want you two to divorce either. If you really divorce, whose mother's home will I return to in the future? If you really divorce and marry Aunt Han will move into my house. Then how can I come back here? I will have no mother's home at all.
Dad.
Think about it carefully. Sun Jinwei said nothing. He just turned back and glanced at Bai Yuan. Sun Mingzhu looked at her mother pitifully. Mom, you should say something.
Why are you forcing me to speak?
Bai Yuan felt a headache watching the scene. She rubbed her temples. Let me know when you have discussed it. She turned around and went back to the clinic. Li Anren sat aside and didn't say anything. She was the daughter-in-law and a bystander.
She saw it very clearly.
The mother-in-law is a decent person. She is at the most difficult moment of her life and does not want to make a decision easily. Sun Jinwei also returned to the room angrily and closed the door. The three children looked at each other, then sighed and sat on the sofa in the living room. The sound of the TV was blaring in the back. Sun Pingzhang opened the curtain, walked to the backyard, and smoked beside the vegetable garden in the backyard. In the living room, there were only 3 people left for a while, and there was silence. What decision do you think Mom will make? Sun Mingzhu suddenly asked. Sun Pingzha did not speak. Li Anren said, What decision do you want Mom to make? Sun Mingzhu was speechless. Just now, Je forced Mom to make a decision. Je, what decision do you want Mom to make?
Divorce.
Li Anren continued to ask. Sun Pingzha said nothing. Li Anren sighed. The problem in this matter lies with Dad. It's useless to force Mom. Mom definitely wants family harmony. Don't you understand her temper? Sun Pingzhang came in and said, But Dad doesn't want to solve the problem at all. That's why I said don't force Mom, just wait and see. If he doesn't want to resolve the issue with Aunt Han, then this matter. There is no solution, Li Anren thought. Sun Mingzhu's heart trembled. You mean, if Dad doesn't resolve it, there is no solution? Li Anren asked with a smile. Do you think Mom will endure it this time? Sun Mingzhu lowered her head and sighed. Sun Pingzha said angrily, Dad bought a house for Han Baoqin. This is not a human thing to do. Sun Mingzhu looked at Sun Pingzhang. Brother, what do you think? Sun Pingzhang said, I don't want them to get divorced, but I think we have to be prepared for the worst. Mom hasn't said anything yet, and once she opens her mouth, it will be time to make the final conclusion. Do you think Mom will get divorced? Sun Mingzhu asked her second sister-in-law. Li Anren said, I don't know. I only know that Mom didn't say anything because she was actually waiting for Dad. As long as Dad said that he would no longer have any contact with Han Baoqin, I think, with Mom's tolerant personality, the matter would be over. But Dad kept making a fuss, but refused to resolve the issue. Sun Pingzha said with a face full of hostility, then prepare for the worst. Sun Pingzhang asked doubtfully, You also think that Mom won't swallow her anger this time? She won't make dumplings anymore. Sun Pingzha, a street urchin and rebel in the eyes of outsiders, suddenly said while eating the chewing gum stuffed by his wife, In the past, she did it for the 3 of us in many cases. The children were not grown up, and she didn't want to make trouble like that. Occasionally, Dad got drunk and beat her, and she just endured it. Now, the children have started their own families, and she is a doctor, so what is there to worry about? Sun Pingzhang thought of some things his mother had told her in the past and laughed. Come to think of it, I don't know what our mom saw in our dad. She was a top student who graduated from a medical university, but in that era, she actually married our dad, a gangster who graduated from junior high school.
She was really blind.
Sun Mingju is a girl who is closer to her mother, she said. I heard from my mother that it was her parents' order. She wanted to stay in the big city, but her grandparents were afraid that she would not come back, so they called her back from the city. I also know that she started out as a doctor in the county hospital and had been doing well for more than 10 years. My father asked her to come back, saying that the two sons were growing up and they were going to get married and buy houses. Both would cost a lot of money. It was impossible to favor one over the other and buy a house for the eldest and not the second. If we buy a house for both, the financial pressure will be great, as the hospital has little money. If we open a clinic, we will have more freedom and more money. In order to buy a house for us and get married, my mother quit her job with a pension in the future. She chose the current one. Putting aside my father's filter, he is really not a good husband. If it were me, I would divorce him. This man has no pension and no ability, but he let his wife quit a good job. He keeps pooing his wife. He is not a man at all. So, this time, no matter what decision Mom makes, I will support her. After listening to Sun Mingju's words, Sun Pingja said harshly, "Divorce is a divorce." Bai Yuan, who was in the clinic, suddenly sneezed. She had just walked all the way to the clinic and thought a lot. She still didn't want a divorce, but she knew that this time, she had no say in the matter. That night, the children were at home, and there were enough rooms in the rural home. Bai Yuan and Sun Mingju tidied up a little, and the beds were neatly arranged. Bai Yuan and Sun Mingju slept in her previous room as usual. Sun Pingzhong had his own room, and Sun Pingja and Li Anren slept in his previous room. Sun Jinwei slept in a room by himself. Everyone had different thoughts. Sun Pingja felt that his mother should divorce. His mother went to college in that era and studied to be a doctor. He felt that marrying his father was a waste. Sun Pingzhong was lying on the bed, struggling the most. If they really divorced, the second child didn't want his father, and his father insisted on following him. Then he and his wife would have a quarrel in the future. They were separated before marriage. After Sun Pingzhong became an adult, his parents asked for a piece of homestead in the village to build a house and prepare for marriage at any time. Although he bought a house in the city after marriage, if he needed to support an elderly person, he still wanted his mother. After all, his mother was smart and capable and could wash clothes and cook, and she was also a doctor. His father could make money when he was young, but now he can only be a master at home when he is old. He needs someone to take care of him. He also has high blood pressure. In name, the second child did not ask for the homestead, and the homestead of the old house belongs to the second child. He and his parents are in the same household registration book. Sun Mingju lay on the bed, sleepless all night, as a daughter who got married. Her mind was full of thoughts. She had only been married for a few years, and she would soon lose her natal family. Once her father and mother really divorced, and her father married Han Baoqin, would he let her go back to her natal family to see her father flirting with Han Baoqin? Besides, when Han Baoqin's daughter went back to her natal family, she would probably have to go back to their family. If they bumped into each other, it would be extremely embarrassing. Sun Mingju felt annoyed just thinking about it. Although Bai Yuan was a doctor, she was entangled, but she also knew that she couldn't waste time on everything. Thinking too much would only cause liver qi stagnation, and being too angry would only cause nodules. So she went to bed early. Sun Jinwei tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. He had high blood pressure to begin with, and today he was beaten black and blue. He felt a severe headache and quickly took some antihypertensive drugs. Sun Jinwei thought for a long time and decided to call Baoqin to discuss future matters. "Hello. What's going on?" The matter was exposed. "The second brother beat me up." Is the injury serious? Did you go to the hospital?" "Why go to a hospital? I just got it bandaged at the clinic." "It's not serious, right?" "Not serious, not serious." "Then if this matter can't be resolved, I'll go to your house tomorrow." "You'll come tomorrow morning?" "If you dare to come, my son will definitely tear you to pieces." "It's better not to."
No.
"Ah, Wei, since I want to be with you, I must come. I don't want to be separated." After Sun Jinwei hung up the phone, he felt a little upset. He wanted to be with Bao Qin, which was his lifelong knot. If his mother hadn't stopped them at that time, they would have been a loving couple. Now he doesn't want to be separated from Bao Qin, but he doesn't want a divorce by Yuan either. Because after a lifetime, both parties are too familiar with each other. He knows very well that she is a good woman. She has been diligent and stable all her life. She is a good woman. She is also capable and educated. Unlike him, he has no education and IQ is not enough. The intelligence of the two children is inherited from their mother. He really doesn't want a divorce, and he also knows that Bai Yuan has not spoken up all the time, that is, she doesn't want a divorce. So he is sure that if she doesn't want a divorce, he doesn't want it either. So isn't it good to live like this? She, Bai Yuan, lacks a man, and he is used to her service. If they don't divorce, both parties can get what they want. Why do they have to divorce? Let Bao Qin come over tomorrow morning, apologize to Yuan, and settle this dispute. Early in the morning, after washing up, Bai Yuan was about to go to the clinic, but was stopped by Sun Jinwei, who said that they wanted to talk. Bai Yuan asked what to talk about. Sun Jinwei was stunned for a moment and said that you will know in a moment. Sun Pingzhang drove Sun Mingzhu and Li Anren to buy breakfast. Sun Pingzhe had not gotten up yet. Not long after, the three of them came back from buying breakfast, and Sun Pingzhe also got up. With a pirate-like mess of hair and sleepy eyes, he rubbed his eyes and went to wash up. Bai Yuan looked at her children at home. She felt a lot of emotion in her heart. In recent years, as the children have grown up, the family has rarely been so lively. After Sun Pingzhe finished washing up, everyone was already sitting in front of the sofa and started to eat breakfast around the coffee table. Steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, vegetable sandwiches, and so on. Everything you can think of. They were all happy, as if they had forgotten the dispute of yesterday. Bai Yuan thought, maybe this is the last time the whole family will have such a complete meal. Mingzhu, take a picture. Bai Yuan said, we want a family photo. Sun Mingzhu was stunned, and so were the others. Taking photos at this time? Sun Mingzhu reacted quickly, as she felt as if some kind of farewell was about to come. She suddenly felt her nose sour and silently picked up her phone. Everyone put down their food and stood up. Sun Pingzhe put Bai Yuan in the middle, and everyone stood in the living room with a smile on their faces. When Sun Jinwei saw that they were taking photos, he quickly squeezed over. Bai Yuan did not refuse. Sun Mingzhu also set the countdown with a floor-standing selfie stick. 3, 2, 1.
Cheese.
Everyone smiled and took a very simple family photo seriously. They changed a few more poses and took a few more photos. No one broke the harmony. I'll print out the photos later and give them to everyone and keep them all. Sun Mingzhu said. Bai Yuan added, give me a few more. Okay. Sun Jinwei didn't think too much about it. He just thought it was an ordinary photo shoot at a dinner party. His mind was full of attention to the door of his house, waiting for someone to knock on the door. Sun Pingzhang had a bitter face and couldn't eat breakfast anymore. He understood a little bit what his mother was going to do. Sun Pingzhe and Li Anren also lowered their eyes without saying a word. The corners of Sun Pingzhe's mouth collapsed into a straight line. Bai Yuan was eating vegetable sandwich leisurely. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Sun Jinwei's face lit up, and he ran to open the door. Everyone was puzzled. When the door opened, a woman wearing blue jeans, a peony casual jacket, and shallow black leather shoes walked in. Sun Jinwei took Han Baoqin to the front yard, lifted the transparent leather curtain, and walked into the middle door. Everyone looked up and instantly set their sights on Han Baoqin's face. Sun Pingzhe threw the fried dough sticks in his hand, flew over from the coffee table, and was about to greet Han Baoqin's face. Li Anren thought, I didn't hold him. Han Baoqin had imagined countless possibilities. Having also heard Sun Jinwei talk about the violent temper of the second son of the Sun family, she knew that today was over. She acted decisively. Before Sun Pingzhe rushed over, Han Baoqin knelt on the ground with a plop. This kneeling startled everyone, including Sun Pingzhe, who was about to take action. After Han Baoqin knelt down, she combined 3 kneelings into 2 kneelings and knelt all the way in front of Bai Yuan. She hugged Bai Yuan's thighs and began to cry bitterly. She was crying. Sister, it's all my fault. I destroyed your family. It's all my fault. I know that nothing I say now will be of any use. Please forgive Away. I will never meet Away again. Please don't be angry with Away. I don't want your family to be torn apart because of me. All members of the Sun family were dumbfounded at this moment, not knowing what to say, staring blankly at this scene. Because the impact of this scene was too great. No one could react. Han Baoqin saw that everyone was stunned, and she made up her mind on the spot. Seeing a pair of large scissors under the coffee table of the Sun family, she picked up the large black scissors and was about to stab her neck. If you don't forgive Away, I am willing to die today to prove my loyalty. As she said this, she was about to stab the large scissors into her neck. Everyone still did not move. Bai Yuan was stunned by the scene in front of her. There was only one person in the audience, Sun Jinwei. He ran over quickly. Baoqin, don't. He roared and snatched the scissors from Han Baoqin's hand. He hugged Han Baoqin in his arms and said loudly, "Why are you apologizing to her? We are not wrong. You are not wrong either." Han Baoqin hugged Sun Jinwei's arm and cried loudly, "Away, what are you talking about? I was wrong. I shouldn't have contacted you in the first place." Han Baoqin's crying made Sun Jinwei feel so sorry for her that he was heartbroken. Do and say anymore. If my mother hadn't stopped us, how could we have contacted each other after decades? You are the person I love most in my life. Away, woo-woo. Baoqin, woo-woo. The two of them were like the miserable Romeo and Juliet. This scene stunned the children of the Sun family, including Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan was stunned. What an acting talent. Sun Pingzhong, who has always been calm, was speechless by this scene and said, "What kind of situation is this now? Are you acting in a TV series?" Sun Pingzhe, the poisonous tongue guy, snorted coldly, "Sister-in-law, you are already old. Please stop acting. There is no need to pretend to be so high and mighty. Don't I understand what you are thinking? Isn't it just forcing the emperor to abdicate?" Sun Mingzhu muttered softly. Sun Pingzhe rolled his eyes at this shameless woman and cursed, "You have already torn my family apart and disintegrated. How far do you want to go?" Pa Sun Jinwei raised his hand and slapped Sun Pingzhe. The slap was very strong. Sun Pingzhe's face turned red on the spot. Sun Jinwei roared with red eyes, "You rebellious son! How can you talk like that? She is your Aunt Han." Sun Pingzhe often got into group fights in his early years, and this slap was nothing to him. He stared at Sun Jinwei fiercely, like a wolf, and spat, saying, "Aunt Han? I don't have an aunt who destroys other people's families." Sun Mingzhu stood up, pointed at Sun Jinwei's nose, and couldn't help saying, "Dad, you guys are old and do this kind of thing, and now you beat my second brother. You are really..." Sun Jinwei was not ashamed but proud. "What's wrong with me? The love between Baoqin and I. What do you kids know? We have known each other since we were 18 years old. She is the woman I love most in this world." Sun Pingzhong was so angry that he almost lost his temper. "Dad, what you said is so chilling." Sun Mingzhu's tears burst out of her eyes. She held back the tears and said, "Do you know how much my mother has given to this family? Are you still a human being like this? Love has a first come, first served." Sun Jinwei felt that he was not wrong. "Love? Ha ha ha." Sun Pingzhe laughed out of anger. Sun Pingzhong usually has no temper, but now he is almost mad. He sarcastically said, "You are old, and you are talking about love here. What's the matter? We are not worthy of talking about love. It's just that you love the world to pieces." Sun Pingzhe rolled up his sleeves and stared at Sun Jinwei with a fierce look, like a wolf staring at its prey. "We have no right to interfere with what happens between you and Aunt Han, but you've hurt my mother's heart by doing this, and I'm going to fight you today." Sun Jinwei quickly took 2 steps back. He shouted to Bai Yuan, who had been silent, "Bai Yuan, you don't want to talk, right? You let your son bully me, right? I'm telling you, I want a divorce today."
Divorce.
"No more. I want to be with Baoqin for the rest of my life. You can't stop me." Amid the farce, Li Anren stood up, grabbed Sun Pingzhe from the side, and shook his head. Sun Pingja pretended to push the woman aside.
Calm down.
Li Anren said 3 words. Sun Pingja glanced at his wife angrily, then curled his lips and couldn't help cursing. Bai Yuan sighed. When Sun Mingju heard that his father wanted to divorce, she was stunned. Tears suddenly flowed down, and she looked panicked. Dad, are you serious? Sun Jinwei found that Bai Yuan still didn't say anything. He suddenly became confident. This woman would not divorce. Since she would not divorce, then he would make a fuss. The louder she made a fuss, the more afraid she would be. By then, he and Baoqin would not have to separate. Sun Jinwei said in a loud voice, I'm serious. I have disliked Bai Yuan for a long time. This woman is so boring. All she knows is to see patients, wash clothes, and cook all her life. She can't say any love words and is so dumb.
Boring. Divorce.
I must divorce today. Sun Pingzhong never expected this. He thought that the divorce must have come from his mother's mouth, but he didn't expect it to be his father. His eyes were sore, and he felt his spirit beating. He said, Dad, you insist on getting a divorce. If this gets out, do you know what the villagers will think? Sun Jinwei helped Han Baoqin up. His eyes were bloodshot. He pointed at Sun Pingja, and then glared at Sun Pingzhong. You 2 rascals are going to beat me to death today. Why should I care what other people think? Sun Mingju didn't expect that because of a woman, this family would really be ruined. She turned to look at her mother for help. Mom. Everyone couldn't help but look at Bai Yuan, because she was the heroine at the center of this incident. But she didn't say a word from beginning to end. Just when everyone thought Bai Yuan would collapse, Bai Yuan burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, it was so funny. She couldn't control it. Is there anything more interesting in the world? As a doctor before, she had seen all kinds of weird things in the hospital, but she didn't expect that such a dramatic incident would happen in her peaceful home. That's what the eldest brother said. Is this a TV series? It's a soap opera that gives people goosebumps.
A 8 o'clock drama.
Don't make people laugh, okay? Or maybe Sun Jinwei, this man, is really affectionate, but he didn't give her a single cent of this love, and kept it all for his beloved Han Baoqin. She has spent her whole life with this man, and she didn't even know that she could hear the word love from him again. This matter is really funny. Sun Pingzhong panicked when he saw his mother laughing so hard that tears came out. Dad, you are really a monster. You've Mom. Sun Mingju came over and grabbed Bai Yuan's arm. Mom, don't be angry. Dad was just joking. Li Anren also came over and comforted her. That's right. Dad will never get a divorce. Dad was just joking. Sun Jinwei got even angrier when he saw Bai Yuan's smile. He felt that this woman was laughing at him, and he felt malicious. I'm not joking. I just want a divorce. I can't live with this woman anymore. I want to spend the rest of my life with Baoqin. We had an agreement. Sun Pingzhong couldn't hold it back and held his forehead and said, Dad, are you crazy? It's time to stop irritating Mom. Sun Mingju wiped her tears and said with great heartache, Dad, you are going crazy alone. Are you really going to force Mom to divorce you to be satisfied? Sun Pingja clenched his fists, trying hard to resist the urge to swing his fist and smash that face. If Li Anren hadn't been there to hold him back, he knew he would really lose control. This man is heartless. This man deserves to die. Sun Jinwei seemed to be crazy, looking at Bai Yuan without saying a word. Although she was silent, the smile in her eyes made him even angrier. She was not angry, but still laughing. She was probably crazy, and even if she wasn't crazy, she was definitely laughing at him. Sun Jinwei roared in frustration. I was so blind to marry you in this life, and now it's like this. We might as well get a divorce. You take the Yangguan Road and I'll take mine. Bai Yuan. She still had a smile on her face. If her children had not been there, she would have really wanted to curse. She was indeed walking on the Yangguan Road. He was indeed walking on a single plank bridge. If she continued like this, would she be deserted by everyone? Was it really good? For a woman like Han Baoqin, was it worth it to do this? She felt that it was not worth it, but obviously Sun Jinwei felt that it was very worthwhile. The love between them was a great one that was worthy of praise and tears. Anyone who prevented them from being together was a beast. She wanted to say a lot of things, but she swallowed them down when the words came to her lips. Because her son, daughter, and daughter-in-law were all there, Sun Jinwei could go crazy, but if she went crazy too, in the eyes of her children and daughter-in-law. What's wrong with Zhongqing? Dad is abnormal and mom follows suit. It will only make the daughter-in-law laugh at him in her heart, and the neighbors will laugh at him. Sun Pingzhong looked at his mother with a light smile on her face. Sometimes he felt that his mother was really amazing. She was emotionally stable for so many years. No matter what happened, she could deal with it calmly. Just like now, Dad is so crazy. If it were any other woman, she would have exploded long ago. As a result, his mother just frowned and faced the criticism with a cold face, and turned around and smiled in vain. He admired his mother very much. Sun Mingzhu was crying like heavy rain, lying on the shoulder of her second sister-in-law Li Anren, crying uncontrollably. Sun Pingzhu's face became colder and colder. Maybe it was because the noise in the house was too loud, which attracted the attention of passers-by outside, and they looked at the Sun family with the door closed twice. Someone walked to the Sun family's house. Damei, go and have a look. I heard that there seemed to be a commotion at the door of Sun Lauer's house. Zhao Mei is Sun Jinping's wife, 5 years older than Bai Yuan. Sun Jinping is the eldest in the Sun family. Sun Jinwei is the second. On one street in the village, the family in the east is getting a divorce, the family in the west is separating, the family in the south is making a housewarming noise, and the family in the north is cleaning the house. If there is a noise in one family, how can the other families not know about it? What's more, it's such a big noise. It's hard not to be known. Rural people like to sit at the doorstep of their homes, enjoy the breeze, bask in the sun, and chat.
Look.
The noise from Sun Lauer's house was heard clearly. One person came to Sun Lau's house, and several women came over, and they gathered together and said, I heard it too. It seems that several children have been here these days. God knows what happened.
Zhao Mei was shocked.
What could happen? Sun Lauer's family is the richest among the Sun family, and his children are the most capable. She and Bai Yuan are sisters-in-law. She has always admired Bai Yuan because she is a village doctor. She, Zhao Mei, is just an ordinary rural woman with no other abilities. Her husband Sun Jinping used to run a clothing store in the county, but it was not well managed and he transferred it. Later, their family opened a small shop in the village to make a living. Although it is not as lavish as Lauer's family, it is more stable than ordinary people. After all, he is a member of your Sun family. You should go and have a look. Maybe someone has a terminal illness, or someone is in trouble. If there is any difficulty, tell everyone and help if you can. After hearing this, Zhao Mei gritted her teeth and decided to go to Hong Xiuzhen first. Hong Xiuzhen is Sun Zhenhua's wife. Sun Zhenhua is the third child. Sun Jinwei is the second child in the Sun family. There is also a younger sister, Sun Xianglian, who married to the next town. After hearing this, Hong Xiuzhen thought that if there was really something big happening in Sun Lauer's family, what could the two women do? And they couldn't persuade Sun Lauer at all. It's better to call the man back home. Damei quickly called Sun Jinping and asked him to go home first. Sun Jinping, who was fishing on the nearby river beach, quickly picked up his fishing gear and walked back. It didn't matter if he was empty-handed today. He went home to see what happened at the second brother's house. Half an hour later, Sun Jinping drove his small van back. As soon as he came back, Zhao Mei pulled him to talk. It was nothing more than that something seemed to have happened at the second brother's house. As a woman, it was not easy for her to come and interrupt. It would be better to ask Sun Jinping to come and see for himself. Sun Zhenhua worked as a small security guard in the nearby industrial city. A salary of 2,000 yuan was enough for his cigarette money. He heard that something happened at his second brother's house, so he quickly rode his small electric bike back. He asked the eldest brother what happened. Sun Jinping shook his head. How would he know? The two walked towards Sun Jinwei's house together, and the door was ajar. Sun Jinping pushed the door and came in. As soon as he came in, he saw that the middle door was wide open. Several people were standing inside the door. The atmosphere seemed very cold. "What's the matter? Why are you quarreling? The neighbors know about it." Sun Jinping stepped forward and asked. Sun Pingzhong, who was almost collapsed by the anger of his father, turned around and saw that his uncle and third uncle were there. He was suddenly filled with sadness. It is said that men do not shed tears easily, but they have not yet reached the point of being sad. "Uncle, our family is going to be completely broken up. What's the matter? Why is Zhongzi crying?" Sun Jinping probably didn't expect that as soon as he came over, he would see Sun Pingzhong crying, Sun Pingzha hugging his arms with a gloomy face, and Sun Mingzhu was already beside him, crying on the shoulder of his second sister-in-law Li Anren, her face full of tears. "What's going on?"
This.
Sun Jinping looked at this place in confusion. Bai Yuan was standing there, Sun Jinwei, and a woman. Who is this woman? Sun Jinping looked at the woman next to Sun Jinwei in confusion, always feeling a little familiar, but couldn't remember. Sun Zhenhua was also confused by this scene. He followed his eldest brother's gaze for a few circles. When his eyes fell on Han Baoqin's face, he was stunned for a moment. This person looks very familiar. But he is not from the village. But where have I seen him before? A picture flashed through his mind, and then the third brother's son Zhenhua reacted all at once.
This
Seems to be the second brother's. The rest of the words were not said. They were swallowed in the mouth. Because this seems to be the second brother's first love decades ago. It was quite lively at home at that time. He was just envious of his second brother for having a girlfriend. But after a few quarrels at home, the third brother's son Zhenhua remembered the appearance of this woman. But Sun Zhenhua never thought that after 40 years, he would still meet here. What is it called? I can't remember the name. It seems to be a piano. Sun Jinping made a sound because of Sun Zhenhua's surprise, which made him turn around for a moment. What is the second brother's? He locked his eyes on Han Baoqin's face, stared for 3 seconds, and then reacted. The events of that year were vivid in his mind. This must be Sun Jinwei's first love. After Sun Jinping realized this, he was stunned. How could the second brother's first love appear here?
This
Is not right. Didn't the second brother and his first love break up 40 years ago? How did this Han Baoqin suddenly show up?
Could it be?
He initially thought that there was some conflict in the family over money. Just now, he was discussing with the third brother on the way that if someone really had a terminal illness and needed money, both families would give some money. Saving lives is the most important thing. Sun Jinping never thought that at his age, the cause of the trouble at home might be an affair. This made Sun Jinping, who came to mediate, speechless. But he is the eldest brother. Since he is here, he can't be timid. He can only ask what's going on and see if he should intervene in other people's family affairs. Zhao Mei and Hong Xiuzhen also rushed over after finishing their work. When they arrived, they saw this crowded situation. Sun Jinping looked like a peacemaker and asked, "What happened specifically? Can anyone tell me?" Sun Jinwei said nothing and stood with Han Baoqin. Sun Pingzhong and Sun Pingzha looked at each other, but Sun Pingzha didn't say anything. Sun Mingzhu was a woman. She didn't care about so many things. In her eyes, the family was about to fall apart. She didn't care about face or money. She said all at once, "Uncle, third uncle, you all saw it. My dad hooked up with his first love, bought a house for this woman and bought a double cemetery, and now my dad is clamoring for a divorce." Sun Mingzhu explained the current situation in a few words. Sun Jinping's eyes were as big as eggs. Huh? Second brother. Don't be so impulsive. You are already old. Can't you solve any problems properly? Sun Zhenhua was also speechless. He had just thought secretly in his heart that at most his second brother had contacted his first love, and there was a commotion at home. He could never have imagined that his second brother was so infatuated that he bought a house for his first love, and the two of them even bought a cemetery. How can he complain? This matter is too shocking. Zhao Mei and Hong Xiuzhen, who had just arrived, were also stunned when they heard it. Most of the women in the village love gossip and gossip about other people's families. But Zhao Mei and Hong Xiuzhen usually only listen to gossip about other people's families, but they never thought that such a big melon could happen to the Sun family. Especially the second brother's family, which has always been the object of envy of their two families. Who said Bai Yuan is a rare scholar in the village and a doctor. One of the few decent people in the village. As a result, with such a good wife, the second brother still cheated.
This
Is hard to comment. I want to solve it too, but they just want to force Baoqin to death. Bai Yuan is such a hateful woman. I can't live like this anymore. Sun Jinwei looked like he had given up. He stood with Han Baoqin. Han Baoqin lowered her eyebrows, hung her head, and said nothing, as if she was a pitiful person who had suffered a great injustice. It was as if she was bullied by all the Sun family. Sun Jinping has always had severe hypertension and high blood lipids. Hearing what Sun Jinwei said, he felt dizzy and swollen for a moment, and hurriedly asked Zhao Mei to go home to get him medicine. He was helped by Sun Pingzhong to sit down and rest. Seeing that things had come to this, Sun Zhenhua, the third uncle of Sun, had to come first. Away, let's sit down and talk slowly, and don't say anything angry. Zhao Mei and Hong Xiuzhen looked at each other, and the two of them pulled Bai Yuan to the backyard, past the vegetable garden, and then went out through the small back door and stood outside the back door. Zhao Mei asked Bai Yuan what was going on. Bai Yuan didn't want to say it, but now that things have come to this, it seems that there is nothing shameful. She told everything in a few words, which was similar to what Sun Mingzhu said just now. It just had a few more details than Sun Mingzhu, because the matter is very simple. It's just that there is no way to solve the problem. But there is no solution. After Zhao Mei finished listening, she was a little bit interested in watching the fun. She didn't expect such a big melon to come out of the second brother's family, but on the surface, she couldn't say that you guys are making a big fuss. She still had to persuade them. The second brother is determined to divorce you now. You must not agree. If you agree, you'll be a fool. Hong Xiuzhen also said, this woman is here to make trouble just because she sees that you are doing well. That is to say, our lives are good now, our living conditions are good, and our children are all successful, and this woman whose husband died has started to make trouble. Zhao Mei analyzed from an outsider's perspective. Hong Xiuzhen agreed with her eldest sister-in-law and said, second sister-in-law, you'd better not take advantage of others. Life is so stable now, and there are rumors that our village will be demolished soon. If you really get divorced, you'd be stupid. Hong Xiuzhen and Zhao Mei have always admired and envied Bai Yuan, the daughter-in-law of the second brother. Hong Xiuzhen herself is also in a spectator's mentality now, but it doesn't prevent her from sympathizing with the second sister-in-law Bai Yuan. Only women know how much the second sister-in-law has paid for her family in her life. Unexpectedly, in the end, the man insisted on running away with his first love. What kind of thing is this? Zhao Mei also thought of the demolition and immediately said, yes, this woman knows that our village is about to be demolished, and she is trying to persuade you to divorce. If you divorce, she will marry the second brother. When the demolition comes, she will get the head fee and the demolition house, and then you will definitely get divorced. When divorcing, the second son doesn't want to give 55 square meters, so he must go to court, and after the lawsuit, he must ask for cash. This woman definitely wants money. Hong Xiuzhen patted Bai Yuan's shoulder. That's what I mean. What true love? Just listen to it. Who are you disgusting? Who are you fooling? It was just a relationship 40 years ago. You have no sense of propriety. Yuan, our Sun family cannot let others laugh at us. It doesn't matter if the second brother is crazy this time. You should calm down. After a while, the second brother will think clearly, and everything will be fine. Don't mind what he said in anger now. Zhao Mei was a bit of a bystander, but she really felt sorry for Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan's life was really hard. She was a college student in that era, and she was studying medicine. She was originally in a big city, but her family sent her back to marry Sun Jinwei. It would have been fine if she had just gotten married. She was originally a doctor in the county hospital, which was so respectable. But because of her cowardly character, she finally returned to the village and became a village doctor. Village doctors are also respectable, but compared with the doctors in the county hospital, their status is always a little worse. The two kept persuading her. Bai Yuan nodded. Zhao Mei and Hong Xiuzhen also knew Bai Yuan's personality. After decades of being sisters-in-law, how could they not know what kind of person Bai Yuan was? She had a cowardly personality and was a glutton. Outsiders said that Bai Yuan was a respectable person. In fact, in the eyes of the two of them, Bai Yuan was proud of herself and her bones. After all, being able to study so well was not something that ordinary people could do. It was just that her usual advantage was to please the people around her. She had no opinions and she often went with the flow. No matter what people around her say, as long as she thinks it is good for everyone and makes everyone happy, she will do it. For example, when she returned to her hometown after graduating from college, when she left the county hospital, when she became a village doctor. All her actions seemed to prioritize the happiness of others, rather than herself. But they also felt that Bai Yuan was lucky. She was a graduate of a medical university in the early 1980s, and her marriage to Sun Jinwei was the beginning of a good hand of cards going bad. Fortunately, she still had a card in her hand, a doctor in the county hospital. After returning to the county hospital for development, her good hand of cards became worse, and she began to go downhill. Later, she became a village doctor and was still able to make money. She also had a good reputation in the village and bought houses for her children one after another. She lives a pretty good life in the village. If this happened to someone else, with the gossipy nature of rural people, the two of them might have started to laugh at her immediately, but this happened to Bai Yuan. They felt that Bai Yuan's life was quite pitiful. She had lived for others all her life. She had never had her own ideas. When had she ever lived according to her own wishes? As a result, from what Sun Mingzhu said just now, Bai Yuan had not expressed any opinions or said anything, but just stood aside and watched. She seemed to be waiting for Sun Jinwei to make a decision first. At this time, she was still letting others make the decision. The two of them felt very sorry when they thought of her. To be honest, second sister-in-law, in my eyes, you are the kind of person I admire, but your character is really... What should I say? If it were me, I would have stubbornly stayed in the big city after graduating from medical university. It's a pity that I don't have that brain. Look at you, you were controlled by your parents back then, and then by your husband after marriage. Until now, you haven't said a word. You're expecting him to come back. As long as Sun Jinwei solves the mess with Han Baoqin, you will not divorce. I don't want you to divorce either, but I still want to say, when will you make a decision for yourself? Don't always be pushed around by others. I get anxious just looking at it. Hong Xiuzhen thought of all the mess now, and she was worried about Bai Yuan. She turned around and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Zhao Mei didn't expect that the third son's wife actually told the truth, and she winked at her quickly, but found that she had secretly wiped her tears, which made Zhao Mei very sad. Her nose was sore for a while. Zhao Mei said, "Second son's wife, Xiuzhen is right. But I still hope you think it through. It is best not to get a divorce. If you get a divorce, Mingzhu will really have no family home in the future. It will be a problem for this family to have a reunion dinner during the Chinese New Year. Life is long, you have to think it through." Bai Yuan knew that what her sister-in-law and Xiuzhen said were quite right. She nodded again. Then she sighed.
What they said was right in some aspects.
She really hoped that Sun Jinwei would handle this matter, because she really didn't want to get a divorce. But she didn't expect that in the heart of the third daughter-in-law, she was always being pushed around. She knew that she was easily indecisive. Bai Yuan sighed deeply in her heart. Back in the house, Sun Jinping and Sun Zhenhua were not at all unable to persuade the second son Sun Jinwei. Sun Jinping was so angry that he felt a throbbing pain in his head even after taking antihypertensive drugs. He simply ignored it. Sun Zhenhua saw that he couldn't control his eldest brother. After trying to persuade him, he also left angrily. Zhao Mei and Hong Xiuzhen followed their husbands. The two talked as they walked. Second son's wife, I really feel that my life is miserable.
Zhao Mei shied.
When Hong Xiuzhen thought of the bad things Sun Jinwei had done, she thought, Hatue. That's right, she was a college student back then, and now she has ended up like this. She worked diligently for that family all her life, but in the end, she was stabbed in the back by the old man. The man turned around and looked for his former white moonlight. I feel sick just thinking about it. Zhao Mei also had a look of disgust on her face. Second brother is really something. I feel sorry for Yuan for doing such a thing. Hong Xiuzhen thought of Bai Yuan's life over the years and couldn't help but think, she looks lucky, but actually has a hard life. I don't think she has a better life than us. Zhao Mei sighed. She looks like a doctor, a village doctor at that. She is respectable enough, but her husband fools around outside and buys a house for his mistress. Fortunately, Zhenping is not that stupid. Hong Xiuzhen sighed. It's the same in my family. Manhwa is not stupid to that extent. Alas, if they really get divorced, Yuan's life will be a pity. Yeah. She has devoted her whole life to the family. If they get divorced, what will she do for the rest of her life? At this age, 60 years old, it is not realistic to get married.
Just
live alone. I heard that Xiaozhe let his mother live with him. That's fine. It's quiet to live in the city with Xiaozhe. The two chatted for few words and went home. Their family is an ordinary family, and they do ordinary work. Unlike the second son's family, they bought a house in the city for their children. Their two families worked hard to buy a house for their son in the county, where the house price is cheap. Zhao Mei has some thoughts in her mind. On the surface, she does feel sorry for Bai Yuan, but in fact, she thinks it will be funny if they really get divorced. By then, the whole fourth group of Jinko village will laugh at Sun Jinwei's family. After all, it is not glorious to buy a house for your first love. Bai Yuan is a village doctor and has a good reputation. The whole Jinko village will probably laugh at her by then. She can't even keep a home. What's the use of a woman making money? She can't even control her own man. Even so, she is still a scholar. Zhao Mei looked at the sunset, and a bright smile spread across her face. After Bai Yuan returned to the living room, when Sun Jinwei saw her coming in, he shouted loudly, "Divorce! Divorce! I must get a divorce!" Sun Pingzhang wanted to strangle his own father to death. Sun Pingzhi said nothing. His face was unexpectedly calm. Sun Mingzhu began to cry again, and Li Anren handed Sun Mingzhu a tissue to wipe her tears. A box of tissues soon disappeared without a trace.
Okay,
Bai Yuan said.
What?
Sun Jinwei thought he had heard it wrong. He subconsciously picked his ears. What did she say?
She said okay?
She must have said it wrong, or did I hear it wrong? Bai Yuan could agree to my divorce? She loves me so much. There must be something wrong. Did the eldest sister-in-law and the younger sister-in-law tell her something nonsense? Sun Jinwei was thinking wildly. Han Baoqin was sitting there, was also stunned. Did she hear it right? Bai Yuan said okay. Are they really going to get a divorce?
Her goal today was achieved.
Han Baoqin didn't expect the surprise to come so soon. Sun Pingzhang. Did his mother say something just now? Or didn't she say anything? Was he hallucinating? Sun Pingzhi. His mother just said it, right? I must have heard it right. Mother agreed to divorce? No way. The sun rose from the west today. Sun Mingzhu. My mother is crazy. My mother is really crazy. It's okay that my father was crazy, but now my mother is crazy too. Has she agreed to divorce? Li Anren sat there with a look of surprise on her face. Bai Yuan thought her voice was too soft and Sun Jinwei didn't hear it, so she repeated it again. You want a divorce? I agree. The three children of the Sun family all stood up on the spot. They all looked at Bai Yuan in astonishment, as if they were looking at an alien. Sun Jinwei was also stunned. He had never thought that Bai Yuan would say this in his life. Sun Jinwei's face looked a little ugly. Do you know what you're saying? This woman must not know whether she knows what she is saying. Is she really mad at herself? How much does she love me? She must be about to collapse now, so she agreed to divorce. Bai Yuan said calmly, Didn't you always say divorce? I said I agree. What? Are you deaf and can't hear what I said? Then, do you want to go to the hospital to make an appointment for you in the Yenti department to check your ears? Sun Pingzhang's mouth twitched. His mother has always been silent and amazing. It seems that she broke out today. Sun Pingzhe showed a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. Only Sun Mingzhu, with an expression of about to collapse and the sky falling, looked at the scene in front of her with horror. Her parents are really going to divorce. She originally thought that the threat of divorce or not was in the hands of her father. Her father was an impatient man, while her mother was slow and decent. Her mother would never say anything that would destroy the whole family. As a result, today Sun Mingzhu understood a little bit that the threat of whether their family lived well or not was actually in the hands of her mother. Her mother usually looked calm and collected, but if she got angry, she could make her father jump up and down with just 3 sentences. The veins on her father's forehead began to pop out. Sun Jinwei stood up and roared, You. Bai Yuan, you woman. Facing Sun Jinwei's cannibalistic attitude, Bai Yuan waved her hands. If we divorce, I have a condition. You have another condition? Sun Jinwei couldn't believe it. Bai Yuan said calmly, Change the household registration to Xiaojia, and when the house is demolished in the future, you can take your area and head fee, and we won't have to deal with any property division. Sun Pingzhong asked quickly, Mom, what about the house he bought with the mistress? Bai Yuan said, That house, according to the market price, discount it and return half of the discount money to me, then it can be considered as marital property. I am right? Sun Pingzhong swallowed his saliva and said nervously, Mom, you today. Why do you look different? The smile on Sun Pingzhe's mouth became more intense. He liked his mother today very much. Usually, he always disliked his mother for being cowardly and indecisive. Today, his mother was proud of herself. She finally lived out her own life and had her own ideas. This is a good thing. Sun Mingzhu brainstormed and thought about it for a while. She had read many online novels. Could it be that her mother was reborn? Sun Mingzhu suddenly blurted out, Mom, you didn't fall into the water just now, did you? Was she possessed? Now this somewhat resolute style is not like her mother at all. Mingzhu, Mom is not stupid nor foolish. Bai Yuan smiled at Sun Mingzhu. It's just that in the early years for my parents after marriage, for the family, with you and for the children. Bai Yuan tilted her head and thought about her life. I seem to always live for others. Now I'm 60 years old, and it's time to think about myself. After a pause, Bai Yuan's eyes fell on Sun Jinwei. If you don't agree, I won't sign. Since her mother decided to divorce and was ready, Sun Mingzhu suddenly felt relieved. She turned her head to look at Sun Jinwei. Yes, if my mother doesn't agree to divorce, you and this mistress will never see each other in public. Han Baoqin, who had been silent all the time, suddenly burst into tears, with tears on her face. She turned her head and hugged Sun Jinwei's arm and said pitifully, Away, I don't want to destroy your family, I don't. When Sun Jinwei saw Han Baoqin crying, he felt that it was all his fault. It was because he didn't handle this relationship, which led to Han Baoqin being collectively bullied. He was heartbroken. Baoqin, what are you talking about? How could you destroy my family? It's all because of this woman Bai Yuan. This woman deliberately doesn't want to live a peaceful life. Don't sympathize with her. Han Baoqin's tears flowed even more violently. Her voice choked. Away, I just want to be with you. But I don't want your family to fall apart because of me. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Baoqin, you're not wrong. Sun Jinwei was distressed, looked at Bai Yuan, and said sternly, Bai Yuan, you want a divorce, right? I'll help you. He then said, but you asked to change the head of the household. What do you mean? After changing the head of the household, are you going to join forces with your son to drive me out of my house? Sun Pingzhong thought of his mother's intention, but he didn't expect that his own father didn't think of anything. His father was really brainless. Sun Pingzhong sighed. Dad, you really judge others by your own standards. Dad, you are so shameless that you are hopeless. Sun Pingzhe folded his arms and watched the show. When the plot developed to this point, he knew that his mother was serious this time. Bai Yuan said, Sun Jinwei, after the divorce, I will not live here. You can still live at home. Then where will you live? Sun Jinwei asked subconsciously. Bai Yuan declared in a sonorous and powerful voice, I have a clinic where you can live. I asked you to change the household owner, but I don't want my divorce to be a wedding dress for others. I don't want other women to take away my son's property. If the household owner is changed, when the house is demolished, the one who signs will be Sun Pingja, and the name of the check will also be Sun Pingja. This is my house. Sun Jinwei exploded in an instant. His turbid eyes were red. Bai Yuan glanced at Han Baoqin, who was looking pitiful, and said with a smile, "If you want no one to see you off when you are old, then go ahead and rob. It's okay to let Han Baoqin's daughter see you off. You, who are you threatening?" Sun Jinwei pointed at Bai Yuan's nose and said. His fingers began to tremble. Then he turned to look at Sun Pingja. "Xiaozhe, say something. Do you think your father will give this house to someone else in the future?" Although he wanted to be with Han Baoqin, it didn't mean that he was really crazy. Sun Pingja said nothing. He looked at Sun Jinwei as if he was watching a joke. Sun Pingzhong said calmly, "Dad, from a legal point of view, if you and Aunt Han get married in the future, she will own part of the house. If the family is really demolished one day, she also has children. It is possible that she will take advantage of your love and make you give her the check, and then she will take the money and secretly give it to her daughter. All of this is uncertain." Sun Jinwei. Sun Pingzhong continued, "Dad, if you really want a divorce, the method Mom told me does not touch anyone's interests, and it is a win-win situation for all three parties. First, you can divorce a woman you don't love, and you can marry a woman you love. Second, your divorce will not harm Xiaozhe's interests. You will also have Xiaozhe to see you off in the future. Third, only if you agree to this condition will Mom sign the divorce. Because Mom will not allow you to do anything that threatens the interests of the family." As soon as the voice fell, Sun Mingzhu squatted on the ground on one side and said silently to herself, "If we really get divorced, I will be the only one without my parents' home." Bai Yuan smiled bitterly, walked over and patted her head. "Mingzhu, Mom lives in the clinic. It will be the same when you come to the clinic to see Mom in the future."
Mom.
Sun Mingzhu stood up, hugged Bai Yuan and cried, crying and saying, "I really don't want you and Dad to get divorced." Seeing her 30-year-old daughter crying like a child, Bai Yuan patted her back gently. She thought that she was 60 years old and had to go through such a huge change in her life. She said lightly, "Mom has been doing this for you all her life, so you should let Mom make a decision once." Sun Mingzhu cried and said yes, listen to Mom. Han Baoqin was next to Sun Jinwei. On the surface, she looked sobbing and pitiful, but in fact, she was very happy. She didn't expect that she really got Sun Jinwei divorced with her little trick. Bai Yuan was really going to get out. Han Baoqin was so happy, but there was a clause in the plan that asked her to sell the house for half the cash, which made Han Baoqin unhappy. But for the future, Han Baoqin decided to grit her teeth and sell it. Because their divorce was a big deal, at least Sun Jinping and Sun Zhenhua had to know about it. So the next morning, all the important people in the old Sun family gathered at Sun Jinwei's house. Han Baoqin was busy dealing with the house. Even Bai Yuan's brother, sister, and brother came from Shuelu village. Her hometown is close to the river beach, called Shuelu village. Everyone gathered together, and when it was announced that Bai Yuan and Sun Jinwei were going to divorce, Sun Jinping fainted directly because of high blood pressure. Sun Zhenhua was speechless. Zhao Mei and Hong Xiuzhen were also stunned for a long time, unable to react. They were actually going to divorce.
On vient su dans les blâmait herself.
Was it because of what she said yesterday? Hong Xiuzhen felt bad. No matter what, she didn't want the Sun family to be watched. Bai Yuan's brother Bai Jiqiang heard that his sister wanted to divorce because Sun Jinwei cheated on her and wanted to marry his first love. Bai Jiqiang and Sun Jinwei started fighting. Later, they were persuaded by Sun Pingzhong and Sun Zhenhua. Bai Yuan shook her head and said, "Xiaozhe has already beaten me, so forget it." Bai Jiqiang left in anger. His sister Bai Yuling hugged Bai Yuan and cried. She persuaded him for a long time. Her lines were nothing more than the usual saying that an old lady who divorced at this age would be laughed at. His brother Bai Zhiyong was 5 years younger than Bai Yuan. He knew that his sister must have her own considerations for getting divorced at this age. So he didn't say anything. The whole Sun Lauer's family was in a turmoil for 4 hours because of this matter. Everyone who should leave left. Only Sun Jinwei's family was left, sitting in the living room, each silent for a long time. At noon, Sun Pingja drove Sun Jinwei to the street household registration hall in the town. It's time to change the head of the household. Sun Jinwei sat in the car a little dazed. Is it time to change the head of the household? Only then did he feel that he was going to get a divorce. When changing the head of the household, the people in the household registration department asked him to fill out a form in person and voluntarily change the head of the household. Sun Jinwei's hands were shaking when he wrote. In the end, he filled out the form. It only takes a few minutes to complete the process of changing the head of the household. Looking at the brand new household registration book, the name of the head of the household on the household registration book has become Sun Pingja, and he. It seems like a change of dynasty, from the head of the household to an ordinary family member. Alas. On the way back in the car, Sun Jinwei sighed heavily. Sun Pingja wanted to say a few sarcastic words, but finally endured it. He didn't say a word, because it seems there is nothing to say to his current father. Sun Jinwei and Bai Yuan didn't go out and talk nonsense about the divorce, and Sun Jinping and Sun Zhenhua naturally wouldn't say much. After all, this is not a glorious thing. Ordinary life, as usual. Half a month later, Han Baoqin sold the house. Because of the decoration, it was sold for 620,000. In front of everyone, Sun Jinwei transferred 310,000 yuan to Bai Yuan. When transferring the money, he also cursed, "Take the money, and don't think of pestering me after the divorce." Sun Pingzhong rolled his eyes when he heard this. How unclear was his father's self-awareness? Did he think his mother was a very unpopular person? Did he know how popular female doctors were? Sun Pingzhong said, "Dad, I believe that with my mother's appearance and character, someone might come to her right after the divorce." Sun Pingzha laughed. "Yes. Let our mother go on a blind date, and she might meet true love when she gets old." Blind date? Sun Jinwei's eyelids jumped. You haven't divorced yet, and you're asking your mother to go on a blind date. Although he didn't like Bai Yuan very much, the thought that Bai Yuan might go on a blind date with someone else made Sun Jinwei very unhappy. Sun Jinwei clenched his fists. Han Baoqin's hand was placed on his hand. Sun Jinwei was stunned, and then he realized his emotions. He gave Han Baoqin a smile and snorted. Her? Such a boring person. Who would go to find her? If I hadn't married her back then, do you really think she would have been able to get married? Several people in the Sun family said nothing, including Bai Yuan. She sat there, as if Sun Jinwei was farting. Why did she care so much about a person who farted several times? What the children thought in their hearts was that his father really didn't know his own weight. Compared with old ladies of the same age, his mother looked quite young. Not to mention that her skin was white. Once divorced, put in the blind date market, it would be a hot commodity. The next morning, the two went to register for a divorce. During the divorce registration, Sun Jinwei was still cursing, "I should have divorced you a long time ago." The staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau couldn't help but look at the elderly couple. A month passed quickly. Bai Yuan still sees patients in the clinic every day, but within this month, she has gradually thrown away her own things at home and simply packed up the other luggage and moved it to the small room in the clinic. Sun Jinwei watched the things belonging to another person at home gradually decrease. He felt a little lost. He watched Bai Yuan packing things several times. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. Han Baoqin hasn't come yet. Since applying for divorce, he can't eat every day, and he goes out to buy breakfast. This makes him a little uncomfortable. And it's winter. No one packed his cotton and down jackets, which made him even more uncomfortable. He called Han Baoqin several times and asked her to move in quickly. Han Baoqin said, "I will move in after you get divorced. Otherwise, I will be criticized by the villagers." Sun Jinwei had to endure it. The day when the two received the divorce certificate happened to be the winter solstice. It snowed. The two of them got the purple book from the Civil Affairs Bureau. At that moment, Sun Jinwei was a little dazed, as if he didn't know what day it was. He walked out and looked at the heavy snow. The long steps of the Civil Affairs Bureau were all white, just like his heart. Sun Jinwei put the divorce certificate in his pocket and felt that the divorce certificate seemed to be burning hot. Bai Yuan walked beside him. She used to follow closely, but now she is about 1 meter away from him and walks on her own. Sun Jinwei laughed dryly and put his hands behind his back. I didn't expect that we would get divorced one day. Bai Yuan raised her eyes and glanced at him without saying anything. She looked at the steps covered with falling snow and thought that in the past, when it was snowing heavily like this, she would hold his arm and walk down the steps carefully.
But now,
he will walk alone from now on. Sun Jinwei looked at Bai Yuan walking down the steps carefully and wanted to go over to help her, but he thought that they were both divorced. If he went over, this woman would definitely think he still loved her. He didn't love Bai Yuan, he loved Han Baoqin the most. Baoqin said that a man can only like one person. In the future, he can only help Baoqin go down the stairs alone. Bai Yuan. He doesn't care. Sun Jinwei looked at her back as she walked down the stairs and walked forward alone, and he shouted at her. If you don't want to get divorced, you can live at home. Bai Yuan didn't even turn her head, smiled lightly and said, Forget it, I won't disturb your happy life with your new wife. These words almost choked Sun Jinwei to death. Sun Jinwei didn't know what to say. He murmured. Actually, the rest of the words were not said. He walked to the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau and wanted to say that his car was on the side of the road, so let's go back together. Sun Pingzhang lowered the window and waved to Bai Yuan, and Sun Pingzhe walked out of the car and waved to his mother. Mom, come here. The snow is too heavy, come and help me. Bai Yuan finished speaking. Sun Pingzhe came running over, and Bai Yuan put her hand on her son's arm. Then Sun Pingzhe opened the car door and let his mother get in. As soon as Bai Yuan got in, she saw Sun Mingzhu sitting in the back seat and smiling at her. She smiled too. Sun Pingzhe closed the door for his mother and sat in the passenger seat. The car started slowly with the wind and snow. Only Sun Jinwei was left standing there, watching the scene silently, thinking, I am your father. Didn't you see it? Are you blind? Although he cursed in his heart, Sun Jinwei looked unhappy. It seemed that he was forgotten by everyone else in this family. Or abandoned. 3 days after Bai Yuan and Sun Jinwei divorced, the incident broke out in the whole village. The reason was that someone said that he saw in the clinic that the small house inside seemed to be where Dr. Bai Yuan lived now, because he saw a lot of luggage. Then someone said, no wonder I went to Sun Lauer's house to gossip these days and found that many things were missing from his house. Then someone said that some time ago Bai Yuan was seen selling a lot of junk, and then it seemed that she had moved a lot of luggage to the clinic one after another. Another person said that they hadn't seen Bai Yuan return home recently. Under the handover of various clues, everyone first came to a conclusion that the old couple had a conflict. Before this conclusion was verified, there was a woman in Sun Jinwei's house. The woman's dress was completely different from Bai Yuan. She wore gold and silver all day long and liked to wear a red down jacket. She greeted everyone with a smile and a pretentious look of twisting her waist and hips. People on a street in the 4th group of Jinko village immediately started to spread gossip. What's going on? There's a woman in Sun Lauer's house. I saw it. You don't know, I know this woman. Do you know her? I passed by her last time and said hello. Guess what? Her name is Han Baoqin. Han Baoqin, who is that? I don't know her. Han Baoqin, right? I know her. You know her too. Han Baoqin looks quite familiar. She seemed to be Sun Jinwei's first love 40 years ago. It caused quite a stir in the village back then. What? Sun Lauer's first love? What about Bai Yuan? Sun Jinwei is together with his first love? What's going on? Haven't you figured it out? This must be cheating. Several children of the Sun family came back a month and a half ago. Have you forgotten? In the next few days, there were quarrels at home all day long. Have you forgotten everything? Oh, I remember. Everyone asked Zhao Mei and Hong Xiuzhen indirectly. Both of them knew that this was a shameful thing for the Sun family, so they didn't say much in front of outsiders. Yang Xiaomin had always had a good relationship with Bai Yuan. After all, their homes were next door, but Bai Yuan often saw patients in the clinic, so they had few opportunities to meet. Bai Yuan didn't know much about what was going on in the village. What she knew was that when she went home to wash clothes and cook, Yang Xiaomin came to chat and talk about the neighbors. The gossip in the village that Bai Yuan knew was all told to her by Yang Xiaomin. After Yang Xiaomin knew that Bai Yuan was divorced, she didn't go to Sun Lauer's house to hang out, but came directly to the clinic. When Bai Yuan was a little free, she couldn't help asking, "What's going on?" "There are a lot of crazy rumors in the village. I also saw a woman moving in with your family." "Nothing, just divorced," Bai Yuan said casually. But Yang Xiaomin was shocked like thunder. Ah? Her neighbor got divorced, but she didn't even know about it. It seems she doesn't go out often. Bai Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't divorce a fashionable thing in today's society?" Yang Xiaomin swallowed and asked cautiously, "I heard from outside that the one now in Sun Lauer's family is his first love." "They are true love, I am surprised." Bai Yuan laughed and said it very lightly. Yang Xiaomin was really speechless. Sun Lauer was really together with his first love, which was disgusting. She said, "What are you surprised about? This woman must have seen the rumor that our village was demolished in the next few years, so she tried to make you two divorce, and you really made room for her. So stupid." "Stupid?" Bai Yuan murmured to herself. Many people have said that she is stupid, but they don't know that although she is divorced, her household registration is still in the village, and the head of the household is her son Sun Pingzha. If the house is demolished, she will still have a share. Whether it is 55 square meters for a single person or 40,000 yuan for a single person, she can get it. The share that Han Baoqin can get has nothing to do with her. Isn't it stupid? Yang Xiaomin couldn't help rolling her eyes. Bai Yuan said lightly, "I have been washing clothes and cooking for others all my life, and I will be completely relaxed in the future." Yes, Yang Xiaomin immediately felt that divorce seemed to be good. Yes, women, this kind of life will be this kind of life in this life, and you'll be free in the future. She saw that she was still packing her luggage and stuffing it into the suitcase. "I see you have been packing your luggage. What are you going to do? Not staying in the clinic?" Bai Yuan said, "I'm divorced and have no worries. I plan to travel around the country alone and see everywhere. It's time to go for a walk. You've worked hard for the family all your life and never had a break. It's good to go traveling and relax." After Yang Xiaomin finished speaking, another patient came, so she found an excuse to leave. On the way back, Yang Xiaomin was very conflicted. She felt sorry for Bai Yuan's divorce, but she was also laughing secretly. She used to envy Sun Lauer's family. Sun Lauer was a contractor and Bai Yuan was a doctor. The couple was like a fairy couple. In the era of family planning, the family secretly gave birth to 3 children. At first, the second and third children were raised in their uncle's house until they went to school. It seems that I heard that Bai Yuan's resignation from the hospital was also related to someone's report that she had 3 children more than 10 years ago. It was an excessive birth. Bai Yuan is now divorced, which makes Yang Xiaomin very happy. She thinks this is really a big joke. Sun Lauer is probably laughed at behind his back. Bai Yuan, a decent person in front of others, will also be laughed at. She is so incompetent. What's the point of being a doctor? What's the point of having 3 children? She can't even control her own man. It's really... Now I'm so old that I don't even have a home, and I'm forced to live in a clinic. It's really a mess. Yang Xiaomin's thoughts are also the thoughts of many women in the village. On the surface, they all feel sorry for Bai Yuan and pity her. In fact, they all mock Bai Yuan behind her back for being incompetent and only caring about making money. She must have not taken care of her family, so she was snatched away by other women. You say, as a woman, what's the use of working hard to make money? It's better to stay at home and take care of the family first. Han Baoqin has only lived in the village for a few days, and others will not ask her in front of her, but she is anxious. She always feels that she has not obtained the marriage certificate with Sun Jinwei, and her heart is not solid. After just living there for a week, she asks Sun Jinwei anxiously, "Away, when are we going to get the marriage certificate?" she deliberately asked in a coquettish tone. Sun Jinwei was stunned. I didn't expect Han Baoqin to be so anxious. You also got the divorce certificate, and I moved in too. The house over there has been sold. From now on, it's just the two of us living together. Han Baoqin buried her head in Sun Jinwei's neck at night. They are both old, and last night Sun Jinwei wanted her again and again. Sun Jinwei didn't say anything, just lay there quietly. After a while, he got up and had breakfast. Sun Jinwei saw the dirty clothes in the basin and was stunned. Why haven't you washed these dirty clothes yet? I'm used to washing them together and doing it together in 2 days. Han Baoqin didn't think there was anything wrong. Why haven't you washed the dishes in the sink yet? Sun Jinwei found that after breakfast, Han Baoqin had no intention of washing the dishes. After he walked into the kitchen and saw the dirty dishes in the sink, he felt like the sky was falling. Han Baoqin still didn't think there was anything wrong. I always wash the dishes after the afternoon meal. It's so cold. I'll freeze to death if I wash the dishes after every meal. If you feel sorry for me, go wash the dishes. Sun Jinwei didn't know what to say, thinking, she is right. The weather is very cold, and it is indeed cold to wash the dishes after every meal. Wait, then how did Bai Yuan do it before? She never kept dirty clothes. Nor did she leave the dishes from the morning to wash in the afternoon. He has been used to it for so many years. Now Han Baoqin's living habits always make Sun Jinwei feel a little dirty and a little unbearable. But as a man, he doesn't do it, and he is embarrassed to say more. Sun Jinwei sat in the backyard, looking at the muddy ground in the yard. The snow melted and turned into water, making the backyard vegetable garden a mess. Han Baoqin stood behind him and whispered, "Away, it's better to get the marriage certificate quickly. Otherwise, it's not legitimate for me to live in your village like this." Sun Jinwei was a little annoyed and said, "I just got divorced, and I got a marriage certificate with you right away. How will the villagers look at me? Do I have any shame? That's true. I'm not in a hurry. Let's get the marriage certificate later." Han Baoqin thought to himself, it seems that it's not good to rush. It's easy to backfire. On the other hand, Bai Yuan carried the suitcase and walked out of the clinic. She wrote resting for a few days on the small sign on the door and temporarily locked the glass door. Sun Pingzhe had been waiting at the door for a long time. He put Bai Yuan's suitcase in the trunk of the car. Sun Pingzhe asked, "Don't we really need to go with you? Didn't you sign me up for a tour group? I'm not a child. I know to follow the group." After Bai Yuan got in the car drove to the airport. After getting on the highway, the scenery on both sides kept receding, like a revolving lantern. Bai Yuan sat in the co-pilot seat, looking at the crazy receding shadow. She thought, maybe this is really a new beginning. After arriving at the airport, Sun Pingzhe sent Bai Yuan all the way to the security checkpoint, explained a lot of things, and watched Bai Yuan pass the security check before he left with peace of mind. The clinic was closed. The doctor was not there. Everyone in the village was curious about where Bai Yuan went after the divorce. Everyone shook their heads. Yang Xiaomin said happily, "She went out to travel." Sun Jinwei learned from others that Bai Yuan went out to travel, and he immediately felt jealous. She was having a great time. She went out to travel alone right after the divorce. He called his son and daughter and asked, but found that no one was with her. Bai Yuan went alone. Sun Jinwei was immediately worried. This woman has no one to follow her. She is an old lady. What if she gets lost outside? She hasn't traveled alone in all these years. Even so, he is old, and still dares to set off alone. After Sun Mingzhu hung up the phone with her father, she was full of questions. He was so resolute before the divorce, and after the divorce, he still worries about what to do if someone gets lost while traveling alone. Is her father okay? The belated affection is cheaper than grass. Bai Yuan has only taken a plane once in all these years. It was 7 or 8 years ago when she followed Sun Pingzhe and took Sun Jinwei to Shanghai for medical treatment. At that time, Sun Jinwei had some problems with his lungs and went to a large hospital in Shanghai for surgery. Only that one time. This time, she came to the airport, which was built bigger than before. She didn't understand anything, but after all, she went to college that year, so Bai Yuan was not stupid. She was a person who did not hesitate to ask questions. If she did not understand something, she would immediately ask the ground staff next to her. She followed the others to get on the plane. Seeing the huge airport next to her, she got on the plane. After the plane took off, she saw the beautiful horizon from the window. After she got on the plane, she found that Sun Pingzhe seemed to have booked a business class seat for her. 1 seat per person, and the seat was a leather sofa. After getting off the plane, she quickly found the tour guide at the airport according to the address given by the tour guide. An hour later, all the people gathered at the airport and were led by the tour guide to the hotel. The place they were traveling to was Sanya. There were 2 cars, and the cars were business Buicks with 7 seats. Bai Yuan felt that the group her son had signed up for was still a bit high-end. There were a total of 12 people in this group. 2 middle-aged couples, 2 elderly couples, a newlywed couple, and an old, handsome guy, plus a single old lady like her. A very unique combination. The man who was left alone was unusually good-looking. At Bai Yuan's age, even if she was not interested in celebrities, she could still tell whether a person was good-looking or not. The man looked to be in his 50s, but Bai Yuan's intuition from years of observing people told her that he should be in his 60s. His lines were sharp, his double eyelids were small inner double eyelids, his eyebrows were thick and his eyes were big, his eye bags were full, and his smile was full of sunshine. Really, a handsome old man. He was also very decently dressed, because the others were sitting in pairs. She could only sit with the old man alone. The car drove to the hotel, and the 2 sat together, just smiling at each other without saying much. But the car had not driven a few steps, and the man frowned, which made Bai Yuan a little worried. Maybe he didn't want to sit with her. Just thinking about this, the man frowned even more. Bai Yuan quickly pulled her bag inside, fearing that she would upset the stranger. Not long after, the man frowned and stretched his hand towards the tour guide. The corner of her eye caught the other person's expression, and Bai Yuan suddenly reacted. Could it be? She hurriedly asked in a low voice. Are you carsick? I have motion sickness pills. As she spoke, she opened her backpack, took out the motion sickness pills, handed him one, and then took out a bottle of water from the car and handed it over. The man didn't take it. His face looked even worse. Bai Yuan thought about it and immediately took out a clean plastic bag from her bag. I have a plastic bag here. The man took the plastic bag and vomited with a wow. He vomited for a long time before stopping. But he soon started vomiting again. His face was extremely ugly. Bai Yuan found that the man's face turned green. After he finished vomiting, she handed him a bottle of water to rinse his mouth. After Zhao Zhili rinsed his mouth, he vomited filth and threw it into the trash can next to him. Then he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the woman next to him. Bai Yuan handed him another motion sickness pill. He took one and felt dizzy. After falling asleep, he woke up when he was almost at the hotel entrance. After opening his eyes, Bai Yuan asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" If he vomits again, she would have to hand him another trash can quickly, otherwise if he vomits all over the floor and makes the car dirty, it's a small matter, but she will feel sick when she sees it.
I'm fine.
Zhao Zhili said. Then he remembered the question he wanted to ask at the beginning. Are you alone too?
I
am alone.
Bai Yuan said.
Zhao Zhili said, I rarely travel alone. This time, I also want to try to go out alone. Bai Yuan smiled and said, I've been busy for many years, and finally I have some free time. Come out to relax. When they met for the first time, neither of them said much. Zhao Zhili was full of gratitude to the woman who was traveling alone next to him. If it weren't for her quick reaction, his wisdom in this life would really be ruined. He must have vomited all over the car. After arriving at the hotel, they each took their luggage. Zhao Zhili wanted to help the woman with her luggage out of gratitude, but was rejected. The two dragged their suitcases into the hotel one after the other, registered, and received the room card. The next day, the tour guide took them to the tourist attractions. After entering the tourist attractions, the tour guide let them move freely. Bai Yuan looked at the huge Buddhist statue, carrying her bag, and was about to start moving.
She was stopped by someone.
Turning back, she saw the single man said, "The tour guide sent us to the door and let us move freely. Otherwise, let's go together. What do you think?"
Sure.
Bai Yuan did not refuse, because she was short of someone to take pictures. So the two of them went together. Since they were going together, they had to introduce themselves. Bai Yuan said her last name was Bai, and the man quickly said my last name was Zhao. This was considered to be getting to know each other. The two walked all the way to the huge Nanhai Guanyin statue, and Bai Yuan said, "Can you help me take 2 photos? I want to send them to my daughter. Then you also take 2 photos for me." The two people had a tacit understanding. Like everyone else, they stood at the check-in spot and took pictures. Bai Yuan found that her photos were very good and said gratefully, "You are so good at taking pictures."
Thank you.
"Don't you usually take pictures?" Zhao Zhili looked at the few photos of him in his life, with a large blank space under the photos, and thought, is it intentional? Bai Yuan walked over, took his mobile phone and looked at it and couldn't help laughing on the spot, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm busy with work and don't take pictures very often. Even selfies are rare."
So,
"I don't take pictures very well." Zhao Zhili saw her scratching her head and smiled. "It feels like she is not young anymore, but she is still busy with work." He asked, "You are old. Haven't you retired yet?" Bai Yuan said, "There is no such thing as retirement for doctors." "Which hospital?" Zhao Zhili asked. "There is a small clinic in the village." Bai Yuan said. Zhao Zhili nodded. "Freelance, that's good." Although the weather in the south is good, the sea breeze is still quite strong on occasional cloudy days, and Zhao Zhili was blown into a huge sneeze. Achoo! As soon as he finished sneezing, someone next to him handed him a mask. "Mask, do you want one?" Zhao Zhili took the mask and looked at her with mixed feelings. Usually, except for assistants, few people are so meticulous in private. She is a doctor? Isn't it said that doctors are not so careful in their daily lives? They use their carefulness in their work. Why is she so careful in normal times? Zhao Zhili was full of doubts. The 3rd day of the trip was free to move. Bai Yuan wanted to take a walk around the resort, but he asked her, "Should we go to the seafood market?" Bai Yuan disliked the trouble and didn't want to go, but then she thought, since she was here, it would be good to go to the seafood market to broaden her horizons, so she readily agreed. "Let's go. Take a look at the seafood." She said she would go together. Zhao Zhili went out, but didn't know how to call an online taxi. Bai Yuan looked at him in astonishment. Well, it's normal for the elderly to not know how to use mobile phones. She was different. Her children were not around, so she had her daughter teach her these things. She called a taxi, and Zhao Zhili thought she was very capable. Usually, assistants do these things. This time he came out by himself just to have some personal space. After getting off the car, the two walked side by side to the local #1 seafood market. Zhao Zhili knew it was a bit abrupt, but he still asked, "Why didn't your husband come with you?"
"Divorced," Bai Yuan said.
Zhao Zhili. Bai Yuan looked at him strangely. "You travel alone. Don't you bring your wife?" Zhao Zhili said, "My wife passed away a long time ago."
"Sorry. I didn't expect it to be like this."
I thought his wife was at home helping his son take care of the children. Who would have thought? But think about it, if his wife was there, who would travel alone at this age? Bai Yuan sighed in her heart. Zhao Zhili laughed. "It's okay. It happened more than 10 years ago." The two went to the seafood market together. Zhao Zhili treated Bai Yuan to lobsters as thick as her arms. Bai Yuan insisted on going Dutch. How could she let a stranger pay for the meal? Zhao Zhili had no choice but to agree under her insistence. Zhao Zhili also took a fancy to a king crab and insisted on treating Bai Yuan to it. Bai Yuan didn't know much about food, but seeing that he was very knowledgeable, she said, "You choose, I'll go Dutch." Zhao Zhili. The two of them spent more than 5,000 yuan on seafood that day. Although it cost 2,500 after the AA system, Bai Yuan said, "This is the most delicious seafood I have ever eaten in my life." Zhao Zhili just smiled. It was the first time he saw a childish expression on a woman of this age. When she ate, she showed an expression of enjoying the food. It made him feel that this king crab had become delicious. It was obviously something that he was tired of eating. After visiting the seafood market together, they went to the nearby night market. The night market sold all kinds of clothes for playing at the beach, and the clothes were not expensive. Bai Yuan rarely went shopping. Now she came to the night market in her hometown. Maybe because she was divorced, she had no worries in her heart, so she wandered around the night market. Bai Yuan picked out 2 floral skirts, each for 50 yuan. She gestured on her body and asked Mr. Zhao, "What do you think of this one? Is it suitable for me? It looks good."
Zhao Zhili said.
To be honest, you can't say everything looks good, Bai Yuan said seriously with a straight face. Zhao Zhili said, "It's really good looking." Only then did he realize that she seemed to be wearing ordinary summer clothes when she came to travel. Striped trousers, blue short-sleeved shirts. These clothes were obviously for his daughter. But when she tried the floral dress on herself, Zhao Zhili took a look at the appearance of this woman for the first time. Her skin was very white, but there were a few more wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Her face was white and tender, without any chloasma. Her hair was naturally black and white, not dyed all black. But it looked very fashionable, like the kind of grandma gray that young people like. Her hair was of good quality, not dry like that of people of this age. She had a pair of eyes that looked very well behaved when she smiled, very soft, and had a gentle temperament, like a piece of warm jade. Her eyes were very clear. When she smiled, she showed a mouthful of white teeth. She was very tall, thin, and had a slender figure. When she walked, she had a kind of unrestrained and romantic charm. He could vaguely see her appearance when she was young. He thought that she should be similar to now, but with a few more wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Zhao Zhili thought that she was dressed a little plainly. If she dressed up, she would be radiant. In the next few days, when they went to tourist attractions, the 2 of them would team up to take care of each other. Finally, on the last day, Zhao Zhili couldn't help asking her, "What's in your bag?" She was like a Doraemon cat, and it seemed that she had prepared everything very well. This always reminded him of his assistant. Sometimes the assistant was not as comprehensive as her. Bai Yuan opened the bag and looked at it and said, "Masks, cold medicine, digestive medicine, silk scarves for taking pictures, power banks, tissues, wet wipes. Are you a treasure box?" Zhao Zhili laughed. Bai Yuan scratched her cheek embarrassedly. "When you go out alone, you always have to make all the preparations. Are you really going to leave without making a plan?" "Me, haha, I just wanted to go out alone at the time without thinking too much." Zhao Zhili came out this time purely because he felt that he was too busy and had no time for himself. He also wanted to take a trip, without anyone else.
"Just like ordinary people,"
Bai Yuan said. "You still have to think about it." Zhao Zhili nodded. When leaving the hotel, Bai Yuan waved and said goodbye. Zhao Zhili thought about it and asked for her phone number. Bai Yuan was stunned, but still gave him her phone number. Because even if she gave her phone number to a fellow traveler, it would be impossible to contact each other in the future. She runs a clinic and welcomes patients to see a doctor. Zhao Zhili asked her WeChat again, and Bai Yuan said that she rarely used WeChat and didn't give it to him. Then she got on the plane and ended the trip. After getting off the plane, Sun Pingzhong drove to pick her up and asked her mother all the way. Bai Yuan showed him the photos. Sun Pingzhong didn't expect to take so many beautiful photos. "Who took them for you?" Sun Pingzhong was still alert. "Someone in the same tour group," Bai Yuan said. Sun Pingzhong didn't ask any more questions. He felt that his mother was in a good mood on this trip. As long as she could relax, he was happy for her. He was afraid that she would be unhappy again when she saw some pictures when she went home. After Zhao Zhili got off the plane, as soon as he came out of the airport, Su Wen hurried forward. Su Wen is 42 years old this year and is Mr. Zhao's assistant. He has been working for 5 years. This time, Zhao Zhili left everyone behind and wanted to travel alone, which scared them a lot. Because this person is not ordinary rich. If something happens, he can't afford it. But he strongly requested, and he couldn't say anything. He could only come to pick him up at the airport after returning. After Su Wen put the leader's luggage into the car, he noticed with his sharp eyes that Mr. Zhao seemed to be in a good mood. Strange. Mr. Zhao, who had never been out alone and always had someone following him, thought that he would not be able to take care of himself after going out, and would not be happy after returning from this trip. But he was in a good mood. Su Wen's mind was full of questions. Mr. Zhao, how do you feel about this trip? Su Wen thought for a while and asked carefully. Not bad, Zhao Zhili said casually, sitting in the back row, looking at the scenery outside the window. Zhao Zhili inexplicably thought of the woman with a beautiful smile. I wonder if she has returned home. Su Wen, she actually answered. The tone was also very gentle. There was no irritability at all. Could it be that traveling alone can really change a person's mood? Or did she meet some good people and good things during this trip? After Bai Yuan returned to the village, she was in a very good mood. She still saw patients in the clinic every day as before. Many people in the village were gossipy. When they came to see a doctor, they would secretly observe Bai Yuan's face, hoping to see a trace of sadness from this woman, or lost and pitiful. But to the disappointment of many people, Bai Yuan still faced every patient with gentleness and smile as before. She was so indifferent that many women in the village said behind her back that she must have been pretending. She must regret it now. She was intercepted by someone so pitiful. It's useless for women to make a lot of money. In the end, their husbands were robbed by others. There were endless discussions behind her. Bai Yuan didn't care. She was very happy on this trip to Sanya. Her son and daughter-in-law lived a carefree life, and her daughter and son-in-law were also very good. As a woman, she didn't have to wash clothes and cook for anyone until she was old. She felt that her life was very comfortable. But she felt comfortable, but many people were uncomfortable for her. Zhao Mei has been listening to all kinds of behind-the-scenes comments recently. She came to the clinic to sit and asked Bai Yuan, how do you feel? Bai Yuan smiled and said she was fine. Zhao Mei always felt that she was forcing a smile, so she went to. Although Han Baoqin has moved to the village, no one in the village cares about her. You don't have to be sad anymore. Bai Yuan.
She is not sad.
Why do others feel sad for her and think she is particularly sad? She really has nothing to be sad about. Zhao Mei said, this matter has become like this. If you had taken a step back and endured it, she would at most be considered a concubine. You insisted on getting a divorce and let her in, alas. Bai Yuan. Wasn't it Sun Jinwei who wanted a divorce? What's the situation now? What happened between Han Baoqin and Sun Jinwei has nothing to do with her. Bai Yuan didn't think there was anything wrong with her current life. She wanted to explain to her sister-in-law, but she felt that it was useless to say it. Maybe after she said it, she would be comforted. You must be pretending to be happy now. You are divorced, so don't force yourself to smile. Forget it. I still won't explain. Bai Yuan could only sit there with a faint smile, listen to Zhao Mei finish her words, and then send Zhao Mei out. The next day, Yang Xiaomin also came. Yang Xiaomin was Bai Yuan's neighbor. She had been away from Bai Yuan for so long that she would not visit Sun Lauer's house. Yang Xiaomin told Bai Yuan gossipingly in a tone of seeking information. Han Baoqin has been in the village recently and occasionally dances square dance with everyone in the small square. Bai Yuan said, oh, and didn't care. Yang Xiaomin was afraid that Bai Yuan didn't know about Sun Lauer's recent situation, so she quickly told her. I heard that Sun Lauer hasn't registered with her yet.
Well,
Bai Yuan really didn't know how to respond. Whether Sun Jinwei and Han Baoqin got the marriage certificate or not had nothing to do with her. She only knew that she wouldn't have to worry about it in the future. Serving an old man. Yang Xiaomin looked at Bai Yuan and just smiled without saying anything. She thought how pitiful. Her man doesn't want her anymore. Now she can only stay in this small clinic to spend the rest of her life. Alas. Sun Jinwei is really a rascal. Yang Xiaomin said one more sentence, and then said that she had to go home to cook and left first. Only Bai Yuan was left sitting there, wondering. Everyone seemed to sympathize with her inexplicably. Was she pitiful? It seemed not. 3 days later in the evening, 2 people were getting 4 drips, and she was sitting alone behind the table playing with her phone and reading some health jokes. Sun Jinwei came to the clinic. Bai Yuan was startled. Bai Yuan was a little confused about what he was doing. I have a fever. I'm here to see a doctor. Sun Jinwei sat on the chair vaguely, just like other patients. He didn't call her name.
Yeah.
Bai Yuan took a thermometer and asked him to take his temperature first. Her official tone surprised Sun Jinwei. She was so ruthless. I am your ex-husband after all. After Sun Jinwei took his temperature, he looked at the thermometer and saw 38 degrees. He wanted to hang water, but she prescribed him some antipyretic medicine and asked him to go home to recuperate. After Sun Jinwei took the medicine, he turned around and was about to leave. I haven't paid yet, Bai Yuan said. Sun Jinwei turned around and looked at her in astonishment. You want money from me? It's only natural to pay for medicine. Bai Yuan said 8 words. Sun Jinwei almost couldn't breathe, and he was so angry that he scanned the code for her to pay. When he left, he stood outside the door, feeling the north wind. Sun Jinwei was clearly having a fever, but he felt that his body was not very warm. This woman was so heartless. Even though they were divorced, she still wanted money for him to see a doctor. It seems that my divorce is wrong. Sun Jinwei wanted to leave angrily, but when he turned around, he saw a small van coming. It seemed that the medicine delivery came every once in a while. The young man was carrying several boxes of medicine and walked in. She transferred money to the young man, and after the transfer, the young man who delivered the medicine left. She, a woman, opened the box and began to slowly sort out the various medicines by herself. In the past, these jobs, he occasionally came to accompany her to do them. Sometimes when the medicine box was heavy, he would not let her move it. After all, he is also a man. At this point, at this moment, Sun Jinwei regretted the divorce. Recently, he lived with Han Baoqin. Han Baoqin's many behaviors and habits were different from his. She liked to pile up dirty clothes before washing them. She liked to wash the dishes and chopsticks together. Sun Jinwei likes to see the kitchen clean at every meal and likes to clean up the house frequently. Han Baoqin never folds the quilt. Yuan is very clean and tidy every day. Han Baoqin keeps herself clean all day long, and the house is like a pigsty. Even sweeping the floor requires him to urge her from behind. Because he was too upset, he had a fever today, but he didn't tell Han Baoqin and ran to the clinic alone secretly. Because he was afraid that Han Baoqin would know and come to the clinic with him. When the two met, they would be a bit jealous of enemies. If they quarreled over him, he would feel bad. Sun Jinwei didn't expect that it had only been a short time, and he began to miss the days with Bai Yuan. Do they have a chance to start over? Sun Jinwei turned around and walked back. Looking at her busy figure, he coughed lightly. She turned back. Sun Jinwei said, If you don't have a man in the future, I'm not against you if you want to come back home. Bai Yuan. This guy must be mentally ill. Forget it, I won't bother with him. He has a fever, so he must be confused. Bai Yuan turned back to pack the medicine. After Sun Jinwei finished speaking, he felt embarrassed and quickly got up and went back. He thought it would be good if she could just hear it. After another busy week, it was already mid-January in the Gregorian calendar. The New Year is celebrated at the end of January this year. She went to get a haircut, and then Sun Pingzhi drove back from the city to pick her up and take her to the city. He said, Brother and Mingzhu are both in the city. Mom, you'll spend the New Year in the city this year. In previous years, she was busy in the clinic. As a village doctor, Bai Yuan's profession was different from others. Their business was a bit like the service industry, with no holidays all year round. Whenever everyone was on holiday, they were the busiest. She had to consider the villagers first, but this year several clinics were opened at the gate of the industrial city. After thinking about it, she simply agreed to the suggestion of going to the city for the new year. She hung a sign for the clinic to be closed for the new year. She packed a simple bag and went to the city with her son. A few days before the Chinese New Year, her son had many social events in the engineering department, so Sun Mingzhu took her around to see the Bell and Drum Tower and the big shopping malls. Sun Mingzhu also bought Bai Yuan some clothes. Then Sun Mingzhu called her second sister-in-law and her eldest brother's family and took her mother Bai Yuan to a high-end restaurant for dinner. This restaurant specializes in kaiseki cuisine set meals. Bai Yuan heard from her son that this is a kaiseki restaurant built to the standards of Michelin 3 stars, and each dish is as exquisite as a work of art. The per capita consumption is not low. At least 2,000 yuan. Sun Pingzhi said that this restaurant was booked a long time in advance, especially before the Chinese New Year. The restaurant is indeed very high-end, full of Japanese zen. The environment is also very elegant and quiet, and the food is made like a work of art, very exquisite. The food is also very fresh, and the taste is very delicate. But Bai Yuan feels that she can't get used to it. It's not as good as a meal of hot and sour noodle soup. But in the words of her son, eat occasionally to change the taste. You must learn to taste and appreciate beautiful food. During lunch break, Bai Yuan went to the bathroom. When she came out of the bathroom, she passed by the door of a private room. The door opened, and a group of people came out, all men. Bai Yuan quickly stepped aside to let others go first. At the back of the crowd, a voice came. What a coincidence! Bai Yuan looked up. Why did the voice sound familiar? She looked in the direction of the voice and met a pair of smiling eyes. It was Mr. Zhao. Bai Yuan smiled and waved. What a coincidence! Zhao Zhili was very busy after returning from his trip. It was almost the end of the year, and there were all kinds of things in the company. He didn't expect to meet Bai Yuan here.
It was really fate.
Many of his friends around him noticed that Zhao Zhili had stopped. When they turned around, they saw Bai Yuan, who was dressed very ordinary. They asked curiously, "Who is this?" Zhao Zhili pulled Bai Yuan to his side and introduced, "This is a friend of mine." A friend? It doesn't look
like.
This woman looks like an ordinary person. These friends did not say much and turned their eyes to Zhao Zhili and Bai Yuan twice. After receiving Zhao Zhili's warning gaze, they quickly said, "We leave first." Several people left first. Zhao Zhili had something else to do today, so he didn't want to say more, so he said, "Add WeChat." Bai Yuan didn't want to add it at first, but she felt that she could meet him at the dining place. This world is really small. She still added it. She opened the WeChat QR code. After scanning it, he said that he would come back and said that he was busy today and left first. Bai Yuan nodded blankly. This scene happened to be seen by Sun Mingzhu. Sun Mingzhu found that her mother had not come back for a long time and was afraid that she was lost, so she hurried out to look for her. Who would have thought that after coming out, she saw her mother and a very handsome uncle adding WeChat. This scene made Sun Mingzhu's eyes widen in surprise. After Zhao Zhili left, Sun Mingzhu stepped forward and asked, "Mom, who was that uncle just now?" "A traveler in the same group on the last trip,"
Bai Yuan said.
"A fellow traveler? He doesn't look like an ordinary person. Just the way he's dressed and his demeanor, he's not an ordinary person." Sun Mingzhu helped her mother walk to the private room, saying, "Mom, you're divorced, make more friends. It's your freedom to associate with whomever you want." "What do you mean by associate? I didn't see you. We just added each other on WeChat. We're not familiar with each other at all. I just didn't expect to meet you at the restaurant." Bai Yuan was afraid that her daughter would misunderstand her, so she quickly explained. After the meal, when there were only 3 days left before the Chinese New Year, Sun Mingzhu coaxed Bai Yuan to go to the French restaurant in the Sofitel Hotel, saying that the French foie gras here is very famous. Bai Yuan. Foie gras. I've never eaten it in my life.
Try it.
She just sat down in the private room. Her ace hasn't even warmed up the stool yet. Sun Mingzhu blurted out, "Mom, let me introduce you to someone." Bai Yuan drank water and shook her head. "What partner?" "That's nonsense. Your mother, have raised you all with great difficulty. I'm in a good mood now. Why do you want to introduce me to someone?" Sun Mingzhu smiled and patted her mother's shoulder. Okay, I don't want you to be alone all your life. Although it's a good thing not to have to serve a man, it's always good for an old man to have a companion. Otherwise, I will be worried about you being alone at home. What if you are alone at home and faint from a headache or a fever one day, and you don't call me and my elder brother in time? What will happen then? Old partner. Doesn't it mean to keep you company when you are old? Don't worry, the person I'm introducing to you this time will definitely not be the type of person my dad is. My mother-in-law knows someone who is said to be retired from the Water Conservancy Bureau and has a pension. His old partner died 5 years ago. He is a hardworking person and wants to find an old partner. Do you want to meet him? Why did you make it sound as if she was going to go on a blind date today? How did she do this without knowing how to do it? Sun Mingju said, I have discussed this matter with my elder and second brothers, and they fully agree. They said that you are still so young, and if you live to be 90, you still have 30 years left, and there is no need to give up the second half of your life for my dad. Then Sun Mingju went out, saying to her mother to wait a moment. Your blind date will be here soon. Bai Yuan? Didn't you say you would have dinner with your daughter? How did it become a blind date for your mother? Bai Yuan is old now. She suddenly realized how Sun Mingju felt when she urged her to get married. She regretted it. If she hadn't urged her to get married back then, she wouldn't be urged to get married now. Times have changed. It's now the children who are urging their own mothers to get married.
How can she deal with this?
She hasn't thought about it yet, and she has already brought her blind date. Bai Yuan is in a dilemma. After Sun Mingju went out, she called Uncle Zhang and asked him if he had arrived. Uncle Zhang said that there was a traffic jam just now and he was parking and would be there soon. Sun Mingju felt relieved at once. This way, she would not be afraid that her mother would suddenly run away. She knew her mother's temperament very well. Her mother was gentle and always put others first. Now, she probably didn't want to cause trouble to her children in her old age and would rather live alone. Sun Mingju talked about this with her eldest and second brothers, and they all agreed that her mother should have a second spring in her life. It's impossible for my father to be alone with his first love, while my mother lives in the shadow for the rest of her life. After Sun Mingju finished the call, she went to the hall to wait and saw her second brother coming over. Why are you here too? How can I not come to my mother's blind date? Sun Pingja said unhappily. Sun Mingju quickly went to the private room and said, Mom, just wait here for a while. The uncle will be here soon. Then she closed the door and ran to the hall to chat with her eldest brother. Do you think our mother's blind date will work? With Mom's personality, it should be possible. Our mom is such a good person, and she doesn't act like a demon. Dad is with his first love. We can't let Mom be alone for the rest of her life. Yeah, it's time for her to find her own happiness. The two of them talked for few words, not far away. Zhao Zhili and Su Wen were standing there. He always felt that this woman was very familiar, as if. After the meal that day, when he left, he looked back and saw Bai Yuan with her. The man next to her also looked a bit like Bai Yuan. Could it be her son or daughter? Then, the mother she was talking about was Bai Yuan? Are they letting his mother go on a blind date? Bai Yuan is here today, preparing for a blind date. Zhao Zhili frowned and thought, Mr. Zhao, aren't we leaving? Su Wen noticed that the boss was standing here in a daze, and he was a little confused. Bai Yuan felt tortured for the first time. She had been a doctor for so many years, but she had never been tortured. As a result, today she was forced to go on a blind date. A blind date. This was a very terrifying thing for Bai Yuan. Decades ago, she felt tortured, troublesome, and embarrassed when her parents arranged a blind date for her. So after a few more blind dates, she didn't hate Sun Jinwei, so she chose him directly. She thought she had experienced the years and was calm and composed enough. She didn't expect that at the age of 61, she still had to face a blind date. Bai Yuan felt her scalp tingling. Just when Bai Yuan was very upset and irritable, the door was pushed open. She thought it was the blind date partner, so she stood up on the spot. As a result, an acquaintance came in. Mr. Zhao. How could it be him? Is he the blind date her daughter found for him? Bai Yuan's mind was full of question marks. I. How could it be? Bai Yuan stuttered, not knowing what to say. She had never expected that the blind date that Sun Mingju found for her was him. Bai Yuan was suddenly embarrassed. Zhao Zhili said nothing, just walked in with a smile, and then sat opposite her. Bai Yuan scratched her head, not knowing what to say. We are very predestined, Zhao Zhili said, looking at the embarrassed Bai Yuan opposite. Bai Yuan said embarrassedly, The blind date turned out to be you? Your daughter is very good, Zhao Zhili said. Bai Yuan was the kind of person who would easily not know what to say when being praised. She could only smile. Zhao Zhili said, "You order the dishes." "I don't know how you order." Bai Yuan pushed the tablet on the table towards him. She trusted this man very much. He seemed to not understand many trivial matters in life, but after going to the seafood market with him, Bai Yuan knew that this man had a wide range of knowledge. Could it be that he was from the Water Conservancy Bureau, so he had eaten a lot of seafood? Bai Yuan was thinking wildly. After the waiter came in, Zhao Zhili had already ordered the dishes on the tablet. Suwen stood outside the private room, a little dumbfounded. How could Mr. Zhao enter this private room? They came here to talk about things and they should go back. Now, what's going on? Suwen scratched his head. After waiting for a while, a bald man in a clean old man's jacket came over. Suwen thought of Mr. Zhao's instructions just now and hurried forward and said a few words. Uncle Zhang was stunned and took the business card handed over by the man. Then he said that he would leave first. Uncle Zhang left from another aisle while looking at the business card in his hand. The business card read, "Wanqing Group, just these 4 words are enough to make Uncle Yang's scalp numb. Who is the blind date today? He is actually related to someone from Wanqing Group. I really dare not underestimate him." After the meal, Zhao Zhili asked Bai Yuan, "How was the meal?" "It's delicious. I just can't get used to it." Bai Yuan smiled and told the truth. Zhao Zhili laughed. "It's nutritious." Bai Yuan nodded. The two sat together, just like before, without saying anything else. It was just a very ordinary meal. Bai Yuan didn't ask about his occupation or anything else. She didn't ask whether the other party was satisfied with her. When saying goodbye to him after the meal, Zhao Zhili only said one sentence, "See you later." Bai Yuan didn't take it to heart. After she left the private room first, she met Sun Mingzhu, who asked her mother, "How do you feel?" Bai Yuan said, "I didn't expect that the blind date would be him." His mother knew him? Sun Mingzhu was shocked. This world is too small. Sun Mingzhu didn't ask any more questions about the rest. She thought, since they knew each other, they might have just had a meal as friends.
Oh.
I'll introduce them to my mother next time. The next thing was the New Year. During the New Year, Bai Yuan was dragged by Sun Pingzhang's family to visit Chengdu, because Bai Yuan was not at home. So Sun Pingzhang, Sun Pingzha, and Sun Mingzhu didn't come back either. Sun Jinwei saw that his sons and daughters didn't call to say hello. He thought about it and took the initiative to call the eldest son. He didn't dare to call the second son, Sun Pingzha, because the second son had a bad temper. To avoid being scolded, the eldest son had a good temper. He called him specifically to ask, "When will you come back for the New Year?" "Aunt Han and I will take you out for dinner." Han Baoqin is not very good at cooking. She is okay with home cooking, but not with a big table of food for Chinese New Year. Sun Jinwei felt that as a father he had given her face, so he called to ask about it this year. As a result, Sun Pingzhang replied, "We are taking Mom to Chengdu, and we will not be back for the Chinese New Year this year. Dad, you and Aunt Han should enjoy your world of 2 people. Sun Jinwei. Not coming back? What's the point of celebrating the Chinese New Year if the child doesn't come back for the Chinese New Year?" He even prepared a red envelope for his grandson. "Besides, if he only takes your mom out for the Chinese New Year, would your dad not be considered a human being?" He called Sun Mingzhu again, and Sun Mingzhu said, "This year, our family will go to my husband's hometown for the Chinese New Year and will not be back." Sun Jinwei had to call Sun Pingzha again, and Sun Pingzha replied, "I will not be back for the Chinese New Year in the future. You and Aunt Han should enjoy your love in your later years. I won't bother you anymore." "What do you mean by disturbing me? What a shame." Sun Jinwei could only hang up the phone. During the New Year, Han Baoqin's 2 daughters came to visit their mother and brought gifts to Sun Jinwei. Sun Jinwei was polite and happy on the surface, but in fact, he felt a little lonely. Without Bai Yuan, he didn't have to visit her parents during the New Year. As for him, all the elders and relatives had passed away, so there was no need to visit them. The children hadn't come back yet. This New Year, they just played cards and played cards. The villagers said that the clinic was always closed. Sun Jinwei sighed. It was even more boring than usual. Is this how New Year will be in the future? Sun Jinwei felt that this New Year was particularly boring. It was already the 6th day of the New Year when Bai Yuan came back. She had been gone for too long this time, so he asked the eldest brother to send her back to the village. The clinic had been closed for so long, so it would be better to open it earlier. After she came back, she swept the clinic from top to bottom and cleared the dust. She also wiped the glass door clean. After the cleaning work was completed, someone came to consult. The visitor was a villager. Seeing that Bai Yuan was happy, he asked, "How is it to spend the new year with your son?" Bai Yuan talked about her experience in Chengdu. The villagers were quite envious and said, "I can be taken on a trip by my son's family. It's so enviable." Then 2 days later, Bai Yuan received a courier from Sun Mingzhu and Sun Pingzhe. Sun Pingzhe had already gone to work in western Xinjiang. He sent local specialties there, including raisin milk lumps. There were also various dried fruits, which were bigger than those usually bought. Sun Mingzhu also sent some local specialties. When Bai Yuan received the express delivery of the children, she was also seen by the villagers. Everyone praised Bai Yuan for being so lucky to have several good children. Some villagers accidentally mentioned to Sun Jinwei that the children sent local specialties to Bai Yuan. Sun Jinwei was furious and cursed. What a few rascals, unfilial descendants, no conscience, no conscience. Not only scolding, Sun Jinwei was not angry enough, he also smashed a pot at home. He wanted to smash the TV, but he had to buy a new one after smashing it, so he had to give up. Han Baoqin was quite helpless to see Sun Jinwei's defense broken like this. But she knew that she couldn't say anything. The more she said, the more mistakes she made. Someone told Bai Yuan about Sun Jinwei's cursing at home, and Bai Yuan laughed it off. The person wanted to see Bai Yuan's reaction, but she didn't react, which was a pity. Why didn't she react? My ex-husband is so annoying. You didn't react. After the Chinese New Year, a dull week later, Bai Yuan received a WeChat message. "I'm sick. Where is your clinic? Send me a location." The nickname of the other party is Li. When Bai Yuan saw the profile picture, she remembered that this seemed to be Mr. Zhao, a friend from her travels. Later, she met the blind date by accident. But he seemed to live in the city, where there are hospitals everywhere. Why did he ask about her clinic? Bai Yuan was helpless. She made a phone call to explain the situation. "What's wrong with you? Where are you? I'll find a hospital near you." Zhao Zhili didn't expect her to call, and he didn't expect this woman to say such a straightforward sentence. She really has no interest at all. Zhao Zhili said, "I want to go to your place for treatment. Giving money to the hospital is giving money, and giving it to you is also giving money." Bai Yuan thought about it, and it was true. If people are willing to come to her for treatment, she can also push the money outside. Bai Yuan sent him a location. That afternoon, a black Mercedes-Benz G drove into the village, very low-key. It is said to be low-key because many people only think that this car is really luxurious, but they don't know that it is the famous Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Bai Yuan's clinic is just opposite the village committee, and there is a large square in front of the village committee. Villagers who usually do business park their cars here, but it is basically empty. The black Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove in very elegantly and parked near the open space. Suwon was puzzled. After finishing his business today, why did Mr. Zhao suddenly give him a location and asked him to drive the car here? This is basically a small village. Although there is an industrial city around, this village has no development value. Could it be that Mr. Zhao has taken a fancy to this piece of land? Even if he has taken a fancy to this piece of land, he should not come to the village committee, but go to the government to negotiate the purchase of a land. Suwon was full of question marks and followed Zhao Zhili out of the car. Then he saw Mr. Zhao signal him to open the trunk. Suwon opened the trunk and found a big box inside. Judging from the packaging, it should be a Hermes Kelly bag inside. Zhao Zhili took out the box and motioned Suwon to wait here. He went in alone with the box. "Hey, aren't you going to the village committee?" Suwon was stunned to see Mr. Zhao enter the clinic opposite the village committee.
He was confused.
Is there anyone important in the clinic? Suwon was scratching his head and wanted to know what Mr. Zhao was doing. But he was not allowed to follow him, so he could only stand by the flower bed next to the door and study the ants on the grass. Yang Su is an accountant of the village committee of Jinko Village. He is an ordinary person in the village. He usually does things for the villagers. It was almost 6 o'clock, and he was ready to get off work. He walked out of the village committee and saw the Mercedes-Benz G-Class in the parking lot at the door. Others don't know. He is a man who often studies cars. How can he not know how much this car costs? This is a G-Class, a luxury car worth more than 2 million. The cars in the village are generally worth tens of thousands of yuan, and at most a car worth 6 or 700,000 yuan is incredible. Whose car is this? Yang Su was full of questions, and then he saw a middle-aged man standing by the flower bed, about 40 years old, dressed very tastefully, and he was not an ordinary person at first glance. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Yang Su found that this person was always looking at the clinic opposite. Yang Su? Oh, it turns out that he is the person who came to the clinic to see a doctor. That person may be from outside the village. Zhao Zhili held the gift box and saw a few words written on the door of the clinic. Jinko Village Clinic is a really simple name. It's really a village doctor. Zhao Zhili walked in with the gift box. As soon as he came in, he saw Bai Yuan sitting in front of the consultation table, prescribing medicine for a child. The child had a sore throat, so she checked and prescribed some common anti-inflammatory drugs. Zhao Zhili put the gift box aside and waited for a while, waiting for the previous patient to leave. Bai Yuan looked up and happened to meet Zhao Zhili's eyes. Why is it you? Zhao Zhili came forward, sat opposite her, and said very seriously, I have a cold. I came to see a doctor. What are the symptoms? Bai Yuan said in a businesslike manner. Nasal congestion, runny nose, and a little headache. Zhao Zhili thought for a while and said the current symptoms. Bai Yuan said, cold? You can take some cold medicine. Zhao Zhili said readily, I don't have it at home. You can prescribe me a box. Bai Yuan wanted to say that this kind of medicine is sold everywhere. Then she thought of what he said, giving money to anyone is not giving it, why go to the hospital? She had to prescribe him cold medicine. After prescribing the medicine, she said 35 yuan. He transferred 35 yuan, then took the gift box and put it on the table.
This is for you.
Bai Yuan saw that there was a gift and refused on the spot. Several patients who were hanging water inside heard that someone outside gave Bai Yuan a gift, and they all raised their heads curiously at that time, ready to listen to
gossip.
Zhao Zhili said, if you hadn't given me the plastic bag and medicine in time, I would have made a fool of myself.
No, it's just a piece of cake.
Bai Yuan said she was welcome. The patient who was receiving an 4 drip in the inner room heard. That's it? I thought it was something else. Unexpectedly, Dr. Bai gave a person medicine in time outside, and the person came to express his gratitude. Zhao Zhili smiled and said, just thank you for your gift. You're welcome.
Really?
Bai Yuan waved her hand. Zhao Zhili said, I gave it to you. If you don't want it, just throw it in the trash can. Throw it in the trash can? Is he angry? Bai Yuan immediately said. Okay, I'll take it. She had no choice but to carry the gift box to the inner room and put it there. Zhao Zhili saw that she accepted the gift and smiled. Another person came to see a doctor and found that there was an extremely handsome man sitting in front of Bai Yuan's table. The man said, Dr. Bai, do you have a guest here? Not a guest, but a patient. I've already prescribed medicine.
Bai Yuan said.
Zhao Zhili saw that she seemed to be very busy, so he sat on the blue stainless steel chair next to him. After waiting for a long time, she went to change the drip for the person inside. Zhao Zhili said, I'll come another day. Bai Yuan poked her head out from the inner room. Okay. Zhao Zhili walked out of the clinic with his medicine, feeling very happy. Suwon thought he would have to wait for a long time, but he didn't expect that Mr. Zhao came out after only 5 minutes. But Mr. Zhao still had a small bag in his hand, and the bag seemed to contain. Suwon asked curiously, what is? This is medicine. For treating diseases.
Zhao Zhili said.
Su Wen was stunned. Mr. Zhao, it's just a cold. Why do you come here? Is this clinic famous? Zhao Zhili glanced at him and said nothing. Is there anything wrong with what I asked? There shouldn't be any problem. But the gift that Mr. Zhao just took
Is gone.
He also gave an Hermes to the person in this rural clinic. What's going on? After a while, after the Mercedes-Benz G drove away, Yang Su retracted his gaze. It seemed that a rich man came here to see a doctor. I don't know if this rich man is sick in the head. He didn't go to the big hospital outside and came to a small place like the village clinic to see a doctor. It's really problematic. Yang Su locked the door of the village committee and went home. After returning home, he smiled and told his wife about this. His wife didn't respond. She had the same feeling as Yang Su that the rich man might be sick. Today, this black Mercedes-Benz G came to the village, but it didn't attract anyone's attention, nor did it attract Bai Yuan's attention. Until the next day, the black Mercedes-Benz G quietly drove in again. Low-key and luxurious. Quietly parked on the hardened ground in front of the village committee. This time, Yang Su came back early. He just came to the village committee early in the morning. When he was about to unlock the door, he saw this black Mercedes-Benz G. Yang Su was shocked. Why is it here again? But this time, Yang Su saw it clearly. A handsome man in his 60s got out of the car. He was quite handsome. It can be seen that he was very romantic when he was young. The man who got out of the driver's seat next to him was still the man in his 40s yesterday. What is the relationship between these two people? Why does it seem that this man is responsible for driving and is the driver? When did this level of person come to Jinko village? This person is not going to the clinic opposite again. Sure enough, the handsome old man lifted his foot, smiled, and walked briskly to the clinic opposite. Yang Su? Going to a clinic for 2 consecutive days. What disease can't be cured and needs to go to a small clinic in the countryside for treatment? Yang Su is full of doubts. It was not just Yang Su who was confused. Su Wen had the same doubts. If Mr. Zhao asked him to drive him here yesterday and treat it as a visit, then what about today? It's not like he finished taking cold medicine overnight and came to see the doctor again. Su Wen felt that this money was easy to make. He drove for an hour and parked the car here. No one would say anything if he played with his phone in the car. But he was more curious about what Mr. Zhao was doing. The moment Zhao Zhili stepped into the clinic, Bai Yuan was also shocked. Why did he come again? He came to see a doctor for a cold yesterday. What disease did he come to see today? Did the cold not get cured and the disease got worse?
Bai Yuan didn't know how to ask.
Zhao Zhili sat down, rubbed his forehead and said, I don't feel well. What's wrong? Bai Yuan was a little nervous. Could it be a serious illness? Zhao Zhili said seriously, I feel that I am not in a good mood and I have overused my brain. I haven't slept well. I have been very nervous recently and need a nutritional injection. What are you busy with?
So busy.
Oh, so that's the case. Bai Yuan felt relieved all of a sudden.
Work. Zhao Zhili said.
Bai Yuan asked in surprise, You haven't retired at this age.
Soon.
Zhao Zhili said with a smile. He said he was going to retire soon, and she was embarrassed to ask. She never liked to pry into other people's privacy, especially since she was a doctor. She had to be more careful, otherwise she would be criticized by patients. Fortunately, there was an empty bed. She made the bed for him, and then Zhao Zhili took off his coat and lay down. When Bai Yuan helped him hang his coat on the hook on the wall, she realized what brand of coat it was. It had a good texture and felt very comfortable. It felt like pure wool fabric. Zhao Zhili lay down for the injection. The patients in the 2 beds next to him were all hard laborers in the village. They had never seen a man wearing a wool coat, small leather boots on his feet, and pants without any wrinkles in the village. The 2 patients felt that Zhao Zhili was definitely not an ordinary person, just by looking at his demeanor. The 2 did not dare to breathe. Until Zhao Zhili lay down completely and closed his eyes to rest. The 2 of them were just chatting about some things on the construction site, but now they didn't dare to speak at all. They just kept carefully looking at the man next to them, who looked extraordinary. Who is this? Is he a friend of Dr. Bai? I remember he came yesterday, and he came again today? What is his background? He looks very wealthy in his dress, but he came to a small clinic for treatment. Does he like to show off? The two wanted to complain, but they didn't say anything. Zhao Zhili was lying there, not looking at his phone, but chatting with the two people in the bed next to him, talking about the problem of the industrial city next to him. As soon as this topic was brought up, the two who didn't want to speak immediately started talking, and they couldn't stop. Everyone was very indignant. The industrial city was so close to the village, it should have been demolished long ago. But the road was built, and the highway was almost extended over, but because the government had no money, it was delayed in development. Bai Yuan was sitting outside for consultation, listening to the heated conversation inside, and she smiled immediately. I thought Mr. Zhao would be reserved, but I didn't expect him to get along with several patients so quickly. She heard the lively conversation inside, so she got some water from the water dispenser and sent it over. Suwon had been playing with his phone in the car for an hour, and suddenly woke up and looked at the time. It had been an hour, and he hadn't come out yet. It was 5 minutes as promised. Suwon got out of the car, stretched, paced for a while, and walked towards the clinic. As a result, he walked into the clinic, but didn't see anyone. Suwon was suspicious, and when he heard the voices, he walked towards the infusion room inside. As soon as he looked inside, he was shocked. Mr.
Zhao.
Mr. Zhao was chatting enthusiastically with a few rural men. The scene was so weird no matter how you looked at it. Usually, other people had to make an appointment to see Mr. Zhao. As a result, these few people just talked to Mr. Zhao casually. If those corporate bosses knew about it, they would be jealous to death.
You.
Suwon was surprised to find that Mr. Zhao was actually receiving an 4-drip. He suddenly became nervous. Is the illness serious? Do you need me to call a doctor? I'm in the clinic. Why call a doctor? Zhao Zhili said unhappily. He ordered, go walk around the village. If you are hungry, go to the industrial city over there to buy some food. Remember to bring a meal for me and the doctor at noon. Okay, Mr. Zhao. He almost said Mr. Zhao again. Suwon changed his address at the critical moment. After Suwon left, the two men asked Zhao Zhili in surprise. Who is this? Your nephew? From the same company. Zhao Zhili said casually. The two men let out a long "oh." It seems that this man in a coat should work in a company. This is a colleague of the company. Zhao Zhili was lying there receiving an 4-drip, and he did not go out of his way to talk to Bai Yuan. He saw Bai Yuan sitting outside the examination table through the transparent glass wall of the 4-drip room. She occasionally wore a stethoscope and occasionally used a small flashlight to look at the patient's mouth. Occasionally, she would run to the drug counter and fetch medicine. She was very serious. He was also very serious. It took 2 hours to complete the 4-drip. Suwon also came back with food. He brought 2 ordinary rice fast food. Bai Yuan thanked Zhao Zhili for helping to bring a meal, and turned to Zhao Zhili sat there eating, and picked up his phone to transfer the money to Bai Yuan. This is my treatment fee. Bai Yuan picked up her phone and wanted to receive the transfer, but when she saw the number, she was shocked. 10,000 yuan was transferred. She resisted the urge to be shocked and quickly clicked the refund. The fee this time is 87 yuan. Zhao Zhili thought this woman was really stubborn. She was still an extremely principled person. But seeing her calm attitude when she met him today, he glanced at the consultation table. The gift box was still there and had not been opened at all. This woman is more principled than he thought. It also made him feel more interesting. After dinner, Zhao Zhili said goodbye to Bai Yuan. Suwon drove the car, and Zhao Zhili left. When the Mercedes-Benz G left, Yang Su, who had been sitting in the village committee, couldn't sit still. He had been to the clinic for 2 consecutive days, and today he stayed quite long. He walked over and pretended to be visiting, asking the patient who was still receiving an 4-drip who that person was. A villager said, a patient receiving an 4-drip. Yang Su? Is he really here to receive an 4-drip? There are no other places to get an 4-drip, so why come to such a small clinic to get an 4-drip? Yang Su was still full of questions. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class in the village was too eye-catching. The village committee was in the center of Jinko village, and many villagers passing by could see the car and noticed that Zhao Zhili went to the clinic. After all, people in the village were born gossipers. At noon today, when the black Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove away, several women nearby gathered together to chat. Did you see a person driving a Mercedes-Benz coming to the clinic for treatment? I saw it yesterday afternoon. I just thought the car was very impressive. My son said it was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class came yesterday and again this morning. Do people driving a Mercedes-Benz need to see a doctor in a clinic? What a joke. Hey, do you think someone is pursuing Dr. Bai? How is that possible? What a joke. Everyone also expressed their opinions on this matter. Some people also thought that this might be Dr. Bai's friend who came to see a doctor. After all, Bai Yuan is a doctor, and it is normal for her to have such friends. Yang Su went home at noon and talked about this. Yang Su is only in his 40s. After he finished speaking, his wife was stunned for a moment while holding her rice bowl and said, "Is she really a suitor of Dr. Bai?
Can you
stop talking nonsense?" Yang Su felt that such words would somewhat tarnish Bai Yuan's reputation. That woman was a good person. She was a famous good woman in the village. She was also a good doctor and a good mother. Except that Sun Jinwei looked down on her. How is it impossible? Although everyone laughs at Bai Yuan for being divorced, in fact, Dr. Bai, who among ordinary rural people is worthy of her. Yang Su's wife complained, Sun Jinwei was really lucky to marry a female doctor. He also tricked the female doctor into giving birth to 3 children, which led to excessive births. Later, he was reported and lost his job. Since becoming a village doctor, Dr. Bai has been working diligently. I'm not saying that Dr. Bai is just too nice. There's nothing to say about her way of dealing with people. Yang Su listened to his wife's analysis and felt that it made some sense. But a man who drives a Mercedes-Benz must be a city dweller. How can he chase a woman to the village? It's not realistic. On the other hand, someone drove a Mercedes-Benz G to the door of the clinic and told Sun Jinwei about coming to the clinic for 2 consecutive days. He said that he might be pursuing Bai Yuan. Sun Jinwei shook his head when he heard it. Do you believe this? A man driving a Mercedes-Benz is pursuing Bai Yuan? I'm afraid the person who said this has gone crazy with rumors. Bai Yuan is a country woman. A man driving a Mercedes-Benz likes her. Why don't you say that a man driving a rocket likes her? After scolding, Han Baoqin thought secretly. Could it be that Bai Yuan's trick hired a liar to come to her for treatment every day, just to let outsiders know that someone is pursuing her? Then see Sun Jinwei's regretful look. Yes, it must be like this. Han Baoqin told Sun Jinwei about her suspicions. Sun Jinwei suddenly realized.
Yes.
It must be like this. This woman just wants to use this method to make me turn back. Humph. I won't be fooled. When the outside world was rumored about the relationship between the man driving the Mercedes-Benz and Bai Yuan knew nothing and didn't even know what car Zhao Zhili drove. On the 3rd morning, Zhao Zhili came again by car. As Suwon drove the car towards Jinko village, his whole head was buzzing. This. Are we going to that village again? Are we going to get in for drip again?
Or.
Suwon always felt that Mr. Zhao's purpose was very clear, that is, to go to that clinic for something, but he didn't know what it was specifically for. It couldn't be that he was going to chase that female doctor because that female doctor was not young anymore, at least 60 years old. Although Mr. Zhao was 65 years old, but Mr. Zhao wanted any woman. Why did he fall for this female doctor? Suwon's mind was full of question marks. When the car drove to the open space in front of the village committee and parked, Zhao Zhili said before getting out of the car, "Go and ask about her." Her? Suwon didn't react instantly. Zhao Zhili said, "Dr. Bai from the clinic."
Got it.
Although he said he had received it, Suwon was actually worried. Ask about Dr. Bai? Is this female doctor's surname Bai? But the boss didn't say what he was going to ask about. Whether it was about her workability or something else, Suwon was always a little confused. But he didn't dare to ask his boss. As a subordinate, the most important thing is to figure out the leader's intention. After Zhao Zhili got off the car, Su Wen, who was also playing games in the car today, decided to go around the village. Su Wen followed Mr. Zhao, wearing a neat suit and a tie, which was his work attire. Because he had to follow Mr. Zhao to various hotels and high-end places, this was a necessary work suit. But this suit looked out of place in the village. Abrupt. Su Wen also found that his clothes were completely out of tune with this environment. He walked along the village road in the countryside, thought about it, and saw a few old ladies chatting there. He pretended to be bored and asked, "Sister, can I have some water?" Of course, of course. Several women were sitting at the door chatting. When they saw this man in a neat suit, who looked like a successful person, they quickly welcomed him enthusiastically. They also found a disposable paper cup at home and poured him a glass of water. Several women were close to the village committee, so they naturally saw that the Mercedes-Benz was parked there every day. Since this person came by himself, it's no wonder they asked directly, "Where are you from? Why have you been to the village for 3 consecutive days?" Su Wen took a sip of water and said casually, "My colleague. He knows that Dr. Bai is a good doctor, so he came here to see a doctor."
Oh.
So he really came to see a doctor. The women understood much more. Su Wen stood here and asked the women casually, "I saw that the industrial city is very close to the village. Why hasn't your village been demolished yet?" Although the task given by the leader was to inquire about the doctor in the clinic, it would be too abrupt if he asked about the doctor directly. It's better to ask from the side. When talking about the demolition, the villagers were full of complaints. They opened up the conversation immediately. "Oh, it's a long story. The land was requisitioned 10 years ago, and the industrial city has been built for 6 or 7 years, but now the demolition has fallen through. That is to say, the village is close to the industrial city, and there is a slaughterhouse nearby. In the summer, it stinks when you pass by there. It is also within the demolition distance, but the government has no money, so it has not been demolished. It has been included in the demolition plan for a long time, but who can blame them for the lack of money? The economy has also started to go bad in recent years. Alas, it's all because of the lack of money. Otherwise, it would have been demolished a long time ago." Su Wen was shocked. There is such a thing, but demolition in various places usually encounters such things. Su Wen pretended to ask casually, "How is the lady of the clinic?" This question is not abrupt at all. Several women thought that they came here to see a doctor, and asked about the character of the female doctor in the clinic, and several people started talking again. "Mrs. Bai is good, but she met Sun Lauer. I think her life was ruined by Sun Lauer." "Mrs. Bai is so good. How could she be ruined by someone?" "You don't know. Dr. Bai worked diligently all her life, but unfortunately, in her later years, her husband cheated on her and married his first love, abandoning Dr. Bai. This is all fate. Dr. Bai didn't struggle and got divorced. Now she is alone and helpless. She has served her children and the village all her life. She is such a good woman." Su Wen was shocked again. There are quite a lot of news in this village. That female doctor was abandoned? Her husband cheated on her first love. This is too disgusting. Su Wen couldn't help but feel pity for this female doctor. But after Zhao Zhili came to the clinic today, he didn't use the drip as an excuse. He sat on the chair next to him looking at Bai Yuan and then walked around the clinic again. The clinic is not big, but it has everything. Bai Yuan was stunned when she saw Zhao Zhili coming over. Seeing that he had no intention of seeing a doctor, Bai Yuan knew something was wrong. After she finished with a few patients, no one happened to be having an for today. She walked up to him and asked, "What do you want to do?" "He came to the clinic for 3 consecutive days, so there must be something wrong. I want to return the gift," Zhao Zhili said bluntly. Bai Yuan was surprised. "Didn't you give a gift?" Zhao Zhili said, "I want to treat you to a meal. Is that okay?" Bai Yuan wanted to refuse, but when she looked into Zhao Zhili's eyes, his eyes told her that if she refused, he would probably get angry. After all, she now regarded Zhao Zhili as a friend, and she really didn't want him to get angry, so she had to say, "Okay." It was impossible to go to dinner right away, so she said, "Then wait until 12 o'clock, I'll close the door for a while, and we'll go to dinner." Zhao Zhili waited happily. Bai Yuan sat in front of the consultation desk, wearing reading glasses, holding a Chinese medicine book, flipping through it. Zhao Zhili sat on a chair next to him, taking care of some trivial matters, and by the way sent a message to Suwon. 12 o'clock, in this area, find a restaurant, book a private room, for 2 people. This county town had already been abolished and established as a district a few years ago, but the locals still habitually call it a county. After receiving this message, Suwon hurriedly began to make a strategy, looking for which restaurant was good, and finally found a restaurant with good reviews and a good environment, and booked a private room. After closing the door at noon, Bai Yuan did not even change her clothes and followed Zhao Zhili out. In her eyes, it was really unnecessary to change clothes for a familiar friend to go out for a meal, making it seem too grand, and appearing to have ulterior motives. As a result, as soon as she went out and followed him to his car, Bai Yuan took a look at it. The paint, the low-key black, the feeling it gave people.
She was not stupid.
This car seems to be very expensive. Glancing at the car logo, it seems. People. My son said that this seems to be the logo of a Mercedes-Benz.
This.
Your car. Bai Yuan did not hide her shock at all. Zhao Zhili asked with a smile, "Is there a problem?" "No problem." Bai Yuan remembered what her daughter said, that he seemed to be a retired worker from a water conservancy bureau. Maybe her son has the ability to buy it for her. After getting in the car, Bai Yuan found that he sat in the back seat with her. She found that there was another person sitting in the front driver's seat. "Did you hire a driver?" "I guess."
"Right."
Zhao Zhili smiled. How could someone be so cute when they're old? The questions he asked were very interesting. Bai Yuan got in the Mercedes and went to the county for dinner. This scene happened to be seen by the women who were chatting at the door near the village committee. They all exclaimed, "I saw Bai Yuan get on the Mercedes just now." "It seems so. Didn't he say he was coming to see a doctor? Why did he drive a Mercedes to pick up Bai Yuan? Could it be that he is really pursuing Bai Yuan? God knows." Everyone discussed this matter for half an hour. Bai Yuan and Zhao Zhili went to the county and came to the Bai Moli restaurant. The Bai Moli restaurant is a famous high-end restaurant in Gaoyuan County. Oh, no, it is now Gaoyuan District. The decoration inside is very atmospheric, and all kinds of dim lights and decorations are very distinctive. All kinds of unit gatherings, couples meals, family gatherings, and people with a bit of style like to come to the Bai Moli restaurant. Bai Yuan used to come here often with her daughter and son. Sun Jinwei never came to every party. He said he didn't like to eat these, and would rather eat a bowl of mutton soup with steamed buns or pulled noodles. After entering the private room, Zhao Zhili ordered 7 or 8 dishes, and Bai Yuan exclaimed, "We will definitely not be able to finish it." Zhao Zhili just smiled. He ordered the dishes. He said he was going to the bathroom. Bai Yuan was waiting in the private room. After Zhao Zhili went out, Suwon, who was waiting in the hall, came up to him and quickly told President Zhao what he had found out about Dr. Bai. Zhao Zhili frowned. It was like this. After he came back, he sat down again. This meal was still the same as before. The two did not talk much. In order to avoid embarrassment, Bai Yuan took the initiative to talk about some interesting things in the clinic. Zhao Zhili listened carefully. This meal was quiet and comfortable. After the meal, he walked out of the private room and bumped into a family coming towards him. "Dr. Bai, what a coincidence." It was Zhang Xingli's family. Zhang Xingli is from the 4th group of Jinko Village, Qianjie Street, and is also very familiar with Bai Yuan. Zhang Xingli's family came here for a family dinner. He just finished eating and was planning to go back. Coincidence. Bai Yuan also greeted with a smile. After Zhang Xingli greeted Bai Yuan, his eyes fell on the man next to her. They were country people, and when they saw this man for the first time, they felt that he was in a high position and should be the kind of person who gave orders. The experience and years in his eyes could not deceive people. And the coat on his body looked of extremely fine quality. Zhang Xingli asked puzzledly, "Who is this?" "A friend invited me to dinner," Bai Yuan said with a smile, then turned to Zhao Zhili and signaled, "Let's go first." Then she smiled and said goodbye to Zhang Xingli. The two groups walked out of Bai Moli restaurant one after another. Zhang Xingli's family saw with their own eyes that Bai Yuan got into the black Mercedes-Benz G. Zhang Xingli's family open their mouths in shock. Didn't the village say that the village doctor Bai Yuan was divorced a few years ago? She was abandoned by Sun Jinwei, and no one wanted her anymore. Some people also said behind her back that it was Bai Yuan who didn't manage the men in the family well, and that it was useless for women to make a lot of money, and in the end they were still dumped by men. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Bai Yuan was invited to dinner by a Mercedes-Benz driver? When Bai Yuan took the car back to the village, the women who were sitting and chatting at the door saw the black Mercedes-Benz G parked at the door of the village committee from a distance. They stretched their necks and looked over curiously. Look, Dr. Bai got off the Mercedes-Benz. Oh my God, he got in the Mercedes-Benz. Who will go and ask what happened later? After a while, Zhang Xingli's wife came over and heard a few people talking about Bai Yuan coming back in a Mercedes-Benz, so she joined the conversation. I just came back from the county, and I saw Dr. Bai with this man. He was so handsome. Ah, is he still very handsome? They were far away and didn't see anything. Zhang Xingli's wife smiled and said, handsome, very handsome. A very generous man. I think he should be Dr. Bai's suitor, based on my intuition. But Dr. Bai said that it was a friend who invited him to dinner. I said that Dr. Bai was in good demand. Look, someone is pursuing him even after he got divorced. It's good that someone is pursuing him. Mr. Sun has brought Han Baoqin to live with him for 2 months. Is Dr. Bai finally going to have a second spring in his life? People who were secretly talking about Bai Yuan's inability to control men some time ago, now because Bai Yuan got into a Mercedes-Benz, began to discuss whether Bai Yuan would get married for the second time to this Mercedes-Benz man. They also began to say indignantly that Sun Jinwei was not a human being. Gossip in the countryside always spreads very quickly. In the afternoon, Bai Yuan came back in a Mercedes-Benz. By the evening, the matter had spread to Sun Jinwei Street, and Sun Jinwei was not a housewife. As soon as he went out and said a few words at the door of the neighborhood, people took the initiative to talk about this. I heard that Dr. Bai was pursued by a man driving a Mercedes-Benz. Today, we all went to Bai Moli restaurant in the county to have dinner together. Who would fall for such a boring woman? Sun Jinwei said this, but he was very angry in his heart. Because the matter of the Mercedes-Benz man has been circulating for 2 days, he thought he was a liar yesterday, and Baoqin also thought it was Bai Yuan's trick. Now it seems that Bai Yuan is really pursued by a man driving a Mercedes-Benz. How could it be? How could a man driving a Mercedes-Benz fall in love with an old lady? It's not like he has a brain problem. That night, Sun Jinwei went out to drink and got drunk. Drunk as a mud. When Bai Yuan came back from dinner in the afternoon, she asked Zhao Zhili to go back. She didn't want to be gossiped by the villagers. She was busy until after 9 o'clock in the evening. All the patients in the clinic had left. She swept the floor, wiped the table, and planned to close the door. As a result, before she was about to close the door, she saw a person staggering towards the clinic. Looking closely, it was Sun Jinwei. Sun Jinwei, who was drunk, had red eyes and exhaled turbid air from his mouth. He staggered to the clinic, then leaned against the door and saw Bai Yuan preparing to close the door. Sun Jinwei cursed. You are so shameless. Not long after divorcing me, you went to have dinner with the Mercedes-Benz guy. What's the matter? He has money to hook up with you, and you just go for it. Why did I marry a witch like you before? Bai Yuan was stunned by the scolding.
She was also angry.
Bai Yuan looked at the drunk Sun Jinwei coldly. Who I eat with is none of your business. Did I eat your rice for a meal? No matter how cheap I am, I can't compare to you buying a house for your mistress before getting divorced. After cursing, Bai Yuan pushed the drunk Sun Jinwei out of the door, then pulled down the shutter, closed the glass door, and went straight into the house to sleep. She didn't care about the divorce on the surface, but she was always brooding over it in her heart. She just didn't expect that after such a long time of divorce, Sun Jinwei would turn the tables and call her a witch just because she had a meal with someone. This made Bai Yuan very disappointed. Men are really double standards. He didn't divorce, and he used the common property to buy a house for his first love, and he didn't allow her to have any opinions. Now that they are divorced, it's wrong for her to have a meal with someone? Bai Yuan sat in the house, listening to Sun Jinwei on the door like crazy. She couldn't sleep. She simply washed her hands and feet and lay on the bed, but she couldn't sleep. Was it that in this life, Bai Yuan was destined not to live a good life? Sun Jinwei went crazy in the village committee in the middle of the night, on the door of the clinic, making a lot of noise. Many people nearby couldn't help but open the door to see what was going on. It turned out that Sun Jinwei was drunk and crazy. Several people who were familiar with Sun Jinwei called Sun Jinping directly and asked the eldest brother to pick up his brother. Sun Jinping also felt that he was really unlucky. Sun Jinwei now had a wife, Han Baoqin, so why did the call come to him? He reluctantly called the third brother Sun Zhenhua, and the two of them worked together to carry the drunk Sun Jinwei and sent him back to his own home. Han Baoqin was watching TV at home. She looked at Sun Jinwei, who was sent back with a confused face. What's going on? You should keep an eye on your people in the future and don't let him go to the clinic to the door and make trouble.
Sun Jinping said.
Han Baoqin.
Going to the clinic to make trouble? He ran to his ex-wife after drinking too much. What's going on? After Sun Jinping and Sun Zhenhua left, Sun Jinwei vomited all over the floor, and Han Baoqin cleaned up the mess with a frown. Thinking of Sun Jinwei running to Bai Yuan to make trouble, she felt uncomfortable. Didn't Sun Jinwei say that he didn't like Bai Yuan? Could it be that they were used to getting along for decades, so he subconsciously went to find her when he was drunk? It must be like this. Ah Wei loves her the most. He is always considerate in front of her, and this must be because he was drunk. The next morning, after Sun Jinwei woke up, Han Baoqin deliberately did not mention that he was drunk and crazy last night, and Sun Jinwei did not ask much. He recalled some vague memories in his mind. He seemed to go to the clinic, smashed the door, and scolded her. Sun Jinwei felt a little regretful at this time. Why did he go to scold her?
Away.
Han Baoqin looked at Sun Jinwei's expression and knew that he remembered it. She felt that she needed to talk to him.
Yeah.
Sun Jinwei took a sip of water and held his forehead. Han Baoqin asked, "Do you care about Bai Yuan a lot?"
No.
Sun Jinwei denied it flatly. The words came to his lips, but he couldn't explain it clearly, because he didn't know what was wrong with him. He was very angry when he heard that she was being pursued by someone yesterday. Han Baoqin sighed and said, "I've told you. How could a man who drives a Mercedes-Benz and is so rich fall in love with a country old lady like Bai Yuan, and you won't listen to me no matter what? I know it's impossible." Sun Jinwei also thought it was impossible, and he felt relieved all of a sudden. Han Baoqin analyzed for him. She must have hired someone to do that and rented a car just to put on a show for you. She must have been unable to forget her old love and couldn't let you go and wanted to take you away from me. That's right, that woman must still love me, and now she is trying every means to find an opportunity to trick me over. How could I be so easily fooled? She really went to her place to make a scene. Sun Jinwei hurriedly coaxed Han Baoqin right. "Baoqin, don't worry, the person I love the most is you." Sun Jinwei came to the clinic and made a scene last night. Bai Yuan didn't take it seriously, but early in the morning, a neighbor came to ask her how she was, and she said she was fine. The other party began to persuade her to think more positively and not to be angry. And so on. Bai Yuan. Why didn't I let it go? How did I let it go? I'm not angry anymore. She wanted to explain everything, but when the words came to her lips, she felt that it was troublesome to explain, so she decided not to explain. Because if she said she wasn't angry and didn't let it go, these people would probably still think she was pitiful and continue to comfort her. Zhao Mei couldn't help but call Sun Mingzhu because of the crazy talk in the village and asked Sun Mingzhu to persuade Bai Yuan. "Mingzhu, talk to your mother. If there is really someone chasing her, let her agree."
Huh.
Sun Mingzhu heard this and almost dropped her jaw. Someone is chasing her mother?
Not really.
Sun Mingzhu called Bai Yuan directly. "Mom, is there anyone chasing you?"
No.
Bai Yuan was in a very good mood after answering her daughter's call. "But I heard from the village." She was embarrassed to say what the old lady said. Bai Yuan said, "You think too much, he is just a friend. We just went out for a meal together." Sun Mingzhu rolled her eyes. That's how it is in the village. Going out for a meal immediately rises to the level of getting married. I don't like this. If someone in the city sees me going out for a meal with my colleagues, they will say that I am cheating. Bai Yuan laughed. Why think about that? I won't think too much about your mother. I am just too idle. Yes, go to the construction site to work, and these gossipy women won't talk too much. Sun Mingzhu complained fiercely. Bai Yuan couldn't help laughing when she heard it. After the call, Sun Mingzhu was entangled, who was chasing her mother. What level? She should have asked these questions just now, but she knew that her mother probably wouldn't say much even if she asked. After Bai Yuan hung up the phone, she was in a bad mood. Sun Mingzhu knew everything? It certainly couldn't be Sun Jinwei who called, nor could it be anyone else in the village. According to common sense, it was probably the eldest sister-in-law or the third daughter-in-law who called, asking Sun Mingzhu to save the country in a roundabout way and persuade her. Bai Yuan thought about this matter. She thought Zhao Zhili would not come, but she didn't expect him to come again today. This made Bai Yuan feel that it was unexpected, but reasonable. She stood up. Why are you here again? Can I come? Zhao Zhili put down the breakfast in his hand. Bai Yuan saw that he specially brought breakfast early in the morning. Did he come from the city? Bai Yuan thanked him again and again. Bai Yuan sat there eating breakfast, feeling very complicated. Zhao Zhili said, It seems that you are worried. Bai Yuan finished her breakfast, wiped her mouth, and said embarrassedly, You don't come in the future.
Why?
Zhao Zhili frowned and asked. Bai Yuan scratched her head and told the truth. You come here too often. We're just friends. The villagers will talk nonsense. You are divorced. It is your freedom to associate with whomever you want. Zhao Zhili said. Bai Yuan sighed. That's what I said, but people's words are scary. Women think too much. It seems that this village
Can't stay.
Zhao Zhili interrupted her and said, Let's not talk about that. Accompany me to the market today. I want to buy a little rabbit. Buy a little rabbit?
Who is it for?
Bai Yuan was puzzled. Zhao Zhili said, Buy it for my granddaughter. I have never been to the market here. Just treat me as a friend, and do me a favor. What do you think?
Okay.
Bai Yuan readily agreed to help. She closed the door and hung a sign for rest. She followed Zhao Zhili out, but when she saw the Mercedes-Benz, she felt a little embarrassed. But she was a person who walked and sat upright. She was not afraid of gossip. The black Mercedes stopped near the market. Su-wen was very tactful and stayed in the car. Zhao Zhili followed Bai Yuan out of the car. Chengyu Market is the largest market in the vicinity. It is located in Chengyu Town and is now called a street. Su-wen was sitting in the car playing games. He thought absent-mindedly that he had finally understood. Mr. Zhao was pursuing this Dr. Bai. Although I don't know what Mr. Zhao likes about Dr. Bai, isn't it just that she looks younger than an ordinary old lady, has more temperament, is taller, and has a better temper? Is she gentle when she smiles? Thinking of this, Su-wen shuddered. At this point, Dr. Bai is indeed good.
But
Mr. Zhao is of such a high status. How could he be attracted to such an ordinary woman? I can't figure it out. Zhao Zhili and Bai Yuan went to the market together. Bai Yuan hadn't been to the market for 4 or 5 years. Since online shopping has become more developed and life has become more convenient, she rarely comes to the market. She felt very happy to come here again. She looked around and bought some fruits. Zhao Zhili took them and helped her carry them like a gentleman. She also met a few acquaintances in the village. Bai Yuan waved and greeted them calmly, ignoring the curious eyes of others. Then the two of them walked all the way to the flower and bird market. There were chickens, ducks, rabbits everywhere, and people were selling birds and flowers, and there were quite a lot of people around. Finally, they arrived at the place where rabbits were sold. Bai Yuan looked at the little rabbits in the cage. Do you think this little rabbit is cute? If you think it's good, let's buy this one. Although he said he would buy one, Zhao Zhili still chose 2, 1 male and 1 female. After choosing, the boss gave him a shoe box with straw in it. The little rabbit was very cute and nestled in the box. Su-wen waited in the car for more than an hour, and then he saw Mr. Zhao and Dr. Bai coming together. Mr. Zhao was carrying fruit, and Dr. Bai was holding a small box in his hand, with a very gentle expression. I didn't know that I would have thought that these two people were a couple. The fact that Bai Yuan went to the market with the Mercedes-Benz man once again caused a lot of fluctuations in the village. Because the Mercedes-Benz man was very handsome and drove a Mercedes-Benz. Today, when I went to the market, some villagers went to the market to buy fruit and ran into Bai Yuan. So after I came back, this matter spread quietly. Naturally, it also reached Han Baoqin's ears. Han Baoqin has also been in Jinko village for more than 2 months. She goes to the small square to dance every day. After a while, she has made a few friends. Those who disliked Bai Yuan before all get along well with Han Baoqin. When Han Baoqin learned that a man driving a Mercedes might be pursuing Bai Yuan, she was immediately jealous. She didn't know why she was unhappy.
But she was just unhappy.
Maybe she had gone through a lot of hardships to be with Sun Jinwei, and now they haven't even got the marriage certificate. But Bai Yuan, the ex-wife, is being pursued by a man driving a Mercedes. Why didn't a man driving a Mercedes pursue her? This made Han Baoqin sigh. Is this woman so popular? I heard from Sun Jinwei that Bai Yuan doesn't know anything in life except seeing a doctor, and she's quite boring. How could anyone like such a boring woman? It must be a trick that Bai Yuan came up with just to attract Sun Jinwei to look back. That night, Han Baoqin came to the clinic under the pretext of seeing a doctor. Bai Yuan was slightly stunned when she saw Han Baoqin. She didn't expect to see this woman again. She looked at Han Baoqin's powdered face and then thought of her plain appearance, without even lipstick. She couldn't help but wonder, was the divorce because she didn't know how to dress up? Sun Jinwei likes this type. Bai Yuan sat there, still businesslike, and asked calmly, "What are the symptoms?" "I'm not sick." Han Baoqin sat opposite her, looked at the plain and boring Bai Yuan, and said in a strange tone, "You can't give up on yourself just because you divorced away." Bai Yuan. Did I give up on myself? What is this person talking about? Why do people always come to her and say something that is very specious? Han Baoqin saw Bai Yuan was slightly stunned and knew that she had guessed right. Han Baoqin snorted coldly, "Sister, don't try to win back Awei's heart with this method. Awei only likes me. We are about to get the certificate." Bai Yuan smiled slightly. "I thought you had already got the certificate. It turns out that you haven't." Han Baoqin's face flushed slightly, a little embarrassed. "Why are you in a hurry? It was almost the new year before and Awei was very busy. Now that the new year is over, we will find time to get the certificate." Bai Yuan has never liked to conflict with others, but it doesn't mean she won't. She smiled and asked back, "Then what are you waiting for if you don't get the certificate? Wait until you die to get the certificate?" Han Baoqin was choked and forgot to talk back. "Since you're not here to see a doctor, you can leave. I'm going to close the door," Bai Yuan said again. Han Baoqin walked out in a daze, and Bai Yuan closed the door, turned back, and went back to the house to sleep. Han Baoqin was left standing at the door, cursing in her heart. She was actually mocking me just now. "You wait, I will go back and get the marriage certificate with Awei. I will make you regret it." Zhao Zhili went to the clinic for several consecutive days, which surprised the eldest daughter. Her father has always been diligent and hardworking in the group, and has always done things personally. Why didn't he come to the meeting recently? She asked Su Wen, and Su Wen hesitated, but still reported Mr. Zhao's recent behavior to Manager Zhao. Zhao Meihua was shocked after hearing it. His father was actually interested in a woman. It was really unbelievable. Zhao Meihua is 41 years old this year. She is Zhao Zhili's eldest daughter and the second in command of Wanxing Group, responsible for Wanxing Group's hotel business. Just when Zhao Meihua was about to tell the second and third children, Zhao Zhili said something in the family group. "I want to find a companion." This directly shocked the 3 children. His father has never thought about finding a woman since his mother died for so many years. He devoted himself to the group's business, but now, at the age of 65, he suddenly wants a partner. Zhao Fuqing. "Do you have any intention?" Zhao Sinan. "As long as you are happy, but I suggest not to get a marriage certificate to avoid trouble later." Zhao Meihua thought about it and replied, "It is a good thing to have an idea, but..." Like the third brother, I do not recommend getting a marriage certificate. There is nothing wrong with the three of them. His father is so old, it would be really impulsive to get a marriage certificate with someone. The other party must have children. If the children come for the property of Wansheng Group, it will become much more troublesome at that time. After waiting for a long time in the small group, Zhao Zhili replied, "The matter between Bai Yuan and the Mercedes-Benz man is getting more and more serious in the village." Hong Xiuzhen came to the clinic and told Bai Yuan to speed up if she found a suitable one. Bai Yuan just smiled and did not respond. Yang Xiaoman also came and asked, "Who is the Mercedes-Benz man?" Bai Yuan just said, "He was a friend." Yang Xiaoman asked again, "What is the job of the man who drives the Mercedes-Benz? What does the child do?" Bai Yuan shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. Bai Yuan didn't respond to anything directly, Hong Xiuzhen didn't find out anything, and Yang Xiaoman came back empty-handed after a visit, and didn't get any clues from Bai Yuan. The rumors in the village continued. But Bai Yuan didn't care. Divorced women are always subject to all kinds of rumors. If she had to explain every one of them, she would be exhausted. No one cared about Sun Jinwei's current relationship with Han Baoqin, but instead, everyone came to care about her relationship with the Mercedes-Benz man. Is it because the other party drives a Mercedes-Benz? Zhao Mei called Sun Mingzhu again, saying that she wanted Sun Mingzhu to ask Bai Yuan. Sun Mingzhu felt something was wrong. The old lady had called twice about this matter. The old lady also said that there were a lot of gossips in the village now, and asked her to persuade her mother that if there was a suitable one, it would be more open and above board to get the certificate, so as to avoid being gossiped about all the time. Sun Mingzhu thought about it and felt that something was wrong, so she decided to drive to the village to have a look. Early in the morning, Sun Mingzhu drove back to the village and parked her Hyundai in the open space in front of the village committee. As soon as she got out of the car, she found a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class next to her, and there was a man playing games in the car. Could this be the Mercedes-Benz man that the old lady mentioned? But he is too young. Sun Mingzhu was full of doubts. Maybe she made a mistake. How could her mother go out to eat with such a young man? Are you kidding me? He looks like he is 40 at most. Sun Mingzhu shook her head and walked into the clinic. As soon as she entered the door, she found her mother sitting in front of the clinic's desk, examining a child's eyes. The child's eyes were red and tearful, and she prescribed eye drops. Sitting on the blue stainless steel chair next to her was a man in a brown coat. The man was about 60 years old, but he looked very handsome. He looked very good. He could vaguely see the handsomeness of his youth. He just had a few more wrinkles. He was very tall and had long legs. It's simply an old male model. An old, handsome guy. Sun Mingzhu's first reaction. Could this be the legendary Mercedes-Benz man? Wait, how come this man seems to be the man who greeted her mother in the corridor after the dinner that day? Her mother said that this man seemed to be a travel companion.
Mom.
Sun Mingzhu shouted. Bai Yuan looked up and said in surprise, "Mingzhu, why are you here?" Sun Mingzhu put the fruit in her hand aside and said, "You go ahead and do your work." Sun Mingzhu walked to the handsome man in the windbreaker and sat down. Zhao Zhili smiled and extended his hand. Sun Mingzhu also quickly extended his hand and shook it back. Then Sun Mingzhu stood up and motioned for him. The two of them walked outside one after the other. Bai Yuan glanced at their backs and saw that she was still busy and had no time to deal with them. After Sun Mingzhu left the clinic, she found that the man had followed her. She walked to the small garden next to the entrance of the village committee, and Zhao Zhili followed her. "You are..." Sun Mingzhu didn't know how to call this person. Zhao Zhili thought for a while and said very implicitly, "The last name is Zhao." "Uncle Zhao, are you pursuing my mom?" Sun Mingzhu asked very directly. Zhao Zhili smiled and said, "Almost. Are you serious?" Sun Mingzhu was surprised. Her mother just got divorced not long ago, and she has a lot of peach blossoms. Very serious, Zhao Zhili said. Sun Mingzhu didn't know what to say. Scratching her head, Sun Mingzhu said, "Then do you know that my mother just got divorced?" If you come here every day, my mother will probably be under a lot of pressure, and the villagers will also gossip about you. Zhao Zhili said, I know. Sun Mingzhu said, then you come here every day. Zhao Zhili looked up at the sky. The cold sky was gloomy and the wind was strong. He looked at the quiet village and muttered to himself, that's true. It would be great if the village was gone. Sun Mingzhu? Is he crazy? Does he know what he is talking about? What does it mean that it would be great if the village was gone? No, she has to tell her mother that this person may not be normal. Sun Mingzhu was about to say something when she saw a young man coming over. He approached the two of them cautiously and said to the man next to him, it's Mr. Su's call. Zhao Zhili took the spare phone, and Suwen added in a low voice, he said your phone can't be reached. Zhao Zhili took out his cell phone and took a look. He didn't know when it was muted. Zhao Zhili walked aside and took the spare phone to answer the call from Mr. Su. Sun Mingzhu looked at the man who was calling. Her mind was full of, Mr. Su? Could it be that he is a big shot?
Impossible.
In today's society, no matter who you are, you start to call him Mr. X. That's normal. But he can drive a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, so the company is probably not very small, and there must be about 100 people. Seeing that the call could not be finished for a while, Sun Mingzhu turned around and walked back to the clinic. Bai Yuan was also busy, so she asked what the two talked about. Sun Mingzhu shook her head and just asked Bai Yuan quietly, Mom, this Uncle Zhao. We are really just friends, Bai Yuan said firmly. She was afraid that Sun Mingzhu would misunderstand. Okay, friend. Sun Mingzhu knew what she was talking about. Her mother, who is a stubborn person, probably wouldn't admit anything, but it was obvious that Mr. Zhao had made his purpose very clear. It was to pursue her mother. Sun Mingzhu walked to the consulting table and found a big gift box there. She pointed and asked, Mom, is this a courier? Why haven't you opened it yet? This is a return gift from your Uncle Zhao as a thank you, Bai Yuan said. Sun Mingzhu asked, what's in it? Bai Yuan was tidying up the medicine box on the side and said, I don't know. If you want, you can open it yourself. Forget it, it's given to you by others. Sun Mingzhu muttered and carried the gift box into the room. I'll open it for you. Then she quickly opened the gift box, which contained a dust bag and an extremely beautifully packaged Hermes handbag. Sun Mingzhu rubbed her eyes, thinking she had seen it wrong. This is a small Hermes house, and it's blue crocodile leather. This. It can't be a high imitation. Sun Mingzhu shouted with trembling lips.
Mom.
Why is she shouting so miserably? Bai Yuan walked in to see what was wrong with her. She found that Sun Mingzhu was holding a blue bag in her hand, which was quite beautiful. She looked at the open gift box next to her. Was this a gift from Zhao Zhili? It turned out to be a bag.
This.
Sun Mingzhu's lips were still trembling. She didn't know how to describe her mood or express her words. Bai Yuan came over and picked up the bag. What's wrong? Isn't it very beautiful? Sun Mingzhu swallowed hard and said heavily, it's okay. Her mind couldn't help but think of what Mr. Zhao had said just now. If only the village wasn't there. She thought he was a lunatic. But that wasn't right, this bag. Who among ordinary people could afford this kind of bag? It must be fake. But if you ask Mr. Zhao directly, why did you give my mother a fake bag? It would be too abrupt. Many elderly people don't pursue the value of the bag. They only care about whether it looks good or not. Giving a real bag is a bit sick. Mom, can I carry this bag for 2 days? I like it very much. Sun Mingzhu asked. Bai Yuan said, anyway, I don't usually carry a backpack. You can carry it if you want. She was always in the clinic, so she didn't need this kind of thing at all. Sun Mingzhu wanted to confirm whether Mr. Zhao was just pretending to be rich or was really of some importance. She carefully packed the bag back into the gift box and decided to take it away and check it at the counter. After Zhao Zhili answered the phone, he said goodbye to Bai Yuan and said he had to leave first because he had something to deal with. Bai Yuan naturally did not stop him. She also said to Zhao Zhili, you don't have to come every day. Zhao Zhili smiled and said goodbye tomorrow. Sun Mingzhu left after Mr. Zhao left. After that, she put the gift box in the car and decided to find a place to check it when she returned today. As a small member of the village committee, Yang-soo has a relationship with the village chief, but he doesn't like to go out for drinks often, so he often stays in the village committee and the villagers can find him if they have any problems. Yang-soo has been looking at the Mercedes-Benz G parked in front of the village committee for the past week. He also heard the crazy talk in the village. Yang-soo and his wife discussed it at home. As a result, it didn't take long before he heard that the man in the Mercedes-Benz was pursuing Dr. Bai, and some people said that they saw the two of them eating together in the county. Some people even said that they saw the two of them shopping together in Cheongju Market. This made Yang-soo a little stupid. Is this for real? Is he really pursuing Dr. Bai? After the Mercedes-Benz drove away yesterday at noon, it didn't come this morning. Just when Yang-soo was curious, he turned his head and looked out the window and found a low-key black Land Rover driving in from the street. Land Rover. Two men got out of the car, wearing casual clothes, but the leather shoes on their feet were shiny. Are they here to do business in the clinic? As a result, the two men walked to the clinic opposite one after another. The patients who come to the clinic are getting richer and richer, driving Mercedes-Benz and Land Rover. Those who don't know would think that Dr. Bai is a miracle doctor. Bai Yuan still saw patients as usual, but two people came today. The leading man was about 40 years old, with a handsome and elegant appearance. His clothes showed that he had good taste. After Zhao Fuqing learned that his father was really here, he knew that it was necessary to come here immediately. He asked Su Wen for the address and flew here from City C immediately. As soon as the plane landed, he went straight to this small clinic. After Zhao Fuqing came, he first looked at the internal structure of the clinic and found that although it was a village clinic, it was very clean and tidy, with bright windows and clean tables. It made people feel very comfortable. The female doctor sitting opposite was about 50 years old, with shoulder-length black and white hair, thin lips, fine eyebrows, and a pair of bright and clear eyes. She sat there with a gentle look and gentle eyes, smiling and whispering to every patient who came to see her. After the person in front left, Zhao Fuqing walked to the opposite side of her, sat down and stared at her. I have a cold, prescribe medicine. The female doctor was particularly gentle. Although she was old, she gave people a good feeling, like a spring breeze. She asked, do you have any symptoms? Zhao Fuqing thought for a while and said some symptoms. The female doctor nodded and said, it's a wind-heat cold. Not serious. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. It will probably be cured in 2 days. Bai Yuan felt that this person was very strange. She kept looking at her with an observing look, but it was also normal for patients to observe doctors. Did they doubt her medical skills? She had seen a lot of people, so she could easily see that this person should be interesting. Because he had a pair of eyes full of experience, he looked like a sharp eye. It was very similar to the feeling Zhao Zhili gave her. She didn't say much and went to the medicine cabinet to get the medicine. The head of Jinko village is Yang Mingfeng. Yang Mingfeng is 45 years old this year and has some experience. Yang Mingfeng was also sick. The weather at the end of February was unpredictable, and he caught a cold. He came to the clinic to get some medicine. As soon as he came in, he shouted, Sister Bai, I have a cold. Give me some medicine.
Okay.
A warm voice came from the medicine display cabinet. The weather was still a little cold. Yang Mingfeng walked in from outside and rubbed his hands. He saw a man next to him from the corner of his eye. He just felt strange. It seemed that he was not from the village. He subconsciously nodded slightly to greet him. As a result, when his eyes fell on the other person's face, Yang Mingfeng was stunned for a moment.
This.
He thought he had seen it wrong. He thought, could it be that they looked very similar? But the man didn't have an ordinary face. You are. Yang Mingfeng quickly straightened his face and asked cautiously. The man opposite nodded slightly and said nothing. But when Yang Mingfeng saw that smile, he thought of the photos and videos he had seen on the internet. His heart began to beat violently.
Zhao.
The word mayor. He didn't dare to say it. Yang Mingfeng felt that if he called out Mayor Zhao, others would jump up. Besides, maybe Mayor Zhao was on a private trip and it would be bad if he disturbed him. Yang Mingfeng only dared to say in a low voice, "Sir, let's go to the village committee opposite. I'm here to see a doctor." Zhao Fuqing didn't expect to be recognized in a clinic. Yang Mingfeng hurriedly said okay. Bai Yuan came over and handed the small bag to Zhao Fuqing. Zhao Fuqing asked, "How much is my medicine?" 37 yuan. Bai Yuan said. Zhao Fuqing took out his mobile phone and simply scanned the code to pay. "I'm leaving." Zhao Fuqing said these 3 words to Bai Yuan before turning around. Bai Yuan nodded. When Zhao Fuqing walked to the glass door, he turned back and said to her, "See you later, Bai Yuan." She just smiled. "Will we see each other again in the future? This patient doesn't look like a villager. How can we see each other again in the future?" She keenly discovered that there was still someone waiting at the glass door. After watching Zhao Fuqing leave, Yang Mingfeng rushed to Bai Yuan, grabbed her arm, and asked excitedly and suppressedly, "Sister Bai, do you know this person?"
No.
Bai Yuan shook her head. Not knowing? How could she not know him? If she didn't know him, Mayor Zhao is the mayor of City C. He is usually busy with all kinds of affairs. How could he come to a shabby clinic in Jinko village to see a patient? Dr. Bai is just an ordinary village doctor, not the legendary Dr. Hua Tuo. Yang Mingfeng asked, "Do you really not know who he is?" "I don't know." Bai Yuan shook her head for the second time, but she was a little speechless to village chief Yang. Is this person important? Is there a problem with the surname Zhao? The first surname in the 100 family surnames is Zhao. A common surname. Is it strange? Yang Mingfeng was almost going crazy. He pounded his head, panting, and asked, "Oh my God, Sister Bai, just tell me the truth. What is your relationship with that person just now?" Bai Yuan was also about to collapse. "Xiao Yang, I really don't know who he is. I see from your appearance that you know him. Who is he?" He is Mayor Zhao." Yang Mingfeng almost wanted to say this, but then he thought of another thing. Yang Mingfeng hurriedly said, "Forget it. I'll go see him off." When Yang Mingfeng ran out of the clinic, the black Land Rover had quietly driven away. Yang Mingfeng hurriedly waved his hands at the driving car and shouted excitedly, "Mr. Zhao, come often in the future." Yang Su happened to see this scene at the window. Yang Su was stunned. What is the village chief doing? Yang Su also saw that Yang Mingfeng smiled foolishly for a long time at the road, where the car had already driven away. Yang Su thought to himself, is the village chief crazy? After waiting for a while, Yang Su ran out and stood beside Yang Mingfeng, following his line of sight to the empty street in the distance. "Ming, what are you looking at? Do you know who was in that car just now?" Yang Mingfeng asked Yang Su with a distant and melancholy look.
"I don't know."
Yang Su shook his head stupidly. Yang Mingfeng looked around and whispered as he walked into the village committee, "That was Mayor Zhao just now."
Ah?
Yang Su was so shocked that he screamed, "What, Mayor Zhao? Is Brother Ming really talking nonsense? What kind of mayor would come to such a poor and remote place? Is the village about to be developed?" After Yang Mingfeng came over, he quickly searched for Yang Su on his mobile phone and threw the phone to Yang Su. Yang Su saw the picture on the phone. The news headline above, "The mayor of City C just went to a certain development zone for inspection." The picture below is a man in his 40s. Could this be the Mayor Zhao that Brother Ming just mentioned?
Ah.
The one who was in the Land Rover just now. Yang Su was stunned. Why did Mayor Zhao of City C go to Dr. Bai's clinic for treatment? Is Dr. Bai really a miracle doctor, but they just don't know about him? Zhao Fuqing has been in the officialdom for so many years. What kind of people has he not seen? He has always been very accurate in judging people. He asked Su Wen for some simple information about Bai Yuan and learned about her condition. So this time, he came here in person to meet the old partner his father wanted to find. It was just a brief contact, and they didn't even say anything. But he felt that this woman was really gentle. On the way to the airport, Zhao Fuqing called Zhao Zhili. He only said 2 words. Agree. Zhao Zhili paused for a moment before he realized what his son meant. He was a little embarrassed and said bluntly, "Who cares if you agree or not?" Zhao Fuqing smiled and hung up the phone. Recently, the village has been rumored that Bai Yuan is dating a man who drives a Mercedes. Han Baoqin went to the clinic quietly. After returning, she dragged Sun Jinwei with her all day long, saying that the couple should go out together. In the morning, the two of them buy groceries together. At noon, they play mahjong together, and in the afternoon, they go to square dance together. Of course, she dances while Sun Jinwei plays basketball nearby. In short, they go out together in pairs in everything they do. She also tries very hard to get along with the villagers of Jinko village, trying to create an image of a fairy couple. Privately, Han Baoqin took Sun Jinwei's hand while they were having dinner and carefully began to encourage him. "Awei, we've been together for several months. Do you want to find some time to get the certificate?" Sun Jinwei put down his bowl, suddenly losing his appetite, and said, "Can't we be together without getting a certificate? But after all, it's not legal." Han Baoqin thought to herself that she had been here for several months, and it had been so long since the Chinese New Year, but Sun Jinwei still hadn't mentioned the matter of getting a certificate. Was he wary of her? Sun Jinwei smiled and said, "Whether you get the marriage certificate or not, you won't take out the certificate when you meet people." Han Baoqin put down her bowl and chopsticks. She looked into Sun Jinwei's eyes seriously. "Awei, didn't you divorce Bai Yuan just to marry me? Now that you are divorced, don't you want to marry me?" Sun Jinwei didn't look Han Baoqin in the eye. He half lowered his eyes, picked up the chopsticks, and started to add dishes. "If we don't get married, won't we live together now? But living together like this, I always feel uneasy."
Han Baoqin sahid in tangla.
Sun Jinwei looked up and persuaded, "What's there to be unsure about? You just think too much." Han Baoqin said anxiously, "Awei, it's not that I think too much. We have been divorced for so long. You would have gotten the marriage certificate a long time ago. Why have you been delaying getting the marriage certificate with me? This house is not yours. Are you afraid that I will run away with your property? That's not the case. It's just getting a marriage certificate, not a big deal," and Sun Jinwei didn't know why. Before divorcing Bai Yuan, he arrogantly said he wanted a divorce, but after the divorce, it has been so long. He always felt that the two of them were only separated temporarily, not permanently. As long as he doesn't get the marriage certificate with Han Baoqin, then he and Bai Yuan still have hope of reconciliation. Thinking of this, his heart skipped a beat. "Do I think Baoqin and I won't last long?
No.
Baoqin and I will live together for a long time, and we have even bought a double cemetery.
But
Why still don't want to get the certificate? Is the long divorce process scaring you off?" "No, that's not the case." Sun Jinwei was a little confused, and he didn't know what he wanted to do. But the only thing that is certain is that he doesn't want to get a marriage certificate for the time being. It was as if he had an obsession in his heart. If he gets the marriage certificate with Baoqin, then he'll be completely cut off from Yuan. Han Baoqin whispered, "Your son and Bai Yuan are guarding against me like they are thieves. Before the divorce, you both changed the head of the household, and now you have nothing. I have been talking about getting the marriage certificate so that we can take care of each other when we are old. Aren't we taking care of each other now?" Sun Jinwei laughed. Han Baoqin pretended to be angry and turned around and said, "After all, you just don't want to get the marriage certificate with me." Sun Jinwei was also a little anxious. He was abandoned by Bai Yuan. Now, if Han Baoqin left again, he would be abandoned by everyone. "Although it is almost the same as being abandoned by everyone now," he said, "it's not that I don't want to Baoqin, none of my sons came back for the New Year this year. They thought I was dead. What I thought was, if I don't get the marriage certificate, I will secretly tell them later, and my son and daughter may come back to see me for the New Year this year. It's really for this." Han Baoqin was somewhat convinced by this reason. After all, she could see that Awei was quite lonely during this year's New Year. An old man, and none of his children came back. She could see that he was upset. When Sun Jinwei saw that Han Baoqin accepted this reason, he couldn't help but say, "Is it really for this? You also saw the situation during this year's New Year. My original plan was not to rush to get the certificate. When they come back, I will take you to have a meal with my son and daughter-in-law, and you should behave well. Let them recognize you. By then, we will have a beautiful family. Won't it be great?" "That's true.
So don't urge me all the time."
You're fine now, call my daughter-in-law more often and behave yourself. Are my daughter-in-law, you, and Bai Yuan all outsiders? As long as she agrees with you, she will whisper in her son's ear, and then won't our relationship be settled? Sun Jinwei said as he thought. This method was suggested by Bai Yuan before. Bai Yuan said that if there is something you want to tell your son, if you think your son will not agree, just call your daughter-in-law and say something good. If the daughter-in-law agrees, then the son will basically agree. If the daughter-in-law also disagrees, then both of them disagree. She is always smart in doing things. Han Baoqin agreed. What Wei said makes sense. What Sun Jinwei said made sense, but Han Baoqin felt depressed when she thought about not being able to get the certificate. If she couldn't get the certificate, she always felt that one day her position would be easily replaced. What if Bai Yuan came back? Han Baoqin didn't want to become a clown, so she planned to strike first. Early in the morning, Bai Yuan rode her electric bike to have breakfast. After coming back, she swept the clinic and opened the door at 10 o'clock. As a result, the first patient she welcomed was Han Baoqin. Even though she was gentle, she really didn't have a good face for Han Baoqin. After she came in, she sat behind the desk in a businesslike manner. She didn't say a word. Han Baoqin sat opposite the desk, pretending to be shy, and said in a very pretentious manner, Wei and I are about to get the certificate. Congratulations. Bai Yuan said indifferently. Her ex-husband and his first love were going to get their marriage certificate, so what did he say to her? What did it have to do with her? She didn't care, so this man must be sick. Han Baoqin looked at the congratulations on Bai Yuan's face, and she couldn't help but feel stunned. Han Baoqin said, Are you very jealous? You must be very jealous, so you found such a man to deceive everyone. Bai Yuan sighed. Someone is crazy. It seems that I should prescribe some mental medicine for her. Han Baoqin said, The man driving the Mercedes must be a liar you found, and the car must be rented. What's with going out in pairs? Do you think you can really get married? Or are you trying to fool? You are just an old woman from the country. Now you are at this age and have been abandoned by your husband. No one can like you. You'd better stop doing those tricks. She wants the entire Jinko village to laugh at her.
Impossible.
This must be this woman's conspiracy. She just wants everyone to think that Bai Yuan made the right decision to divorce, and now there are still people pursuing her even after the divorce, and her market is good. But everyone knows that a woman that even Sun Jinwei doesn't want to be favored by other people. It's really ridiculous. When Zhao Zhili walked in from the door, he locked his eyes on Bai Yuan at first sight. She was wearing a beige knitted coat, sitting there, looking gentle and peaceful. Zhao Zhili asked, I came early today. Too early. Bai Yuan stood up, and the mood that was disturbed by Han Baoqin just now disappeared a little. Su Wen also followed in curiously today, under the pretext of seeing a doctor. Zhao Zhili did not stop him. After all, Su Wen was a little bored sitting in the car every day. Han Baoqin heard a sound behind her, turned around, and was stunned. The man in the windbreaker who came in against the light looked like the male protagonist in a TV series, with a romantic and suave look all over his body. How can there be such a handsome guy? Even if he is old, he is still handsome. Han Baoqin couldn't help but stand up, smiling, ready to say hello. It would be best if there was a collision like in an idol drama. As she spoke, she walked forward. She also quietly unscrewed the thermos in her hand, intending to get in close contact with him and wipe his wet clothes. Oh, I was so smart. As Zhao Zhili's assistant and driver, Su Wen has been following him for several years. Naturally, he has always been very alert to his surroundings. When he saw this woman flirting, he thought something was wrong. When this woman walked towards Zhao Zhili, the radar in Su Wen's mind began to sound alarms quickly. Mr. Zhao. When the woman approached, Su Wen stood in front of Zhao Zhili. Han Baoqin originally planned to walk towards the handsome old man, but who would have thought that someone was coming towards them? The two of them bumped into each other, and the hot water in her thermos also spilled on the young man. This made Han Baoqin apologize quickly. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so embarrassed. It was still late winter, and Su Wen was wearing thick clothes, so he didn't get burned. He was just glad in his heart that it was not Mr. Zhao who was splashed, otherwise it would be troublesome. Su-wen said coldly, no need. Bai Yuan could never have imagined that something like this would happen so early in the morning. She hurried forward, grabbed Su-wen's arm, and began to check. How is it? Are you burned? If you are burned, you have to deal with it quickly. Su-wen's mind was full of luck that President Zhao was not burned. He knew that Bai Yuan was someone President Zhao favored, so he dared not neglect her and immediately said, It's okay, Dr. Bai, please sit down and rest first. I have a change of clothes. Zhao Zhili had just arrived when he saw this scene. He turned his head and saw the woman pulling Su-wen's arm and pulling up his clothes to check his arm. He frowned and said, Su-wen, go out and wipe it first. If it doesn't work, change your clothes.
Well.
Su-wen turned and walked out. There are usually spare clothes in the car. In the past, they were replacement clothes to prevent vomiting after drinking. So it's not a big deal if this kind of tea spills on the clothes. Han Baoqin felt a little regretful, but when she turned around, she found that the handsome guy in the windbreakers stretched out his hand and put his arm around Bai Yuan and walked over there. On the outstretched hand, there was a watch. Han Baoqin's daughter used to work as a teller in SKP for a period of time. She had to be familiar with various luxury brands, so after a few times, she also recognized some brands. Her pupils contracted violently.
This.
Patek Philippe watch? How is it possible? It must be fake. It's okay to rent a car, but now he has bought himself a set of fake brand name watches. This person really loves to pretend. Han Baoqin instantly felt that these must be people hired by Bai Yuan for herself, just to make herself look good. Otherwise, how could a man wearing a Patek Philippe watch be interested in a rural woman? Zhao Zhili helped Bai Yuan to sit down and glanced at Han Baoqin next to him out of the corner of his eye. Patient? No, I just came here to visit for free. Bai Yuan said casually. Han Baoqin got angry when she heard it. Bai Yuan, why, you don't dare to introduce me? Han Baoqin stepped forward with a smile and announced to Zhao Zhili in a resounding voice, I am her ex-husband's first love, the White Moonlight, Vermilion Mole, and her ex-husband's current wife.
Han Baoqin, who are you?
Zhao Zhili. Before he could speak, Han Baoqin said sarcastically, I know, you must be the adulterer of Bai Yuan who has been rumored in the village recently. Why are you pretending? You are so old and still buy yourself a bunch of fake brand name clothes. Even if you want to pretend to be a big shot, you don't have to pretend like this. Zhao Zhili glanced at the clothes on his body, blinked, and smiled. Han Baoqin saw that Zhao Zhili didn't say anything, so she knew that she must have guessed right, and this man had nothing to say. She became more excited. I really didn't expect that it is disrespectful to the elderly. At such an old age, there are still people pursuing old ladies and pretending to be rich. Su-wen had just changed his coat and walked over when he heard this woman making sarcastic remarks again. Su-wen immediately said, Do you know who he is? You talk. Be careful. Zhao Zhili came quickly. Su-wen, step down first. Su-wen felt very aggrieved when he saw President Zhao being said that. But President Zhao asked him to step down, so Su-wen had to stand aside, saying nothing, but glaring at Han Baoqin with vicious eyes from time to time. Han Baoqin saw Su-wen standing beside her. She snorted coldly. You even hired an assistant for yourself. Do you really think you are a big boss? If you are really a big boss, would you come to a village like this? It's so funny. You should even pretend to be a good person. Zhao Zhili stood up, looked down at Han Baoqin, who was speaking harshly, and introduced himself. I am Bai Yuan's current suitor, and we are getting married soon. Bai Yuan. Han Baoqin didn't react for a moment. After she came to her senses, she cursed. Who are you kidding, you two liars? Away and I are going to get the marriage certificate soon. She was so angry that she said, Bai Yuan, if no one wants you, then no one wants you. You don't have to pretend that you are in high demand. Are you being chased by a big boss? Why don't you take A and look in the mirror to see if you are worthy of him? After that, she turned and left in a rage. Han Baoqin was frightened by what the man in the windbreaker said, We are getting married soon. This sentence reminded her. She and Sun Jinwei haven't got the marriage certificate yet. Even if Sun Jinwei and Bai Yuan are divorced, she couldn't get the marriage certificate with Sun Jinwei. Zhao Zhili looked at Han Baoqin, who was running away. Is she crazy? Probably crazy. Bai Yuan muttered, but there is no need to lie to people that we are getting married soon. I don't need you to rescue her. She is just a wild dog, humming nonsense. Why give her the look? Zhao Zhili turned to look at Bai Yuan and said seriously, I'm serious. Even if Sun Jinwei and Bai Yuan were divorced, she couldn't get a marriage certificate with Sun Jinwei. Zhao Zhili looked at Han Baoqin, who was running away. Is she crazy? Probably crazy. Bai Yuan muttered, but there is no need to lie to people that we are about to get married. I don't need you to rescue her. She is just a wild dog, humming randomly. Why give her the eye? Zhao Zhili turned his head to look at Bai Yuan and said seriously, I'm serious. Bai Yuan had never dreamed of getting married again, let alone marrying someone like Zhao Zhili. In her early years, she followed her parents' instructions, came back from the city, and went with the flow, choosing a man who is not so annoying to marry. She had never thought about love in her life. What love is, she didn't understand at all. Now she is 60 years old, and a man comes to her for several days in a row, and then after rescuing her, he says that he really wants to marry you. Bai Yuan was just stunned for a moment, then smiled. Said, don't joke with me. Then he continued to be busy with his own business. Zhao Zhili. He usually keeps his word, but no one has ever said that he jokes. How come when he talked to her, she said so calmly, don't joke, and then turned and walked away?
This
made Zhao Zhili feel a little frustrated. Su Wen was stunned when he heard it next to him. Mr. Zhao has been single for so many years and has never looked at any woman. Now he likes a woman, but he didn't expect that he would say he wanted to marry her, but the other party said calmly, don't joke with her. Su Wen wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to laugh. If this matter gets out, it will definitely make a lot of people laugh to death. Wansheng Group is a first-class company in China. In the early years, it was engaged in real estate, and later it became rich. Mr. Zhao has a very sharp vision and saw that the real estate industry was about to fail. He quickly kept up with the times and transformed from the real estate industry to a technology company. Today, Wansheng Group is still high above. For such a large group, Mr. Zhao is a sweet cake in the eyes of countless women. There are so many cocktail parties and dinners, and there are always women rushing to him. Various female stars also try to get some benefits from him. But Mr. Zhao has never been interested in these women. Now he is 65 years old, and he comes to the village every day like a young man to pursue a female doctor. Today he said so bluntly that he wanted to marry you, but he was rejected. This matter is very funny no matter how you think about it. Su Wen also suddenly felt that the woman that Mr. Zhao took a fancy to was indeed interesting. Logically speaking, they came to the village every day, driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and he also accompanied Mr. Zhao in and out. In the eyes of outsiders, Mr. Zhao's status should not be bad. But this female doctor was not interested. Very calm. Su Wen also understood why Mr. Zhao liked her. This gentle and calm energy. Sun Mingzhu didn't dare to delay the bag she took out from the village. She found a friend whose family was rich and well-connected and often dealt in second-hand luxury goods. The next day, Sun Mingzhu took the gift box and went to a second-hand luxury goods recycling store introduced by her friend. The owner of the store was a third-generation rich man, and he opened this luxury goods store just to facilitate some friends. His orientation was a little different. The store manager called himself Mike. Sun Mingzhu took out the gift box and said a little embarrassedly, I think it may be fake, but please come and identify it. Anyway, I'm free today, so I'll help you take a look. Mike likes the straightforwardness of young people like this. He heard from his friend that her bag seemed to be given to her mother by someone else. She wants to fight against counterfeiting. Sun Mingzhu packed the gift box and took out the bag carefully. If it's fake, I have to tell my mother. This person really likes to pretend. The moment the bag was taken out, Mike felt that the bag had something. Content. He immediately took out a magnifying glass and began to check various details and at the same time said to Sun Mingzhu, "Duent talk first." Sun Mingju was stunned and quickly sat upright beside her. She watched the store manager carefully check the Birkin 25 night model. Well, she didn't know this bag at first, thinking it was blue, but after searching on the internet, she knew what the bag was called. It's enough, Xiaobai. Sun Mingju looked at Mike's serious look when checking the bag, and her heart was very tangled. She even wondered confusedly whether she hoped the bag was real or fake. That man was pursuing her mother. Even if he drove a Mercedes, it was impossible for him to give her mother an Hermes bag. This kind of bag with an original price of 2 million is not something that everyone is qualified to buy. She checked Baidu, and it said that this kind of bag needs to be matched. Without a certain status, you can't buy it even if you want to. Generally, those who use these are celebrities and female stars. Besides, ordinary people simply can't afford it. Sun Mingju suddenly laughed. Am I really dreaming that this man is a super rich man? That would be crazy. Sun Mingju stood up and suddenly thought, forget it, I won't test it. It must be fake. Mike also finished the inspection, Mike said with shining eyes. From various details and the material of this crocodile skin, Sun Mingju's heart was hanging in his throat. Fake is fake. Why are you still keeping it a secret? Are you second-hand sellers so good at keeping people in suspense? Mike said. Absolutely genuine. Sun Mingju was so shocked that his eyes widened and his jaw almost dropped to the ground.
What?
Real, genuine? Mike didn't expect to meet someone who came to inspect the real small house today. He quickly said, do you want to sell it?
I'm asking pierwsze.
9 million. It's not easy to find a brand new one. Sun Mingju. Ah? Mike said seriously, the original price of this bag is 2 million and the recycling price is generally around 1.2 million, but your bag is brand new, so I can buy yours at close to the original price. What do you think? Sun Mingju was still in shock. You mean this bag is authentic? Yeah. Mike didn't understand what she was shocked about. If they could come to inspect it, they would definitely not be sure about the authentic and pirated ones, but if it was a fake, it would be easy to see. Sun Mingju immediately felt her blood pressure rise and she felt dizzy. I'm dizzy.
Don't get dizzy first.
If you get dizzy later, what if they think I swapped your bag? I won't be able to explain myself. Mike quickly helped Sun Mingju to sit down. Only then he realized that Sun Mingju was dressed very ordinary and the brands were all very common. What did she say when she came in just now? It seemed that someone said that someone gave it to her mother? What kind of status does her mother have? To be pursued by a big shot who could afford a small Hermes house. Not easy. Mike poured Sun Mingju a glass of Coke, and Sun Mingju drank it in one gulp. She felt refreshed and sober. She sat there muttering to herself, How could it be real? This bag. Is it really real? Mike laughed. If you sell it to me as a fake, I can give you $300. Sun Mingju thanked Mike profusely and then carefully put the bag back into the gift box. Mike personally sent this potential future big customer to the door. He told him to come often. Sun Mingju laughed dryly and quickly stuffed the gift box, which was worth a house, into the trunk and drove back to the village trembling all the way. After returning to the village, Mr. Xiao left at noon. Sun Mingju put the gift box in the small room of Bai Yuan's clinic and nervously put it in the cabinet. Bai Yuan saw her sneaky attitude and asked hurriedly, What are you doing? Sun Mingju swallowed her saliva, but did not ask immediately. She planned to wait until the patient left and then ask her mother quietly. Sun Mingju said, I'm going out to buy you food. She took the key and rode her mother's electric bike to the industrial city. When Sun Mingju came back, she was still wondering if her mother knew the identity of Mr. Zhao. She was afraid she didn't know. How should she tell her later? How can she not shock her? What if she faints after telling her? These are all problems. Hey, what is Mr. Zhao's full name? When Sun Mingju came back from dinner, she placed a portion of cold noodles and steamed buns with vegetables on her mother's table. Her mother was still treating a child. Sun Mingju walked to the door and stood under the crooked soapberry tree outside the door. She paced back and forth, struggling. Just when Sun Mingju was struggling, a man ran out of the village committee. When Yang Su came over, He saw Sun Mingju, pulled Sun Mingju, and ran to the village committee. Sun Mingju looked puzzled. After entering the village committee, he found an office, closed the door, and bolted it. Sun Mingju was startled. What were they going to do? There was also the village chief in the office. Sun Mingju was puzzled. Why were they looking for me? The village chief Yang Mingfeng licked his lips, pulled Sun Mingju, and acted like they were on good terms. He even personally poured Sun Mingju a cup of tea. This treatment shocked Sun Mingju, and Yang Mingfeng didn't play it safe anymore. He asked directly, "How did your mother know Mayor Zhao?" "What Mayor Zhao?" Sun Mingju was confused by the question.
Mayor Zhao?
Could it be that the man pursuing my mother was Mayor Zhao? But the age was wrong, and he looked like he was retired. Yang Mingfeng didn't expect it. "You really don't know?" Yang Su handed Sun Mingju the phone with the webpage open and pointed at the person on it. "It's this Mayor Zhao." The man in the photo looked to be about 40 years old, and he was very handsome. He was pretty good looking. But obviously, he wasn't the handsome guy in the windbreaker that her mother knew. The age doesn't match. Sun Mingju shook her head. "I don't know him either." Yang Mingfeng said immediately, "I know you don't know him. I mean your mother knows him." "No, he knows Dr. Bai. He came here the day before yesterday, and it seemed like he went straight to DR.
Bai?
The mayor is looking for my mother? What's going on?" Sun Mingju continued to look at the introduction on the webpage. "The mayor of City C, Zhao Fuqing." Sun Mingju reacted quickly. Both of them have the surname Zhao. This person is 40 years old. After looking at him for a long time, I feel that he looks a bit like Mr. Zhao. Her heart skipped a beat. Could this Mayor Zhao be the son of that handsome old man? Sun Mingju had such doubts, but she didn't dare to say more to Yang Mingfeng and Yang Su. Sun Mingju looked puzzled, and Yang Mingfeng was sure that Sun Mingju really didn't know anything, so he had to let Sun Mingju leave. Yang Su took the webpage and began to study this appearance over and over again. Suddenly, a light bulb flashed in Yang Su's mind. He had a huge fantasy, and he picked up his phone and started searching on the internet. Mayor Zhao Fuqing's father. There really is one on the internet. Mayor Zhao Fuqing's father. Wanqing Group's CEO Zhao Zhili. Zhao Zhili often appears in the financial pages, so there are quite a few pictures of him on the internet. When Yang Su saw the pictures, his whole family was shocked. Yang Su quickly handed the phone to Yang Mingfeng. "Ming, brother Ming. Look."
What are you looking at?
Yang Mingfeng felt a headache. He rubbed his temples, and at the same time took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and began to take out one and put it in his mouth. "Look at it quickly." Yang Su pointed to the picture on the phone and gave it to him. Yang Mingfeng's eyes fell on the phone, and when he saw the man clearly, the cigarette in Yang Mingfeng's mouth fell to the ground with a click. Yang Mingfeng was completely dumbfounded. Yang Su licked his lips. He said speechlessly, "Brother Ming, this is really a big boss. Do you think Dr. Bai knows his identity?" Yang Mingfeng held the phone, began to browse the introduction on the phone, and asked with a silly smile. Yang Su said, "I think he knows. But he certainly doesn't know that his son is Mayor Zhao." Yang Mingfeng stood up, and the whole person was almost crazy with joy, and began to talk to himself. Yang Su whispered, "My God, such a big man has come to our village recently, so should we take the opportunity next time?" Yang Mingfeng immediately calmed down and said, "Seriously, what's the opportunity? He came to the village to find Dr. Bai. Is he looking for you? Is he looking for the village?" "That's right." Yang Su sighed and muttered in a low voice, "If Wanqing Group can take a fancy to our land in the future, how great it would be." Yang Mingfeng felt sorry for Dr. Bai's divorce some time ago, but now, he doesn't feel sorry at all. He thinks this divorce is good, it's too good. Dr. Bai can even hook up with the CEO of Wanqing Group. If they could get married, maybe Wanqing Group would really develop this land. After Sun Mingju returned to the clinic, she didn't dare tell her mother that the village chief said that one of the people who came to see her the day before yesterday was the mayor. She was afraid that her mother would faint from fear. She thought about it and turned to ask her mother, "Mom, what's the full name of that Uncle Zhao?" "It seems to be Zhao Zhili," Bai Yuan said while eating. Sun Mingju suddenly had an idea and picked up her phone and quickly searched on Baidu. Enter the 3 words Zhao Zhili in the search box. Sun Mingju didn't expect that this name would really search out anything, but when the search results came out, Sun Mingju's mouth opened so wide that a boiled egg could fit in it. Zhao Zhili, Wanxing Group, President. Of course, Sun Mingju knew about Wanxing Group. Wanxing Group has invested in many places in China, including the famous Wanxing Plaza. Rongshalin Hotel, a famous domestic chain of 5-star hotels, is an industry under Wanxing. What kind of technology companies does Wanxing have under its umbrella? It has also invested in various emerging industries. Sun Mingju closed her phone and held her forehead. This must be an illusion. Illusion. It must be an illusion. How could the president of Wanxing Group come to see my mother every day? These 2 people are not from the same world at all. This must be someone who looks similar to the president of Wanxing Group. It must be like this. She said this, but in fact, she thought about it for a long time, walked into the room, closed the door, took out her phone, and called her eldest brother Sun Pingzhong. Sister, what's wrong? Sun Pingzhong on the other end of the phone seemed to be in a good mood. Brother, there is something very important that I need to tell you. Sun Mingju swallowed her saliva. Her mind was changing, and she was entangled in how she should say it so as not to scare her eldest brother. Very important? Sun Pingzhong got a little nervous on the other end of the phone. Very important. So you find a secluded place now, and listen carefully. Sun Mingju was very serious. It was probably Sun Mingju's attitude that frightened Sun Pingzhong. Sun Pingzhong on the other end of the phone was afraid that his sister would say, I want a divorce too. He hadn't even heard her speak yet, but he felt a headache. After Sun Pingzhong entered the room, he said, I'm going into the room now, you tell me. Someone is chasing our mother. Sun Mingju couldn't help but say, Who? So it was this. Sun Pingzhong felt relieved. Sun Mingju said 3 words, Zhao Zhili. Who is Zhao Zhili? Sun Pingzhong asked a very practical question. You can search it online. Sun Mingju said with a grin. The weirdness of the laughter made Sun Pingzhong look confused. What? The person chasing his mother, is he a criminal who committed crimes? Or the kind that has been on TV? Sun Pingzhong on the other end of the phone hung up the call first, and then started searching for Zhao Zhili. About 3 minutes later, Sun Pingzhong looked speechless. Are you sure it's the Zhao Zhili I just searched for? Is it the same person? Don't joke with me. Sun Mingju said with a headache. He gave our mother a Hermes bag worth 2 million. I went to authenticate it, and it's a genuine bag. Sun Pingzhong felt that the world was beginning to become magical. He could understand every word his sister said, but when they added it together, he felt that his ability to understand was declining. Someone is pursuing his mother. And he also gave her a Hermes bag worth 2 million. This person is a celebrity he searched on the internet, a celebrity in the financial world. Zhao Zhili. Is this possible? Sun Pingzhong thought it was impossible. Chi Defiu. This is completely unrealistic. If the man who looked for his mother every day was really Zhao Zhili, or the Zhao Zhili in the financial world, then there would be a big problem. Sun Pingzhong asked his sister, Do you think this is the fun of rich people? Playing with the poor. It's possible. Sun Mingju also thought. The 2 of them thought about it and decided that no matter what, how could a very rich old man fall in love with her mother? This is simply a foolish dream. It's not that he has watched too many TV dramas or read too many novels. The 2 of them thought about it and decided to tell the second son about this. Sun Mingju called Sun Pingzha, who was working on the Shijiang project. Sun Pingzha answered the phone and asked them to make a decision after listening to what Sun Mingju said. He only said one sentence, Don't let this man and mother get a marriage certificate. Sun Mingju said she understood. After all, they are from a wealthy family. If they were really trying to play around, their children wouldn't mind, but if they got to the point of getting a marriage certificate, their children would definitely be afraid that their mother would go and divide the benefits. So, they talked to the second son. Sun Pingzhong decided to go back to the village with the third son, Sun Mingju, to talk to their mother. It's better to know this matter earlier than later, and we can't let our mother really get involved. The two of them made an appointment and drove back to the village the next afternoon. When they returned, Mr. Zhao had just left, and there was no one in the clinic. Sun Mingzhu closed the door of the clinic, and Sun Pingzhong pulled 2 chairs to sit down. Bai Yuan was confused when she saw her children's attitude. What's wrong? Why are they so serious? She also hurriedly sat up straight. Sun Pingzhong didn't know how to start. Sun Mingzhu scratched his head, glanced at his eldest brother, and gestured. You speak. Sun Pingzhong was surprised. Let him speak, he. Sun Pingzhong was silent. Seeing her eldest brother's cowardly look, Sun Mingzhu decided to speak herself. She felt that her mother might not believe it if she spoke. She walked to the small room, took out the gift box, opened the box, took out the Hermes house, and handed it to her mother. Do you know how much this bag costs? Bai Yuan didn't understand why they were talking about the bag. She touched it and said, How much can it cost?
A few hundred yuan.
The leather feels good. It must be 1,000 yuan at most. Mom, I'm telling you seriously, this bag is more expensive than you think. She wanted to directly say 2 million, but she was afraid of shocking her mother. Sun Mingzhu came up with a roundabout way. In Sun Pingzhong's eyes, this roundabout way was a bit long-winded, and he said directly in a few words, the original price of this bag is 2 million. It is a luxury brand Hermes. Even if you use it up, you can get 1.2 million for the recycling price. The man who comes to see you every day is none other than Zhao Zhili, the president of Wanxing Group. What? Bai Yuan was confused. What were they talking about? They said Zhao Zhili was the president of some group, and they also said how much this bag cost. The original price was 2 million? She didn't hear it wrong. Sun Pingzhong knew that time waits for no one, and Mr. Zhao would come to his mother again tomorrow morning. He said, What I just said is very clear. If you want to digest it, you can sit here and think about it by yourself. Sun Pingzhong stood up and sat in the infusion room to think about this matter. Sun Mingzhu felt that her always gentle elder brother was a little impatient. She took out her mobile phone, searched for Zhao Zhili, and then handed the phone to her mother. Mom, this is his photo. Take a look for yourself. Bai Yuan didn't understand what was going on and took the phone in confusion. As a result, she saw Zhao Zhili in a suit, attending an event on the phone. The title on it said that Zhao Zhili, the president of Wanxing Group, came to Jiaodong University for an interview and talk. The picture below was Zhao Zhili and a young student host sitting on the stage, and the students below were also watching the interview. Bai Yuan stammered. Zhao Zhili. Zhao Zhili's identity was.
So.
She didn't know what to say, and was only surprised. How could it be? Bai Yuan was slightly dumbfounded. She thought that Zhao Zhili might have some social status, but she didn't expect it to be so high.
This.
Sun Pingzhong saw that his mother was surprised but did not faint. He knew that the old was still the spicier. After all, his mother had eaten more salt than he had eaten rice. Sun Pingzhong said seriously, Don't associate with Mr. Zhao in the future. Our family is just an ordinary family. I don't want you to be hurt in the future. Sun Mingzhu also said tactfully, Mom, once a person's appetite is cultivated, if he goes back, his heart may suffer great damage. Sun Pingzhong continued, We can't afford to offend such a family. Sun Mingzhu said, Although I don't know what Mr. Zhao means, I think it's better to break up early. Let him stop coming. But we are friends. Bai Yuan hesitated and said in a low voice. She didn't think she had any relationship with Zhao Zhili, but it was indeed a problem that he came to chat with her every day. Sun Pingzhong held his forehead and said speechlessly, Mom, do you have any friends who can make such a big boss run so far every day to see you? Do you believe it? This matter. Bai Yuan thought of some things Zhao Zhili said and suddenly fell silent. Sun Mingzhu said, He is pursuing you, so he comes to you every day. Then what should we do? Bai Yuan raised her head and finally began to seriously think about the outcome of this matter and said, I asked him not to come several times before, but he didn't listen at all. He even joked about marrying me before and I pretended I didn't hear it. Did his mother say that? Sun Pingzhong touched his chin, tangled for a long time, then turned his head to look at the third child, Mingzhu. Although I don't know what this Mr. Zhao likes about our mother, I think even if Mom doesn't let him come, this kind of rich man will become more and more courageous and must achieve his goal. Then what should we do? Sun Mingzhu asked. Sun Pingzhong thought for a moment and said, if you ask me, Mom, you should tell him tomorrow not to let him come. Starting tomorrow afternoon, the clinic will be closed and I will take you to my place. The day after tomorrow, I will arrange a blind date for you. Sun Mingzhu applauded and said, yes, 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 this is a good idea. As long as Mom is not in the village, he probably won't come. Another blind date. Bai Yuan said blankly. Sun Mingzhu comforted her. Just think of it as a second spring in your life. First find a man who is better than my dad. And he has a pension. Okay. Bai Yuan couldn't persuade the two children and knew that things had to be like this now. If she didn't go on a blind date, Zhao Zhili would definitely come here often based on his behavior. Then he would never be able to wash himself clean. Besides, if he really had such wealth and status, he wouldn't really want to do anything with an old lady like her. Rich people are too idle. So bored that he wants to play with an old lady. The next morning, Zhao Zhili arrived as scheduled as usual. He also brought breakfast to Bai Yuan. Usually, Bai Yuan was very calm when she saw Zhao Zhili, but after hearing her children talk about Zhao Zhili's identity yesterday, Bai Yuan felt very complicated when she saw him again. Why did he disguise his identity to contact her? What was his intention? After breakfast, Bai Yuan opened the door as usual. She still saw patients as usual. Zhao Zhili sat next to her, sometimes answering 1 or 2 calls, and sometimes chatting with her when there were no patients. Bai Yuan's mood did not change, and she did not express excessive admiration for Zhao Zhili. She has lived for 60 years. What kind of people has she not seen? Even if he has more wealth, what does it have to do with her? She doesn't care about these. After lunch, before Zhao Zhili left, Bai Yuan solemnly took out the gift box, then motioned Su Wen to open the trunk, and then put the gift box in personally. In Zhao Zhili's dumbfounded eyes, Bai Yuan said, "Don't come to see me again." Then she turned and went back. They were both adults, so there was no need for her to say more. She thought he should understand what she meant. Su Wen sat in the driver's seat, listening to what Dr. Bai said outside, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Zhao Zhili said nothing because he had something to do in the afternoon, so he just paused and got in the car. After getting in the car, Zhao Zhili kept looking out the window. His good mood in recent days was broken by Bai Yuan's words. He wondered if she knew his identity or something else. But even if she knew his identity, there was no need to tell him not to come to see her again. What was going on? Su Wen was a little shocked. Why did Dr. Bai say this? Did he hate Mr. Zhao? Mr. Zhao didn't do anything annoying. Yang Su and Yang Mingfeng saw the black Mercedes-Benz G driving away from the glass window. They were a little confused. They knew Mr. Zhao's identity yesterday, but this person's identity was too exaggerated. Yang Mingfeng asked Yang Su to keep his mouth shut. So after Yang Su went back, he was very cautious and didn't dare to tell his wife about Zhao Zhili's identity. That afternoon, Sun Pingzhong drove back and took his mother Bai Yuan away. In the evening, Sun Jinwei came to get medicine and found that the clinic was closed. Sun Jinwei scolded it. Why is it closed again? Sun Jinwei thought, did he go out to play with that Mercedes-Benz man? Sun Jinwei made up his mind and called Bai Yuan. Fortunately, he hadn't blocked him yet. But the call didn't go through, and no one answered at all. Sun Jinwei's heart sank. Could it be that he really went out to fool around? Sun Jinwei quickly called Sun Mingzhu and asked, "Where's your mother?" Sun Mingzhu, "My mother is at my eldest brother's house." "Why are you looking for my mother?" Sun Jinwei was relieved at once. It turned out that she went to her eldest son's place. Sun Jinwei was about to hang up the phone, and Sun Mingzhu added, "You have divorced my mother, so don't call my mother again. My mother is going on a blind date tomorrow." Sun Jinwei, huh? Isn't Bai Yuan dating that Mercedes-Benz man? Could they really be just friends? Or is she a patient who comes to see a doctor every day? After all, if they were related, Why would the eldest son arrange a blind date for Bai Yuan? Sun Jinwei was suspicious, but when he thought of his ex-wife going on a blind date tomorrow, he became anxious again. What blind date is she going on? At her age, why should she just stay in the clinic and have a blind date? You can marry the mistress. Why can't my mother have a second life? After saying that, Sun Mingzhu hung up the phone. Only Sun Jinwei was left standing there in a daze. After returning home, Sun Jinwei kept muttering, "Why have you had a blind date? What the Hades?" Han Baoqin heard this and couldn't help but grab his ear. "Did you go to the clinic again?" No, I was just strolling around and called my daughter. Mingzhu said she's going on a blind date tomorrow. Sun Jinwei knew that he must have made Han Baoqin angry by mentioning Bai Yuan in front of her, so he didn't dare to blame her for twisting his ear. When Han Baoqin heard that Bai Yuan was going on a blind date tomorrow, she laughed. "I knew it. That Mercedes-Benz man is really a liar hired by Bai Yuan. Just to save face and dignity, he made such a big fuss in the village. What a joke. After I exposed your scam, you can't continue to lie anymore, right? You should just go on blind dates, honestly." Sun Jinwei couldn't sleep that night. His mind was full of images of Bai Yuan going on blind dates with other people. He suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. What if the blind date was successful? Would she really get married with another old man? She is so old. Does she still want to get married? Han Baoqin saw that he was awakened by a nightmare and asked what happened. Sun Jinwei said it was nothing. He just had a dream. Han Baoqin yawned, turned over, and continued to sleep. But Sun Jinwei sat on the bed, but could not sleep. When he wanted a divorce, he was sure that Bai Yuan would not dare to divorce him. No matter how he made a fuss, after all, they had a child. Bai Yuan, a decent person, would definitely endure it for the sake of the child. Then he would not have to divorce and could occasionally get together with Baoqin. But she unexpectedly agreed to the divorce, and not only that, she also calculated how to protect the interests of the child. This really surprised Sun Jinwei. But it is difficult to ride a tiger. He could not get a divorce. If he didn't, wouldn't it be like slapping himself in the face? Wouldn't he be laughed at by Bai Yuan? Although she didn't seem to laugh at him, he had never lost in his life. Face was more important than life and death. After the divorce, he was still a little upset about it. He cursed Bai Yuan in his heart. It was all her fault for not bowing her head at that time. If she had bowed her head, would he have been able to get a divorce? Now that she's divorced, forget it. She even wants to go on a blind date and remarry. She doesn't even look at how old she is. Does she really think she can get married? This woman is so shameless. Sun Jinwei cursed in his heart and felt upset. He woke up early in the morning with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Han Baoqin saw that he didn't sleep well last night, so she didn't ask much. When Han Baoqin went out to buy vegetables, Sun Jinwei hid in the room alone and quietly called Sun Mingzhu. "My daughter, how is your mother feeling?" "My mother is in a very good mood." "Is your mother really going on a blind date today?" "You've found your second spring. My mom can't live alone the rest of her life, can she?" "I'm your dad. How can I really ignore your mom?" "Tell your mom to stop going on blind dates. She's really old and can't take it anymore. I'll take care of her." "Dad, that's not necessary. My mom isn't someone who has any interest in getting involved in other people's families." "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." "Don't hang up, don't hang up. Do you have anything else to say? Is that guy driving the Mercedes really a liar hired by your mom?" "I knew it. How could anyone from the city like her?" "Who is your mom going on a blind date with this time?" "A retired cadre. He's more capable than you anyway." After hanging up the phone, Sun Jinwei's mind was full of what Sun Mingzhu said, retired cadres.
Ugh.
"Anyway, more capable than you." "What do you mean more capable than me? Am I so incompetent?" Sun Jinwei sat on the bed in the room, doubting his life, took a cigarette from the cigarette bag, put the cigarette in his mouth. The lighter clicked and the flame flew out. When the flame touched the cigarette roll, a cluster of small sparks ignited. Sun Jinwei looked at the sparks on the cigarette ace, and he took a deep puff, thinking about the past years. You want to ask him if he knows Bai Yuan she is a good woman. Of course he knows that. If you ask him if he knows that he is not worthy of such a good woman, he also knows that. But he can't say it to others. Once he says it, he is afraid that Bai Yuan will become arrogant. In this family, only one person can be the second uncle, and that is him. He is afraid that after saying something, he will appear to be unworthy of a doctor, and he is even more afraid that this woman will become disobedient. If she has any extramarital affairs and really cheats on him, wouldn't she be cuckolding him? So Sun Jinwei knows a lot of things, but he won't admit it. He didn't want to admit it either. Internally, he suppressed Bai Yuan severely, letting her know that it was her blessing to marry him. But this marriage was destroyed by him after he met Han Baoqin. If you ask him if he regrets it now, he still doesn't regret it. After all, he was very happy to get Baoqin. This was his first love in life. But 40 years ago, he had never lived with Baoqin and didn't know what it was like to live with her. It's not as good as living with Yuan, because Han Baoqin is not as good as Bai Yuan. Sun Jinwei took another deep puff of the cigarette, thinking in his heart, Bai Yuan has been so well behaved for so many years, and she is used to him, Sun Jinwei, and must not be used to other men. Today's blind date is bound to be a failure. Zhao Zhili came to Jinko village early in the morning as usual. Before leaving yesterday at noon, he didn't take to heart what Bai Yuan said. He planned to come today and have a serious talk with her. But when he came, he was turned away. There was an eggplant hanging on her door. He waited and waited, but she didn't open the door. He called her again, but no one answered the phone. Zhao Zhili walked at the door, and a man came out of the village committee opposite, trotting. Yang Su came over stealthily and cautiously. The village chief didn't dare to come over himself, so he sent him over to ask, "Are you looking for Dr. Bai?" When asking this question, Yang Su felt a little timid. Maybe he was afraid after knowing Zhao Zhili's identity. "Do you know where she went?" Zhao Zhili asked very politely. "I saw her eldest son pick her up yesterday afternoon. She might be staying in the city for a few days." Yang Su said. Zhao Zhili, "My son has been taken away, so there is no need to tell him not to come again. What is going on?" Zhao Zhili's intuition told him that there must be something wrong. But this person certainly doesn't know. Zhao Zhili nodded slightly to Yang Su, then got in the car and asked Su Wen to drive away first. "Mr. Zhao, where are we going?" Su Wen drove the car out of the village and couldn't help asking. After all, driving aimlessly like this is not a solution. There must be a goal. So now, where are they going? Su Wen expressed a question mark. Bai Yuan went downstairs to have breakfast in the morning and then went to the beauty salon with her daughter-in-law to have a face. The eldest daughter-in-law said that she bought an annual card at the beauty salon so that she could enjoy it too. Bai Yuan, who had never been to a beauty salon, also had an experience. Then she was taken by her eldest son and daughter-in-law to buy a new set of clothes, saying that she was going to a blind date, and she couldn't be so simple. The down jacket and pants bought last winter are not suitable for the season. The two of them consulted and bought Bai Yuan a turquoise velvet cheongsam. She found a light beige sweater outside, matched it with white cotton socks and black shallow mouth leather shoes. The eldest daughter-in-law Yang Wan likes to study matching on weekdays and matched a pearl necklace and pearl earrings for Bai Yuan. When it was time to pay, the eldest daughter-in-law wanted to pay, but Bai Yuan refused and said, "Don't mention that I got a sum of money from Han Baoqin when I divorced your father last time. Just running a clinic, my income is not worse than yours. Besides, you two have children, and it's not easy to live in the city. Don't spend money on me." Bai Yuan had already learned how to pay with her mobile phone. She paid for herself very readily. Yang Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she didn't rush to pay. Yang Wan likes her mother-in-law very much. Those who run clinics are not short of money. Very rich. One of the main reasons why she was able to marry Sun Pingzhong was because of her mother-in-law. A mother-in-law who runs a clinic and is a village doctor has a very high income. Last night Sun Pingzhong yelled, "Take our mother to buy some clothes today and match them better. We're going on a blind date." When Yang Wan heard this, she was eager to try. Hey, with years of accumulated experience in matching, in addition to her own children, She finally has a ready-made model. After dressing up, Yangwon went to the hair salon to fix her mother-in-law's hairstyle. Finally, she put on a light makeup for her mother-in-law who usually went out without makeup. Yangwon sometimes envies her mother-in-law. Because she is tall and has fair skin, she has always worked indoors and done decent jobs. So over the years, she looks 60 years old, but at first glance, she looks like she is in her 40s. She doesn't look old at all. There are only a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She has a gentle personality, no temper, and is very healthy. She doesn't have any high blood pressure, high blood lipids, or high blood sugar. Maybe because of her good temper and good mood, she doesn't have spots on her face. At such an old age, her skin is still white and tender. She envies it when she sees it. Speaking of this, Yangwon couldn't understand why her father-in-law divorced with such a good daughter-in-law. His brain must have been squeezed by the door. I heard that he followed her first love. When Yangwon thought of this, she felt that her father-in-law was sick in the head. During those days when they were getting divorced, they always needed someone to look after the store. So she stayed to watch the store. And she had to pick up and drop off the children. Husband Sun Pingzhong went back to the village alone. After dressing up her mother-in-law by Yuan, Yangwon's eyes lit up. She looks good. Yangwon didn't expect that her mother-in-law looked like a star after she was dressed up, and people couldn't take their eyes off her. Yangwon thought, this blind date will definitely work. Bai Yuan didn't have lunch, and was driven by her eldest son to a nearby high-end restaurant. The restaurant was first class from decoration to lighting, and it looked like a Tang-style building. The warm yellow light made everything full of antique flavor. Bai Yuan was pulled by Sun Pingzhong to the door of a private room. There was a jasmine pattern painted on the door of the private room. Sun Pingzhong pointed to the private room and said, "Uncle Lee is here, Mom." Then he knocked on the door himself. Sun Pingzhong made a gesture that he would leave first. As soon as Sun Pingzhong left, Bai Yuan was so nervous that her whole body was numb. She was going to have a blind date again. If she had known earlier, she would have endured that marriage. It would be really troublesome after the divorce. Bai Yuan sighed in her heart and gently pushed open the door. Just then a man came over and met Bai Yuan's eyes. Both of them were stunned. Bai Yuan hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I'm late." "You." Li Guangjing is 63 years old this year and has been retired for a few years. He promised his son to go on a blind date today. He heard that the other party was a female doctor who opened a clinic, so he didn't hold much hope. Who would have thought that the moment he pushed open the door, he saw such a beautiful woman. She was very tall, with a graceful figure, wearing a green velvet cheongsam. A very intellectual woman. Li Guangjing couldn't help but say, "It's really beautiful." Bai Yuan was a little embarrassed by the praise and embarrassedly scratched her face with her fingers. "I don't usually wear makeup. My daughter specially put on makeup for me." Li Guangjing quickly let Bai Yuan in and gently closed the door. After the two sat down, Li Guangjing asked Bai Yuan to order the dishes first, and Bai Yuan asked him to order, saying that she had no taboos. Li Guangjing did not refuse and personally ordered 7 or 8 dishes. The waiter served tea. The two of them were separated by a table, and Bai Yuan didn't know how to start, and could only complain in her heart. Last time she went on a blind date, and this time she went on a blind date again. Zhao Zhili made her have to go on a blind date to get rid of him. The two chatted and had a lot of topics. Li Guangjing was a more outgoing person. In a few words, he asked about Bai Yuan's children, and the two began to talk non-stop. Not long after, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Li Guangjing felt very good about Bai Yuan, gentle as water, and with a gentle smile. She divorced her husband because she heard that he cheated on her first love. Bai Yuan also felt good about Li Guangjing, a retired career worker with children and grandchildren, and her husband died of illness 3 years ago. In terms of conditions, it's okay. Li Guangjing also studied traditional Chinese medicine on weekdays, and Bai Yuan hit it off. She also often read some traditional Chinese medicine books and had some experience. The two exchanged topics about health preservation and traditional Chinese medicine. Just when the two were talking happily, the door was pushed open. They both turned their heads to look over at the same time. They thought the waiter had come. But when Bai Yuan's eyes met the man, she was stunned. How could it be? Zhao Zhili rushed over in a dusty manner, and as soon as he arrived, he saw a scene that made him angry. This woman was chatting with people so happily, and she even dressed up today with jewels and gems, and she was so round and smooth that he almost didn't recognize her. But she was also more elegant, intellectual, gentle, like a jasmine flower. Zhao Zhili strode to the table and looked down at Bai Yuan. Did you tell me that you were here for a blind date?
E.
Bai Yuan felt inexplicably as if she was caught cheating. Her scalp was numb, and she didn't know how to start. She stuttered for a while and was very embarrassed. Li Guangjing stood up and questioned, "Who are you?" Zhao Zhili turned his head and looked at Li Guangjing and said seriously, "I like her. I met her earlier than you, and you were a step later." Then he was about to pull Bai Yuan out. "Follow me."
No.
Bai Yuan struggled weakly, but after 3 or 4 steps, she was pulled out of the private room. Li Guangjing chased out and was about to call security. Su Wen blocked him.
Who are you?
Li Guangjing asked. "I am Mr. Zhao's assistant and driver." Su Wen watched Mr. Zhao pull the man away, and he was also in a panic. He quickly stopped the man seriously, then pulled him into the private room, closed the door, and began to explain the cause and effect of the matter in a low voice. Bai Yuan was pulled by Zhao Zhili to a private room next to him, and the door was closed. She was pressed against the door. This action scared Bai Yuan, and she quickly raised her hands to cover her face, fearing that Zhao Zhili would hit her. Zhao Zhili was so angry that he was extremely angry, but when he lowered his head, he saw that she had covered her face. He hurriedly asked, "Why are you covering your face?"
Don't hit me.
Bai Yuan said softly, while covering her face. Zhao Zhili was stunned. "Why would I hit you?" Bai Yuan. "Oh, he is not Sun Jinwei. He will not hit people." Zhao Zhili thought about it carefully. Could it be that she had always been beaten by Sun Jinwei after making mistakes before? When he thought of this possibility, Zhao Zhili could not help but gently hug Bai Yuan in his arms. He put his chin on the top of her head and asked in a low voice, "Why did you go on a blind date with someone else behind my back? Did you ask me?"
E.
Bai Yuan was hugged by someone. Her nervous heart almost jumped out of her mouth. She breathed in the faint scent of cologne on his body, the smell of the earth, and she said, "My son arranged it." Zhao Zhili sighed, not knowing how to describe his feelings. He just called Sun Mingzhu and asked for a long time before asking about Bai Yuan's whereabouts. Sun Mingzhu was unwilling to say it at first, but under his questioning, Sun Mingzhu confessed that her mother went on a blind date. Zhao Zhili let her go, and the two looked into each other's eyes. He looked into her very clear eyes and said, "I told you that I like you and want to marry you, but you turned around and went on a blind date with someone else. Yuan, we have known each other for so long. Can you tell me what you mean by this?" Bai Yuan lowered her head, not wanting to look him in the face. She said slowly, "I know your identity."
Huh.
Zhao Zhili blinked. He did think of this, but he didn't expect that she knew his identity and was actually going on a blind date. He thought she would throw herself into his arms. He really thought too much. Bai Yuan lowered her eyes and whispered, "Zhang and Mingzhu accidentally saw you in the financial news, and Mingzhu even sent her bag for inspection. Then they knew your identity. They knew that you are the president of Wanxing Group."
So,
Zhao Zhili said softly. Bai Yuan slipped out from under his arm and stood aside. She said with her back to him, "So don't come to me again, Chi Defiu. I'm just a small citizen, just an ordinary woman who just wants to live an ordinary life." Zhao Zhili, "I like you. Is there anything wrong with that?" Bai Yuan gritted her teeth and said, "It's not a question of right or wrong. You and I are not young anymore. I have lived for so many years, and I know one thing. It is difficult for people of different classes to be together. You and I are not from the same class." Zhao Zhili walked up to her and looked at her. "What class am I from?" "You are." Bai Yuan did not dare to say the word capitalist. "Zhao Zhili, I just like you. I only have the rest of my life, and I want to be with you. Bai Yuan's face turned red instantly. It would be a lie if she didn't feel moved. This was the first time in her life that someone had put "I like" to tell her about it. This makes her heart beat wildly, like the beating of a war drum. She stroked her chest, trying to suppress the restlessness. But her violently beating heart told her that she was extremely happy because someone liked her. Bai Yuan has lived for 60 years and has always lived a routine life, whether it is going to college, getting married, or having children. She listens to her parents at home and her husband after marriage. She doesn't like conflicts with others, so she always wants to make everyone around her happy, so she is used to obeying. In Sun Mingju's words, she is a bit submissive. Bai Yuan believes that people in that era were like that. She didn't want to make her parents unhappy, and she didn't want to make her husband unhappy after getting married. She wanted everyone around her to be happy. So she habitually used a flattering style to satisfy the people around her. As for herself, she didn't think about herself. She always felt that if everyone was happy, she would be happy too. 60 years later, the internet is very developed now, and there will always be some love. What is love? She has lived for so long, but she is confused. Because people of their generation don't have love at all. If you ask any rural woman in her 50s or 60s who has ever had love or heartbeat in her life, I'm afraid you can find them on one hand. In that era, it was basically arranged marriages. Everyone got along well, and if they didn't hate each other, they got married. They were all faithful to each other. Isn't the essence of marriage a long-lasting relationship? She thought so at the time, but she didn't expect that this long-lasting relationship would be defeated by Sun Jinwei's initial love. She didn't hate Zhao Zhili herself, and she still had some good feelings for him. But she didn't think about whether she liked him or not. She just treated him as a friend and thought that this person was pretty good. As a result, now, this man stood in front of her. His eyes were very sincere, very serious, and he said, "I like you." Bai Yuan's heart, which had been silent for 60 years, was beating like a young girl in love for the first time. She was nervous, she was at a loss, she blushed, she was even a little shy. She was also very embarrassed. She opened her eyes and looked into Zhao Zhili's eyes. She saw the aggressive passion in his eyes. She lowered her head and felt her ears were very hot, all hot. Her mind was full of, "Oh, what should I do now? This man is so old. Why is he still confessing his love? This is considered a confession. He must be joking. What kind of rich man has not been seen by everyone? I am just an ordinary countrywoman." Zhao Zhili was also very nervous because he had never confessed his love to anyone in his life. He and his first wife were together at the time, and they were well matched, and their parents had made arrangements. If there was no love, after decades of getting along, they were also very happy. He started a business, and she supported him behind the scenes, so he was loyal to her. More than a decade after her death, he sealed his heart and locked up his love. He was too busy and never remarried. Now he is over 60, and his business is gradually taken over by his children. He also has his own time. So he arranged a trip for himself. As a result, he did not expect that during this solo trip, he met a woman who interested him very much. She was tall, thin, fair-skinned, with clear and gentle eyes. Even though her clothes were ordinary, even simple, but in his eyes, she was like a fairy. He didn't know what happened. After a long silence, he finally arranged his work and started to go to her every day. He went to the village every day and did nothing but sit there and occasionally say a few words to her. He felt at ease when he saw her prescribing medicine to patients with a smile and asking each patient gently. Although he didn't know why he felt so at ease, he felt at ease. This morning, when he called Sun Mingju and learned that Bai Yuan was here for a blind date, Zhao Zhili rarely lost control. He felt like he was going crazy. He liked her so much and went to see her every day, but she turned around and went on a blind date. What is going on? And she was dressed so formally. He looked at the woman standing in the private room, wearing a dark green velvet cheongsam, which outlined her figure incomparably graceful and elegant, with a slender figure, a thin waist, a round buttocks, a white pearl necklace hanging on her fair neck, and pearl earrings hanging on her ears. She had a light layer of makeup on her fair and rosy face, and a thin layer of lipstick on her lips. She was really too beautiful today. A person's life is neither long nor short. His children were always afraid that other women would cheat him of his money, and he knew that he was special, so he had never looked for one. But today Zhao Zhili confirmed that he wanted to be with a woman he liked in his short remaining life. They no longer needed to have children. He just wanted to spend his old age with her in peace. Do you hate me? Zhao Zhili always felt that he should ask clearly. He looked at her blushing face, and suddenly felt that she was as cute as a little girl, and he had the urge to tease her. Bai Yuan stammered anxiously. How can I like it? I hate it. Zhao Zhili, if you don't hate it, is it because I'm rich that I don't deserve to be with you? Bai Yuan's face turned redder with anxiety. No. It's just what? Zhao Zhili asked. Bai Yuan lowered her head and spoke softly. You rich people like to play. I'm an ordinary person. I can't afford to play. I just want to find a partner and live the rest of my life in peace. Then how do you judge that I want to play? Zhao Zhili shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that he would be thought of as that kind of person. He said unhappily, if I really want to play, with my family background, wouldn't it be better for me to find young girls and some internet celebrities? Why should I spend time playing with you, a country woman? I have so much time. That's right. If she is really fun, why would she find an old country lady to play with? It's not a problem. Don't you believe that I am sincere? Zhao Zhili gently embraced her in his arms. This action was too ambiguous. Bai Yuan was hugged, and she didn't dare to move her whole body. She knew that she was tall. She seldom hugged people. She was 171 centimeters tall, and Sun Jinwei was 172 centimeters tall. When they stood together, visually, Sun Jinwei was not as tall as her. So she had rarely worn high heels in her life. She basically wore flat shoes. As a result, the first time she was hugged like this, the man's chin could actually be placed on the top of her head.
How tall is he?
More than 185 centimeters, right? Being hugged in the arms, Bai Yuan blushed and said awkwardly, It's not that I don't believe it, but my children are afraid that you are here to play. If you leave later, they are afraid that I will be sad. So, they think it's better for me not to contact you. Zhao Zhili laughed. Then use the rest of your life to let them see if I am sincere to you. Bai Yuan pushed him away and looked at him seriously. You are sincere? Do you hate me? Zhao Zhili asked the question again. Bai Yuan explained, I just said it. I don't hate her. Then what are you afraid of? After Zhao Zhili finished speaking, he looked at her silly eyes like a little girl, stunned and a little cute. He suddenly said, Otherwise, we are not in a hurry. Let's have a relationship first. He didn't know why he said to have a relationship, probably because the atmosphere was right. Zhao Zhili also thought of it instantly. He seemed to have never been in love with anyone in his life. His deceased wife was a political marriage at the time, because they were well matched. He didn't hate her, and they got married after dating a few times. What is love? He didn't know, and he didn't know what heartbeat was. But today, his heartbeat was very strong. He felt heartbeat. He didn't want to talk to her about anything. Stupid topics like spending the old age in peace. It didn't seem romantic enough, as if the two of them were together just to take care of each other for the rest of their lives. His family background didn't need anyone to take care of him. He could afford to hire a nanny. So Zhao Zhili thought, let's learn from the young and have a relationship first. In his 60s, his life has just begun. Bai Yuan was shocked and couldn't keep up with his pace at all. She was stunned, because she had never been in love in her life, and she didn't know what love was. Since we are in love, let's go shopping. Zhao Zhili took her hand and said with a smile,
This.
Bai Yuan was stunned and could only be dragged away. She was like a statue. Her mind was full of love. Should she be in love at this age? Is it okay? Zhao Zhili took Bai Yuan out of the private room. Su Wen was standing at the door. Bai Yuan remembered, Hey, where's my blind date? I'll go talk to him. Dr. Bai, it's all settled. Su Wen said quickly. Bai Yuan. How did it get settled? How did you settle it?
Before she had time to ask, she was pulled away by Zhao Jili.
Sun Pingzhong had accompanied Bai Yuan to a blind date. He had just walked downstairs and received a call from Sun Mingzhu, saying that Zhao Jili had called her and said a few words. Sun Mingzhu conveyed those words to Sun Pingzhong. I'm serious. I like her. I want to be with her. Sun Pingzhong is an ordinary building materials businessman who also sells tiles part-time. He heard such a big boss promise his sister. To be honest, he is a man and he was moved. Alas, the big boss likes my mother. Is he still so serious? Really?
Since
Zhao Jili said so, it would be a bit ungrateful for him to stop it. Sun Pingzhong was even more afraid that he would stop it too much. What if the big boss used his connections to ruin his building materials business? Well, these are all played in TV dramas. He shouldn't be like that in the real world. After Sun Pingzhong hung up the phone, his mind was full of my mother's life is about to usher in a second spring. There is a giant shopping mall opposite the restaurant, the legendary SKP. SK is a super high-end mall. It gathers all the world's fashionable high-end department stores. When Bai Yuan was pulled into the mall by Zhao Jili, she was very nervous. The lights in the mall were bright and brilliant, and every detail showed the prosperity of a modern city. Everywhere was full of brilliance and beauty. She went to the mall with her daughter once or twice a few years ago, but they always went to the restaurant floor to eat and rarely went to buy things. Because the things in the big mall are too expensive. She didn't want to spend money recklessly. Now, she followed Zhao Jili into the mall, and everything was colorful, which dazzled her. Suwon followed behind him like a little follower. In fact, when he came here just now, he didn't want to follow him. After all, Mr. Zhao looked like he was on a date, so why should he follow him? He would be a light bulb. But Mr. Zhao didn't tell him to leave, so he had to follow him step by step. Lin Yuan is the president of Manhwa Pharmaceutical. He went shopping with his wife today. As a result, he saw from a distance that the rumored lonely old man Zhao Jili actually followed a woman dressed very intellectually into SKP, and his assistant Suwon was with him. In their circle, Zhao Jili was nicknamed the Lonely Old Man, because after his wife died for so many years, he didn't look for a partner or a woman and devoted himself to his career. So when he got older, he was jokingly called a lonely old man by everyone. Lin Yuan didn't expect this man to go shopping with a woman today. This was really unexpected. Mr. Lin didn't mean to not say hello. He shouted openly, "Long time no see." Zhao Jili looked up and met Mr. Lin's gaze. He said to Bai Yuan, "I'll go over and talk to you. You go shopping with Xiao Su first. I'll be there soon." Okay. Bai Yuan nodded obediently. Then she saw Zhao Jili walk over to talk to someone. She naturally wouldn't stay there stupidly waiting for him. "Dr. Bai, we can go shopping first. Mr. Zhao will be here soon." Suwon was very sensible and said quickly. Bai Yuan nodded and then saw the gold shop next to her. She inexplicably remembered the gold bracelet Han Baoqin wore on her wrist when she first met her. Gold bracelet. She has worked hard for so many years to buy houses for her children, but she couldn't bear to buy a gold bracelet, but others easily wore gold bracelets. Bai Yuan didn't even want to guess whether Han Baoqin's gold bracelet was bought by Sun Jinwei. She walked slowly to the gold shop, looked around randomly, and thought to herself, it was not easy to come to the city today, and there are probably many kinds of gold bracelets in the city. Should she buy a gold bracelet to reward herself for her hard work over the years? Suwon followed Bai Yuan without saying a word. He played the role of a follower and bodyguard. When Xiao Tian, a teller at the gold shop, saw this woman come in, her eyes lit up a little. She was dressed very tastefully. But when the young man who followed her came in, her face became a little interesting. As a teller at the gold shop, she would basically guess the identity of the other party and what needs they had when a customer came. Generally speaking, couples who come together are the most popular because they basically need to get married. Otherwise, parents bring their daughters here, and parents buy gold bracelets for their children without blinking an eye, especially parents who come to SKP. Basically, they are dressed very exquisitely, and mothers also wear all kinds of very delicate and valuable jewelry. In short, they have a lot of money. But this couple, she couldn't figure it out. At first glance, the woman's clothes look very exquisite, but in fact, pearl jewelry is not valuable, and the ones she wears are just ordinary decorations. The texture of her clothes is not top-notch, and the bag in her hand does not exceed 500 yuan. With this financial strength, she still comes to SKP to shop?
Can you afford it?
The man behind her is dressed in a suit, and the suit is exquisite. The style is very attractive, but his appearance is completely irrelevant to this woman. Finally, the young man standing behind the woman at this distance does not look like mother and son. Oda judged that these two people should not have any blood relationship. Since they are not mother and son, the woman tried hard to dress exquisitely, and the man was wearing an exquisite suit. It is similar to many wealthy wives who support gigolos that Oda has seen. But this woman is not a wealthy wife. Could it be that some old woman pretends to be a wealthy wife and supports A, intending to come to the jewelry store to show off? In fact, she is short of money and can't afford it. Excuse me, what are the latest gold bracelets? Bai Yuan stood in front of the counter and looked around for a while. She was a little confused, so she looked up and asked the teller. Xiao Tian happened to be standing opposite. She said leisurely with a hint of ridicule. I'm sorry, there are really no suitable ones for your son.
So?
Bai Yuan glanced at Su Wen behind her, made an embarrassed expression, and quickly explained, I bought it for myself. Xiao Tian pointed to a counter next to her. You can look around. These are all.
Su Wen Fla Wen.
This teller is looking for trouble. A woman came to ask about gold bracelets, but she said there were no suitable ones for your son. Could it be that she misunderstood the relationship between me and Dr.
Bai? This
is embarrassing. Bai Yuan walked over to take a look, but Zhao Zhili had already walked to her side, and asked softly, which one do you like? Bai Yuan didn't say anything yet. Su Wen shouted, Mr. Zhao, and then whispered a few words in Zhao Zhili's ear. Zhao Zhili's face changed slightly. Then he raised his eyes and glanced at the teller Xiao Tian with indifference. Xiao Tian did not notice Zhao Zhili's gaze. Her eyes were immediately attracted by the watch on the wrist of the man in a suit. It was a Patek Philippe watch. The suit was from Gucci. With her experience of working at SKP for so long, this outfit is definitely genuine. Alas, this man is really rich. She had misunderstood just now. It seems that this woman is the wife of this handsome old man. If they spend money, they must be big customers and must be served well. Xiao Tian stepped forward with a social smile, intending to entertain them well. Let's go to the gold shop next door. Zhao Zhili pulled Bai Yuan out. Xiao Tian was stunned. Why did you leave? Her fat sheep. Su Wen immediately followed the two to the next door. Before leaving, he glanced at the teller Xiao Tian with a warning look. Xiao Tian couldn't help but she trembled. Could it be that what she said just now caused her to lose a big customer? Bai Yuan was dragged to the gold shop next door by Zhao Zhili without knowing why. Zhao Zhili heard Su Wen say that she wanted to buy a gold bracelet, so he began to take her to carefully select 6 gold bracelets, and there were also ancient enamel crafts. One gold bracelet was worth 35,000 yuan. Bai Yuan was shocked by buying so many gold bracelets. He said, you can also wear 2 on your feet. He also bought 7 or 8 pairs of gold earrings, gold chains, gold rings, anklets, all kinds of the latest models. Everything from head to toe. Don't you women like gold at this age? Buy a few more and wear them in turn. Zhao Zhili said, you don't need so many. Bai Yuan hurriedly advised. Zhao Zhili, I'm happy. Bai Yuan looked at the gold bracelets and various gold jewelry in her hand and said nervously, you bought so many, I dare not go alone in the future. Afraid of being robbed. I'll go with you. Zhao Zhili laughed. After that, he swiped the card to pay. The teller was almost called the police for money laundering by the customer's ostentatious attitude, but when he saw the other party's watch, he instantly knew that this was a rich, old, handsome man spending money to make his girlfriend happy. This set of gold jewelry cost 300,000. Xiao Eon stood at the door and heard that the transaction price next door was as high as 300,000. He was furious on the spot. This fat sheep was originally mine. The manager of the gold shop came back from the bathroom and witnessed a woman buying things in their store. As a result, her own teller looked down on her and caused a loss of 300,000. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. Privately, she severely criticized Xiao Eon. Zhao Zhili took Bai Yuan to the gold shop and then went all the way to the clothing store. He directly asked her to buy a few sets of clothes. Bai Yuan waved her hand and said no, she couldn't wear them normally. Zhao Zhili insisted on buying them and said that she could buy them but not wear them first and wear them when she had the chance. She couldn't resist him at all, and suddenly she had 7 or 8 sets of clothes, both spring and summer. Bai Yuan. Is this the world of the rich? Why must she buy so many clothes at once? She usually buys 1 new piece of clothing a year. Why buy 7 or 8 at once? Su Wen, who was following behind, finally understood his function. For so many years, he has been just a follower, carrying bags for Mr. Zhao, serving tea and water. The boss's lackey. He never thought that one day he would become the little brother who carries things behind his future wife. He felt proud of it. Su Wen also felt Mr. Zhao's intentions towards Dr. Bai and thought, fortunately, he didn't say anything bad about Dr. Bai in front of Mr. Zhao, like, you two are not suitable for each other. Fortunately, he did a good job as an assistant. At this moment, Su Wen's hands were already full of various shopping bags. Zhao Zhili didn't dare to give her too many gifts on their first date. He originally wanted to take her to all the luxury stores and spend a few million. But Bai Yuan was a different woman. He was afraid that spending too much would scare her. So today's date ended with a few 100,000 worth of gold bracelets and some clothes. On the way back that day, Bai Yuan kept nagging, saying that there was no need to spend money. Just enough clothes to wear. Zhao Zhili explained, don't think that I am usually extravagant. I rarely buy clothes, but now that I am with you, I want to buy them for you, for the person I like. Otherwise, what's the point of working hard to make money? Bai Yuan. How can she respond to this? She was touched and at a loss. She felt that she spent too much, but if she nagged too much, wouldn't people think it was really? The economic level is not the same, and the family is not a good match. You are so nagging. Alas. Bai Yuan thought about it and had to shut up. In Sun Mingzhu's words, when she was dating, she was happy to accept anything the other party bought, but she never begged her boyfriend to buy things. She is now considered this girlfriend. Although this gift is a bit expensive, if we break up one day, I will return it all to him. After shopping, he took Bai Yuan to a high-end restaurant next door to enjoy a French meal. Bai Yuan was very quiet throughout the whole process. She looked around as if she was enjoying a journey. If this is a dream, then enjoy this dream. It seems not bad. So she was not too anxious. Zhao Zhili liked her attitude very much. Just like when she was traveling, no matter where she went, she had a kind of leisurely feeling that life is short and she can sit and watch the clouds roll and unfold. Now she came to this restaurant that she didn't come to often and ate French food that she didn't eat often. Her attitude was calm, peaceful, and leisurely, still the kind of elegant and calm peace. That day, after dinner, Zhao Zhili sent Bai Yuan back to the home of his eldest son Pingzhang. The eldest son and his daughter-in-law Yangwan were stunned when they saw their mother came home with a big box of gold jewelry and a bunch of Burberry clothes. Is this the world of the rich? She is really generous. So many gold bracelets. If she wears all of them on her hands, she can pretend to be an Indian lady. Simple and unpretentious rich people. Although the eldest daughter-in-law Yangwan was a little envious, she was not too envious. After all, her mother-in-law's experience is not something that ordinary people can have. Son Pingzhang only admires his mother. In this life, she married his father, and after he cheated and divorced, who would have thought that such an old lady would actually date a top-rich boyfriend, and her boyfriend would buy all kinds of gold bracelets, gold chains, and gold rings? Real people. After sending Bai Yuan back to his son's residence, Zhao Zhili took a car back. After returning home, Zhao Zhili immediately told Su Wen, "Go and buy me a house in the new project in Gaoyan District, but don't buy a pre-sale house, but a ready-made house." Gaoyan District? Isn't that the district where Dr. Bai is located? The locals usually call it the county town. Su Wen made a phone call and asked someone to make the arrangements. Half an hour later, Su Wen came to report the only available house in Gaoyan District is Tianyua Huafu Community, a large flat with an interior area of 170 square meters and a public area of 210 square meters. It's unfinished. Is it okay? Unfinished. Zhao Zhili thought about the time and said, "That's fine." Then he said, "Go find a decoration team and ask for the best decoration." Su Wen said slowly, "Mr. Zhao, the fastest decoration will take at least 3 months, and then the new house will have to be left to air out for several months before people can live in it."
No rush.
Give her a surprise then. Su Wen knew who the house was for, so he asked cautiously, "Do we need to use Dr. Bai's information to buy the house? Should we tell her now?" Zhao Zhili shook his head and said, "If we tell her now, she will definitely not accept it. She will come up with the theory that I am too rich and we are not suitable. You can buy it in my name first, and when the decoration is ready, you can transfer it to her." Su Wen said he understood. Then he hurried down to deal with it. Since Zhao Zhili decided to date Bai Yuan, he decided on some things, and those things had to be planned and integrated quickly. He called his third son Zhao Xinan. Zhao Xinan was in charge of the investment business of Wanxin Group. He had always had a very accurate vision and was the next person in charge of Wanxin Group. When Zhao Xinan received the call from his old father, he was slightly surprised. His father never took the initiative to call him, and they always called him. Zhao Xinan asked what was wrong. Zhao Zhili said, "Xinan, go get someone to evaluate Jinko Village in Gaoyan District to see what industries are suitable for investment, then contact the Municipal Planning Bureau to see the original planning direction, and then contact the local district government. Try to get that piece of land." Jinko Village, Gaoyan District. Zhao Xinan quickly wrote down this place. He heard from his second brother that the woman his father liked was in Jinko Village. Was he pursuing a woman? Zhao Xinan asked, "How long will it take to win?" Zhao Zhili said, "This year is too fast. I have another plan. You still have to go through all the docking procedures. If you wait for the demolition, it will be early next spring at the earliest." Zhao Xinan asked curiously, "Dad, what are your plans?" Zhao Zhili was also very honest and said, "Build her a house. When the demolition is completed, you can give her some money. You wait until I finish building the house before demolishing the village." Zhao Xinan laughed, "Dad, it's really expensive for you to chase a woman." Zhao Zhili blushed and said, "What do you care about me?" Then he pretended to be angry and hung up the phone. Zhao Xinan looked at the hung-up phone and laughed. He knew that Zhao Fuqing was very busy, and he flew back to City A from City C just to check for his old father and see if the woman was reliable. He said that it was worth it to go there in person. That woman was gentle and kind. Since the second brother said it was okay, Zhao Xinan naturally had no objection. He never worried that Zhao Zhili would marry a woman at this age, and then the woman's children would divide the property. What a joke. This is Wanxin Group. Their lawyers have 10,000 ways to avoid the possibility of the other party's children dividing the property, not to mention that this woman has any intention to divide the property. All the scheming is zero in front of the huge legal team. After a few days, Bai Yuan returned to the village. Naturally, she did not take out the gold jewelry to wear and put them all under the bed. Including those clothes, they were also placed in the lower corner of the simple wardrobe, and she did not dare to open them. She waited to break up in the future and return these valuables to him. The next day, Zhao Zhili came to the village as usual. But this time was a little different from before. In the past, when he came to the village, he just sat on the chair next to her and occasionally said a few words to her. Today, he took the initiative to go to the infusion room and chat with the villagers. The first thing he said when he met someone was to introduce himself. Hello, I'm Bai Yuan's boyfriend, and we're getting married soon," he said with an extremely confident and proud smile on his face. When he finished speaking, Bai Yuan almost found in the ground to crawl into, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Several villagers who were lying on the ground receiving infusions were also confused, and then they congratulated him. "Oh my, Dr. Bai has found a boyfriend. It's good to have a boyfriend, very good. Dr. Bai, your boyfriend is very handsome." Several patients congratulated him, making Zhao Zhili very happy. Then someone asked implicitly, "Hey buddy, what do you do?"
This
Looks like a successful career. I have met Zhao Zhili several times, and I feel that he is a big shot just by the way he dresses and how decent he is, but ordinary people like them really can't figure out the nature of other people's work. Zhao Zhili said, "Haha, I just do some work on a daily basis." It turned out that he was a contractor. No wonder he drove a luxury car and wore very high-end clothes. When the villagers heard this, they instantly felt that the distance was gone, and they chatted with Zhao Zhili more enthusiastically. Because of Zhao Zhili's proactive announcement, the villagers went home after the infusion and gossiped about the fact that Dr. Bai had a boyfriend. In 2 days, most of the village knew that Bai Yuan had a man, or the man in the Mercedes-Benz who came to the clinic every day. When Sun Jinwei found out that Bai Yuan was dating a man, he was so angry that he cursed at home. Sun Jinwei was completely broken. Han Baoqin frowned, always feeling that she had lost this round. Although she didn't know what she was competing with Bai Yuan for, she just felt that she had lost. More than 10 years ago, when Han Baoqin first learned that Sun Jinwei was married to a female doctor, she was jealous. Unexpectedly, Sun Jinwei left her and found a female doctor to marry. The female doctor also opened a clinic in the village. It seemed that she was still a college student of that era, and she had worked in the county hospital. At first, she contacted Sun Jinwei and hooked up with him. When they were together, she was very proud of herself. "What's the big deal about you being a female doctor? Your husband is still in my arms." It took her 10 years to cultivate her relationship with Sun Jinwei, and then she persuaded Sun Jinwei to buy her a house. He also secretly gave her a lot of financial support. She was very proud at that time. "Because you, Bai Yuan, make money in the clinic and your husband secretly spends a lot of money on me. You deserve it. What's the point of you making so much money? You can't control your man." At that time, Han Baoqin was proud of stealing the husband of a female doctor. Even when they divorced at the end of last year, she was so happy. Ha ha ha, Sun Jinwei and Bai Yuan divorced, and Sun Jinwei was hers.
She was very happy at that time.
When Bai Yuan was ridiculed by the villagers, she was even more proud. Sun Jinwei said that Bai Yuan was a decent woman and would never look for a man again, because she wanted to save face. Her children are grown up. She will grow old alone for the rest of her life. When she is too old to see patients, she will go to the city and be supported by her children. Her second half of life will pass like this. A few months have passed, and now it is March. She didn't expect that Bai Yuan is really dating a man, and this man has taken the initiative to announce to the village that he is Bai Yuan's boyfriend, and they are about to get married. This makes Han Baoqin jealous. Why is she, a woman, being chased by a man just a few months after her divorce? And she, Han Baoqin, her husband has been dead for so long, but no one cares about her. In the end, she can only look for her first love, have an affair, and live a shameless life.
Why?
Han Baoqin was very dissatisfied and could only grit her teeth in anger. Sun Jinwei was going crazy and could only curse at home. Bai Yuan is so shameless. She is so old, but she still flirts with men. What kind of boyfriend is it? It's disgusting. You've already divorced someone. Why do you care so much about your ex-wife? Han Baoqin was extremely upset, but she pretended to be casual. Sun Jinwei didn't know what to say, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Han Baoqin originally planned to provoke Sun Jinwei, and when he started to scold fiercely, she would also scold him a few words, but Sun Jinwei held back and continued to eat with his head down. When the other people in the village learned that Bai Yuan was dating the Ben's man, they were all shocked. It turned out to be Dr. Bai. Such an excellent woman. Even if she is old and divorced, there is no shortage of men pursuing her. The group of women in the village who had previously mocked Bai Yuan for not being able to control her man changed the subject and began to shout, Sun Jinwei deserves it, abandoning his wife. Shameless man, like a melon rind, abandoned a female doctor and married a mistress. They call themselves First Love, but in fact they are always eyeing the big pot while having their fill. As a result, the ex-wife was spotted by a guy driving a Mercedes-Benz in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha, it's really funny. Dr. Bai is together with a man driving a Mercedes-Benz, which can be considered as a relief for us women. Men who abandon their wives have no good ending. Do you know whether Sun Lauer and Han Baoqin have obtained the marriage certificate? What the Hades if they did, with Han Baoqin's personality, wouldn't they have announced it in the village long ago? Now he's so low-key, but he still hasn't obtained the marriage certificate. Then why don't Sun Lauer get the marriage certificate with Han Baoqin since he divorced Bai Yuan? You'd better ask Sun Lauer. Who knows what he's thinking? When the men in the village learned that Bai Yuan was pursued by a rich man driving a Mercedes-Benz, none of them had much emotion. In their eyes, a female doctor who could open a clinic was not from the same class as them. She was a scholar in her early years. Now, it was normal for her to be favored by a rich man. Besides, Dr. Bai had a good temper and was famous for her good temper, gentleness, and beauty in the village. It was all because Sun Lauer delayed Dr. Bai for too long, otherwise she might have found a better man back then. In the whole village, Yang Su and Yang Mingfeng were probably the only ones who were extremely excited. Oh, Dr. Bai was with the Mercedes-Benz man, how great. Outsiders didn't know the identity of the Mercedes-Benz man, but they knew it. Zhao Zhili, the president of Wanxin Group. They still didn't dare to spread Zhao Zhili's identity around, for fear of causing a bad influence. Or someone else would come to bother the president. Then they will definitely be blamed. So the two of them still kept their mouths shut, but they were secretly excited in their hearts and occasionally got together to gossip. If this big man can spend money to demolish this village one day, then they will go back and support him. A week later, Zhao Zhili came early in the morning and asked Bai Yuan not to open the door of the clinic, put up a arrest sign, and said that she would go with him. She asked him what he was going to do, but he didn't say, just said, "Come on, take your ID card and go to do something." He didn't say what to do. Bai Yuan was confused and had to take her ID card and go with him. The two took a car to the Real Estate Registration Center of the Land and Resources Bureau. Bai Yuan found that she came to the Real Estate Registration Center. She was stunned. What was he going to do? Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived at the door, a middle-aged man with a big belly came up to her happily and said, "Dr. Bai, it's me. You don't recognize me, I'm Lu Qingsong." Bai Yuan also went up and greeted him. "Why is it you? Why are you here?" Lu Qingsong is from the village, but he has not lived at home for more than 20 years. His family went to other places to do business in their early years and never came back. No one knows what he does specifically, but he occasionally returns to the village to attend his family's funeral. He has also gone to the clinic to buy medicine twice, so Bai Yuan knows Lu Qingsong. Now, looking at this leather jacket and casual pants he is doing, not bad. She asked Lu Qingsong, but Lu Qingsong didn't say anything mysteriously, just asked her to go upstairs. Bai Yuan glanced at Zhao Zhili behind her, and Zhao Zhili also smiled mysteriously. 5 minutes later, she was arranged to sit at the desk. Bai Yuan whispered to Zhao Zhili behind her, "What are you doing?" There was a homestead transfer agreement on the table. Zhao Zhili, sign a contract? What contract? Bai Yuan asked. Zhao Zhili took the contract on the table, transfer contract. What transfer? What did you buy for me? Bai Yuan was stunned when she saw the rural homestead transfer agreement. Zhao Zhili said casually, "You are a villager of Jinko village. It's just a transfer agreement." Bai Yuan took a quick look at the rural homestead transfer agreement. Wait, she doesn't have a homestead. Lu Qingsong next to her asked her to sign it with expectation. Bai Yuan was also urged by Zhao Zhili, saying that he had paid the deposit and was waiting for her to sign and transfer the money. Lu Qingsong was even more excited. "Dr. Bai, if you sign, my homestead will be yours in the future." Bai Yuan always felt something was wrong, and signed it in a daze. Lu Qingsong accepted the transfer from Zhao Zhili and left excitedly with the agreement. Bai Yuan got on the car back and asked Zhao Zhili what had just happened and what he bought for her. Zhao Zhili didn't say anything. When they arrived at Jinko Village, the black Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove all the way to a deserted house in the fourth group of Jinko Village. It was on the street behind Sun Jinwei's house where Bai Yuan used to live. After getting off the car and standing in front of the deserted house, Bai Yuan was stunned. This was Lu Qingsong's hometown. She knew it. In addition to a dangerous wall and a door, the rest were ruins. The earthen house built in the 1960s collapsed in the heavy rain. But because it was Lu Qingsong's ancestral home, no one dared to really flatten the house, doing other things on other people's land. Lu Qingsong's relatives and other brothers are here. Who dares? Zhao Zhili pointed to the abandoned house. This will be yours in the future. What? Bai Yuan's mind was full of question marks. Zhao Zhili said with a smiling face, "In 2 days, someone will come to build a house for you." Bai Yuan always felt that she could not keep up with the pace of world development. Zhao Zhili saw her silly look and felt like laughing for some reason. Explained, "This place will be yours in the future. Didn't you sign the transfer agreement? According to some rural regulations, no one has lived in this homestead for more than 10 years. The old owner's son signed a transfer agreement with you. The villager's homestead belongs to the collective. There is no right to buy and sell, but there is a right to transfer. So this place will be yours in the future. You are divorced and cannot apply for a homestead again, but you can accept the transfer from others. People from other villages cannot, but people from this village can. So the natural person of this village will be you in the future. In the future, if there is a demolition, the money for this homestead will also be counted on you. Bai Yuan, you can build a house on it. I have made all the contacts, and the construction team will be here in 2 days. This. Wait a minute. We will live here in the future. You. With Bai Yuan's stunned and shocked expression, he took her to the village committee. Although the transfer contract was signed, other people wanted to build a house on that homestead. They still had to report to the village committee. When Zhao Zhili came to the village committee, Yang Mingfeng was so excited that he was at a loss. He was more nervous than welcoming the inspection of the Street Discipline Inspection Commission. When Zhao Zhili took out the transfer contract and explained the situation,
Yang Mingfeng nodded frantically.
Okay, you've already signed the contract, so it is naturally legal and valid. From now on, that homestead will belong to Dr. Bai. Yang Mingfeng also issued a written certificate to avoid any disputes in the future. Zhao Zhili was naturally happy to see that the village chief was so cooperative. Bai Yuan finally reacted. He bought me a homestead.
No.
Someone else transferred a homestead to me, and I can own my own house in the village. As soon as the two walked to the clinic, Bai Yuan was excited. I'm going to have a home. She rushed up happily, gave him a big hug, and kissed him on the cheek. Bai Yuan didn't want a divorce at first because once divorced, she would be homeless. Although she could live in the clinic was a public place after all. It was the village committee's place. The clinic was built to facilitate the people to go to the doctor. She could use it only because she was a village doctor. If she was no longer a village doctor one day, she would really be homeless. According to the current household registration system, if a person does not have a homestead, even if divorced, the household registration cannot be moved out. Her parents on her mother's side have passed away, leaving only her brother, sister, and brother. She has lived in Jinko village for nearly 40 years, and it is impossible for her household registration to be moved back to her mother's home. If she stays in Jinko village, she can only continue to be registered with Sun Jinwei. Oh no, now the son is the head of the household. Her household registration is under the name of her son. In the past, divorced women in the village could apply for homesteads and apply for split household registration. But in recent years, there have been rumors that their village is about to be demolished, and in addition, the fields have been expropriated to build an industrial city, so applications for homesteads are not approved. However, there are no restrictions on the transfer of homesteads. Villagers do not have the right to buy or sell homesteads, only the right to use them. Because the ownership of the homestead belongs to the village collective. The homestead of Lu Qingsong's hometown can be transferred, but who would transfer their own homestead? It's impossible. As a result, today he did it. She built a house, and she will have a home in the future. After the excitement, Bai Yuan remembered and said quickly, "How much money? I will transfer it to you." "Are you still talking about money with me?" Zhao Zhili touched her head, as if he was touching a child. He liked to see her happy and excited expression just now. At that moment, she was really happy like a child. When she kissed his cheek just now, he felt that he seemed to be back to the age of 18. How can someone be so cute? Usually gentle and kind, she has no temper and a warm personality. When encountering special things, her emotions burst out in an instant. Bai Yuan, what else to talk about if not money? Zhao Zhili, talk about love. Bai Yuan blushed on the spot, turned around and ignored Zhao Zhili's chatter. She opened the door of the clinic and began to welcome patients. In the fourth group of Jinko village, Lu Qingsong also informed his family members about the transfer of his homestead. When the Lu family members knew that Lu Qingsong had transferred the homestead of his hometown to Bai Yuan, they were all stunned. The homestead was transferred just like that? Does that mean that the ancestral land belongs to Bai Yuan? Everyone secretly wanted to know how much money Lu Qingsong got for selling his homestead at a low price. Lu Qingsong, who had left the village a long time ago, naturally did not say much. The Lu family knew about it, so they naturally couldn't hide it from other people in the village. Soon, almost all the villagers in the fourth group knew that Lu Qingsong had transferred the homestead. Someone even told Sun Jinwei about it. "Your ex-wife is really amazing. In the past few months since her divorce from you, everyone thought that Bai Yuan would have a miserable life in the second half of her life and would have to live on her own. Who would have thought that she would find a guy who drives a Mercedes-Benz?" Sun Jinwei almost vomited blood. He resisted the urge to curse. After all, he couldn't lose face in front of others. He said fiercely, "Just find a partner. Bao Qin and I have been together for such a long time, and she just found a partner. She is not as fast as me." He couldn't help but tease. The neighbor said, "What kind of ability does this guy who drives a Mercedes-Benz have?" "He can get a residential plot for Bai Yuan just a few days after announcing that he is Bai Yuan's boyfriend."
Huh.
She has a residential plot? Sun Jinwei's eyes widened. Where did Bai Yuan get the residential plot? The neighbors laughed and said, "Isn't it?
You don't know yet."
Lu Qingsong's hometown has been abandoned for a long time. As a result, the Lu family said that Lu Qingsong called and said that the homestead was transferred to Bai Yuan, asking her to build a house. Someone asked, why did Lu Qingsong transfer the homestead to Bai Yuan? Although Bai Yuan is a local and eligible to apply for the homestead, it is about to be developed. Isn't it very strict? It is no longer allowed to apply casually. The person said, "It is true that it is not allowed to apply casually, but after the homestead is confirmed, it can be freely transferred." Sun Jinwei stood by, listening to these gossips, listening to everyone talking about Bai Yuan and the current Mercedes-Benz man. He felt very uncomfortable. There was a suffocating feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. The neighbor continued, "I think that the Mercedes-Benz man must have been behind this, otherwise, how could Bai Yuan have the ability to get Lu Qingsong to transfer the homestead? The man she found is really powerful. Sun Lauer, the new man your ex-wife found is more capable than you."
Ha ha ha.
Sun Jinwei felt very unhappy when he heard this, and he cursed in a low voice. "Will you die if you don't say a few words? Didn't I say that my ex-wife, who she found, what she did, what does it have to do with me?" After cursing, Sun Jinwei turned around and went home. Sun Jinwei had just accepted the fact that she found a man yesterday, but when he turned around, he heard that Bai Yuan got a piece of land from Lu Qingsong and might even build a house, which made him even more upset. Han Baoqin came back from square dancing in the afternoon and knew about this. Han Baoqin felt so aggrieved and tormented in her heart. Awei's ex-wife is doing so well in the village. Doesn't it make her and Awei look like failures? Especially since Bai Yuan is looking for a man who drives a Mercedes-Benz. I heard that he seems to be a contractor. You're still working at such an old age. Aren't you afraid of being exhausted to death? You might as well die early. Ah wei, aren't we going to get the marriage certificate yet? Han Baoqin took the opportunity to ask. Although Sun Jinwei was upset and angry, Han Baoqin's words calmed him down immediately.
Didn't I tell you?
If you get the certificate, my son will never come back for the new year. Han Baoqin said sarcastically, if you don't get the certificate, Bai Yuan and that Mercedes-Benz man will get it tomorrow, and they will be ahead of you. When Sun Jinwei heard the words Bai Yuan and Mercedes-Benz man, he felt very irritated. He threw the porcelain pot to the ground. Bai Yuan is already my ex-wife. You are living with me. Why do you care about how my ex-wife is doing? Han Baoqin saw that he was really angry, so she quickly picked up the porcelain pot and said, away, I'm not concerned about how Bai Yuan is doing. In the village, people's words are scary. Everyone thinks you are sorry for Bai Yuan, but after your divorce, you never got the certificate with me. On the contrary, Bai Yuan immediately found a man and is about to start building a house. Tell me, you will be laughed to death by your neighbors later. They will laugh at you, Sun Jinwei, for being incompetent. Sun Jinwei frowned, and veins popped out on his forehead. Can you say less? I am incompetent. Then go away. He was not an idiot. Of course, he could hear the sarcasm in Han Baoqin's tone. Let her go? What a joke. The village hasn't been demolished yet, and she hasn't gotten anything. Han Baoqin said anxiously. Awei, I don't mean that. Sun Jinwei said angrily. Then what do you mean? We live our own lives, and you mention Bai Yuan here all day long. So, are you marrying me, or Bai Yuan? Han Baoqin smiled and said, I really don't mean that. I'm just afraid that we won't live as well as Bai Yuan. At this point, Sun Jinwei found it ridiculous. Why, you lived better than Bai Yuan before? Let me tell you, although I divorced her, Baoqin, you really can't compare to her. He contacted Han Baoqin more than 10 years ago because he felt sorry for her. He didn't expect that now that he and Bai Yuan were divorced, she, Han Baoqin, would compare him with Bai Yuan. Ah wei you. Han Baoqin was furious. Sun Jinwei said angrily, what do you mean by I? She is a female doctor, and she is very capable of making money. She was a scholar in her early years. Now that you and I are together, if you always compare yourself with her, you will be exhausted to death.
Nov.
Han Baoqin's face was very ugly. You know nothing. You women only know how to compare. Let's live our own lives well, and don't care about others. Sun Jinwei said these words to himself rather than to Han Baoqin. He can no longer pay attention to how Bai Yuan is doing. If he keeps worrying about Bai Yuan finding a Mercedes-Benz man, he will be exhausted to death in the future. Zhao Mei, as Bai Yuan's sister-in-law and Sun Jinping's wife, was quite sorry for Bai Yuan's divorce before, because she felt that her future would be very pitiful. A woman in the countryside, if she loses her husband's family and can't go back to her parents' home, her life in this village will be very difficult in the future. Even if you are a female doctor, it's the same. When you are old and have a little illness, who will you find to sign? The children are still far away in the city. She secretly felt pity for Bai Yuan, and she was a bit of a spectator. Anyway, it's not like she's old and no one cares about her, and Bai Yuan's life or death has nothing to do with her. It's not her family's business. A few days ago, Zhao Mei heard that Bai Yuan was really dating a Mercedes-Benz man, and she took her sister-in-law Hong Xiuzhen to talk about it privately. It was nothing more than gossip about Bai Yuan. On the surface, they congratulated her for finally finding a man, so that she would have a place to stay when she was old. Behind the scenes, Zhao Mei sighed. What kind of shoot luck is this? At such an old age, she can still find a man who drives a Mercedes. If she gets divorced now, can she also find a man who drives a BMW? Are older women popular? Zhao Mei was a little envious and a little jealous. I haven't adjusted the fact that Bai Yuan found a Mercedes-Benz man yet, but I turned around and heard that Bai Yuan got the transfer of Lu Qingsong's homestead. Oh my god, it's really... Zhao Mei was even more jealous. Hong Xiuzhen is extremely envious and admires the fact that her former sister-in-law has now found a Mercedes-Benz man.
She even
thinks that this is the way the world is going to be normal. Because in Hong Xiuzhen's heart, Hong Xiuzhen admires educated people very much, like Bai Yuan in her eyes. When she married into the Sun family a few years ago, she asked Bai Yuan countless times, "You're a scholar and a medical student. How could you marry?" Sun Jinwei. Sun Jinwei is just a rural man, mediocre. Although his family used to open a store in the county, it was closed later. He has no ability at all. Bai Yuan married Sun Jinwei. It was like giving cabbage to a pig. Now, after Bai Yuan divorced, she was spotted by a Mercedes-Benz man. She felt that the world was finally on the right track. It seems that God is still fair. When Yang Xiaoman heard that Bai Yuan got the homestead and found a Mercedes-Benz boyfriend, she was full of emotion. How could she become a superior person after this divorce? The next day, a bulldozer drove into the abandoned house of Lu Qingsong's hometown and started a large-scale construction. It also made all the villagers in the village look sideways. Oh, what's going on? Didn't they say that the homestead was just transferred? They're going to build a house so soon? This speed is like riding a rocket. Bai Yuan was also surprised by Zhao Zhili's ability to act. What she admired most was people with such super strong ability to act. A bulldozer came in, and within 2 days, it bulldozed the abandoned house clean and then hired someone to clean up the construction waste. On the 3rd day, they started digging the foundation and relaying the foundation. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. The villagers in the village were envious. The women were thinking in their hearts, if I get divorced, can I also find a man who drives a Mercedes-Benz G? A week later, Sun Jinwei was drunk after playing mahjong. He came to Bai Yuan's clinic with a bottle of wine. There were not many people in the clinic in the evening, but there was a patient receiving in 4 and a patient buying medicine. Sun Jinwei rushed into the clinic drunk. Bai Yuan was shocked. Why did this man come again? Sun Jinwei stared at the fair and gentle woman opposite the examination table with a pair of red eyes like a beast. Bai Yuan, with dyed black hair, seemed to have returned to her youth, which made Sun Jinwei a little moved. This is his woman. Sun Jinwei turned his sight and saw the tall man standing next to him. From the sight, he must be at least 188 centimeters tall, very tall. This must be the adulterer. Sun Jinwei turned his head and looked at Bai Yuan and couldn't help cursing. You shameless woman, you just divorced me and you found a man driving a Mercedes. Tell me, you just agreed to my divorce. Have you been cheating on me in your heart for a long time? You're sorry for me. Bai Yuan, you're sorry for me. Zhao Zhili wanted to go up and punch him, but was stopped by Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan shook her head and signaled with her eyes. Don't be impulsive. Zhao Zhili had to endure it. The patients in the infusion room of the clinic have stretched their necks to watch the fun. What's going on? Sun Lauer drank too much and came to Dr. Bai to go crazy. Oh, there's a good show to watch. The patients in the lobby also hurriedly retreated, fearing that Sun Jinwei would go crazy. Sun Jinwei continued to curse while holding the bottle of wine. Have you wanted to divorce for a long time? Have you slept with someone in your marriage? Of course you are. You are so shameless. It feels good to flirt with men. Do you think you got the right divorce? You must be so happy to be favored by a rich man after the divorce. I knew you, a woman. Don't want to be so shameless. It's you seduced my woman. Sun Jinwei said, and walked in front of Zhao Zhili, punching Zhao Zhili on the shoulder. Bai Yuan was shocked. She was about to pull Sun Jinwei away to stop him from going crazy. Before Sun Jinwei finished scolding, Zhao Zhili's fist had already greeted him. Sun Jinwei had wanted to fight with this adulterer for a long time, but he was beaten first. Sun Jinwei was drunk and rushed up without saying anything and wrestled with Zhao Zhili. But who is Sun Jinwei? He is a drunk, crazy man. How could they beat Zhao Zhili, who exercises all year round? Zhao Zhili is so rich that he has been exercising 4 times a week since he was in his 30s to maintain his physical strength and energy. He is much stronger than Sun Jinwei, an old man who never exercises. Su-wen was walking outside and saw the two fighting when he came back. They had fought from inside the clinic to outside. Bai Yuan ran out and called Su-wen. When Soo-won heard that a fight had started, he ran back without saying a word. Soo-won immediately blocked the two and broke away from the fight. Perhaps the fight here was too crazy. Someone immediately notified Han Baochin. Han Baochin ran over on an electric bike and saw that Sun Jinwei was beaten with blood all over his head, while the man opposite only had a little skin broken at the corner of his mouth. Han Baochin screamed angrily, "You hit someone! Call the police, call the police! I'm going to call the police to arrest you." Zhao Zhili gave Soo-won a look, and Soo-won quickly asked him if he was okay, and Zhao Zhili said he was fine. Soo-won walked to the side, made 2 phone calls, and then came over silently. Since the police were called, they came over within 20 minutes. This fight between rural people is really a bit making a fuss over nothing. I said so in my heart, but what needs to be dealt with must be dealt with. Just as I was about to step forward, I heard that the director of their police station had also come over and said that he would personally deal with this dispute, which made the small police officers below look confused. It's just a dispute between villagers. Does it require the director to go out in person? The village chief was also called over. Yang Mingfeng had gone home a long time ago and originally planned to go to the town to have a meal with someone, but this happened. Yang Mingfeng couldn't sit still and immediately rushed over. When he saw that Zhao Zhili was beaten and the corner of his mouth was broken, Yang Mingfeng thought it's over. As a result, he turned his head and saw that Sun Jinwei's face was covered with blood. What's the situation? The director came over and looked at the mess of people and asked, "You go first." A young policeman pointed at Bai Yuan and said. Han Baochin saw that Bai Yuan was asked to speak first, and she thought to herself that she had to strike first. "Comrade, you have to take good care of it. My husband was beaten like this." She knew in her heart that Sun Jinwei must have drunk too much and came to the clinic to make trouble. Yang Mingfeng's forehead was throbbing with veins. He felt that there were so many tricks. He frowned and said, "Your husband? Han Baochin, I know that you two don't seem to have obtained the marriage certificate yet." Yang Mingfeng didn't know the details, but because of the relationship between Bai Yuan and Zhao Zhili, he was secretly concerned about whether Sun Jinwei and Han Baochin had obtained the marriage certificate. He was just making a fuss about this sentence. Unexpectedly, Han Baochin's eyes were evasive. She looked guilty. The police immediately asked, "Aren't they husband and wife?" Yang Mingfeng sighed, "Comrade police, it's like this. It's a bit complicated here." "Then tell me what's going on first," the police asked. Yang Mingfeng and Yang Su also heard a lot of crazy talk in the village. Yang Mingfeng briefly talked about the relationship between Bai Yuan and Sun Jinwei, and also about the relationship between Han Baochin and Sun Jinwei. Finally, with the existence of the Mercedes-Benz man Zhao Zhili. That's what happened. The policeman and the director of the police station opened their eyes wide at the same time, with an expression of eating a lot of melons. The young policeman asked Han Baochin, "So have you two got the marriage certificate?" Han Baochin stiffened her neck and said seriously, Although we haven't got the marriage certificate, we're almost like a couple." The policeman said, "If you don't get the marriage certificate, you are not a couple. You keep saying your husband." Bai Yuan had already called up the surveillance record in front of the computer. She came over and said lightly, "Comrade policeman, I have surveillance here. You can check it out. Then take out the surveillance and have a look first." The policeman and the director of the police station all gathered in front of Bai Yuan's table, starting from when Sun Jinwei entered the clinic just now, and watched the surveillance. The surveillance was only a few minutes, so it was naturally very fast. After watching, the police asked Sun Jinwei, "You were the first to do it." Sun Jinwei was drunk and beaten. In fact, he was almost sober, but at this time, he was very honest and did not dare to speak. Han Baochi knew as soon as she came that it must be Sun Jinwei who started this matter, but she couldn't say that. She could only throw dirty water on Bai Yuan first, who knew that there was surveillance in a clinic. Han Baochin had to change the subject first. "Comrade police, my husband is dying. Can we go to the hospital first? Send him to the hospital first, and then come to the Public Security Bureau together." Bai Yuan stood by and didn't say much. She knew that under the evidence of the surveillance, the police had no choice but to make a decision. Han Baoqin then took Sun Jinwei to the hospital to bandage him and took an X-ray. The film showed that there was nothing wrong, just a broken nose. Han Baoqin planned to take the evidence of the injury examination to the police station to ask for an explanation. After all, the injured are the most important. The man of Bai Yuan will definitely not get any advantage. After Han Baoqin led people away, Bai Yuan also took Su Wen and Zhao Zhili to the hospital for examination. It seems that there is no injury on the outside, but who knows if there is any internal injury inside. Zhao Zhili smiled the whole time, watching the woman next to him take him in and out of various departments of the hospital, busy and busy, sometimes helping him to get the list, and sometimes helping him to check the results. In the past, there was always an assistant to follow him to the hospital, and he was also very relieved. But it was not as comfortable as having a wife to follow him. This made him feel that he was cared for.
He felt very happy.
After a round of examination, Zhao Zhili was fine, not even high blood pressure. Bai Yuan knew that this person was really extraordinary. You fought with him. How come nothing happened? This was Bai Yuan's heartfelt question. I practiced, Zhao Zhili said. Bai Yuan. Practiced? What did you practice?
Practiced.
Wing Chun, or Baguaquan. It sounds like you really practiced it. Although Zhao Zhili was fine, Bai Yuan finally put her heart back in place. Her nose felt sore, and she couldn't help crying. Don't ever conflict with others in the future. I was really scared just now. If anything happens, I will be blamed. Zhao Zhili gently wiped her red eyes, wiped away her tears, and said, When I was young, I played underground boxing for a while. Underground boxing? Bai Yuan hurriedly washed her nose, wiped away her tears, and asked, It's an underground boxing match, Zhao Zhili said. Bai Yuan. Zhao Zhili took the initiative to say, When my ex-wife passed away, my company was at its peak. Without her, I almost wanted to follow her, but I couldn't because I had 3 children. I was very miserable during that time, so I went to do underground boxing. If I won each boxing match, I would get 3,000 yuan. It's not a lot of money. But those who can participate in underground boxing matches are all desperate criminals. I gambled my life and death with the desperados for 3,000 yuan. Don't you think it's interesting? Every time I try my best to die. And then I won. When I had 3,000 yuan, I was happier than when I made hundreds of millions from projects. Bai Yuan frowned and whispered, After I became rich, my threshold of happiness was raised. After you died, my threshold of happiness was lowered to the standard. It's easier to be content.
Well,
Zhao Zhili didn't expect that she would reveal the changes in her heart in one sentence. He said, So after I met you, I like the life like this. When I woke up early in the morning, the news that Sun Jinwei drank too much yesterday afternoon and went to the clinic to make a scene spread throughout half of the village. There is such a funny thing. Sun Jinwei went to make trouble and Han Baoqin called the police. Since she called the police, it seems that the matter has become a big deal. Once the police are called, if one party does not reconcile, then the matter will be filed. The villagers all looked at this matter with the mentality of spectators. Sun Jinping and Sun Zhenhuan knew that they were finished. The second child went to the clinic to make trouble, and they even had a fight. What's even funnier is that Han Baoqin called the police herself. If Bai Yuan insisted on not reconciling this matter, Sun Jinwei would definitely suffer a great loss. The eldest and the third child decided to go to Bai Yuan quickly, hoping to talk to her first. When the injury was examined, could they sit together and say a few words to the police station and reconcile? After all, he is the father of the kids. After listening to what the two said, Bai Yuan didn't say much, but went to the police station to talk. 3 days later, Bai Yuan, Zhao Zhili, Han Baoqin, and Sun Jinwei appeared at the police station together. Bai Yuan sat next to Zhao Zhili. Sun Jinwei still had gauze wrapped around his nose. After Bai Yuan appeared, he kept looking at her, trying to see if he would care about her, but unfortunately, Bai Yuan didn't even look at him. Bai Yuan handed Zhao Zhili's examination results to the police, and Han Baoqin handed over the examination results while saying, "This is our hospital examination list." He is injured, and his nose is broken. The other party must take responsibility. It is wrong to hit someone. The police comrade took a look at the two injury examination results and then reminded Han Baoqin very calmly. Sun Jinwei started it first. That's because he drank too much. Han Baoqin said loudly, turned to look at Zhao Zhili. Can't you give way to a drunk person? Bai Yuan, if he beats someone to death, do we need to give way? The policeman knocked on the table with a pen, signaling both sides to calm down. Stop arguing for now. The policeman glanced at the four people and said, on the surveillance, Sun Jinwei started it first. Mr. Zhao fought back. The two of them were fighting each other. But Sun Jinwei was drunk and took the initiative to go to the clinic to curse these ugly words. Wasn't it Mr. Sun who made trouble first? Han Baoqin immediately said, we were just drunk, and the other party hit us so hard. Shouldn't he be detained for a few days? Why interrupt again? The policeman held his forehead and said, Ms. Han, according to regulations, if Dr. Bai does not accept the settlement, this comrade named Sun Jinwei will be detained for a few days. Why? Han Baoqin's eyes were about to widen. Because you called the police. The policeman's face was as cold as frost. If you didn't call the police, you would handle it privately. If you called the police, you would handle it according to the law. Sun Jinwei made trouble first and hit people first. Do I have to say it a few more times? Han Baoqin's face changed suddenly. She thought that Sun Jinwei was seriously injured in this incident, and the other party must pay compensation and detain him for a few days. Who would have thought that? The police turned to look at Bai Yuan. Ms. Bai, do you accept the settlement? When the police asked this question, Han Baoqin was very nervous. Now she regretted her stupid decision to call the police. Sun Jinwei felt a little relieved. He and she are husband and wife after all. Even if it is not for him, but for the children, Bai Yuan should accept the settlement. If she accepts the settlement, he originally planned to ask the other party to compensate.
So be it. Bai Yuan, no.
Sun Jinwei's eyes almost popped out of their frames. He looked at her in complete disbelief. Sun Jinwei stood up and asked angrily, Bai Yuan, what do you mean? You must send me in and lock me up for a few days, and you will be satisfied, right? Han Baoqin heard that Sun Jinwei might be taken to the police station for this matter. She sat in the police station and cried. Oh my God, you are sending my man to the police station for a few days. Are you still a human being? I'm going to sue you. After saying this, Han Baoqin cried even harder. The police officers in the police station had seen this kind of scene many times and let her cry. The final verdict was that Sun Jinwei was detained for 10 days for provoking trouble after drinking. As for beating people, it was a mutual fight. Zhao Zhili didn't pay a penny in compensation. Sun Jinwei's nose was broken, but it was because his nose was too fragile. What can be done? When the news of Sun Jinwei's detention came out, half of Jinko village exploded. The men felt that Bai Yuan was a bit too much. After all, he is my ex-husband. No matter what, he is still the father of the child. If you detain the father of the child for a few days, it will leave a criminal record. Bai Yuan would not be so unsympathetic just because she was dating a Mercedes-Benz man. When the women heard what the men said, they all felt that Sun Jinwei deserved it. Well, he's locked up. She's divorced, but you still have nothing to do all day and harass her. How many times has this happened? Dr. Bai didn't say anything the first few times. Now, I heard that it was Sun Jinwei's lover Han Baoqin who called the police herself. What does this have to do with Bai Yuan? Everyone says that Bai Yuan doesn't care about the old relationship. It's because she cares too much about the old relationship that she let a mistress get involved with her. I heard that it was Sun Jinwei who asked for a divorce. How come? Now that they're divorced, he sees that his ex-wife has found someone richer, and he's so upset all of a sudden. He got drunk and started a trouble, and he hit people first, but then he turned around and blamed the woman for not caring about the old relationship. How come you men don't sympathize with Bai Yuan at all? It was Sun Jinwei who cheated, and it was Bai Yuan who was abandoned. It was also Sun Jinwei who took the initiative to file for divorce. It was also Sun Jinwei's woman who took the initiative to call the police. What did Dr. Bai do wrong? Bai Yuan's biggest mistake is that she is too kind, which is why she allowed Sun Jinwei to get drunk and make trouble again and again. He has made trouble several times in the name of being drunk. This time he beat someone up and wanted to put an end to it. Really? I think he deserves it. There are all kinds of gossip in the village, but Bai Yuan, as a doctor, has long been accustomed to it. She can often hear patients chatting about family matters and gossip in the infusion room. She has lived for 60 years. She knows that everything is fleeting, so she doesn't care about these voices at all. But she still called her children to tell them about this incident. Sun Pingzhong said, "I'm not going to take the civil service exam." Sun Pingzhi said, "He deserves it." Sun Mingzhu laughed for a long time on the other end of the phone and teased her mother. "Mom, you are so charming at your age, and two men are fighting for you." None of the three people cared about Sun Jinwei's life or death, because they felt that it was all their own fault. Han Baoqin was afraid that Sun Jinwei's three children didn't know what happened. She asked Zhao Mei for Sun Pingzhong's phone number and exaggerated it to Sun Pingzhong, saying how inhuman Bai Yuan was and how she sent Sun Jinwei to the police station to be detained. Sun Pingzhong was too lazy to talk to Han Baoqin when she was exaggerating. He said the same thing. "I'm not going to take the civil service exam. It's none of my business whether my father has a criminal record or not." He simply hung up the phone. Han Baoqin saw that Sun Pingzhong was getting nowhere, so she didn't dare to call Sun Pingzhi because she heard that this man had a bad temper and she was afraid of being scolded. Han Baoqin called Sun Mingzhu again and told her about it. Sun Mingzhu was calm. After listening, she only said, "Aunt Han, I really don't understand you. You just want to get my dad. Now my parents are divorced and you have my dad. I don't know what's the point of you calling me and saying bad things about my mom. Do you, my dad's mistress, know my mom better than me, her daughter? Are you jealous that my mom has a rich boyfriend, or are you just hating her? You think you're capable of snatching my dad away.
But my dad still didn't get married to you."
Haha, I think you're pretty pathetic. After Sun Mingzhu finished speaking, she rolled her eyes and hung up the phone. Han Baoqin could only smash her phone in anger and curse the Sun family at home, saying that they were all dogs and had no conscience. Because Sun Jinwei was in police station, Bai Yuan's side has been quiet for a few days recently. 10 days later, Sun Jinwei came out of the police station and stayed at home all day. He didn't want to go out at all, because he was embarrassed. Zhao Zhili was still bored and came to Bai Yuan's place every day. In the afternoon, the two of them would take a half-hour walk along the country road to digest their food. The foundation of the deserted house has begun in full swing. After another half a month, Bai Yuan's sister Bai Yuling was going to celebrate her grandson's full moon, and she notified Bai Yuan a week in advance. Bai Yuan thought of her relationship with Zhao Zhili. A few days ago, when there was a funeral in the village, he was still actively going to burn incense and eat banquets with her. He felt like a family member. It was her sister's grandson's full moon. She thought about it and told him. Zhao Zhili asked immediately after listening, "How much do I need to bring as a gift? Do I need to buy a gold bracelet as a gift?" Bai Yuan, "That's too much. My sister married in Nanwang village, and the full moon celebration was held in the village. On the road in front of the house, a tent was set up for the banquet. It was a typical buffet. In the countryside, it takes at least 2 days to hold banquets. The night before, the villagers who helped would be invited to dinner, and the main meal would be on the second day. Early the next morning, Zhao Zhili drove up, and he wore a well-tailored suit today, looking like a successful man. He even combed his hair to make it look especially neat. Bai Yuan was shocked when she saw him dressed up.
"This."
Zhao Zhili stood in front of her, polishing his leather shoes to a shine. He said, "I'll go to your sister's house with you today, and that will definitely make you proud." Bai Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She originally wanted to wear a casual coat and casual pants, but she felt that it was a bit out of place to walk with him. "I'd better change." Bai Yuan walked into the house and planned to change clothes. But Zhao Zhili held her back. "Just wear this, it's fine. You're not going on a blind date. No need to dress up specially. Be more natural. Be more natural. Why don't you be more natural? You look like you're going to meet someone." Bai Yuan smiled and said, "Then you dressed up specially. Are you going on a blind date?" Zhao Zhili was very serious. I'm going to meet your family. It's almost the same as a blind date. Bai Yuan was left with no choice but to laugh or cry by his remarks. She didn't change her clothes specially. If she changed too much, it would give the impression that she was getting divorced and finding a boyfriend to show off. So Bai Yuan listened to him and didn't change. She just kept it simple and wrapped the red envelope. Before leaving, she took a look at Zhao Zhili's height. After thinking about it, Bai Yuan took out a shoebox from the shoe rack at the foot of the wall. The shoebox contained a pair of shallow, high-heeled leather shoes. After she put on the high heels, she stood next to him and felt that her height was much more suitable. Zhao Zhili couldn't help but be amused by her behavior. Bai Yuan was still carrying her small shoulder bag worth about 100 yuan. Zhao Zhili thought about it and took out the bag she had stuffed back from the trunk. Carry this. When Bai Yuan saw the bag, she thought of the horrible price. No, 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 what if it gets dirty or... I can't afford to pay for it if it's broken. Bai Yuan hadn't said these words yet. Zhao Zhili said, bags are meant to be carried. If you make them dirty, just throw them away. I'll buy you another one.
But
Bai Yuan was so anxious that she didn't know how to explain. Zhao Zhili put all the things in her small shoulder bag into this Hermes handbag and then stuffed the bag into her arms. It suits you very well.
Zhao Zhili praised.
Oh. Bai Yuan was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say. If she carried it, she would be under a lot of pressure. If she didn't carry it, it would be a token of his kindness. Zhao Zhili grabbed her shoulders and said solemnly, Wanner, I'm with you. I have money that I want to spend on you. For so many years, I've been busy making money and never given anything to anyone. Now there is someone I want to give something to, but you don't accept it. Then why do I work hard to make money? Bai Yuan. Zhao Zhili said again, you are 60 years old. If you don't enjoy it now, do you want to enjoy it in the next life? Bai Yuan chuckled. He can be quite venomous sometimes. Bai Yuan got into his black Mercedes-Benz G-Class. She and Zhao Zhili sat in the back seat. This was the first time after her divorce that she went to her sister's house with a man. She was in a complicated mood. Zhao Zhili had a smile on his face and was very happy. Suwen, who was responsible for driving in the front seat, thought that this was the first time since he joined the company that his work was so easy. It was just pure driving. And that was it. This money is so easy to make. The car drove all the way to Nanwang Village. Nanwang Village is in one of the towns in Gaoyuan County, about 10 kilometers away from Jinko Village. But it doesn't take long to drive there. As soon as they entered the village, Bai Yuan directed Su on how to drive. After turning several roads, they saw a shed on the road from a distance. Bai Yuan quickly directed Su to park the car on the side of the road, not too close so that there would be too many cars parked nearby, and it would be difficult for their car to get out. After getting off the car, Suwen still wanted to stay in the car as usual. This was his duty as an assistant and driver. As a result, he saw Bai Yuan turned around and called softly, Mr. Su, let's go together. We have to sit down later. Suwen was about to say no, but he saw Mr. Zhao waving his hand at him in a very good mood. Let's have a meal together later. Suwen. Not impossible. But Suwen still abided by his duties as an assistant and driver. Today he was at Bai Yuan's sister's house, and he was not a family member. He quickly told Mr. Zhao that he would walk around here alone and come over when the meal started. Suwen said so. Bai Yuan naturally would not refuse. She took Zhao Zhili to her sister's house. Bai Yuling is 2 years younger than Bai Yuan, and she is 59 this year. She gave birth to 2 children that year. The eldest is a daughter, and the second is a son. The son got married at the beginning of last year and gave birth to a baby in March this year. Bai Yuling was particularly happy. The son's name is Wang Chong, and Wang Chong is 31 years old this year. His baby was 1 month old, so he was extremely happy. All the guests who came to his house could see Wang Chong's smile of contentment. Wang Chong was greeting guests in the front yard of his house. After a few steps, he saw Bai Yuan coming. Wang Chong hurried to greet her, shouting, Aunt, you are here. Bai Yuan smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries, then introduced to Wang Chong. This is Mr. Zhao.
That.
Bai Yuan was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. She was the type who was easily embarrassed. Especially at such an old age, she had to introduce this to her nephew, my boyfriend. Bai Yuan couldn't say this. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Wang Chong didn't think much about it, just thought he was Bai Yuan's friend. Seeing that this old handsome man was tall and handsome and was wearing a suit and tie, he looked like a successful person. But when he lowered his head, Wang Chong saw Mr. Zhao holding his aunt's hand, which made Wang Chong confused. What was the relationship between them? She knew that her aunt was divorced. Seeing this handsome old man dressed so elegantly, could it be that my aunt was scammed? After all, my aunt is also a female doctor and can make money. It is possible that she was scammed. I will have to give my aunt a good lesson later. There are many scams targeting old ladies these days. Zhao Zhili shook hands with Wang Chong and introduced himself. I am your aunt's boyfriend, and we're getting married soon.
Oh.
Wang Chong was stunned. They are getting married soon, so it seems that my aunt knows the details of the other person. It is good that it is not a scam. Wang Chong saw that this man was very stylish. Wang Chong had an idea and immediately said, Hello, uncle, you are so sensible. Zhao Zhili's smile suddenly became so big that it could reach his ears. Zhao Zhili took out a stack of RMB from his arms. It was tied neatly with red wool. After hearing about the full moon banquet, he prepared it early. Although Bai Yuan said that there was no need to prepare anything, for the sake of safety, Zhao Zhili asked Su Wen to prepare 8,888 in cash early and tied it with red wool, in order to make a red envelope for the child in case of need. Zhao Zhili was very happy. He directly put the stack of red banknotes into Wang Chong's hand. This is the red envelope that your uncle gave to the child. You keep it. Wang Chong's jaw almost fell to the ground. This stack of cash must be nearly 10,000.
This.
Wang Chong took it in his hand, with a look of astonishment and speechlessness, looking at Bai Yuan next to Mr. Zhao. Aunt, save me. Bai Yuan was slightly stunned, and she also knew that Zhao Zhili must be very happy. She said he gave it to the child with his heart.
Just accept it.
Wang Chong always felt that the money was hot. The guests next to him also noticed that Wang Chong was talking to the elders of Bai Yuling's family. As a result, they saw that the elders of the family took out a stack of cash. They were stunned. What kind of operation is this? Wang Chong turned around and took the money into the inner room. His wife, who had just had her confinement, and her baby were lying on the bed. The baby was still sleeping in the cradle, and there were a lot of money wrapped in red wool around them. Wang Chong put the stack of banknotes in the baby's arms. His wife was almost stunned by the stack of cash. Whose money is this? So much. In the countryside, people usually give 200. Some only give 100, and the most is 500. After all, you have to give gifts when you eat at a banquet, and no one will spend more. But who? What is going on? Taking the opportunity to pay back the money? Wang Chong said, Wife, this is the red envelope that uncle gave to the children. Uncle? Wang Chong's wife was not very familiar with Bai Yuan's husband's face. After all, she just married last year and had only met Bai Yuan once. This year, her husband's aunt went to the city to celebrate the new year with her children, so she didn't see him. But she knew. Some time before the new year, it was said that her aunt got divorced. Where did the uncle come from? She didn't have an aunt in her own family, only a few uncles. Her mother was the youngest in the family. Wang Chong explained, New uncle, aunt found a boyfriend. He's very handsome. I guess they're getting married soon. He came with aunt. He gave the red envelope to the kids. What new uncle? Is the new uncle so generous? Wang Chong's wife was really confused. She had only heard from her mother-in-law that her sister was a female doctor who opened a clinic and was very capable. As a result, we got divorced at the end of the year. After listening to some gossips from my mother-in-law, it was nothing more than that my uncle had cheated on me and had been having an affair with his first love for more than 10 years. He also bought her a house and a double grave. Wang Chong's wife was disgusted to death after hearing this, and she was still sighing at home, Fortunately, they got divorced. It's only been a few months, and my aunt has found a rich fiancé and brought him to meet her mother-in-law. If Wang Chang's wife hadn't been lying in bed for confinement, she would have wanted to walk around and see what this new uncle looks like. The most important thing is that he is too rich. He is so generous. Bai Yuling is Bai Yuan's younger sister. When Bai Yuling came out of the bathroom, she saw her sister coming, and there was a very tall man standing beside her. The man's height really stood out in the crowd. Bai Yuling walked over. Sister, this is. Bai Yuan was very embarrassed, and she bit the bullet and introduced my boyfriend. We're getting married soon. Zhao Zhili was quite satisfied when he heard this introduction. Bai Yuling was stunned. She didn't expect her sister to get divorced. She thought she would waste a lot of time and spend her old age alone. Who would have thought that she would find a man? But this looks a little too good-looking. She doesn't look like she's in her 60s, but rather in her early 50s. Her hair is dyed all black, and she looks extremely young. The most important thing is that at this age, she's not bald. Bai Yuling wondered, is this real hair or a wig? It should be a wig. How could someone maintain their hair so well? Wait, could it be that her sister was cheated? In today's society, her son said, there are often people who specialize in cheating the elderly. Many elderly people buy health products every day and are cheated. Bai Yuling greeted Zhao Zhili and went to entertain other guests without saying much. Not long after, her son Wang Chang quietly found her and told her about the amount of money her new uncle-in-law had given her for eights. This scared Bai Yuling so much that her eyes popped out. This amount of money was too much. Could it be that her sister really found a rich man? Bai Yuling quietly pulled her sister aside in the crowd, and the two of them whispered, Sister, who is this guy? How come he gave the baby 4/8? This is too expensive. Yuling, if he gives it to you, just keep it. It's his intention. Bai Yuan scratched her head and knew that the red envelope Zhao Zhili gave was too big. Bai Yuling said, That's not what I meant. I mean, what does he do? I mean, you can't pretend to be rich. You know what I mean.
That.
Is he really not a liar? Bai Yuan didn't know how to explain to her sister. She couldn't just say that this is the boss of Wanxing Group. She was afraid of scaring her sister. Besides, the two of them didn't get the marriage certificate, so it was not appropriate to tell others now. She thought about it, pulled Bai Yuling to the door, and walked all the way to Zhao Zhili's car. From a distance, she saw Su Wen standing beside him, looking at the wheat fields in the countryside and thinking. She called Su Wen. Su Wen turned around and said hello to Bai Yuan. Remember to take a seat. The meal will start soon. Okay, Dr. Bai. Su Wen said with a smile. The two of them came and went, and Bai Yuling naturally didn't recognize Su Wen, and she was confused. Bai Yuan said, This is Mr. Zhao's driver, and that's his car. He is really not a liar. Bai Yuling's mind was full of the driver. Then this must be a big business. Bai Yuling is so old after all. She also knows the brand of the car, and she can see at a glance that the car is a Mercedes-Benz. Although she can't tell the model of Mercedes-Benz, she knows that Mercedes-Benz is very expensive. People who can afford Mercedes-Benz are definitely not ordinary people. Could it be a big boss? Bai Yuling didn't ask much. She could only keep congratulating sister, and her life is ushering in a second spring. Bai Yuan was very embarrassed by this, and could only blush. Zhao Zhili stood at the door, waiting for her and Bai Yuling to come over, and then stood beside Bai Yuan. Bai Yuling quickly said to Zhao Zhili, Mr. Zhao, remember to eat and drink well later. Not long after, her elder brother Bai Jiqiang and younger brother Bai Zhiyong also came from Shuelu village with their whole family. Bai Jiqiang and Bai Zhiyong were both stunned when they saw the man next to Bai Yuan, and then they were dumbfounded when they heard the introduction. Bai Yuan found a new man so quickly. Bai Zhiyong's younger brother has two sons, Bai Nan and Bai Ong is only 20 years old this year. Although he is still in college at a young age, he has already learned to start stock trading. After all, the future is a technological era, and stocks are considered a type of investment. So Bai Ong usually pays attention to financial news. He likes to read some investment information. He is often addicted to Tongwashan and Dongfang securities. Bai Nan is 24 years old and just graduated from college. Bai Nan works in the city, and his job is engineering supervision. When Bai Ong saw Zhao Zhili, he always felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Brother, this person looks so familiar. Bai Ong walked to his brother and whispered, "Could it be a liar?" Bai Nan reacted immediately. "I can't remember, let me think about it." Bai Ong still felt that he looked very familiar. Yes, I remember, he looks a lot like someone. Who? Bai Nan was confused. Could it be that my aunt really encountered an elderly pig-killing scam? Oh no, my aunt is still quite rich. What if she was cheated? Let me think. Bai Ong was not sure, so he took out his mobile phone and searched for a while. After a while, Bai Ong handed the phone to Bai Nan, this person.
Ah.
Bai Nan saw the person in the picture on the web page. Bai Nan muttered, "How could it be? Exactly the same. Could there be two similar people in the world?" Bai Ong found it incredible. This temperament, this gesture, are too similar. Go to participate in the imitation show. Come on, I'll go over and ask. Bai Nan pulled his brother over. Bai Nan hooked Bai Yuan to the side and he whispered, "Aunt, is this gentleman's surname Zhao?" Bai Yuan nodded, not understanding why her nephew asked this. Bai Nan pondered in his heart, but then thought it shouldn't be possible. Could it be that the boyfriend that my aunt is looking for is really Zhao Zhili? This possibility is very small. The president of Wanxing Group can't come to this country. Bai Nan didn't finish thinking. Bai Ong had already walked up to Zhao Zhili with the momentum of a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger and said with a smile, "Sir, you look very similar to someone."
Oh?
Zhao Zhili asked with a smile. Bai Ong said, "It's Zhao Zhili, the president of Wanxing Group." Zhao Zhili couldn't help laughing. Haha. He smiled and patted Bai Ong on the shoulder. Bai Ong was a little confused by this pat on the shoulder, but when he saw Zhao Zhili's smile, Bai Eng's heart was alarmed.
Could it be?
It was really Zhao Zhili. "Are you in college?" Zhao Zhili asked. "I'm in," Bai Ong said stupidly. Zhao Zhili said, "If you don't have a job after graduating from college, come to me and I'll arrange one for you."
Bai An. What?
He has made an appointment for a job after graduation. Bai Ong stuttered to his elder brother Bai Nan, "Brother, I think."
What?
"Speak louder." Hearing his younger brother's mosquito-like voice in his ear, Bai Nan could not help but raise his voice. Bai Ong leaned close to his brother's ear and said, "I think he is. Because he just said that if I don't have a job after graduating from college, he would arrange a job for me." Bai Nan. Now it is so difficult to find a job. He has no choice but to go to the construction site to work as an engineering supervisor. As a result, this guy said to arrange a job for his younger brother. Could it be that Bai Nan's eyes flickered, and he looked at his younger brother Bai Ong? Bai Ong had an expression of, "I think he is. That's someone." Bai Nan thought, if that's the case, then doesn't it mean his aunt found a top boss? Bai Nan suddenly felt a little dizzy. Holding Bai Eng's arm, he quickly sat aside. "I feel that this world is not normal." Bai Nan always feels dizzy. Oh my god, can this world get any crazier? My aunt is divorced and my ex-uncle cheated on her. But a few months after the divorce, she seems to have started dating the president of Wanxing. She is quite fashionable at her age. It seems that they're even talking about marriage. This speed is faster than blind dates. Bai Ong thought about it and gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, do you think it's the same as the Stone Gate? When did the world lines secretly change and we didn't know? It's possible. It happened before. We always saw on the news that a star died, but came back to life after a while and then announced his death again a few years later. People wondered if the world line had changed. The more Bai Nan thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. Her mother opened the door to outrageousness. Bai Nan said, "Let's stop imagining. Do you want to tell Dad?" Bai Ong asked. Bai Nan said nervously, "Mom and Dad are too talkative, so let only the two of us know." The two looked at the noisy crowd, and they both felt that everyone was drunk, but I was sober. There must be something wrong with this world. My aunt divorced at the age of 60, and she can find a rich man to date. They are only 20 years old, but they don't even have a girlfriend. What's going on? After a while, Bai Nan got up and walked over. He casually asked, Uncle, when are you and my aunt planning to get married? After the house is built. Zhao Zhili thought for a while and said, when Bai Zhiyong's wife heard this, which village are you from? Hasn't your family built a house yet? You are so old, but you still don't have a house? Are you buying a new farm? It's in our Jinko village. Bai Yuan nodded and pointed at Zhao Zhili. He did it. Someone transferred a residential land and planned to build a house.
What?
Building a house in Jinko village? Zhang Hongxia, Bai Zhiyong's wife, thought it was too unreliable when she heard it. He didn't build a house in his own village. She thought he lived in the county and had commercial housing, but he was going to build a house in Jinko village. Zhang Hongxia liked Bai Yuan, her elder sister-in-law, but she liked her more because she was divorced, because in the eyes of outsiders, Bai Yuan was so successful. Unlike her and her man, she was just an ordinary person. Bai Zhiyong was more ordinary. When he was young, he had been in the village, building houses for the East and West families. He was a big worker, responsible for laying walls and painting the floor slabs. Zhang Hongxia followed her husband and worked as a small worker on the construction site, responsible for mixing sand and cement. In the past 10 years, there have been fewer people building houses in the village, and there have been fewer jobs. They are over there in the industrial city. Bai Zhiyong is unloading goods at a logistics point, and she goes to find some easy work such as cleaning. Zhang Hongxia was so happy that such a successful elder sister-in-law got divorced. She felt sour behind her back. She really deserved it. So what if she makes a lot of money? She is still unwanted by the man. Anyway, her parents-in-law are dead. This divorced elder sister-in-law can't go back to her parents' home. Whether she lives or dies is none of their business. Years ago, she heard that Bai Yuan lived in a clinic, and she was so happy. No one will take care of her from now on, and she will fend for herself. Several children live in the city, and her ex-husband is still flaunting himself in the village with other women. It's so pathetic for her as an elder sister-in-law. Who knew you only know how to make money? But today, when she came to her second aunt Bai Yuling's house to see the baby's full moon, Zhang Hongxia never expected to see her elder sister-in-law leading a man to attend the full moon banquet together. The man was even dressed in a suit and tie, making him look like a successful person. Who are you pretending for? The truth was revealed after a few questions. She looked so rich, but she actually wanted to build a house in Jinko village where Bai Yuan lived. Will she live in Jinko village in the future? This is really a big joke. Zhang Hongxia was embarrassed to laugh at Bai Yuan for finding a pretentious person in the garbage dump, so she had to pull her aside and whispered, "Don't spend your own money to build a house. This man is really something. Is he planning to marry into your family? You are a doctor after all, and your clinic makes a lot of money. Don't be stupid and spend too much money on this man," she said with pretended concern. Bai Zhiyong also heard what she said, came over and said, "That's right, sister. You just need to understand that at your age, if you are determined to find a man, those who are waiting for you are all liars." His son said that there are many scams targeting the elderly now. Could his sister have also fallen for a scam? Zhang Hongxia muttered, "I think this guy is quite handsome. What if he is a scammer? Once you build a house in your village, will he move into your house? Live in your house? Doesn't he have a home then?" Bai Yuan was speechless after hearing these words, but she couldn't say anything because this man was very rich, and he would not live in her house. After thinking about it, Bai Yuan simply smiled and said nothing. Seeing that Bai Yuan didn't say a word, Zhang Hongxia thought, she must be crazy about this man. She didn't even refute it. What does not refute mean? It means to acquiesce. Acquiesce that this man will live in Jinko village in the future. Alas, it's too easy for men in this world now. Over 60 years old, even if he has no skills, he can rely on his face to find a female doctor. Really? Zhang Hongxia walked to the side and talked to Bai Jiqiang's wife Wu Qiumei. She called Wu Qiumei sister-in-law. Zhang Hongxia took her sister-in-law Wu Qiumei to the field opposite the door, and the two of them chattered. After telling Wu Qiumei about Bai Yuan and Zhao Zhili, Wu Qiumei showed a surprised expression. My sister-in-law is really crazy. Does she have to marry under such conditions? It's fine if you do and have money, but you don't even have a house in the village? These conditions. Maybe she was abandoned by Sun Jinwei, and her mind is a little twisted. Otherwise, why would she have to find a man? Zhang Hongxia sighed. Think about it. Sun Jinwei cheated for more than 10 years before divorcing. Any woman can't stand it. I thought my sister-in-law was a scholar, so it would be a little different. Who knew that at this age, she couldn't get over it? Wu Qiumei said. Zhang Hongxia mocked in her heart, but she agreed on the surface. It's normal to not get over it. Think about it. Sun Jinwei and Han Baoqin are always in the village together. Who can stand it? She looks decent on the surface, but she's probably mad in fact. She must need a man to prove that someone wants her, Bai Yuan. Even if she can't get over it, there's no need to find a man who can't even afford a house and has to live in Jinko village. This is really marrying into the woman's family. Wu Qiumei couldn't help laughing. Zhang Hongxia said, sister-in-law, think about it at this age. The man must have children. He wants to find a new partner, and the house in his hometown must be for his son to live in. At our age, if we buy a house, we buy it for our children. This has emptied 6 wallets. Where can he buy another house for himself? He must not be attracted to Bai Yuan just because of her, but because she makes a lot of money. Wu Qiumei suddenly slapped her thigh. Oh no, you said you chose Bai Yuan because she is a female doctor and makes a lot of money. This man wants to transfer all the money she earns to his son and daughter after marriage. Is this possible? Zhang Hongxia didn't expect there is such a possibility. I think there is, Wu Qiumei said. Zhang Hongxia felt that this excitement was worth watching, and she comforted Wu Qiumei on the surface. Even if there is, we can't say anything. You see, you just suggested a few words, but the elder sister-in-law didn't respond. I think it's useless for anyone to say anything now. She is determined to prove that there are still men who want her at her age. After a pause, Zhang Hongxia said, sister-in-law, let's not persuade her anymore. Wu Qiumei said viciously, why persuade her? Just wait and watch the fun. When this man cheats all her money, then the fun will begin. Not long after, Sun Pingzhong and Sun Mingzhu came with their children, and Li Anren came with her child. Sun Pingzhe didn't come because he was in Shijiang. After all, his aunt's baby was about to turn 1 month old, so they had to come. The group of people talked happily for a while. Bai Jiqiang and Bai Jiong asked Sun Pingzhong about this and that, asking the 3 children what they thought of Bai Yuan's second marriage. Both of them suggested, kids, tell your mother not to look for another one. The man she found is so poor that he can't even buy a house. He doesn't even have land in his own village, and he wants to marry into your Jinko village. Who knows, when the house is built, he might move in to secretly share your mother's money. Sun Pingzhong hurriedly comforted his uncle. My uncle Zhao is really capable. He's not the in your eyes.
Of course he is.
He looks like, it's obvious that he is here to live off his wife. You guys, you better keep a close eye on your mother. Don't let her be deceived. Bai Jiqiang whispered. Uncle Zhao. Sun Pingzhong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could Zhao Zhili be a? Although he was really good-looking, he is really not that kind of person. He is very capable. He drives a Mercedes and has a driver. Bai Jiqiang couldn't help rolling his eyes. He can't even afford a house if he drives a Mercedes. This is really a joke. I think he must have his own plans.
Sun Pingzhong said.
Bai Jiong interrupted. What plans are there? You guys, don't be fooled by appearances. He looks like a. Who knows what he does in his daily life? Maybe he is trying to deceive your mother. He probably rented a Mercedes. Besides, there is a driver. Who would give themselves a driver? Isn't this a complete liar? Uncle. Sun Pingzhong didn't know what to say. If Uncle Zhao heard this, it would be so embarrassing. Why don't you guys listen to advice? How can a man who drives a Mercedes and has a driver fall in love with your mother? What's the point? Bai Jiqiang felt that his nephews were really stubborn. They were doing this for the good of their mother. But they were stubborn. If you don't listen to the old people, you will suffer. Because my mother is beautiful and gentle, Sun Pingzhong said seriously. Bai Jiqiang was speechless. What I mean is, if he is really that capable, he won't find a woman in her 60s. Others can find a woman around 50 years old. When you think your mother is so old, you can really find a rich person. Anyway, uncle, don't worry about it. Sun Pingzhong knew that it would be boring to continue talking. This topic might be endless. Okay, let's stop talking. Anyway, I'm not the one who suffers. I have tried to advise him. Bai Jiqiang and Bai Jiong looked at each other and felt that there was no hope. These kids were crazy. They probably fell for this man's Mercedes, but he was definitely a liar. The accent just now was not local. Everyone had a local accent, but he spoke Mandarin with the young people. This guy is a liar from another place. Sun Pingzhong found Bai Yuan and conveyed his uncle's words indirectly. Bai Yuan smiled, gave a gift of 500 yuan in the gift room at the door, and then took Xiao Zhili to the banquet. She also went to call Su Wen over. Su Wen was grateful again and again. Su Wen sat next to Mr. Zhao, and his mind was full of thoughts. Over the years, they often attended banquets and drinking parties in various hotels, but rarely came to the village for banquets.
It was
a different feeling. Soon the banquet started. The banquet in the village was much better than that in the hotel. All the dishes were freshly cooked. Su Wen thought, unlike in the hotel, now they basically have simple pre-prepared dishes, and there are relatively few freshly cooked hot dishes. There are a lot of pre-prepared meat and vegetable dishes. Su Wen thought he can come to the banquets in the countryside often in the future. Xiao Zhili sat next to Bai Yuan. Over the years, he had not been very interested in food, but this time, he sat next to her and watched her add dishes in an elegant and calm manner. Occasionally, she would pick up a piece of meat for him and put it in the bowl in front of him. This made Xiao Zhili feel very comfortable. Finally, someone cared about him, and someone arranged it. He was in a very good mood as he ate the dishes she picked up in the bowl. Su Wen looked at Mr. Zhao's smiling face and couldn't help but think of the previous drinking parties. Most of them were just smiles to deal with the situation. It was nothing like now. He looked so proud that he had a wife, as if he owned the whole world. It's great to have a family. Bai Yuan found a man and planned to remarry. After Zhang Hongxia and Wu Qimei knew about it, the news naturally spread quickly and soon reached Bai Yuan's natal village, Shuilu Village. Shuilu Village Group 8 is Bai Yuan's natal home, and many people know her. A few years ago, after the news of her divorce spread, the villagers in her natal village sighed and lamented that there was a female doctor in their village. She married to Jinko village, but almost 40 years have passed. How could she, who was considered a famous female doctor in the village, get divorced? Now, the news that she has found a man who drives a Mercedes-Benz and plans to remarry has spread. The villagers are even more emotional, and there are some sarcastic voices. Basically, they all said the same thing as Zhang Hongxia and Wu Qiumei, which was nothing more than, Bai Yuan is 60 years old and was abandoned by a man. She feels uncomfortable and must get married again and find a man to prove that someone still wants her. Really? She is so old, but she still cares about face. Even if she doesn't get married, what's the point? She is 60 years old, but she still has to compete with others. I don't know what she is trying to do. I heard that she found a man who drives a Mercedes-Benz, but it's just an appearance. In fact, she has asked for a farm in Jinko village and plans to build a house. Doesn't this man have a home? He actually wants to live in the woman's village. Who knows? Maybe he is a liar. What does Bai Yuan want? She is taken advantage of by a man like this. First, she was plundered by Sun Jinwei for almost 40 years, and now, she wants to get married? She wants to build a house for a man? She must be mentally ill. I heard from Hongxia that Jiqiang and Jiong told Bai Yuan to stop looking for a man, give up, and live a peaceful life. But she didn't listen at all. Women are like that in this life. They have to prove that they are wanted. Think about it. She was a female doctor, working in the county hospital. She must have been very proud, but she ended up marrying a man, and this man cheated on her with his first love. In the end, they divorced. She must have been unwilling to accept it. If she was unwilling, she wouldn't have found it at such an old age. It's hard to understand when you think about it. Shuelu village had such voices, and there were some similar voices in Jinko village. They all thought that Zhao Zhili must be planning to live off a man by building a house in the village. This Mercedes must be rented. But these external voices did not affect Bai Yuan, nor did they affect the progress of building the house. 2 months passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was summer. It was already early June. The land of Group 1 of Jinko village that had not been expropriated was still planted with wheat. At this moment, it was the time for the annual college entrance examination, and it was also the season for wheat harvesting. The fields were golden and dazzling. The wheat waves fluttered in the wind, and layers of golden waves rose on the ground, which was very beautiful. The main body and painting of the house were completed. A 2-story building just rose from the ground. Everyone in the village was very envious. Zhao Zhili occasionally took Bai Yuan to inspect the progress in person. Every time at this time, Su Wen, who was following behind, couldn't help but think of a sentence in his mind. How many hundreds of millions of big projects may not let President Zhao take a look in person, but this small building in the countryside made President Zhao come to the site every now and then to supervise and inspect. If the bosses of those construction companies knew about this, they would probably be speechless. Only the decoration is left, and it will probably take another 2 months. Zhao Zhili pointed to the small building and said, "I'm not in a hurry," Bai Yuan said. Yang Su and Yang Mingfeng occasionally passed by and saw the house rising from the ground. They secretly thought that Mr. Zhao from Wanxing Group really planned to settle here, right? But if not, why is he so concerned about the construction of this rural house? I really don't understand why these rich people don't live in villas and come to the countryside every day. In mid-June, a group of men in suits came to the village. They were aged from 30 to 50. They had extraordinary origins. The villagers were curious. Who were these people? Why were they wandering around the village? This group of people looked around and occasionally said something. When the village chief Yang Mingfeng heard someone in the village say that, he hurried to meet him and asked, "I am Yang Mingfeng, the village chief of this village. How can I help you? Are you the village chief? Let's go to inspect it." Zhao Xinan finally had time and came down to inspect the land in person. Yang Mingfeng's mind went blank for a second. Inspection? What does it mean? Zhao Xinan said, "My last name is Zhao. I've taken a fancy to this piece of land, so I came to do a preliminary inspection. You are the village chief, right? Can you tell me about the situation around here?" Yang Mingfeng was so excited when he heard the words "take a fancy to this piece of land" that he almost jumped up. Finally, someone took a fancy to this land, which means it will be demolished soon. But he couldn't show his happiness on his face. He made a phone call and called a few people. After Yang Su came over, he hurriedly handed cigarettes to a few big guys, but was rejected. "Just introduce this land and the surrounding situation," Zhao Xinan said lightly. Then Yang Mingfeng personally described the style and people of Jinko village, the surrounding facilities, and the distribution of land, and took out a map to show the young man. After the introduction, it took 2 hours. After 2 hours, Zhao Xinan said that he would stop here today and left with his people. Yang Mingfeng, Yang Su, and several people from the village committee were left standing there, grinning.
Oh,
Someone took a fancy to this land. Even if they didn't say they would demolish the house immediately, it would be demolished in a few months or 1 or 2 years, right? This life will soon reach its peak.
Yang Mingfeng suddenly remembered something.
What did the young man say his surname was? It seemed that he said his surname was Zhao.
Wait, Zhao.
Why is it Zhao again? After the other members of the village committee left, Yang Mingfeng called Yang Su over and said he said his surname was Zhao. Yang Su met Yang Mingfeng's eyes and realized that it was the young man who had been leading the conversation. The one just now.
Yes.
Yang Mingfeng swallowed his saliva. Yang Su touched his chin and thought for a while.
Zhao.
Could this young man, Mr. Zhao, be related to Zhao Zhili? Although the surname Zhao is very popular and is quite high in the 100 family surnames, there shouldn't be so many big men with the surname Zhao in the village. This possibility is too low.
Could it be?
Yang Su couldn't help but search the internet for the shareholders of Wansheng Group. As a result, he unexpectedly saw a person below, Zhao Sinan. Isn't this the young man just now? Yang Su hurriedly handed over the things he found on his phone to Yang Mingfeng. Brother Ming. Zhao Sinan. Yang Mingfeng's eyes widened. Yang Mingfeng also saw a very simple introduction on it.
Zhao Sinan, the son of Zhao Zhili.
Oh my god. Yang Mingfeng suddenly understood why Zhao Zhili wanted to build a house for Bai Yuan. The boss has his own arrangements. He asked someone to get a homestead for Bai Yuan because he wanted to demolish the house for his woman. After saying that, Yang Mingfeng was confused again. Yang Su thought it was unlikely. How much can a piece of residential land be worth? It's only 650,000 here plus the ground attachments. The evaluation result is at most a few $100,000. It's not even enough to cover the current cost of building a house. There is also the cost of transferring the land. Bai Yuan is only one person. The head fee is more than 40,000, plus the individual house is 55 square meters. After calculating the accounts, it's a loss. He might as well give the money directly to Bai Yuan. These words left Yang Mingfeng speechless. Indeed, from this point of view, it would be better to transfer the money of 2 million to Bai Yuan. After all, they are demolishing here, and now it's at most 1 million. No matter how many people there are in your family, it's at most this much. What is Zhao Zhili trying to do? Yang Mingfeng thought for a long time and said, You said that Zhao Zhili built a house and secretly arranged for someone to handle the demolition process just to give some money to his woman in a legitimate way. Yang Su is puzzled. Isn't the transfer of money legitimate enough? Yang Mingfeng pondered for a while and asked a question that Yang Su felt was very philosophical. Will Dr. Bai accept the transfer? This. Probably not. Although they were not familiar with Bai Yuan, they had heard about her character. She was gentle and beautiful, but she was also stubborn and didn't like to owe favors to others. If Zhao Zhili transferred millions to Bai Yuan, she would definitely not accept it.
Yang Su told.
The two looked at each other and understood what Zhao Zhili was doing. The big boss doesn't care about a few $100 million. He just wants to make it legitimate and let Bai Yuan feel at ease to take 1 million. That's all. The main body of the house is temporarily finished, and the interior decoration is finally about to begin. Bai Yuan is still busy going in and out of the clinic every day as usual. Zhao Zhili basically comes every 2 or 3 days. After he came, Bai Yuan would cook a home-cooked meal even if she didn't cook on weekdays. She didn't cook for him at first, but once she made herself a bowl of salsa-man, and he happened to come and ate 2 big bowls, and he kept praising it. Bai Yuan asked curiously, Shouldn't the chef at home cook better than me? Zhao Zhili said with his eyes downcast, I haven't eaten at home much since my ex-wife died. The chef hired at home cooks almost the same food as those in restaurants outside, without the taste of home. So I seldom eat at home. Bai Yuan then remembered that he had a home, but it was almost the same as not having one. No wonder he seemed to be in a good mood the last time she went to her sister's house for a meal. Even if he has children, they are probably too busy to stay at home, and they each have their own things to do. Bai Yuan put her hand on his, comforted him for a while, and said, In the future, when you come, you must eat the food I cook. Let me know in advance, and I will buy some vegetables and cook 2 more dishes for you. Zhao Zhili frowned. I don't want you to be so tired. Bai Yuan said, How can I be tired? There are patients in my clinic all the time. Besides,
paused.
She said, I am also very happy to eat home-cooked meals with you. Zhao Zhili smiled and said, Okay. Bai Yuan likes her current life very much. She didn't want to divorce Sun Jinwei before because she was old, 60 years old, her children had their own space, and her grandchildren were all in school, so she wouldn't stay with them all the time. In addition to seeing a doctor, she didn't want to return home after work, and the whole house, except for a TV, no longer had the sound of a living person. When she got old, she was very afraid of being the only one left at home. When she was young, she felt that she was not afraid of loneliness, but when she got old, she knew that people would change, and they had different ideas at different ages. So, in the last stage of that marriage, she was still struggling hard. As long as Sun Jinwei was willing to break up with Han Baoqin, as long as Sun Jinwei was willing to correct himself, then she was determined not to take that step. It is better to be still than to move.
But
In the end, Sun Jinwei took the initiative to file for divorce, so she had to make the final decision. After the divorce, she went out to travel because she was afraid of loneliness. She wanted to relax and adjust her mood, but who knew that she would run into Zhao Zhili? Now she was sitting with this man. He occasionally came to the clinic and sat there to read some documents. She occasionally wondered in her heart, did he actually bring the documents to her clinic to read? For this reason, she also specially asked someone to put a table next to him so that he could lie down there to read things. Occasionally, the two of them ate together, and they were all some home-cooked dishes, but the man was very happy and she was also very happy. With someone to accompany her for dinner and talk about some random things, she felt that life was comfortable and beautiful. She liked the ordinary days like now. Suwon felt that Mr. Zhao's temper had been getting better and better recently, and he was always smiling. In the past 10 years, some old employees of the company said that Mr. Zhao's temper was unpredictable, and he would occasionally get angry during meetings, but now it seems that it is different after having a woman. He always has a smile on his face, as if he has a family. Today Bai Yuan made ordinary sour soup noodles. While the two of them were eating, Zhao Zhili suddenly said, "You should go get a driver's license."
Ah?
Bai Yuan raised her head. Zhao Zhili smiled and said, "What are you surprised about? Go get a driver's license these 2 days. You can't even drive. You still want me to get a driver's license? No way." Bai Yuan thought. Zhao Zhili explained, "I can drive, but I'm busy with work and I'm easily distracted when driving. I'm afraid of accidents." After a pause, he said, "You live in the village and I want to buy you a car, which will also be convenient for you to use." "What, you want to buy me a car again?" Bai Yuan waved her hands quickly. No, I really don't need to buy a car. What if he gets tired of this relationship? How can she pay it back? Zhao Zhili quickly ate up the noodles in the bowl and drank a few mouthfuls of sour soup. There were a few chopped green onions floating on the soup, which was sour and refreshing. After drinking it, he put down his bowl and chopsticks and said seriously, "Don't you still regard me as your man? Thinking in your heart, when I get tired of it in the future, you will return everything you can to me, and then draw a clear line with me." Ah, how did he know what she was thinking? Bai Yuan was a little embarrassed and lowered her eyes. "Wanner, do you really think so?" Zhao Zhili had been with her for a long time recently and knew what she was thinking. He sighed and said earnestly, "I'm not joking when I buy you something. I'm serious. I put you in my future plan. I want you to have a means of transportation. It will be more convenient for you to go to the city or Mingzhu occasionally. You don't need them to pick you up. It will be more convenient for her to find him in the future. No need to take taxis all over the world." Bai Yuan understood what he meant. She paused and said hesitantly, "But I'm so old. Can I take the driving test?" So that's what she was worried about. Zhao Zhili laughed. "Others are still running for president at the age of 80, and you're only 60. If you die at the age of 90, you still have 30 years. If you can live to be 100, then you still have 40 years. Don't you think you're young?" "Oh, yes, there's still a long time to live, and she's in good health." Bai Yuan asked herself, "Can I really do it? If I say yes, then it's fine."
Zhao Zhili said.
"Then I'll listen to you," Bai Yuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhili immediately said, "Wanner, I don't want you to listen to me. I respect you." He said seriously, "I'm just suggesting that if you really don't want to take the test, you can." He felt that she used to go with the flow, and now after listening to him, he felt that it made sense and she went with the flow again. Bai Yuan smiled and said, "I want to take the test." After Zhao Zhili left, Bai Yuan also thought about this question at home for a while. It seemed that in this life, after getting married, 10 years ago, young people in the village flocked to take the driver's license test. At that time, Sun Jinwei also took the driver's license test. At that time, she wanted to take the test. She said that it would be more convenient for her to take the test. Sun Jinwei said, "Why do you need a driver's license as a woman? I have a driver's license. I will drive you wherever you want to go." Bai Yuan did not take the test. But later, Sun Jinwei often drove around. She occasionally wanted to go to her daughter's house, but Sun Jinwei said that he didn't want to go because he had to play mahjong. Later, she rarely took the initiative to say where she was going. Zhao Zhili's words also made sense. She was only 60 years old, but in fact, she still had several decades of life to go. If everything was entrusted to others, wouldn't she lose herself? The next day, Zhao Zhili came and took Bai Yuan to register. He then said that the first subject would be in a week. Bai Yuan was nervous and excited. She was nervous because she was going to take the test soon. It was a written test, and she heard that the questions would be answered on the computer. She was excited because her brain, which had been dormant for a long time, seemed to become active again. She was excited again because she had the energy to do questions when she was young. She was like a child taking the college entrance examination. She started to work hard, wearing reading glasses. In addition to seeing patients, she used the driving test handbook to practice questions every day. After finishing the questions, she would carefully review the wrong questions and try to strengthen her memory. A week later, Bai Yuan was trembling on the battlefield. She looked at the other tables, which were full of young people. Occasionally, she would see a few old men taking the driver's license test, and she smiled knowingly. "I'm still young." She wore reading glasses and operated the mouse very seriously, answering the questions one by one. After the test, she got 98 points. When she came out of the examination room, Zhao Zhili was waiting for her outside the door, just like parents waiting for the end of the college entrance examination, and asked with joy and nervousness, "How is it?" 98 points. Bai Yuan clenched her fist and made an excited gesture. Zhao Zhili laughed. "I told you you can do it, you still don't believe it." Half a month later, Bai Yuan was in a driving school outside one day. Under the hot sun, she sat in a training car and was following the coach to seriously learn basic skills such as car starting and half starting. She also received a call in the middle. "Mom, have you eaten?" Sun Pingzhong asked on the other end of the phone. Bai Yuan looked at the parking space next to her anxiously, worried about her driving skills, and said casually, "I'm busy outside. Tell me later." "What are you busy with?" Sun Pingzhong didn't expect his mother to be busy outside. Wasn't she in the clinic? Bai Yuan said, "I'm learning Subject 2. Subject 2? These words made Sun Pingzhong stun for a moment. Wasn't it the dance in Subject 3? Sun Pingzhong asked. "Are you planning to take the driving test?" "I have passed the first part and am practicing the second part at the driving school." "Don't call me." Bai Yuan was usually gentle, but when she was learning to drive, she couldn't help but hang up the phone anxiously. Sun Pingzhong, after hanging up the phone, he was full of questions. He called his mother again, but his mother didn't answer. Sun Pingzhong had to call Sun Mingzhu. "My mother went to take a driver's license test."
Ah?
Sun Mingzhu was stunned for a moment and confirmed it again. "Is it a C1 driver's license for a car?" Sun Pingzhong said it might be, and then Sun Mingzhu laughed and said, "You're so old, so fashionable." Sun Pingzhong didn't agree very much. "Just say, what is an old lady doing? What if something happens, what can we do?" Sun Mingzhu smiled and said to her eldest brother, "Don't think too much. My mother is a smart person, but she has been suppressed by my father at home. Now they are divorced. My mother has her own ideas. She wants to take a driver's license, which means she wants to drive." Sun Pingzhong said dissatisfiedly, "What does Uncle Zhao do? He has a driver, but he doesn't assign a driver for my mother?" "Brother, your idea." Sun Mingzhu pouted, not knowing how to complain about her eldest brother. Sun Pingzhong said, "I was just joking. I mean, if something happens to an old lady of this age, I will be worried." Sun Mingzhu muttered, "Our mother is just a little presbyopic, and she doesn't have any 3 highs. She is in good spirits, and I think she is much healthier than the young people in their 40s now. Why can't she drive?" After Sun Mingzhu hung up the phone, Sun Pingzhong was a little speechless.
I didn't say anything.
I meant that the old lady is now 60 years old. Even if she is in good physical condition, it would be a bit difficult to get a driver's license now. Just as he finished thinking this, Sun Pingzhong realized that his father Sun Jinwei used to drive when he went out. Now that they are divorced, his mother seems to go out with a small electric car. The electric car basically goes around the village, and at most she goes to the town to buy something. It's a bit far to go to the county town.
It seems. I really need to drive.
But Uncle Zhao.
Wait.
Zhao Zhili is usually a busy man. It's impossible for him to be available at any time. He is not the kind of rural old man. From this point of view, it seems that it is right for his mother to learn to drive. Sun Pingzhong was a little unhappy. Now that his mother had a man, she didn't discuss anything with her son. She didn't even ask them about such a big thing as getting a driver's license. She signed up for the driver's license test without asking them. When did you see an old lady driving on the street? Bai Yuan was extremely unconfident. She always felt that she was quite old and would be laughed at for learning to drive at such an old age. As a result, when she really started practicing the second subject, she found that although she had never touched a car, she was better than many people. Young people learn fast. When several students were learning together, the instructor would occasionally pull them down. Look at you guys, you are learning so much. Shoot, you are not as fast as Aunt Bai.
I am so ashamed of you.
The students who were practicing driving together really felt embarrassed and ashamed, their faces flushed. Because they didn't expect that there was an old aunt learning driving together, who looked to be in her 50s, but still had the same demeanor and was nimble. She was faster than them in driving. It's really... People are compared, it's so annoying. Bai Yuan, who was not confident at first, became more and more confident. She learned faster than the young people, which was enough to show that she was still very young and had a quick understanding. She was a little self-deprecating, but she began to have enough confidence in herself. Bai Yuan felt, in this life, if you don't work hard, you don't know how much potential you have. The villagers didn't know that Bai Yuan had signed up for a driver's license, or Yang Xiaomin's youngest son Sun Xinyuan had finished the college entrance examination and was on summer vacation, so he wanted to take advantage of the 2-month summer vacation to get a driver's license. I went to the driving school to sign up, but when I started practicing, I found out that there was someone from the village, and it was the village doctor, Dr. Bai. He used to live next door to his house. Sun Xinyuan also called Bai Yuan aunt. As a result, when he was learning to drive at the driving school, he saw the aunt next door also learning to drive. Can you imagine how mad he was at that time? Sun Xinyuan was about to be sick, especially when he saw the aunt next door, who was 60 years old, still driving a car, whether it was starting, going uphill, or reversing into the garage. The coach praised her. Sun Xinyuan was stunned the whole time. Sun Xinyuan felt that this society was too twisted. 60-year-old people came to sign up for a driver's license? Because of Bai Yuan's existence, the driving school coach was particularly happy because he didn't have to scold them, and everyone else worked very hard, and they had eyes on their buttocks, and they didn't dare to slack off. This made the coach feel that he saved a lot of energy to scold people. After Sun Xinyuan went home, he told his mother when he saw Bai Yuan learning to drive at the driving school, and Yang Xiaomin was stunned. Is Bai Yuan so fashionable? Not only did she get divorced and find a new man, but she also passed the driving test at this age. Really? Isn't she afraid? So bold. After Yang Xiaomin told the village about this, many women in the village also began to talk about it. No way Bai Yuan really went to take the driving test? At such an old age, can she pass the driving test? Someone said doubtfully.
I think she can pass the test.
Aren't there many men in the village who, when they are old, buy cars and then go to take the driver's license test? It doesn't make sense that a woman at this age can't pass the test. That's right. We're so good at driving electric cars now, so driving a car shouldn't be a problem. Aren't all cars automatic now? That's similar to a 4-wheeled electric car, and it's very easy to drive. But it's rare to see an old lady taking a driver's license test. Otherwise, let's go and get a driver's license test in the future. I don't dare. I'm afraid of driving an accident. I don't dare either. Driving feels very dangerous. I think electric cars are more dangerous. Some elderly people ride electric cars and run red lights, which is much more dangerous than driving a car. That's right. Why don't we also go and get a driver's license test? The economy is not good now, and my wife doesn't have any money. I just had a grandson, and now she's tight on money. I heard that it costs several thousand yuan to get a driver's license. It's very expensive. Bai Yuan's driver's license test caused quite a stir in the village. Do the men think it is necessary? Doesn't Mr. Zhao have a driver? What's wrong? Mr. Zhao doesn't have a driver's license, so he wants Bai Yuan to learn to drive and act as his driver in the future. It's really funny. Sun Jinwei went out to visit friends and heard that Bai Yuan went to take the driver's license test and had already learned the second subject. He was a little dazed.
He was detained for a few days last time.
After coming back, Sun Jinwei became much more honest and didn't dare to look for Bai Yuan again. In the past 2 months, Han Baoqin also whispered to him many times about getting a marriage certificate, but Sun Jinwei didn't respond. What certificate? If it weren't for the divorce, would he be like this now? If it weren't for the divorce, would his wife be favored by other men? If it weren't for the divorce, Bai Yuan could now build a house and take a driver's license. Sun Jinwei was so angry. He always felt that it was all Han Baoqin's fault. If she hadn't appeared, he wouldn't be in this situation now. For half a year, none of the 3 children came to see him. Bai Yuan ignored him. He was yelling for a divorce, but he didn't really want to. He just wanted to take control of Bai Yuan. Who would have thought that she agreed, and it led to this point? Did she really go to get a driver's license? Didn't she say that she didn't like driving, didn't want to drive, and didn't dare to drive? Why is she so old and trying to keep up with the trend? Learn to drive. But can she learn to drive? Sun Jinwei really didn't believe it. Bai Yuan's temperament was gentle and a little timid. He didn't believe that she could drive a car. Han Baoqin felt extremely uncomfortable after hearing that Bai Yuan went to learn to drive. After these few times, she didn't know what was wrong. She felt that if she lived worse than Bai Yuan, wouldn't she be laughed to death by Bai Yuan for the rest of her life? She finally got them divorced, but Bai Yuan, the woman abandoned by Wei, turned around and lived a prosperous life. This made Han Baoqin feel worse than taking her life. She urged Sun Jinwei to get the marriage certificate with us, and not wait until the end, when everything has fallen behind others. There must be one thing that can get ahead of others, right? Sun Jinwei said, wait until the Chinese New Year this year. If the children don't come back for the New Year, then go get the marriage certificate. Han Baoqin knew what Sun Jinwei cared about and knew that she couldn't persuade him, so she had to give up. She could only pray in her heart that Bai Yuan and Mr. Zhao would not rush to get the marriage certificate. If Mr. Zhao was really a liar, then she would watch Bai Yuan being ruthlessly abandoned, and then Bai Yuan would better go crazy. That would be refreshing. There were also a few women in the village who were eager to take the driver's license test, but they were hindered by the atmosphere in the village. Because everyone said, whose woman in her 50s or 60s would still take the driver's license test? It's not like there is no man in the family. Your husband died? Your husband can't drive? After Bai Yuan signed up for the driver's license test, it encouraged some women. The women in the village all felt that after they were over 50, they had entered the ranks of old ladies. Nowadays, other people are in their 60s and have gone to take the driving test. So a few women made an appointment and followed them to take the driving test. All this, Bai Yuan was completely unaware of it. As usual, she spent 2 hours at noon every day learning to drive. The rest of the time she was in the clinic. Someone from the village came to see a doctor and asked indirectly, Dr. Bai, are you really taking the driving test? Bai Yuan nodded. Is it difficult to pass the test? The man asked. It's okay, Bai Yuan said. When the man heard it, he also said that he would sign up. Bai Yuan smiled. After studying for half a month, she went to the test site to practice. At the scene of the second part of the driving test, when the students from various driving schools gathered together to take the test, they found a very elegant woman next to them. She looked quite old, about 50 years old. Everyone was stunned. There are also middle-aged and elderly women who come to take the driver's license test. Speaking of which, generally at the driving test site, there are young people, and the most exaggerated is a 70-year-old man. Old ladies rarely appear. So today an old lady in her 50s or 60s appeared, which stunned the young people. The staff of the driving test were also a little surprised. There were many old men taking the driving test, but there were still very few women of this age taking the driving test in the county. Soon, it was Bai Yuan's turn in the line. She got in the car quickly. Thinking about the coach's instructions in her mind, she began to start the car in a proper manner, parking sideways, reversing into the garage, starting on A, and driving in a straight line. 90 points in one go. When she got out of the car, she breathed a sigh of relief. No need to make up the test. It's a good thing. Bai Yuan's passing in one go really stunned the coaches and students of the driving school nearby. Are you all here? An old lady can pass the driving test in one go.
If you can't pass me,
you will lose face. A coach nearby couldn't help but cheer up his students. All of those students were like, this society is so competitive. To get a driver's license, you have to compete with an old lady. Is this fair? In a blink of an eye, another month and a half passed. Bai Yuan finally got her driver's license. On the day she got her license, Zhao Zhili celebrated for her. He drove her to the city, booked a private room, and invited the three families of Sun Mingzhu, Sun Pingzhong, and Sun Pingzhe. All three of them came to the party with their families. Sun Mingzhu was very emotional. In half a year, her mother got a driver's license. What a big change. Her husband, Li Jiahong, didn't say anything. He just felt that after the old lady divorced, it was really a new beginning. Sun Pingzhong just smiled. He didn't expect that he could really pass the exam. The daughter-in-law Yangwan thought silently that after leaving the scumbag, her mother-in-law is really fashionable now. Now that she has got her driver's license, she will probably have to buy a car soon. If only she could live as freely as her mother-in-law when she is old. That would be great. Sun Pingzhe was still in Xinjiang and did not come. Li Anren sat next to them with the baby, busy comforting the child. The whole family was very happy during this meal, and it was a harmonious time, as if they were a family. Sun Jinwei heard in the village that Bai Yuan had got her driver's license and went to the city to have dinner with her children and son-in-law. He was so jealous that he almost died. What? I am not your father. Didn't you invite me to every gathering for dinner? Sun Jinwei was so jealous, but he couldn't bring himself to call Sun Pingzhong. He felt that I was your father. Why should I call my son? My son should take the initiative to call me and at least ask me if I want to go. The next day, Sun Jinwei couldn't help but call Sun Mingzhu to inquire about this matter. Why don't you invite me to every family gathering? Am I still your father? Sun Mingzhu rolled her eyes and was very calm on the phone. Dad, it's Mom who passed the driving test this time, and Uncle Zhao treated us. The three of us are just here to show our support. What? You even called Uncle Zhao so affectionately. Are you and he a family? Sun Jinwei's eyes widened. His eyes were bloodshot with anger, and he was filled with resentment. It's a party to celebrate Mom getting her driver's license. You and my mom have already divorced, and she just got her driver's license. Why should she treat you? Sun Mingzhu was not polite to her father on the phone. She smiled sweetly. Don't you like Aunt Han very much? If you want to go out for a party, you can ask Aunt Han and Aunt Han's daughter to have dinner together, and we won't disturb you. Sun Jinwei was so angry that he hung up the phone. In the golden month of September, a very beautiful two-story building was built in the fourth group of Jinko village. The building is not adjacent to the neighboring houses on the left and right. There is a garden in front of the building and a vegetable garden in the back. Under the wall at the entrance, a patch of ivy is planted. After a summer, the ivy has grown lush and green. It is estimated that it will cover the entire wall next year. There are also clusters of immature clematis planted under the wall. In the past few months, the villagers occasionally walked over and saw the construction team coming in and out of this small building. Last month, all kinds of furniture were brought in one after another. A piece of vacant land at the gate was paved flat with cement. It looked like a simple parking lot at first glance. It was renovated very beautifully. The furniture was bought by Zhao Zhili and Bai Yuan at the largest furniture store nearby last month. They also bought solid wood. Solid wood has less formaldehyde. After getting everything ready, we chose an auspicious day to move home. On the day of moving, Sun Pingzhang's family, Sun Mingju's family, and Li Anren also came back with their children. After all, his mother's life is starting a second spring, so they always support her. The villagers of the fourth group of Jinko village saw that the abandoned house had been turned into a two-story building in just half a year. They were all envious. Sun Pingzhang, Li Jiahong, and Su Wen, 3 men, helped Bai Yuan move her few luggage to the new house. Zhao Zhili stood next to Bai Yuan, looking like a perfect match, a pair of beautiful women.
Hello, Grandpa Zhao.
Sun Pingzhang's eldest daughter, Sun Yunyun, who is 12 years old this year and will graduate from elementary school soon, called out sweetly. This house is so beautiful. Sun Pingzha's eldest son, Sun Pan, looked around like a little adult as soon as he came in.
Mom, I really envy you. You found a man who loves you.
Sun Mingju looked at the rural houses that were built like small villas and suddenly felt that her own house in the city was not so attractive and she should live in the village. It was a pity. She didn't like toilets. Rural areas generally have dry toilets. She looked around and found that the new house that Uncle Zhao built for his mother actually had an independent bathroom and was also equipped with the latest smart toilet that could wash buttocks.
Sun Mingju was stunned. This
was really a villa-level decoration. But how does the water drain? She and Li Jiahong were both confused about how to drain the water in the village. Bai Yuan said, "The village is close to the industrial city, and a special sewer was dug the year before last. The old and rough sewer pipes buried underneath. The water goes through the sewer." Sun Mingju. I used to complain about the inconvenience of drainage in the village, the dry toilets, which were too dirty and smelly in summer.
But this.
When did it become so advanced, connected to the sewer? Then this. The city can't compare to the village. Sun Mingju almost wanted to ask, "Uncle Zhao, are you in need of a daughter? I recognize you as my biological father. Is that okay with you?" She was so envious that she wanted to move back and live with her biological mother. "Uncle Zhao is so good to you. I'm so envious. Why is there no man who treats me so well?" Sun Mingju pouted with an envious look. Bai Yuan asked in confusion, "Isn't Jiahong very good to you? They even bought a house in the city specifically to get married." Sun Mingju clenched her fist and said, "He is good, but I always feel that he is not as good as Uncle Zhao."
Li Jian.
He was shot even when he was lying down. I'm afraid there are not many people with the status of Uncle Zhao in the whole country. How can he be compared? This girl. Because Zhao Zhili specially asked someone to design a toy room for this house. The children were still young and were immediately attracted to it. They shouted, "I won't leave, I won't leave. I will live in Grandma's house today." Sun Pingzhang's second son Sun Yen, followed by Sun Pan and Sun Pingzha's second daughter Sun Shui. The 3 of them saw the swing next to the vegetable garden in the backyard and were completely unable to move. The 3 of them began to take turns playing on the swing. Bai Yuan saw that the children were having so much fun in their new home. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. On the other side, Bai Yuan's new house was completed, and the moving today caused quite a stir in the village. After all, a divorced woman, with her own ability, built a farm in the village and built a 2-story small building. This is so exciting. After setting off firecrackers at the door, in addition to Bai Yuan's children, the 3 of them began to take turns playing on the swing. Bai Yuan saw that the children were having so much fun in their new home. They were curious about how many rooms there were in this house that had been built for several months and what furniture was bought in the living room. After really walking around, they were shocked. Is this house built to the same specifications as a rural house? It's almost catching up with a villa, okay? Is Mr. Zhao so rich? Zhao Mei and Hong Xiuzhen were also very curious. After all, they were sisters-in-law with Bai Yuan before. The 2 also came with milk and eggs to celebrate the new home. After looking at the small building from beginning to end, they were extremely envious. But on the way back, Zhao Mei said to Hong Xiuzhen sourly, "You said that, mister. Zhao is so rich and built such a beautiful small building. Why doesn't he go to the city to buy a house for Bai Yuan? Hong Xiuzhen curled her lips. It's easy for you to say that. Look at Mr. Zhao's condition. Maybe his business failed. How can he have the money to buy a house? Zhao Mei laughed and said, That's true. If he was really busy with business, how could he have time to come to the village every now and then? His business must have failed long ago. Now that his old age is not going well, he wants to find a woman secretly.
Bai Yuan is really something.
I guess she has her eyes on her Mercedes-Benz and wants to be respectable in the village. Hong Xiuzhen suddenly said, I heard that many rich people have to maintain their dignity even if their business fails, and everything is not going well. They pretend to be rich in front of others. If they don't pretend to be rich, they will be chased by creditors. I also heard that someone in our village in the 1990s, his father was the director of the Transportation Bureau in our county. After his father retired, he worked on various projects and was very good. He even spent tens of millions to buy land in a county to build a building. He also followed a certain leader of the Lancheng military region. Later, anyway, his connections with the higher-ups fell, and several of his projects could not be started, which led to a break in the capital chain. Zhao Mei said, Is it Zhang Yong? I heard that the last time I saw him back, he had a tooth knocked out by someone, and now he is in a very miserable situation. It is said that several luxury houses in the city have been sold to pay off debts. The luxury cars in his hands have also been sold, but there is only one Land Rover left, and he refused to sell it, just to prevent other creditors from knowing that he is really in trouble. Hong Xiuzhen said, Isn't this the Jia Mansion in Dream of Red Mansions? Later, the Jia Mansion was in trouble, but in order to prevent outsiders from knowing that the Jia Mansion was in trouble, daily expenses had to maintain the previous standards, just to be decent. Zhao Mei sighed. You said that if rich people are penniless in the end, they will be much more miserable than us ordinary people. Now I feel that Mr. Zhao must have failed in something, and now he is using Bai Yuan as a scapegoat. She will definitely be defrauded of her money by Mr. Zhao in the future. My son also said that Mr. Zhao might really be a pig-killing scam. Only Bai Yuan doesn't believe it. She is stupid. At her age, she still doesn't give up looking for a partner. Isn't she waiting to be scammed? The two of them walked and talked. Hong Xiuzhen agreed with Bai Yuan's divorce before, but now Bai Yuan divorced and found a rich partner, which made Hong Xiuzhen a little emotional. If this Mr. Zhao was really rich, it would be fine. It's a pity that he can't afford to buy a house, but he insists on building a 2-story small building in the village. Doesn't he have a hometown? Why doesn't he build a house in his hometown? It's obvious that he is planning to deceive Bai Yuan. This silly woman really took the bait and was deceived. Sun Jinwei knew that several children had come to the village, but found out that they were not from home at all. Sun Jinwei was very angry. He went out to visit and heard that Sun Mingzhu and several others had brought their children here, all in Bai Yuan's new home. This made Sun Jinwei very angry. He was completely defeated. That's my grandson, my grandson. Will Bai Yuan teach my grandson bad things? Will he not come to see me, his biological grandfather, in the future? Sun Jinwei was so angry that he rushed to the street in front without caring about his face. Standing at the door of the 2-story building, Sun Jinwei shouted inside. Bai Yuan, you shameless thing. It's okay for you to find a man, but are you teaching my grandson bad things? It's you who made my grandson not come to see me, his biological grandfather. I tell you, Yunyan and the others only have one grandfather, and that's me. Sun Jinwei went crazy and cursed at the door of Bai Yuan's new home, which naturally attracted the neighbors to come out to watch the fun. What was going on? What was Sun Jinwei cursing about? But after listening to Sun Jinwei's crazy words at the door, the neighbors shook their heads one by one because they knew that Sun Jinwei was broken and his ex-wife was living a good life, which made him very angry. Sun Pingzhong had been chatting with a few childhood friends from the street in the garden in the front yard. When he heard the voice, his heart sank. Sun Pingzhong walked out of the big iron gate and saw Sun Jinwei standing at the door with his hands on his waist, looking like an enemy cursing. Sun Pingzhong's face turned black. Dad, what are you doing here? Sun Jinwei saw the eldest brother Sun Pingzhong appear, and he rushed over, grabbed Sun Pingzhong's shoulders, and stared at his son tightly and said, "Zhang Zhang, you guys go back to the village, but you never come back to my place. Don't you even want to see your dad? You have no conscience, you really have no conscience. It would be more useful for me to raise a dog than you. Dad, please don't embarrass yourself here, okay?" Sun Pingzhong felt a headache when he saw his father now. How could a person embarrass himself to this extent? What was he going to do now? He took embarrassment as his code of conduct? Sun Jinwei was disdained and embarrassed by his son, and he pulled his face on the spot, pointed at Sun Pingzhong's nose and scolded, "I'm embarrassed. Now you know I'm embarrassed. How many times have you guys come to see me this year? I really would rather give birth to a dog than you. I was born by my mother, not by you." Sun Pingzhong usually didn't bother to argue with his father, but today he couldn't help it and muttered in a low voice, "What did you say?"
"A filial son."
"I'm your father. You ungrateful thing." Sun Jinwei was so angry that he felt terrible. His chest was heaving violently, and his whole mood was lifted. Who is ungrateful after all? If you really had any shame, you wouldn't have cheated for more than 10 years. You are grateful and righteous. Why don't I come back to see you? Don't you know? Why did I come back to see you? To see you and Aunt Han, the fairy-like beauty? To see you and Aunt Han flirting with each other? Sun Pingzhong is usually gentle, but he was also very angry at his father's accusation. Sun Jinwei felt that he was already wronged. Not to mention that he hadn't seen his son once in the past 6 months, and now he was scolded by his son. He couldn't save his face. "You all said that I was flirting with Bao Qin. Isn't it your mother, who is the most shameless? Your mother just got divorced, and she found a man. Your mother is almost sleeping with this man, and you still come back to see her often. Are you as biased as you?" Sun Pingzhong was almost laughing with anger. "Only you and Aunt Han are allowed to go out together, and my mother is not allowed to find a second love after the divorce?
"Dad."
When will you figure out that you are the one who cheated first in the family?" Sun Jinwei's heart choked, but he refused to admit defeat. He stiffened his neck and said angrily, "So what if I cheated first? Bai Yuan has found a man now. Why are you only blaming me, as if she hasn't found a man now? You were the one who cheated first." Sun Pingzhong pointed out to him again who was wrong in the first place. But Sun Jinwei didn't buy it at all. He was a typical rural man who would never admit his mistakes in his life. Even if he was wrong, he would not admit it. If he admitted it, what would happen to his dignity as a parent? He would be ridden over by several kids. This was absolutely unacceptable to Sun Jinwei, so he said, "Why are you repeating yourself like a tape recorder? She has found a man too." More and more neighbors gathered on the road in the village, standing at their respective doors, looking at this side from afar. This is how it is in the countryside. If someone's family quarrels at the doorstep, others will definitely stand out, under the pretext that they will intervene if the two of you fight. In fact, they are just watching the fun. All they think about is fight, fight. We want to see a river of blood. Sun Pingzhong was really angry at his father's distortion of right and wrong. "You've been cheating on me for more than 10 years, and finally, you took the initiative to divorce my mom. Do you still want my mom to keep her chastity for you? Are you sick, Dad? If you are sick, go see a doctor quickly. The psychiatric department of the hospital is open. I'll help you register, okay?" "Sun Pingzhong, I'm your dad. How dare you talk to me like that?" Sun Jinwei's eyes were bloodshot and red. Sun Pingzhong took a deep breath and said, "My father should be a role model for me." "What kind of role model have you set for me, Dad?" Sun Jinwei was in a daze for a second, and then said nothing. Sun Pingzhong tried to be calm and said, "If you have nothing to do, please don't embarrass yourself here. People in the village are watching, and you insist on coming here to embarrass yourself. I don't know what you want." Sun Jinwei was dissatisfied and added, "Bai Yuan is my woman. Why should she find someone else? It's wrong for her to find someone else." Sun Pingzhong and Sun Jinwei were standing at the door, exchanging sharp words, one word after another. The neighbors were all standing at their doorsteps, listening to the noise here with their ears perked up, all of them wanting to watch the fun. Not long after, Bai Yuan heard the reminders from her grandchildren and the noise outside. She walked out and was about to come over to take Sun Pingzhong away, but a man held her back. She turned around, only to see that it was Zhao Zhili. Zhao Zhili held her back and stood in front of her. Sun Jinwei happened to look over, and their eyes met. Zhao Zhili looked at Sun Jinwei quietly and said, "You weren't detained enough last time you went to the detention center. Do you want to do it again?" Sun Jinwei looked fierce and spat on the ground. He said, "Mr. Zhao, don't be so arrogant." Bai Yuan was afraid that Zhao Zhili would suffer. She didn't want the two of them to fight again. It was so embarrassing. She also knew that this was a rural area. This was Sun Jinwei's village. If they really fought, Zhao Zhili might suffer. She walked to the front and blocked in front of Zhao Zhili. Her eyes were red with anger. She looked at Sun Jinwei. "Sun Jinwei, what kind of trouble do you want to make before you are satisfied?" "Bai Yuan, you said I was making trouble?" Sun Jinwei couldn't believe it. He was afraid that she would suffer. "Okay." Bai Yuan had tears in her eyes, "Isn't it? You are the one who got divorced, and you are the one who made a fuss all day long after the divorce. What do you want?" Sun Jinwei swung his fist, his eyes wide open. "Bai Yuan, you dare to talk to me like this? Are you crazy? Do you believe that I will beat you? You said the same thing before. Even after the divorce, you still said the same thing." Bai Yuan murmured a few words. She sighed deeply. "Sun Jinwei, we've been husband and wife for a long time. I don't want to call the police again and ask the police to come and arrest you. If you are detained again, it will probably not be a few days. You dare." Sun Jinwei panicked. He didn't believe that Bai Yuan really dared to call the police to arrest him. He is the father of the child. Bai Yuan wiped her eyes, looked at him firmly, and said seriously, "What shouldn't I be afraid of?" Sun Jinwei was about to speak when a person squeezed in from the crowd watching the excitement. It was Han Baoqin. Han Baoqin came back from outside and heard people say that Sun Jinwei went to the street in front. Not long after, someone called her and said that Sun Jinwei went to Bai Yuan's new home to make trouble. Han Baoqin hurried over, squeezed through the crowd, pulled Sun Jinwei away, and said, "Away, why are you here?" There are so many neighbors on both sides, which made Han Baoqin feel embarrassed. She quickly explained, "Sorry, Away drank too much. He just missed his children. Bai Yuan, don't think too much. Don't think he really cares about you." Bai Yuan said in a deep voice, "Please take your husband back and don't let him come to my house again. Let's go Away." Han Baoqin took Sun Jinwei's arm and pulled him away. Before leaving, Sun Jinwei looked at Bai Yuan with hatred. "Bai Yuan, are you really so heartless and ungrateful?" Bai Yuan was silent, because she didn't know what to say. A person did something wrong, but in the end, he was not at fault at all. He could cheat, find his first love, and take the initiative to file for divorce, but she didn't even allow the opportunity to find a new partner after the divorce, as if she had to guard the chastity arch for him, Sun Jinwei, all her life. Bai Yuan suddenly felt that this life was quite ridiculous. Maybe back then, maybe in this life, people should really listen to the self deep in their hearts to act, instead of listening to their parents. When her parents used past experience to tell her what to do, she should have her own thoughts and should firmly refuse. Otherwise, in the end, looking back on her life, she really regretted it. But it's not too late now. She has to be herself in the next few decades. Zhao Zhili found that Bai Yuan was standing there motionless. He hurriedly pulled her into the house, walked to an empty room, closed the door, and asked her in a low voice, "How are you?" Bai Yuan looked at him and asked with concern, "I wanted to ask you, are you okay?" "He didn't do anything to me." Zhao Zhili smiled, gently took Bai Yuan into his arms, and patted her back soothingly. Then he said, "Don't take what he said to heart." Bai Yuan felt much more resolute. The two walked out, and Sun Mingzhu saw her mother's red eyes and thought she had been crying. Sun Mingzhu said distressfully, "Mom, my dad just can't stand you doing well." Sun Pingzhong was afraid that Zhao Zhili would think too much, so he quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "Uncle Zhao, don't take it to heart. My dad is just unhappy after the divorce. He originally thought that my mom would not divorce, but after the divorce, he felt that my mom had always loved him and would not look for a partner. As a result, Everything didn't go his way, so he felt uncomfortable and wanted to find fault.
I'm fine, Zhao Zhili said.
Sun Mingzhu interrupted and said, my dad just can't stand my mom living a good life. In my dad's eyes, my mom should have cried and been so worried that she couldn't eat or drink because she left him. Now my mother has found a rich uncle, built a new house, and is ready to start a new life. My father is very upset. Zhao Zhili. It seems that she cannot live alone in this village for the time being. What if Sun Jinwei comes to cause trouble when he is not around? The new house in the county town has been renovated for a while. I will take her to the new house in the afternoon. After Han Baoqin pulled Sun Jinwei away, many neighbors looked at the two of them along the way. Han Baoqin felt really embarrassed, but it was not easy to get angry on the road. Sun Jinwei kept cursing Bai Yuan for being heartless all the way. After all, they were husband and wife, but now she completely ignored his feelings and brought another man to the village. She was planning to live together in the village. Isn't this going to kill him? She did it on purpose, just to disgust me. Sun Jinwei was so angry that he didn't know when Han Baoqin pulled him back home. Han Baoqin was calm. She knew that if she said something to provoke him at this moment, I'm afraid Sun Jinwei would be even angrier. She could almost imagine why he was angry. After all, she was so angry. As a man, his ex-wife, whom she didn't want, turned around and found a rich old man, took back the manor, and built a house together. Now they were going to live together in the village. It was estimated that Sun Jinwei's pitiful self-esteem had suffered a huge trauma, so she didn't want to make it worse. She knew that he hadn't eaten yet, so she made him a bowl of sour soup noodles. The noodles were dried noodles. Just boil some water. When the water boiled, put the noodles in the water, and then mix various seasonings and vinegar in the bowl, cut some chopped green onions, and the bowl of sour soup noodles was ready. Han Baoqin served him the sour soup noodles. She had her own plans in mind. She thought, if I act like a good woman at this time, Sun Jinwei would probably be moved to tears, knowing that he could only rely on me in the future. Sun Jinwei looked at the sour soup noodles in front of him. He was really hungry. He raised his head and glanced at Han Baoqin. He felt a little guilty. When he came to his senses, he realized that his behavior today was a bit too much. He only thought that Bai Yuan had let him down. But he forgot that he had hurt Baoqin's heart by making such a scene. He pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled at her. He picked up the chopsticks and started to pick up the noodles. After eating a few mouthfuls, Sun Jinwei paused. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the sour soup noodles that Bai Yuan had made before. It was just a simple bowl of sour soup noodles, but the taste of the two people was completely different. Bai Yuan's taste was very light, with a light vinegar taste, and the overall fragrance was very fragrant. Just like her, light and comfortable. The bowl of sour soup noodles made by Baoqin was different. The salt was heavier, and the vinegar was also heavier. It was like a vinegar bottle was overturned. He didn't want to eat it after a few mouthfuls. He put down his chopsticks and said to Han Baoqin, I have no appetite. I finally made you a bowl of noodles, and you said you don't want to eat it, so don't eat it. You have no appetite, right? If you have no appetite, just throw it away. Eat it if you want to, or not. Han Baoqin smiled and said, if you have no appetite, we won't eat it. Sun Jinwei lowered his eyes, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled out a baisha, put it in his mouth, touched the lighter on the table, lit the cigarette. He took a puff, looked at the psychedelic smoke in front of him. He lowered his eyes and said to Han Baoqin, I'm sorry today. You have nothing to let me down.
You're just sorry to me.
I have been with you for so long, but you have been dragging your feet and not getting the certificate. After Han Baoqin cursed in her heart, she knew that if she didn't push again, it would not work. She said, away, if you still like her, why don't we break up? Sun Jinwei's hand trembled, and the cigarette between his fingers fell to the ground. He looked at Han Baoqin anxiously, like a child who is about to be abandoned. Baoqin, do you want to leave too? Anxious, anxious, anxious. It seems that the method worked. Han Baoqin sighed. I just think that you still have feelings for Bai Yuan. Since you can't forget the old love, then you should go find her. Let me be alone for the rest of my life. Sun Jinwei stood up anxiously, but didn't know what to do, so he paced on the spot. I just. It's just that even though we're divorced, I don't want her to remarry. Han Baoqin said what Sun Jinwei was thinking. Sun Jinwei lowered his head and didn't respond. He didn't know how to respond. When he divorced, he said divorce just to provoke Bai Yuan to say that, just be with her, as long as you don't get divorced, you can just go home. Who knew that Bai Yuan really divorced him? He actually had no intention of getting a divorce. He was used to her serving him and being at home.
Now,
he had his own ideas about not getting a marriage certificate with Han Baoqin. He always felt that as long as they didn't get a marriage certificate, his children wouldn't really hate him. It was normal for men to have some small mistakes in their thinking. It wasn't like they weren't going home and were always nitpicking. He also felt that as long as they didn't get a marriage certificate, there was still room for recovery between Bai Yuan and him, and it wouldn't really be irreversible. If one day Bai Yuan wanted to come back, they could still remarry. He didn't believe that the woman was so cruel. He just didn't expect that she would do it step by step, so fast, and her heart was so cruel. Didn't she miss him at all? That man wanted to live in the village, and you really let him live there. That man might really be a pig-killing scheme to deceive you. As long as she found out that the man was a liar, she might really change her mind. At that time, Han Baoqin saw through Sun Jinwei's thoughts and said, "Away, if we don't get the certificate, you will never let it go and will never take that step." Sun Jinwei said, "You are forcing me again. Can you please stop forcing me?" Han Baoqin wanted to pretend to have a better temper, but she couldn't help getting angry when she heard this. "You always think I'm forcing you." "Yes, I admit that I am forcing you. But if I don't force you, I'm afraid I will never get the certificate." Sun Jinwei asked in confusion, "Baoqin, you and I are together. Do you really care so much about the certificate? Aren't we all fine now?" Han Baoqin knew that today's communication might be useless. If she continued talking, Sun Jinwei would not get the certificate. She didn't want the two of them to part ways unhappily again. It seemed that she could only wait for Bai Yuan to get the certificate first before she had the opportunity to get the certificate with Sun Jinwei. Han Baoqin's calculation was very simple. Although the government would not demolish the land in Jinko village for the time being, it would definitely be demolished in the future. As long as the certificate was torn up, they would be a legal couple at that time, and she would be able to get a house when the house was demolished. Although the head of the household was Sun Pingzhe, she only needed to pay a head fee and an area of 55 square meters when the house was demolished. Adding Sun Jinwei's money and area, the two of them would have a total of more than 100,000 yuan, and a house of 110 square meters. By then, there would be no mortgage for the rest of her life. Her second half of life would be considered secure. But if she didn't get the certificate, she wouldn't have a share of the area and head fee for the demolition. If something happened to Sun Jinwei and he died, Sun Pingzhe would definitely be the direct heir. Wouldn't it be a waste of time for her to get water with a bamboo basket? Nothing. Sun Jinwei made a fool of himself in Bai Yuan's new house, but it did not cause much waves in the village. Because Sun Jinwei had made trouble several times, the villagers had seen enough, and the men only felt sorry for Sun Jinwei. Some men also cursed in their hearts. Bai Yuan was really an ungrateful person. After all, she had lived with Sun Jinwei for decades. Even if there was no affection, there was still friendship. As a result, she sent him to the police station for detention for a few days last time. This time, she ordered her son to scold his father. They always thought that this must have been instructed by Bai Yuan. If it wasn't for Bai Yuan's instruction, why would several people be so ruthless to their own father? After all, he is your father. The women thought that Sun Jinwei deserved it. Some people gathered together to gossip afterwards and were surprised that Sun Jinwei had been cheating for more than 10 years. Hasn't he been with Han Baoqin for a long time? It's disgusting. Now it's like this. It's just that he can't bear to see his ex-wife live a good life. Sun Jinping and Sun Zhenhua also felt extremely ashamed that the second son ran to Bai Yuan to make trouble.
I really don't want to meet this guy.
Zhao Mei and Hong Xiuzhen secretly laughed at Sun Jinwei's current situation behind his back. After moving to a new house today, Zhao Zhili called a group of people to go to the Bai Moli restaurant in the county, booked a large private room, and had a meal together. After the meal, Sun Mingzhu, Li Anren, and Sun Pingzhong drove the kids back to the city. After all, they all had to go to school tomorrow, so how could they really let them live in the village? Bai Yuan thought he was going to take her back to the village, but the car stopped in front of a community, turned around, and entered the community. Bai Yuan asked in confusion, "Where are we going?" "You'll know in a minute," Zhao Zhili said with a smile. Suwen parked the car in the basement, and the two of them went up the elevator. Bai Yuan stood behind him and asked in a low voice, "Whose house is this?" "Your house," Zhao Zhili said. "Bai Yuan? She doesn't have a home in this community." "This person." There are 10 floors in total, and the elevator stopped on the 5th floor. After getting out of the elevator, it's the entrance. Several people changed their shoes, and then Suwen opened the door with a password. After Bai Yuan and Zhao Zhili came in, Suwen smiled and said, "Dr. Bai, this is really a gift from President Zhao. I bought it a long time ago and have been decorating it for the past few months."
"So I didn't tell you.
Bai Yuan almost wanted to say that she didn't want to receive gifts without merit. Zhao Zhili said, "Do and say no."
But
she really couldn't bear it anymore. The things he gave her must be too expensive.
"No buts," Zhao Zhili said.
"So domineering," Bai Yuan muttered. Zhao Zhili was stunned, looked back, and said with a smile, "Then I'll be gentle." His smile made Bai Yuan stunned. Her face flushed with embarrassment. He always told her to enjoy his kindness to her with peace of mind. She was just an ordinary person, always a little nervous and uneasy. After entering the house, she looked around curiously. A super-large flat, which was considered the best property in their place, which had just been upgraded from a county to a district a few years ago. The living room was super large, about 6 meters, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows and a large balcony and a beautiful kitchen. There were 4 rooms in total, 2 of which had bathrooms, and there was also a separate bathroom outside. The 4 rooms were decorated as the master bedroom, the second bedroom, the cloakroom, and the study. The decoration of each room was very stylish, and it seemed that someone had specially designed it. Zhao Zhili took her around the master bedroom.
There was no 4-piece set on the bed.
Zhao Zhili said, "I didn't ask anyone to buy it because don't you women like to arrange it yourself? You are afraid that you will not trust others to buy it. You can buy whatever you like." Bai Yuan was a little touched. He was really thoughtful. In the past, she bought all the 4-piece sets in the house, but Sun Jinwei always expressed a lot of opinions and was very troublesome. Zhao Zhili took her around the house and said, "When I am not here in the future, you should live here instead of living in the village. It is more convenient in the village," Bai Yuan said. "The decoration of the house in the village is not worse than this house in the city, and the place is larger, with a garden and a vegetable garden. She likes it very much. She can go to the destination in the future." Zhao Zhili said, "I am worried about you living alone." Bai Yuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Zhao Zhili turned his head and looked away and said, "But we are just staying here temporarily for a while. After a while, maybe after we get the marriage certificate, you will live with me somewhere else." Getting the marriage certificate, he has considered it so far ahead? Bai Yuan was so anxious that she didn't know what to say. Zhao Zhili looked at her seriously. "Don't tell me that you haven't considered getting the marriage certificate." Bai Yuan didn't know what to say, because she didn't expect that he really took this relationship so seriously. Although she was also serious, getting the marriage certificate with him, she always felt it was unreal. Equals are not equals. Can she really do it? Is it okay? Can she integrate into his life in the future? Will there really be no difference in life? If the gap between people is too big, they can't be together for a long time. It's okay for a short time, but over time, some big and small problems will always be exposed. Zhao Zhili found it very interesting to see Bai Yuan's face turn red for no reason. She was obviously 60 years old, but why was she still like a little girl? She blushed easily when she was embarrassed. "You're so old, but your face is still so red. It's all your fault." Bai Yuan turned away, Don't say these embarrassing words. Zhao Zhili walked up to her and said seriously, my future is all arranged for you. You must arrange me in the future. These words made Bai Yuan feel that he was really serious. She thought about it and she also said seriously, it's not that I don't want to arrange you in, but I'm afraid that the difference in values is too big and we will eventually go our separate ways. Zhao Zhili asked, why are you so pessimistic? Why are you so optimistic?
Bai Yuan really wanted to ask this question, she said.
Think about it. Aren't you afraid that you will bring me to meet your friends, and then I will make a joke and embarrass you? If I integrate into your life, but I am completely incompatible with you. Life is not just about love. Two people cannot be together if there is pure love. Because life is made up of various details. If you are not a good match, you will always be defeated by various trivial things. What if you are tired of it? What if one day you think I am still not suitable? Don't be blinded by temporary enthusiasm.
Calm down.
We still have 30 years. Bai Yuan suddenly said much more than usual, which made Zhao Zhili laugh, and he couldn't help laughing.
Ha ha, what are you laughing at?
Bai Yuan was a little confused by the laughter. Was what I said funny? It seemed very serious. Do you know why I like you so much? Zhao Zhili came forward and looked at her bright eyes. She had a pair of eyes that were much brighter than those of her peers, and they were very clear. Bai Yuan didn't understand. She felt that she was just an extremely ordinary woman. The kind that was so ordinary that it was in the dust. Zhao Zhili thought that if others heard that he was going to get a marriage certificate, they would probably want to go right away. After all, getting married or divorced, he could also get a lot of property. Only she was still thinking about him, afraid that he would lose his mind. Let him calm down. She was just like when she first met him. Her whole mood was always indifferent, and she would retreat no matter what happened. In this situation, I'm afraid she is the only one in the world who doesn't care about money at all. He really didn't like the wrong person. Zhao Zhili pulled her. Let's go. Where are you going?
Bai Yuan said hurriedly.
I'll go and handle the transfer of this house for you now. This was Bai Yuan's second time to come to the real estate registration center for the transaction and transfer. In the name of gift, Zhao Zhili gave Bai Yuan this large flat in Tianyua Huafu. Bai Yuan sat there, confused the whole time. She was unwilling, but she couldn't get away from Zhao Zhili, so she had to accept it. Zhao Zhili asked her to live here tonight. Bai Yuan said that she would buy 4 sets of clothes tomorrow, wash and dry them in the village, and move in after they were laid out in 2 days. Zhao Zhili thought about it and thought that's fine. He would take her to buy a car in the next 2 days. Now that they have a house, and after buying a car, after the demolition after the new year, it will be natural for her to move to the villa in the city and live with him. Zhao Zhili sent her back to the village and stayed with her at home for half an hour. Then he got in the car and left. He said he would come back tomorrow morning. Zhao Zhili actually had some small ideas in his mind. For example, he wanted to live with her right now, but he was afraid that it would be too abrupt and scare her. Bai Yuan looked 60 years old, but it was obvious that there was no love in her last marriage, and she didn't know what love was. Now, whenever he said something wrong, she would blush like a little girl. She had a gentle smile on her face, but she was shy inside. So, he couldn't say some of his words out loud and could only wait until the demolition next year before letting her move in. That way, she would probably believe that he was sincere. And it would be more natural. Bai Yuan came out of the clinic around 9 o'clock, closed the door, and walked into the 2-story small building. She turned on the lights at home and looked at the warm yellow light that filled the room. She felt a little comfortable and satisfied. She was especially grateful to Zhao Zhili for doing this for her. But this house was too big for her to live in alone. It is said that people are the fillings of the house. There is too little stuffing. She really can't live in such a big house by herself. If he could come too. But if I think so, wouldn't it be a bit abrupt? He is the president of Wanxin Group. He is very busy. He must have taken time out of his schedule to come to see her. If he were asked to live in the village, he would definitely not agree. It's better not to say such things. Bai Yuan took a hot bath, changed into pajamas, and lay down in bed. Other old ladies like to watch short videos, but she doesn't like it very much. When Zhao Zhili decorated the room, he specially installed a TV. She turned on the TV, and after a complicated operating process, she opened the program list and casually turned on a news channel. The TV was on, and she was flipping through a book on traditional Chinese medicine by herself. This book was given to her by an old Chinese medicine doctor in the county hospital when she was working there. The book is very old. It's an ancient book from the previous dynasty. There was no one else in the old Chinese doctor's family. His son and daughter didn't study medicine. He was not a person who kept secrets to himself. He got along well with her. Just before he died, he asked someone to give her the medical book. She was busy taking care of her grandson in the past few years and only started reading this book in recent years. The book cover said Chinese Medicine Divine Canon, which was a very exaggerated name. She flipped through the medical book with her reading glasses for a while and suddenly heard a shocking knock on the big iron gate at the door. The knock on the door scared Bai Yuan. "Who is it?" "It's late at night. It's already 10 o'clock. She lives in a small building with a garden in front. If she talks here, people at the door can't hear her." Bai Yuan had to put on her slippers and go out. Zhao Zhili installed voice control for the lights in the yard. As soon as she walked out, the lights came on automatically. Bai Yuan walked slowly to the front yard, stood in the big iron gate, and asked, "Who is it?" "Bai Yuan, I know you are here, it's me." Sun Jinwei said outside the door. "What are you doing here?" Bai Yuan was stunned. Sun Jinwei at the door sounded anxious. "Yuan, I know I was wrong. I have something to say to you. Open the door first." "It's late, I want to go to bed." Bai Yuan knew that she had some unpleasantness with Sun Jinwei during the day, and she didn't want to meet him now. Sun Jinwei, who was standing at the door, saw that Bai Yuan had no intention of opening the door at all, and his heart suddenly felt a little cold. This woman had no conscience at all, and didn't care about the past at all. Sun Jinwei made up his mind. "Yuan, I will kneel down for you. If you don't open the door, I will kneel down for you at the door until tomorrow." After saying that, he really knelt on the ground. "Sun Jinwei, we are divorced, don't bother me anymore." Bai Yuan sighed and said in a very gentle tone, "I know we're divorced. I just want to come and apologize to you. I'm really sorry for what happened today. Can you open the door?" Sun Jinwei knelt at the door, ignoring the occasional eyes of neighbors who were still awake and passing by. He gritted his teeth. Bai Yuan inside the door didn't know what he wanted to do, but she really didn't want to see Sun Jinwei. "You've already apologized, you can go." Sun Jinwei's heart became colder and colder. He thought that decades of husband and wife relationship would always make her change her mind a little, but he knelt down, but she was unmoved. He said, "I didn't see you, what kind of apology is this? Open the door, we have something to talk about." "It's late. I won't open the door. If you have anything to say, tell me tomorrow." Bai Yuan divorced Sun Jinwei, and she didn't want to meet him at night at all. It's not that she was afraid of Zhao Zhili's misunderstanding, but she was a single woman now. It's best not to open the door for any strange man. Even if the other party is Sun Jinwei. What if he has any ideas? How can she, a woman, deal with it? "Tell me tomorrow? You're going to make the villagers laugh at you again. Don't you think they've laughed at me enough?" Sun Jinwei really didn't expect that after being married, she would treat him like a thief, not even opening the door and letting him kneel here when she spoke. Sun Jinwei gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot and red. "If you don't open the door, I'm really going to kneel here today and not get up." Bai Yuan wanted to turn around and leave, but after thinking about it, she looked through in the door and found that this man who never bowed his head in his life was actually kneeling on the cement floor outside the gate. With his head down, he seemed to be really apologizing. This look and this scene really scared Bai Yuan. Is he really going to kneel until tomorrow morning? What's going on? What's wrong with him? Is he drunk again? Is he crazy? She quickly opened the door and said anxiously, "Sun Jinwei, don't do this. We're divorced. Don't come to see me again." Sun Jinwei stood up when he saw the door was opened. After he stood up, Bai Yuan saw his red eyes, which seemed to be filled with resentment and anger. At that moment, she knew that it was over. She shouldn't have opened the door. He didn't come to apologize, he came. After Sun Jinwei stood up, he rushed into the house, grabbed Bai Yuan's arm, and slapped her in the face with his other hand, just like many times before. You woman, you shameless thing. He beat and scolded. Today you are with a man, watching me laugh. You are watching well. Don't hit me. Bai Yuan was caught. He was very strong. She couldn't resist at all. She could only beg for mercy humbly, just like many times before. If a woman really fights with a man, there is a natural difference in physical strength between men and women. You want to resist, but you can't. His hand grabbed her arm like an iron clamp. It also aroused some of her past unpleasant memories. In the 10 years before marriage, when the child was still young, he would always quarrel when he drank too much or got emotional. He didn't like her not to talk. If she didn't talk, he would beat her. When he beat her, she dared not to speak. At first, he used a belt to beat her when they quarreled. She went back to her mother's house to complain to her mother, saying that Sun Jinwei was a bad man. Her mother always told her that men are like that. You should be more considerate and don't add fuel to the fire. You should be more tolerant and don't conflict with him. Men are very tired outside. As a wife, you should do more housework after work. She felt that her mother was always right. Maybe the relationship between husband and wife was like this. Maybe every couple will quarrel. After all, people can't all be the worms in each other's stomachs. It would be strange if there were no quarrels and disputes without quarrels. At that time, there were occasionally some couples who quarreled and went to the hospital in the surgical department of the hospital. There were also women who drank pesticides to commit suicide. If they didn't die, they were sent to the emergency department of the hospital for gastric lavage. So, in Bai Yuan's mind at that time, it was extremely normal for the couple to fight. Women are weak at home. You have to be more responsible for men, you have to be more gentle, you have to be obedient, and do more housework after work. Only in this way will men love you. After being beaten, you can't talk nonsense in the village. It's so embarrassing. Women in the village rarely say bad things about their men when they go out. Most women meet outside and show off their men when they chat. So, Bai Yuan never talks about these things outside. People outside always think they're living a good life. In the first few years, he hit her face several times. Later, he found that she had to go to work. If she had injuries on her face, it would affect her image, so he hit her body. But the beatings only lasted for more than 10 years. Later, when the children grew up and went to junior high school, Sun Jinwei was also older, and he rarely beat people. Occasionally, he would hit 1 or 2 times when he drank too much. In the past 7 or 8 years, the children have been married one after another. He may have entered old age and completely stopped and never hit again. So for so long, Bai Yuan has long forgotten the taste of being beaten. But his eyes today were so fierce that they reminded her of the past. Those memories came to her mind, and she didn't even dare to move. She shrank her head, her whole body froze in place, and let him slap her. What did I do? Today I'll let you know who your man is. I must beat you to death today.
I'll let you know who your man is.
You're re-embarrassing me, right? You're embarrassing me in front of everyone. If I don't beat you up today, am I still a man? Sun Jinwei was so angry that he slapped her face a few times, and then he couldn't help it, kicked her to the ground, and then pulled her up by her hair. He heard her begging for mercy in a low voice. Don't hit me, don't hit me. This begging for mercy made Sun Jinwei feel extremely happy. Knowing to beg for mercy? You shameless thing, you still know you're wrong. It seems that you don't get beaten too often. I must beat her up more today to let this woman know how powerful I am. He slapped her again. You embarrass me. You taught your son and daughter the wrong things. If I don't beat you up, do you know the lesson? Don't beat me up. Don't beat me up. I beg you. I won't dare to do it again. The weak voice of the woman begging for mercy kept coming. What do you mean you don't dare? You don't dare. I think you dare to do it. Isn't it arrogant to stand with that man today? Do you dare to find another man? I don't dare. I don't dare. Don't beat me up again. Bai Yuan held her head and wanted to beg him to let her go, but Sun Jinwei was like a madman, slapping her head with both hands. He wanted to beat this shameless woman to death. You divorced me and immediately went to find another man, and you even built a house. You cheated on me in front of me, and I won't beat you up today. You don't know what's good for you. Please don't beat me up. Bai Yuan was dizzy and dazed by the beating. She fell to the ground and kept begging for mercy. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. She missed Zhao Zhili so much. Why didn't she let him stay? If she had let him stay, this wouldn't have happened. Next time, she must be bolder and keep him. Sun Jinwei kept whipping the woman on the ground, and even pulled out his belt and started whipping her. He became more and more excited, as if he had found the feeling of the past. He was like the king of this family. No one dared to disobey him, whether it was the children or the woman. They all had to listen to him. Disobedient? Disobedient, right? Just give them a beating. If not, give them 2 beatings. Beat them until you obey. Yang Mingfeng and Yang Su went to Zhou Wu's house tonight to talk about the vacant land to the east of the village to be rented. At around 10 o'clock, the two walked out and walked on the road. 10 years ago, because of the development of the industrial city, street lamps were planted on both sides of the main roads in the village. The two walked under the street lights, talking about something. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the door of Bai Yuan's new home, they found that the door was open and the lights were on. Yang Mingfeng was curious and took a look inside. What he saw was incredible. A man pressed a woman to the ground and beat her with a belt. This house was Bai Yuan's home. That woman was Bai Yuan?
Man.
Yang Mingfeng's heart skipped a beat. Yang Su also saw this. The two looked at each other, and Yang Mingfeng rushed into the house. The two pulled Sun Jinwei away together. Yang Su yelled, "Sun Jinwei, what are you doing? Sun Jinwei, you are crazy. You are beating people here." Yang Mingfeng was so angry that his stomach hurt. Others didn't know, but could he not know the identity of Mr.
Zhao?
Tonight, Sun Jinwei ran over and beat Bai Yuan. I'm afraid this matter is over. If Mr. Zhao really cares about Bai Yuan, he will definitely be furious. Sun Jinwei was venting his emotions on Bai Yuan, and he was enjoying it so much that his adrenaline surged, and he pushed the two of them away. Yang Mingfeng, stop interfering in my family's affairs. What do you mean by your family's affairs? Is this your family's business? Yang Mingfeng's anger almost burst out from the Bai Hui acupoint on the top of his head. He roared, "Dr. Bai divorced you. Don't go crazy here. Divorce. Divorce your mother." Sun Jinwei was also very angry. He pushed Yang Mingfeng and roared, "Divorce. She is my woman. You can divorce her if you want. Is her daughter's surname Sun? She is a member of my Sun family in life and a ghost of my Sun family in death." After Sun Jinwei finished speaking, he was about to rush over and continue to beat Bai Yuan. Yang Su quickly hugged the crazy Sun Jinwei from behind. Yang Mingfeng walked towards Bai Yuan and said, "Sun Jinwei, if you still beat people here, I will call the police." Sun Jinwei's eyes were wide open and bloodshot. "This is my family affair. Is it your turn to intervene?"
Yang Mingfeng.
"Don't think that you can come to my house and give orders just because you are the village chief. Who do you think you are, a stinky boy?" After Yang Mingfeng became the village chief, his temper became much more restrained. He had served in the army for several years before and had some connections in his family. Otherwise, he would not have become the village committee secretary. But in these years as the village chief, in the village and in front of others, his temper has been very smooth. As a result, he was furious with Sun Jinwei today. Yang Mingfeng said, "Watch your words. What do you mean by your family affairs?
People are divorcing you."
Yang Mingfeng and Yang Su held Sun Jinwei tightly, trying to calm him down. 3 people were yelling in the house, which also attracted the attention of the neighbor next door. The neighbor next door was watching TV in the front room of the house. He heard the noise and opened the door to see what was going on. He saw several men hugging each other in Bai Yuan's house, and they seemed to be fighting. Chung Yongfeng from the opposite side rushed over and found Yang Mingfeng and Yang Su holding Sun Jinwei. Sun Jinwei was furious and holding a belt in his hand. There was a woman on the ground with disheveled hair, curled up on the ground after being beaten. Chung Yongfeng also joined in the dissuasion. "What are you doing? Why are you beating people here? After Chung Yongfeng also dragged Sun Jinwei, Yang Mingfeng stood up, but did not dare to help Bai Yuan up casually. He first lifted her hair and took a look at her face. Both cheeks were full of marks of slaps. Yang Mingfeng took a breath and cursed, Sun Jinwei, you beat Dr. Bai like this. You're finished. I beat her. I am finished? I will beat her the same way I beat her before. Who are you guys? You come to meddle in my business. Be careful, or I will beat you too. Sun Jinwei was furious and shouted like a madman. He felt that even if they divorced, Bai Yuan was still his, Sun Jinwei's woman. How could she be ruined by other men? After all, she was the mother of his children. If she dared to be with other men, he would beat her up and teach her a lesson. Yang Mingfeng pointed at Sun Jinwei, his hands shaking with anger. You are crazy. Really crazy. Yang Mingfeng had to shift his sight to Bai Yuan first. He squatted down and heard Bai Yuan crying softly. Whoa. Dr. Bai, what's wrong with you? Yang Mingfeng felt a little uncomfortable. If this was a normal old lady being beaten, he would just think it was someone else's family affair. But this was Bai Yuan, the person that Mr. Zhao had recently placed on the top of his heart, and he often came to see her. With his power, if he offended him, it is estimated that he would secretly kill Sun Jinwei.
Whoa.
Bai Yuan had never been beaten like this in so many years. At this moment, she felt wronged and sad. She cried so hard that she took out her mobile phone from her waist pocket with trembling hands. After unlocking it, she directly clicked his phone number in the recent callers. A few seconds later, Zhao Zhili answered. Bai Yuan cried into the phone, Zhili.
Whoa.
At this moment, she could only think of him. If he were here, it would be fine. If he were here, everything would be fine. She just wanted to call him and tell him about her grievances and pain, but all the words could not be said the moment she dialed the phone, and only turned into tears that burst out and poured out. Zhao Zhili thought that she couldn't sleep because she missed him, but who would have thought that the first sentence she said on the phone was to call his name and cry like a tearful person? What's wrong? What's wrong? Tell me quickly.
Whoa.
Bai Yuan wanted to say something, but she couldn't say a word when she came to her mouth. She could only cry and cry. Yang Mingfeng saw that this was not going to work, so he called Mr. Zhao. He couldn't tell him what happened. He took the phone and said directly, Mr. Zhao, Sun Jinwei came and beat up Dr. Bai. If you are free, come over immediately. Yang Mingfeng felt that Bai Yuan, who was beaten today, would definitely not want to stay alone. Zhao Zhili was stunned for a second on the other end of the phone. Then, you take her to the hospital first. I will be there in half an hour. Yang Mingfeng expressed his understanding and immediately bowed his head to Bai Yuan and said, Dr. Bai, Mr. Zhao asked me to take you to the hospital. I don't want to go to the hospital. I'm fine. Bai Yuan shrank her neck and shook her head to say no. Seeing this, Yang Mingfeng hurriedly said to the phone, she doesn't want to go to the hospital. Zhao Zhili said, then help me take a video on the spot and take a picture of the crime scene. I will be useful. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Yang Mingfeng put the phone in Bai Yuan's pocket, then helped her sit on the ground, and he took out his own phone. Yang Su and Chung Yongfeng were holding Sun Jinwei next to him. Sun Jinwei was still shouting that he wanted to beat Bai Yuan severely to let her know how powerful he was. Otherwise, this woman would really climb over his head. After Yang Mingfeng took a short video of the scene, put the phone back in his pocket, and then said to Sun Jinwei, Sun Jinwei, don't go crazy. Bai Yuan has already found a partner. Why are you clinging to her? Yang Su thought of something and said, Brother Ming, have someone call Sun Jinping and Sun Zhenhua and ask them to take Sun Jinwei away. Yang Mingfeng made the call. 10 minutes later, Sun Jinping and Sun Zhenhua came with Han Baoqin. Sun Jinping and Sun Zhenhua didn't expect that Sun Jinwei would really dare to beat Bai Yuan even after the divorce. It would have been fine if he had beaten her before, but he dared to do this even after the divorce. The two brothers had no choice but to quickly pull Sun Jinwei back. Sun Jinwei refused to leave and even threatened to beat Bai Yuan again. Han Baoqin found that Bai Yuan was beaten by Sun Jinwei and wanted to laugh for some reason. This woman deserved it. He beat her well. Why didn't he beat her to death? Let her be proud again. Before leaving, Han Baoqin glared at Bai Yuan. Then the three of them took Sun Jinwei away. Xiao Yongsa, the wife of Chung Yongfeng from the opposite door, also came over. Several people helped Bai Yuan to the sofa in the living room. Xiao Yongsa was a woman after all. She asked her softly if she was okay and whether she wanted to go to the hospital. Bai Yuan shook her head and said no. Bai Yuan asked them to go first. Yang Mingfeng shook his head and said, "I will leave after Mr. Zhao comes. Otherwise, he would be worried. After all, Bai Yuan is old. If she has any troubles, he will be blamed." Yang Su and Chung Yongfeng also said that we will wait with you. Xiao Yongsa took out a pack of gauze, a bottle of iodine, and cotton swabs from her home, saying that she wanted to disinfect her face. Bai Yuan shook her head and said no. She lowered her head so that no one could see her face. Xiao Yongsa had no choice. Several men looked around in the living room and stood in the garden in front. Looking at the beautifully tidied small garden, Yang Mingfeng and several others sighed, took out their cigarettes, and began to smoke fiercely. 10 minutes later, a rumbling sound of propellers came from the sky. Yang Mingfeng couldn't help but look up. What's going on? Who in the village is playing with drones in the middle of the night? Yang Su and Chung Yongfeng also looked around curiously, looking for the trace of the drone. As a result, after waiting for a while, a helicopter appeared in the sight of several people. How could there be a helicopter in the village? Several people's eyes couldn't help but widen, and then the three men watched the helicopter accompanied by the rumbling sound of propellers, falling from the sky and landing on the second-floor roof of Bai Yuan's small building. The roof is used as a helipad. The three were stunned. Xiao Yang's wife heard the rumbling sound outside and thought that someone's tractor drove into the house. She walked out curiously and asked what was going on. Chung Yongfeng pointed at the roof. "Look for yourself." Xiao Yang's wife looked up and saw a helicopter. She was stunned. How could there be a helicopter? No, that's not right. Who in the village can have a helicopter? Not long after, the helicopter flew away. A man in a black windbreaker came down from the stairs next to him. The man was accompanied by the wind, and his clothes were cold and bleak. After coming down, he saw the three people standing there in a daze, and asked quickly, "Where is she?" Yang Mingfeng and the others only saw the person clearly at this moment. "Hey, why is it Mr. Zhao?" Suwen sat in the helicopter. His mind was full of, "Mr. Zhao, let me go now. If I leave, how will he come back later? Or he will not come back." Suwen thought about it and asked the helicopter pilot not to fly far away, but to hover over the nearby fields for a while. After Zhao Zhili went down the stairs, several people pointed to the living room. Zhao Zhili hurried to the living room and found Bai Yuan in a messy state, with messy hair, sitting on the sofa with her head down, looking like a dull rag doll. She looked like that, and he felt a little distressed. Zhao Zhili walked over and squatted down. He lifted her hair slightly and saw the injuries on her face clearly. Her two cheeks were swollen and red, and her nose was red. Her eyes were full of tears. She looked like she was bullied. Looking at him at this moment, the tears in her eyes swollen in her eyes, and then the big tears rolled down her face. Zhao Zhili raised his hand to help her wipe away the tears gently. "Don't cry." He wanted to hold her in his arms, but he was afraid that she was injured. His movements were cautious. Yang Mingfeng came over and said quickly, "I just took a video and sent it to Dr. Bai's WeChat." Zhao Zhili said he knew. Then he asked Bai Yuan, "Where is your ID card? I'll take you to the hospital." "In my bag." Bai Yuan's voice was low, nasal, and weak. Zhao Zhili stood up, thought of something, and immediately called Suwen. "Suwen, come and pick me up." After that, he hung up the phone neatly. Zhao Zhili asked Bai Yuan to sit here and wait for a while. He went into the cloakroom and helped her pack a few clothes and put them in a bag. He checked her bag again and confirmed that the ID card was inside. Just as he was about to carry the bag, he found that this bag was not the one he gave her. Did she hide the good things and plan to use them 10 years later? Zhao Zhili turned around and found that the Hermes bag was placed very safely in the cabinet. As if to be turned into a fossil, He poured all the things in her small bag of dozens of yuan into this Hermes small house. Then he walked out with the bag and the bag of clothes, and found that these neighbors had not left yet, and Zhao Zhili took the initiative to come. "I'm sorry. We have to leave for now. We may have to close the shop." Oh. Xiao Yang's wife, Cheng Yongfeng, and the others got up from the sofa. Before they left, Zhao Zhili added, "Thank you so much this time. I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future." "You're welcome." Cheng Yongfeng, a countryman, felt very embarrassed. If these villagers were just a little curious and contemptuous of Mr. Zhao before, they would secretly think he's just a Mercedes-Benz driver. How much money does he have? These days, aren't there many Mercedes-Benz drivers on the streets? This Mr. Zhao is just a big foreman who contracts projects, and he likes to pretend. He may not have any money at all, just to deceive Bai Yuan. Because if he really had money, he would have bought Bai Yuan a house and a car long ago and moved to the city. Or live in their village. How could he be like getting a homestead here, building a house and decorating it? What? Planning to spend the rest of his life here? Isn't this enough for gigolos? In short, Cheng Yongfeng and other village men all have complaints about Mr. Zhao, but no one would say it in front of Mr. Zhao. As a result, today's inadvertent eye-opening. They rely on electric cars, motorcycles, and cars for transportation, while they rely on helicopters at critical moments. The person who can go out by helicopter is probably not an ordinary person. Cheng Yongfeng and his wife, Xiao Yangsa, are in awe at this moment, and even a little scared. What kind of family background does this person have to go out by helicopter? What are you talking about, Mr. Zhao? Why are you being polite? I am the village chief of Jinko village, and Dr. Bai is the village doctor of our Jinko village. I happen to pass by, so this is what I should do. Yang Mingfeng stated his identity at the right time. He was very scheming. He hoped that he could leave a little impression in the heart of this big guy. Not much, just a little bit would be enough. Yes, Mr. Zhao, I just hope that Dr. Bai doesn't have any internal injuries. Seeing that Brother Ming had spoken, Yang Su naturally said quickly. Zhao Zhili continued to express his gratitude to several people as the host, and then personally sent them out the door, then closed the door and walked back. He walked up to Bai Yuan and said to her, "I'll take you away." Then he was about to pick her up, but when his hand just touched her back, she hissed slightly and he asked, "Did he hurt your back?" Bai Yuan shook her head, bit her lower lip, and said nothing more. Because whether it was being beaten by her husband or by her ex-husband, it was very embarrassing for a woman.
"Can you walk?"
Zhao Zhili asked.
"Yes."
Bai Yuan raised her head and whispered. Zhao Zhili took off his windbreaker and put it on her. He grabbed her hand and pulled her, holding her bag and clothes bag in his left hand. When he walked out of the living room, he turned off the lights directly, and then the voice-activated lights outside the yard were very bright, and he pulled her all the way up the stairs. Bai Yuan didn't understand why she had to go upstairs to the hospital. It was not until she went upstairs that she heard the rumbling sound of the propeller, accompanied by a strong wind. It was blowing. She finally understood why he put a windbreaker on her. The wind was very strong. The door of the helicopter opened, and he sent her up first. Bai Yuan was confused. She had only taken a few planes in her life, let alone a helicopter. She was so nervous that her scalp was numb, and she didn't know where to look. As a result, she felt much more at ease when she saw Su Wen sitting next to the pilot. It might be because he was an acquaintance. After Zhao Zhili got in, he closed the cabin door. He quickly fastened the seat belts and shoulder straps for both of them. The helicopter began to slowly take off. Bai Yuan held Zhao Zhili's arm tightly with one hand, looking at him with a panicked expression. "It's okay, we'll be there in a while." Zhao Zhili patted the back of her hand gently and comforted her. Bai Yuan's mind went blank. Yang Mingfeng and his men left Bai Yuan's house but did not leave. They stood at the door of Cheng Yongfeng's house opposite and clearly saw the helicopter on the second floor of Bai Yuan's house. They thought to themselves that it was fortunate that it was late at night. Even if they heard a rumbling sound at home, they would at most think that it was a tractor passing by on the street outside. The villagers would never think it was a helicopter. They watched the helicopter door open in amazement and saw Zhao Zhili take Bai Yuan on the helicopter. Not long after, the helicopter slowly took off and left. Xiao Yang's wife said, "Who is this Mr. Zhao? He actually went out by helicopter. What are you thinking?" Cheng Yongfeng thought she must have guessed wrong. "Why, did I say it wrong? Where did I go wrong?" Xiao Yang's wife spoke like a machine gun, with a very fast speed. "You are wrong, but you are also wrong," Yang Mingfeng said. Xiao Yang's wife, Cheng Yongfeng, and Yang Su looked at Yang Mingfeng in confusion. Yang Mingfeng said, "Mr. Zhao usually comes here by car. Today, he obviously came here in a helicopter because Dr. Bai was beaten and he was anxious. He can mobilize a helicopter when he is in a hurry. This person, his network of contacts is too wide." Yang Su couldn't help but be amazed. "Anyway, we can't afford to offend him," Cheng Yongfeng muttered. "Yes."
Sister yang nodded heavily.
After the helicopter flew for a while, Bai Yuan remembered something, turned her head, and asked him in a low voice, "Where are we going?" "Hospital,"
Zhao Zhili said. E.
"I don't want to go to the hospital." Bai Yuan thought of the wound on her face and resisted. Zhao Zhili held her hand tightly. "I'm here. What are you afraid of?" Bai Yuan's heart was relieved, but she couldn't help looking around the helicopter. The pilot in front of her was wearing a helmet, and there were several instrument panels in front of him. Looking outside through the window, the night enveloped the earth, and the ground was a neon color. "I've already taken a plane to the hospital." Bai Yuan suddenly couldn't help laughing. Zhao Zhili corrected, "Helicopter." Not long after, the helicopter landed directly on the roof of a private tertiary hospital in the city. After it came down, Suan followed and took the bag and clothes bag from Zhao Zhili. Zhao Zhili took Bai Yuan to the elevator. The elevator stopped on the 15th floor. He let her out, and then a middle-aged man in his 60s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a white coat, and a stethoscope around his neck. He looked very professional. Zhao Zhili hurried forward. "Old Lu, she was beaten up. Give her a comprehensive examination." Lu Shan is the dean of Lishan International Medical Center in City A. Lu Shan is 58 years old this year. He has known Zhao Zhili for more than 10 years. When the medical center was founded, Wanxing Group also gave a huge investment. So he and Zhao Zhili have always had a good relationship. An hour ago, Zhao Zhili suddenly called him anxiously and told him that he had to go to work on the 8th floor in an hour, and he would bring someone to see the doctor.
Lu Shan was shocked at the time.
It had been so many years. Even when Zhao Zhili came here for physical examination, he had never been so anxious. Was there someone in his family who was seriously ill? Lu Shan had a dinner party tonight. He hurriedly ended the dinner party and arrived at the hospital without delay. The vice president of the hospital and the directors of various departments were shocked when they heard that the old director had come suddenly. "Hey, the director came to check suddenly?" The director appears 2 or 3 times a month. What's going on? As a result, after the director came, some young nurses who helped prepare secretly said that it seemed that a friend of the director was going to bring someone here. Maybe he had a serious illness and wanted the old director to check in person. Everyone suddenly realized. However, what kind of big shot could make the director come in person? The directors of various departments in the hospital were all very curious. Lu Shan looked at the woman Zhao Zhili was supporting. The woman had messy hair, her face was drooping, and she was wearing pajamas. She was wearing a windbreaker outside her pajamas, which seemed to be a men's suit. Lu Shan asked, "Boss Zhao, is this your relative?" "Zhao Zhili, my woman." Lu Shan. His head was buzzing with shock at this sentence. What was going on? Everyone knew Zhao Zhili of Wanxing Group. This old man's wife had died for more than 10 years, and he had been a single dog for more than 10 years. Now he is 65 years old, and he is ridiculed by many bigwigs for being a lonely old man all day long. His children have grown up and are not around, and his grandchildren are all in school. He doesn't look for a partner, nor does he play online celebrities. Someone also said to Lu Shan, maybe Boss Zhao is not good at that, so he doesn't look for a partner. Lu Shan didn't respond, but He secretly thought in his heart that maybe it was true. Otherwise, this bigwig, when others are playing with flowers, he doesn't touch women. This is more terrible than not smoking or drinking. Is there any man who doesn't want to hug a sweet and soft woman? Many big men keep mistresses and internet celebrities, and they don't keep one mistress or one internet celebrity, but several mistresses. There are also people who are almost 70 years old and keep female college students. This is very common. Only Zhao Zhili makes people feel that it is definitely not possible. Otherwise, it is really unacceptable. Bai Yuan blushed when Zhao Zhili said, "I am a woman." She felt that her ears were burning, but her face was also painful, and it was estimated that others could not see it. Then, Bai Yuan was led by 2 nurses to do a comprehensive examination first, and Zhao Zhili took Su Wen to wait on the bench at the door. The 15th and 20th floors of Lishan Hospital are dedicated to special patients. They are considered to be exclusive wards for some rich people. For example, on this floor, basically all the examination equipment in the public area is also available here. So there is no need to go to the public area downstairs to queue up for examination. Bai Yuan was led by the nurse to do the examination items one by one. From head to toe, she was checked one by one. When the examination was finished, it was already 1:30 in the middle of the night. After she came out, Lu Shan took a complete medical report and told Zhao Zhili. Basically, there are injuries all over her body, big and small, like being beaten by a belt. When Lu Shan said this, he observed Zhao Zhili's expression cautiously. After all, Zhao Zhili said that she was his woman, but this woman was beaten like this. It couldn't be that Zhao Zhili beat her. He used to be a famous man who doted on his wife, and he didn't seem to be a domestic abuser. Then, who beat this woman? Who dared to beat Zhao Zhili's woman? Lu Shan was full of questions. On her back, arms, and legs. The wound on her face isn't serious. I guess it will heal in a while after applying some medicine. She has a slight concussion in her head. She needs to rest for a few days. Other than that, she is in good health. She doesn't have any underlying diseases, not even the 3 highs. Her spine is also very healthy. She doesn't have a lumbar disc. There are some minor problems with her cervical spine, but these are problems that most people have. They're not a big deal. Stay at your desk less, lie down less, and hang your head less. In short, stay in the upstairs ward for a few days and rest for a while. Observe. If the patient was really beaten, we need to pay more attention to the patient's mental health in recent times. Mr. Zhao, how about finding a psychiatrist? When asking the last sentence, Lu Shan's tone was particularly nervous and cautious. If this woman was really beaten by Zhao Zhili, then he must be tired of living if he asked her to hire a psychiatrist. If this woman was not beaten by Zhao Zhili, then hiring a psychiatrist should not be excessive. Lu Shan thought. If we find a psychologist, I'm afraid she will be stressed. So, let's not find one for now. I'll stay with her for the next few days. I'll observe her and then decide whether to find one or not. Zhao Zhili said seriously. Lu Shan. It seems that it wasn't Mr. Zhao who beat her. He felt relieved all of a sudden. He said that Mr. Zhao was not that kind of person. But if it wasn't Mr. Zhao, who else could it be? Who dares to beat Mr. Zhao's woman? This matter is too weird. After Bai Yuan was settled in the senior ward, the nurse applied medicine to her wound. She lay there and fell asleep in a daze. After the nurse finished applying the medicine, Zhao Zhili helped her pull up the quilt, and then he also lay on the bed next to him and began to rest. The next morning, at 10 o'clock, the door of the clinic was not open yet. Some people wanted to get some medicine, so they went to knock on Bai Yuan's door, but there was no movement. Xiao Yang, who lived next door, had just finished breakfast. When she saw someone knocking on Bai Yuan's door, she said, "Dr. Bai is not here." The person asked, "Where did you go?" Xiao Yang wanted to talk about what happened last night, but she didn't dare to say more on the street. She pulled the person into her room and described what happened last night in vivid detail. The person was originally a woman in the village. She felt uncomfortable in her stomach and wanted to get some medicine. As a result, she was dumbfounded after hearing what Xiao Yang said. Did he really leave by helicopter? What do you mean by flying a helicopter? He left by helicopter. Xiao Yang corrected her with a smile. Oh my god. The person couldn't help but be stunned and couldn't speak. Because too many people knew about it, the helicopter incident couldn't be concealed at all. In the early morning, all the 4 groups in Jinko village knew about it. Everyone was discussing at the door what Zhao Zhili's identity was. He could come by helicopter. Could he be the head of the military region? But it didn't seem like that at all. He said he was a contractor. What's the difference between that and a contractor? No one cared about Bai Yuan being beaten because in the eyes of rural people, the couples of the East and West families often fought and quarreled. Whether it was quarreling or fighting, it was quite common in the village. It was not worth talking about it. When everyone knew about it, they would at most say, "Oh, Sun Jinwei beat people again. Hasn't he always been like that?" Now, Bai Yuan has found another man. He is jealous of his ex-wife's good life, so he must go to find trouble. But Zhao Zhili had a helicopter, which was different. This was a big deal. In half a day, almost half of Jinko village knew that the old partner Bai Yuan found was not only rich, but also had a helicopter. This was too rich. It was estimated that the project he was doing must be quite impressive. Even if the helicopter was not his, he had some connections to get a helicopter, so he had some connections. Sun Jinwei didn't fall asleep after returning home last night. He didn't regret beating Bai Yuan at all because it was just like so many years. If she didn't obey, he would beat her. It's just that both of them have grown old in the past 10 years, and he rarely does it again. He went to bed later, and it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, so when he got up today, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He woke up groggily, got dressed and walked out, and found that Han Baoqin had been standing in the living room pacing. She looked like an ant on a hot pot, which made Sun Jinwei confused. Why have you been walking back and forth here? You're finally awake. Han Baoqin turned around and saw him. Her expression was surprised, happy, and scared. Very contradictory. What's the matter? Sun Jinwei didn't brush his teeth, and he took a steamed bun from the kitchen and started to eat it. When Han Baoqin first brought him home last night, Han Baoqin was very happy because Sun Jinwei actually ran and beat Bai Yuan up. This woman, really deserved it. She should have been severely beaten, but when she calmed down, she was a little scared. The man was quite rich. Would he take Bai Yuan to report the case and then send Sun Jinwei to jail? Although she was worried, Han Baoqin thought that if the other party dared to report the case, she would say it was a fight between husband and wife. Otherwise, there was no surveillance and no evidence anyway, so she would just refuse to admit it. But everything happened when Han Baoqin went out to buy groceries in the morning and heard people talking outside that Bai Yuan left by helicopter last night. She was stunned on the spot and hurriedly asked the other party what was going on. They said that Xiao Yang's wife said that they saw it with their own eyes, that Mr. Zhao came by helicopter and took Dr. Bai away by helicopter. Han Baoqin's jaw almost dropped to the ground on the spot. She knew it was over. This time it was really over. That man was not a liar. He must be really important. What if Sun Jinwei went to jail? Han Baoqin walked to Sun Jinwei and anxiously told him about the rumors outside. After listening to this, Sun Jinwei's face froze, and then he frowned.
What are you talking about?
They must be talking nonsense. I don't believe it. Although he said this, Sun Jinwei knew that even if rural people like to brag, they would not brag about this matter. They must have seen the helicopter coming with their own eyes, so they kept talking about it. Did Mr. Zhao really come by helicopter? Han Baoqin said, if he really came by helicopter, then his origin is huge. If they want to kill you, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Sun Jinwei stiffened his neck and said shamelessly, now we live in a society ruled by law. He can still eat me. Although he said this, he knew that he had to make a phone call to ask. Sun Jinwei called Sun Mingzhu immediately. With a very stiff smile on his face, the smile was enough to kill a few mosquitoes. Mingzhu, this is your dad. Sun Mingzhu didn't expect her dad to call again. Who knows what the matter is? She asked boredly. Is there something wrong? Did your mom call you? Sun Jinwei asked anxiously.
No.
Sun Mingzhu always felt that her dad's attitude was a bit weird. Did something happen? Nothing, just asking. Sun Jinwei licked his lips unnaturally. Sun Mingju. Her dad was so weird today. Usually every time he called, he was so arrogant, but today he acted as if he had done something wrong. It seems that something happened. Sun Jinwei paused and said, You call your mother and ask which hospital she is in? Sun Mingju became nervous. What? My mom is in the hospital?
No, it's...
Sun Jinwei tried to describe some things that happened last night in a soft voice. We had a little quarrel last night, and I accidentally got violent and hit her, really. Then Mr. Zhao took her away, and I want to apologize to your mother. That's why I ask you. Hit her mother again? Sun Mingju was speechless. When she was a child, she saw it many times at home. When they quarreled, her father slapped her mother and beat her. This also caused a serious psychological trauma to her. She felt that men would commit domestic violence. But in the past 10 years, her father has changed and rarely hit her. What did her mother say to anger this man again? Sun Mingju said speechlessly, Dad, what can I say to you? Sun Jinwei begged for mercy and said, Don't scold me, I know I was wrong. I want to apologize to her. You should ask your mother which hospital she is in first. I want to apologize in person. But don't say what I told you. Just be natural and say you want to see her. Help your dad find out. Bai Yuan woke up around 3 in the afternoon. She slept very soundly, and for a long time. It was as if she would sleep until the end of time. When she woke up, there was a man sitting next to her. He was having a meeting with someone on a video call and dealing with some things. Bai Yuan tilted her head and looked at him. The shallow wrinkles on the man's face looked very soft in the autumn sun, and his brows were very serious. The withered heart last night seemed to come alive all of a sudden. Zhao Zhili noticed that she woke up from the corner of his eye. Did you sleep well this time?
Good.
After saying this, Bai Yuan found that it was a little painful to open her mouth to speak, which moved her muscles. She quickly reached out to touch her face, turned her head to look at the wall inside the bed, not wanting him to see her face. Zhao Zhili laughed and didn't expose her little thoughts. Women, after all, love beauty. It's the same when they get old. He asked, Would you like to eat anything? Anything is fine. Bai Yuan couldn't help but look back and said anxiously, But I want to wash up first. Zhao Zhili reminded, Then wash your face gently, and then the nurse will come to apply medicine for you. She got out of bed and realized that this was rather than a ward, it was a suite in a hotel, very high-end and luxurious. There were 2 standard beds in the ward. There were also various medical equipment. When she walked out, there was actually a small living room outside. It seemed to be for patients to meet guests. Is this a convalescent ward for some rich people? Bai Yuan went into the bathroom and found that cleanser, toothpaste, and toothbrush were already prepared on the washstand. The toothbrush was a soft, bristled toothbrush, the kind with a wide head that she loved to use the most. It was originally bought for her by her daughter-in-law Li Anren, and she had been using it because she thought it was easy to use. I didn't expect that this kind of thing would be prepared here. Was it him? These things definitely wouldn't be brought by the disease prevention department. They must have been prepared by him. After brushing her teeth and washing her face with clean water, Bai Yuan came out and found that he had asked someone to deliver the meal. Bai Yuan had just sat down to eat when her cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed that it was Sun Mingju. Whether to answer it or not was a question. She didn't answer it. After ringing for a while, the phone hung up, and then it rang again. Pick it up,
Zhao Zhili said.
Bai Yuan thought about it and decided to pick it up. But she didn't plan to tell her children that she was in the hospital, nor did she want them to know that Sun Jinwei, the rascal, had beaten her again, to avoid unnecessary trouble. No matter how much you tell your children about the affairs between husband and wife, it won't solve anything, not to mention that this is an ex-husband. Mom, where are you? Sun Mingju asked directly. I'm at home. Bai Yuan was a little nervous and stuttered. Although Sun Mingju heard from her father that her mother was beaten, this kind of thing had happened before, and she always felt that it was not so serious. People of her mother's generation were particularly tolerant. She said, I just arrived in the village. You are not at home. No one answered the door when I knocked. Bai Yuan hurriedly said, I have something to do, I'm outside.
Then I'll call Dad to ask.
Sun Mingju pretended to hang up the phone.
Do and call him. Bai Yuan said vaguely. I'm in the hospital. Rest for a while.
Sun Mingju asked again. Which hospital are you in? Bai Yuan said she didn't know. Sun Mingju was puzzled. How could you not know which hospital you are in? Bai Yuan looked at Zhao Zhili. Zhao Zhili pointed to the promotional picture on the wall. There was a line of words on it. Bai Yuan looked at it. It said Lishan International Medical Center. She was slightly stunned. It turned out that they came to this hospital. She had heard about this hospital before from her eldest son. It is said that Lishan International Medical Center is a famous private hospital in their City A, and it is very famous in Zhenghua district of City A. Bai Yuan told Sun Mingju the name of the hospital. She didn't emphasize that you shouldn't come, that would be too deliberate. It's a bit like trying to cover up the truth. I'll go back after resting for a few days. Bai Yuan said. Sun Mingju hung up the phone. Zhao Zhili used his eyes to indicate what was going on. Who is it? Bai Yuan said, my daughter. Zhao Zhili nodded slightly. Then she began to eat one bite at a time. Sitting here to eat always makes people feel a bit like a dream, as if the disaster last night happened in the previous life. Only the pain left on her face and body can prove that it happened. Her mobile phone was placed next to her. Zhao Zhili picked up her mobile phone and handed it to her. Password. Bai Yuan unlocked it with her fingerprint. She didn't ask him what he was going to do. Zhao Zhili picked up her mobile phone, opened WeChat, and sent the video directly to himself. Then he turned off the phone, put it back, and sat opposite her. He looked at her without saying a word. Until Bai Yuan had finished eating most of the meal, Zhao Zhili suddenly asked, what do you plan to do with him? Bai Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He used the word disposal, not other, which meant that there must be a way to retaliate. She raised her head and looked at him with some tangled eyes. It was not that she did not want to retaliate, but if her children knew about it, this matter would never end. Seeing that she was silent, Zhao Zhili knew that she was innocent and did not dare to retaliate, because she was used to being bullied. She was afraid that after revenge, she would be beaten more fiercely than last time. Zhao Zhili touched her head gently and sighed. With your character, you are submissive and always suffer losses. Bai Yuan. She also knows about her character problems, but she can't change them. She always subconsciously considers other people's thoughts. This may be caused by the large number of children in the family, including older brothers, younger sisters, and younger brothers. She is the second child. There is an old saying in the countryside that if the older one tends to be smaller, there is a sufferer in the middle. Once people get old, they like to reminisce about the past. Her brother, Bai Jiqiang, was the first child born to their mother. She had just enjoyed the mother's love for a few days, and then her younger sister appeared, and after her younger sister, her younger brother. Everyone's existence seemed to be more important than her. As boys in the family, her older brothers and younger brothers were already favored by their mother. As for her, there was nothing special about her, as she had a younger sister. People in that era liked to give birth to boys. Later she thought it was not because of anything else. It might simply be the farming era, when boys were stronger than girls. When they grew up, girls would marry outside and boys would stay at home and could do more work for the family. My mother always said that it was useless to give birth to a girl. As an older sister, I was taught to take care of my younger sister and brother. In those days, she went to the threshing ground to help dry the wheat. In the corn harvest season, she went to the field to break corn cobs. Her brother was a boy, so it was normal for him to be naughty and lazy. Her sister was a girl, younger than her, so it was normal for her to act like a spoiled child and be lazy. Her brother was even younger and couldn't do some things. As the only sister who could take on responsibilities in the family, she should naturally do more. She always felt that she was very important. Her brother, sister, and brother were not good enough, so she had to take on more responsibilities. This was what her mother taught her before. Because of her growing environment, she developed a character that considered others since she was a child. This was even more so after she got married. After so many years, the internet is now very developed, and she also knows that her character is a bit too good and too gluttonous.
But she also knows that change is not so easy. Zhao Zhili saw that she was silent, and he knew that this woman was too gentle. She had always been a bullied character in her life. Now, if she was asked to retaliate, she might not know how to retaliate. Zhao Zhili said, "If he hits you, it's the same as hitting me. This matter must be dealt with. I have just sent the video to me from your mobile phone." "Video? What video?" Bai Yuan was confused. Zhao Zhili said, "I'll give you 3 options now. First, he kneels down and admits his mistake and promises not to do it again. This is the lightest punishment, but I don't want to use this. I think it's too light." Too light. In Zhao Zhili's eyes, kneeling down and admitting a mistake is not a punishment, but he has to consider her mood and the emotions of her children. If necessary, he can only use this. People are always subject to various constraints. Second, I will send this video directly to the police, and he must go to jail. Otherwise, I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart. This is what he wanted most, but what would her children think if they knew about it? Would they hate him? Zhao Zhili had too much to consider. Third, I'll find someone to beat him up the same way he beat you. This method seems to be the most practical among these, but Bai Yuan pondered. She wanted to choose the second one, but she had to ask her children for their opinions, because if Sun Jinwei went to jail, it might affect many things. For example, if someone within 3 generations of his direct relatives went to jail, could Zhizha and Zhang's children still take the civil service exam? Some positions are probably not suitable, and they certainly cannot join the army. If so, then they will definitely blame her. Blame her for not considering them and her grandson. She didn't want her children to hate her. But if they also agreed to go to jail, she would choose the second one. Bai Yuan sighed. She felt that people would always be held back by various reasons in their lives. Just as she was thinking about this with a frown, Sun Mingzhu called her. When asked which ward she was in, she signaled to Zhao Zhili with her eyes. Zhao Zhili went outside to take a look and then came back to tell her. After Bai Yuan told Sun Mingzhu the ward number, Sun Mingzhu said she would be there in a while. She said she'll be there soon. Bai Yuan said. Zhao Zhili looked up while cleaning up the dishes and said to her, "I know your concerns. It just so happens that I will ask Mingzhu what she thinks. If she doesn't agree with the second option, then forget it and choose something else. I don't want Mingzhu to hate you one day." Bai Yuan was stunned for a moment, and tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't expect that he understood her. He could actually guess what she was thinking. Bai Yuan was almost moved to tears. After a while, about 7 or 8 minutes later, someone knocked on the door of the ward. Suwon was sitting in the small living room of this high-end ward playing with his mobile phone and a small game. Hearing the knock on the door outside, Suwon quickly quit the game and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, several people came in one after another, including Sun Mingzhu and his wife, Sun Pingzhong and his wife, and Li Anren. There was also Sun Jinwei following behind. As an assistant, Suwon naturally didn't say anything, but when his eyes fell on Sun Jinwei, he frowned. Why is he here? Suwon nodded slightly and said that Dr. Bai was inside. He walked out first. But he didn't close the door quietly, leaving a gap in the door panel to ensure that he could hear the movement inside. Why did Sun Jinwei, that rascal, come here? What did he want to do? Suwon was afraid that a fight would break out inside, and he still had to help Mr. Zhao. Fighting in a hospital was something he, a civilized man, had never experienced before. Sun Mingzhu and Sun Pingzhong were a little confused when they entered this ward, because they had also been fortunate enough to come to the Lishan International Medical Center for medical treatment, but they had never been to this floor. The entire 20th floor was quiet, and the decoration looked very high-end, like the layout of a hotel. After entering the ward, it turned out that it was not a bed, but a small living room, which was a bit eye-opening for several people. Did her mother come here for recuperation? Several people pushed open the door of the inner room, and after Sun Mingzhu and Sun Pingzhong entered, they also brought fruits to Bai Yuan. As soon as Sun Mingzhu and Sun Pingzhong saw their mother's face, they immediately knew what was going on. Father, this crazy thing actually beat her mother like this. The two hurriedly asked what happened. Was it Dad who beat him?
Bai Yuan shook her head and said nothing. She rarely told her children much about the matters between husband and wife before, and she didn't want to say much now. There were complaints in the early years, but after that her daughter would always say, "Then you get a divorce." Divorce. It seems that in the minds of children, as long as life is not going well, they should get a divorce immediately. But in the eyes of Bai Yuan's generation, marriage is not sacred. Everyone is just a community of interests. In some things, if there is no principled mistake, everyone will tolerate each other and will not divorce. Even if there are hardships on the way to obtain the scriptures, Beiji immediately divided the luggage because his master was captured. Sun Wukong fought monsters to save his master. Then, he continued the journey to obtain the scriptures. So later, slowly, he stopped complaining. Sun Mingzhu and Sun Pingzhong really didn't expect that his father was sick again. He hasn't beaten his mother in the past 10 years. Why did he go and fight again after such a long time of divorce? Could it be that seeing his mother build a new house and living a better life made him feel uncomfortable? Sun Mingzhu originally thought that it would be just a small fight, but it turned out to be even more horrible than the worst before. Sun Mingzhu and Sun Pingzhong didn't know what to say for a moment. It was just like when their parents fought in the past. Oh no, when their father beat their mother. The two of them didn't know what to do. Try to stop the fight? No need. They didn't dare. The result of trying to stop the fight was that their father would punish them together. So they didn't dare to stop the fight. They could only watch the scenes. Later, after asking my mother, "He beat you, why not just divorce?" My mother always frowned while crying, not saying a word, as if she was thinking. In the end, she said nothing. It seemed that she was used to suppressing everything in her heart. She was used to digesting everything by herself. Later, they would not have any opinions on this abnormal relationship between husband and wife. In fact, Sun Pingzhong thought about it later. My mother was a woman. Women of that era, although they had been to college, that only meant that they had high IQ. She seemed to have been disciplined by the times and the family and became a rabbit without sharp teeth, with all the edges and corners smoothed. "Mom, my dad said that he wanted to apologize to you." Sun Pingzhong said in a daze. "No need. I don't want to see him,"
Bai Yuan said.
Sun Mingzhu said, "Mom, Dad really knows he was wrong this time. Otherwise, just give him a chance." Bai Yuan shook her head and said, "What chance? We're already divorced. I'm not suing him, which is my last mercy." Sun Mingzhu was stunned for a moment. Her father had beaten her mother many times before. She saw it several times and even tried to stop the fight and asked her mother to divorce, but her mother always smiled afterwards and didn't say much. She thought her mother had forgotten the pain after the scar healed, and later she was too lazy to persuade her. When she came here today, she didn't know how to comfort her. Just like before, it was useless to say anything. The relationship between her mother and father was a happy one between the couple. How could she control it? But what her mother said just now made Sun Mingzhu realize that maybe her mother had thought about divorce before, but she thought it was troublesome and for the sake of the children, so she always dragged it out. Now that they are divorced, there is no need to keep it in her hands. Zhao Zhili sat next to her without saying a word. Sun Jinwei, who was standing in the small living room outside the door, was a little scared when he heard Bai Yuan's words. He knew that Zhao Zhili had some background, so he was afraid that this guy would really use his connections to kill him. It's better to slide down and kneel down as soon as possible. Sun Jinwei made up his mind, pushed open the door, rushed into the ward, and then, regardless of whether Bai Yuan saw it or not, he knelt down in front of the bed with a plop. This scene scared Bai Yuan. Why is Sun Jinwei here? Her heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously looked at Zhao Zhili. Zhao Zhili didn't expect that Sun Jinwei, a rascal, would dare to show up. He moved the chair closer to the bed and put his hand on the back of her hand, signaling her to calm down and not panic. The noise in the room was probably too loud, which frightened Su-wen, who was guarding the door. Su-wen was afraid that something might happen in the inner ward, so he quietly moved from outside to inside. He also deliberately reduced his presence and stood in the ward, but no one noticed him. Su-wen saw Sun Jinwei kneeling down to Bai Yuan, blinked, and was stunned for a while.
Is this acting again?
Sun Jinwei cried bitterly in front of the bed with snot and tears. Yuan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit you. It's my fault, I'm a rascal. Bai Yuan thought she would feel distressed, but she found that she felt sick looking at this man at the moment. His face was like the face of a devil. She was a little scared, but a force came from her hands. She raised her eyes slightly and met Zhao Zhili's firm eyes. Her eyes couldn't help but firm up a little. It seemed that she had made up her mind. Sun Jinwei didn't want to apologize at all, but he knew that this woman now had a big backer. If he didn't apologize, he would definitely be liquidated afterwards. Maybe this man will send him to jail, so an apology is the only way to save his life. Sun Jinwei continued, Yuan, I was really wrong. I called Mingzhu to ask where you were. I was really wrong. I drank some wine last night and got drunk. I really know I was wrong this time. Sun Jinwei cried bitterly and pitifully for 3 sentences in a row. This kind of Sun Jinwei was a father that Sun Pingzhong and Sun Mingzhu had never seen before. In their eyes, their father was always strong and overbearing, always good at using the authority of the parent to command everything in this family. In front of them, their father always spoke in a logical way, as if he always made sense, and was very majestic. They had never seen him like this, crying bitterly, with a sad face, like a child who had done something wrong. Obviously, there was an outsider here, but the father didn't care about face and inside, and knelt down to apologize to his mother in front of outsiders. This scene gave the two a serious psychological shock. Originally, when the two saw Bai Yuan's face, they felt a little distressed that their mother was beaten, but at this moment, they were both moved. Sun Mingzhu whispered, Mom, look, Dad has knelt down to admit his fault, how about? Sun Pingzhong also said cautiously, Mom, I know you have suffered a lot of grievances, but Dad may be sincerely apologizing to you this time. Just forgive him once. Sun Mingzhu said, That's right, you know what kind of person Dad is. You have forgiven him so many times, just forgive him once more. Bai Yuan admitted that when Zhao Zhili gave her advice here today, she thought of many things, but she didn't think of suing, but at this moment, she was very angry. Because no matter whether it was a daughter or a son, they were indifferent to her being beaten. Thinking that you're used to being beaten, he knelt down to apologize this time. You see how sincere he is. Just forgive him once. Bai Yuan felt that maybe Zhao Zhili's advice was right. Bai Yuan took a deep breath and made up her mind. She said, We are divorced. What right does he have to hit me? He hit me and I have the video. I will call the police and sue him. I will make him go to jail. Mom, are you serious? Sun Pingzhong froze. He didn't expect that this time would be so serious. Didn't this happen many times before? In the past, Dad didn't even apologize and Mom forgave him on her own. This time, he even knelt down to apologize, so why is it so serious? Do I look like I'm joking? Bai Yuan said slowly. Her face was calm, like the sea after the wind and waves have calmed down. Mom, are you really going to call the police to sue Dad? Sun Mingzhu couldn't believe it at all. How could the cowardly mother in the past?
Today.
Is it because of this Mr. Zhao next to her that she has the confidence to speak so tough? Sun Jinwei himself was stunned. He thought that if he came here in person and knelt down to apologize with sincerity, everything that happened last night would definitely be eliminated, but he didn't expect. She was so disrespectful. Sun Jinwei looked unnaturally at Zhao Zhili, who was sitting next to him, and didn't say a word. Is it this man?
Did this man teach her something?
But Bai Yuan has only been away from him for a few days, and she is going to rebel. Women really can't be spoiled. They're going to climb on his head and shoot. Bai Yuan said, I endured it during our marriage, but now that we're divorced, why should I indulge him?
Who is he to me?
This made Sun Pingzhong at a loss for words, and he said awkwardly, He is indeed not yours, but you are my mother. After all, he is my father. Her mother must be crazy today. She actually wants to sue her father. Bai Yuan asked casually, If I insist on suing, will you break off relations with me? Sun Mingzhu was stunned by her mother's seriousness, and she quickly tried to smooth things over. Mom, look at what you said. How could we break off relations with you? However, Sun Mingju persuaded in a low voice, "Dad, I only hit you this time after the divorce. If I sue, isn't it a bit? Mingju, he hit me back then and you asked me to divorce. I endured it because the child was still young. Now your dad cheated, and we are divorced. He hit me again, but you don't want me to sue." Bai Yuan narrated these things calmly. I watched those short videos on Douyin. Don't they all say that women in the new era never tolerate? If your boyfriend treats you badly, you should break up. Fighting after marriage is domestic violence. People on the internet are still cursing that domestic violence men must die. I think he deserves to die. Since he hit him, then he must be ready to go to jail. Sun Mingju and Sun Pingzhong were both stunned by their mother's words, not knowing how to react. Especially Sun Mingju. Her mother's words echoed in her ears. Indeed, every time she complained, she felt annoyed. She was only 20 years old at the time and didn't know that relationships between people were quite complicated. So when her mother complained a few times before, Sun Mingju felt that you deserved it. If you want a divorce, then divorce, don't complain. If you find such a man and you don't want a divorce, then just bear with it. Anyway, you're used to this way of getting along. When her mother Bai Yuan said these words today, Sun Mingju realized that her mother really wanted to change. She wanted to learn how young women in the new era deal with relationships between men and women. But Sun Mingju is married now. She is 30 years old, and she is no longer the little girl she was back then. She is an adult, and she knows a lot of the troubles of adults. She also knows that in the adult world, there are not only right and wrong, but also interests and helplessness. Many things in life cannot be solved with simple diode thinking. Marriage is sometimes the result of weighing the pros and cons. She also understood why her mother didn't divorce back then, because it didn't come to the point of divorce. So she hoped that her mother would just endure it this time like before. As a result, her mother didn't intend to endure it and planned to send her father to jail. Sun Mingju felt that her mother was too impulsive. Was she fooled by Mr. Zhao next to her? Did she listen to him? When Sun Jinwei heard Bai Yuan's words, he always felt that this time was over. He didn't expect that this woman was really so cruel and didn't care about the decades of husband and wife relationship. Even if he made a mistake once, why should he be put in jail? Sun Jinwei gritted his teeth and immediately continued to beg for mercy. "Yuan, I really know I was wrong.
Please spare me.
We have been husband and wife for decades. Are you really satisfied to watch me go to jail?" When Bai Yuan's children came over today, she thought they were just here to see her. Who would have thought that it was Sun Jinwei, the rascal, who used his daughter to find her where she was and said he came to apologize, but this kneeling posture and this face just made Bai Yuan feel disgusted. Because he had apologized over the years.
He just didn't kneel down at that time.
A man's apology is worthless. Especially when his children spoke for their father, the implication was that she deserved all the grievances she had suffered over the years. After all, she was used to it. It didn't seem like a big deal if she continued to get used to it. Bai Yuan said, "We have been married for decades, and you have cheated for more than 10 years. Why can't I watch you go to jail? I wish you would spend the rest of your life in jail. Don't worry, I will close my eyes when you go to jail." Sun Jinwei was shocked. He raised his head and couldn't help saying, "You have a cruel heart."
"Yuan,
I didn't expect you to be this kind of woman." "I am this kind of woman. What kind of woman am I?" Shouldn't Bai Yuan always be gentle to him, not fight back or scold him? It has been so many years. Why has this man never grown up, like a child, thinking that she will always endure it, and if he gets angry and kills her with a knife one day, she will also smile and say that he just made a mistake? Bai Yuan said, "I didn't expect my husband to be a man who could cheat for more than 10 years. It really chilled my heart. Once your heart is chilled, it will be impossible to warm it up. The prison cell is your ultimate destination. You should reflect on yourself in prison when the time comes." Sun Jinwei hesitated and lowered his head, with a resentful light in his eyes. He knew that it was all over. This woman was really crazy this time. She would not give up until she sent him in. Sure enough, women are fickle. With a richer man as a backer, he,
Her husband, who had been with her for decades, has become a dogtail grass on the side of the road. Worthless. Their decades of relationship are worthless. Sun Jinwei raised his head, turned around and said to Sun Mingzhu, Mingzhu, please say something quickly. You really want to see your father go to jail? Xiao Zhang, I'm your father. Are you really not going to say a few words for your father? Sun Jinwei hurriedly asked for help, as if he had grabbed the last 2 life-saving straws. Sun Mingzhu was silent for a moment and said, Dad, you go out first. She always felt that her dad was adding fuel to the fire. Sun Pingzhong also said, Yes, Dad, you should go out first. Let's talk to Mom. Okay, I'll go out first. Sun Jinwei stood up, wiped his face, and said to Bai Yuan, I really know I was wrong. I won't do anything to you in the future.
Just believe me this time.
We have been husband and wife for decades. I know you won't really watch me go to jail. After he walked out, Suwon immediately followed him out and closed the door. In the inner room of the ward, only Bai Yuan, Zhao Zhili, Sun Mingzhu, Sun Pingzhong, and Li Anren were left. Li Anren, Li Jiahong, Yang Wan and others sat in a corner of the sofa, and they didn't say a word, like statues. Because Li Anren was the daughter-in-law, it was not easy for her to speak in this situation. Whatever she said might be misunderstood, so she watched everything in silence. After Sun Jinwei left, Sun Pingzhong spoke cautiously, Mom, Dad is out. Tell me the truth. Were you saying those words just now to scare him? Sun Mingzhu was a little bit unbelievable. She didn't think her mother was such an extreme person. She has always been a moderate person. Likes to make everyone happy, that's right, Mom. Do you really want Dad to go to jail? After the two finished speaking, Bai Yuan said nothing, just tilted her head and looked at the two, not knowing what she was thinking. Li Anren looked at Sun Pingzhong and Sun Mingzhu. She suddenly said, I think Mom is right. He should go to jail. Sun Mingzhu was startled, turned around and saw the person on the sofa. Second sister-in-law, are you serious too? I discussed this with your second brother, and your second brother said that he should go to jail. Li Anren didn't dare to say that this was her idea, and used Sun Pingzha as a shield. Sun Pingzhong knew the second son's bad temper, so he was a little speechless. He said, Can you two consider other things when you talk? Regardless of right or wrong, you have to consider the pros and cons. If my dad really goes to jail, your child will probably not pass the political review when he takes the exam for the public security, procuratorial, judicial, or military service. Have you thought about it? Li Anren said calmly, Sun Pingzha has thought about it. He said, First, I think my child will not be able to pass the exam, and he does not have the IQ and ability. Second, if he has the ability to pass the exam, then having a grandfather who commits crimes is also their fate. In other words, when his grandfather beat people up, didn't he consider his descendants? Sun Pingzhong was speechless all of a sudden, thinking if your dad wasn't in jail, you would be talking without any pain in your waist. Sun Pingzhong muttered, Second son's wife, your thoughts are too radical. Yangwan also felt that Li Anren was too brave. Even if she thought so, she didn't dare to say so, after all, he was her father-in-law. Li Jiahong said nothing, as if it was none of his business. Li Anren asked back, Didn't Mom agree to go to jail? What did she agree to? Sun Mingzhu resisted the urge to complain about her second sister-in-law and turned her head to say, Mom, say something. Do you really want Dad to go to jail? Sun Pingzhong also said at the right time, That's right, Mom. After all, we are husband and wife. Just because Dad beat you, this matter. You want to send Dad to jail.
You.
Sun Mingzhu quickly interrupted. You have forgiven Dad so many times before. Dad can kneel down and apologize to you today. Otherwise, give him another chance and forgive him for the last time. Bai Yuan looked at her children. She didn't expect that the children who had asked her to resist in the past would stop her one by one after she really resisted today, as if she was crazy. Everyone began to persuade her not to go crazy, to calm down, to consider the future generations, to consider everyone, and not to make it so ugly. Why didn't anyone persuade Sun Jinwei to change, or persuade Sun Jinwei not to go crazy? Is it because she is a good person, good people deserve to be beaten, good people deserve to suffer, and good people should endure it? Bai Yuan took a deep breath and asked,
What if I don't want to forgive? Don't want to give a chance? Are you going to break off relations with me? Sun Mingju and Sun Pingzhong didn't expect that today her mother was like taking the wrong medicine. She was possessed by a demon. No matter how she was persuaded, she was stubborn anyway. She just wanted to kill his father. What the Hades? Sun Pingzhong asked helplessly, Mom. Do you really want to make such a fuss? Sun Mingju also said, Why do you always ask if we will break off relations with you? You are my mother. How can I break off relations with you? Bai Yuan looked at the two of them, her tone leisurely. Her voice was like the gurgling lake, calm and slow. Xiaozhong Mingzhu, you asked me before why I didn't divorce even though I was beaten. I want to say that at that time there was still love between the family. I encountered some things just like you said, just endure it a little, and it will pass. I was beaten and abused. Don't I know that this behavior is wrong? I have resisted, but it's useless. I will be beaten again next time. Mingzhu, when Mom complained to you before, you always said, then you divorce. Then you gave me a bunch of examples, saying that you old people are very pedantic and old-fashioned. If I have a boyfriend and he dares to hit me, I will fight him with a knife. What did Mom say at that time? Later, I stopped complaining, because complaining to children will not solve the problem, but will only aggravate the conflict. Now your father has been cheating for more than 10 years, buying a house for his mistress, and a double cemetery.
But you didn't want me to divorce at that time.
Of course, I don't want a divorce either. Because I am used to a peaceful and comfortable life, just muddling through. It's okay to be so. I think that in this life, there is no need to be so shabby. No matter how much you earn, I can accept a simple and ordinary life. I can do anything. In the end, your father said divorce himself. I had no choice but to divorce. After the divorce, I thought I was doing okay. I thought that without your father, I might be a little miserable, even lonely, but surprisingly, I was doing okay. Just like what your father said many times during the quarrels, the earth will still turn without you, and the sun will still rise from the east tomorrow. This world can live without anyone. Why does he beat people whenever he wants, and he is still like this after the divorce? It doesn't matter to us now, but after the divorce, why should I indulge him?
Tell me.
The mother who has always been peaceful and rarely said so much said a lot of words today, as if she was accusing others. The people in the room fell into silence. After a silence that lasted for about a century, Sun Pingzhong tried to be a peacemaker. He smiled stiffly and said, Mom, I know Dad is wrong, but haven't you endured it for so many years? You still want me to endure it after the divorce? Bai Yuan's voice was a little higher than usual. I, Bai Yuan, deserve to live a miserable life in this life, which is in line with your father's ideas. I don't deserve to live a good life, right? Sun Pingzhong hurriedly said, Mom, I don't mean that. You know, how could we hope that you would not live a good life? Of course, we hope that Mom will live a good life. Sun Mingzhu also made up for it. Mom, my eldest brother, and I just think that suing is a bit too much. You and Dad have been fighting and quarreling for a lifetime. Both of you are old, and I believe that Dad didn't mean to beat you. He may just think that you found a new partner, and he is jealous. Bai Yuan said, What is he jealous of? Doesn't he have Han Baoqin? Does he have to keep my chastity arch for him in this life, so that he can feel balanced? Sun Mingzhu could understand her mother's anger and irritation. She also knew that her mother was wronged, but she still felt that her father should go to jail. I just think that although Dad said those angry words and really divorced you, he must still love you in his heart. So he was so jealous that he took action because you built a house and lived a good life. You must understand what I said. Bai Yuan insisted, If I insist on suing, are you going to break off relations with me? Sun Mingzhu immediately smiled apologetically. Mom, if you really insist on suing your father, we, as children, will naturally not say anything. This is your freedom. She knew in her heart that her mother was right and that her father was indeed wrong. But is it just as simple as right or wrong? If she sued, what would happen to this family? If his father went to jail, how could Sun Mingzhu raise her head when she returned to the village in the future? How would she speak in her husband's family? If her husband's family knew that her mother sent her father to prison?
This.
She couldn't raise her head in her husband's family either.
How embarrassing this would be. What would her husband's family think? When she went out to meet up with old classmates or friends, if someone asked her, "Where's your dad?" she couldn't just say, "My dad is in jail." If someone asked, "Why is your dad in jail? Did he commit murder, arson, or adultery?" she could only say, "My mom sent my dad to jail because he slapped her a few times." No matter how she said it, it would definitely make people laugh if it got out. Sun Pingjong couldn't hold it in any longer. He really didn't understand why his mother was so crazy today and had to send his dad to jail. Is this matter so serious? Sun Pingjong said, "Mom, Union is 12 years old this year and is sensible. If she finds out in a few years that Grandma sent Grandpa to prison with her own hands, what do you want Union to think? Besides, you have tolerated it for decades. Now that you are divorced, Dad has done something wrong once, but all you can think about is sending Dad to prison with your own hands."
You.
Sun Pingjong wanted to say something, but suddenly he saw Mr. Zhao sitting next to him without saying a word, with no expression on his face. He didn't want to be rude in front of Mr. Zhao. After all, there are some things that are not easy to say in front of Mr. Zhao. Sun Pingjong laughed dryly and said, "Mr. Zhao, can you go out first? We want to talk to my mother alone." Zhao Zhili stood up and looked at Bai Yuan. "I'll go out first. Is it okay for you to be alone?" Bai Yuan was a little nervous, but she was relieved to face her children. She said, "Wait for me outside. I'll call you if there is anything." Zhao Zhili nodded slightly, then walked out. Li Anren and the other two followed Zhao Zhili out. As daughters-in-law and sons-in-law, they couldn't interrupt. Li Anren thought that if they interrupted, they would be scolded like before. Li Anren thought to herself that if she knew about such a big thing, she would have called Sun Pingja back from Shijiang. When the two left, there were only 3 people left in the room. Sun Pingjong had no scruples at the moment and said bluntly, "Mom, did that Mr. Zhao say something to you that made you so obsessed? Don't you think about it? You have only known him for a few days. How long have you known my dad?" "That's right, Mom." "What promise did he give you?" Sun Mingzhu also said, "Mom, don't be so stubborn and think that now that you are divorcing Dad, you have to send Dad to jail. I admit that Dad is wrong. But aren't you right? You brought the man to the village, and you two go out together all day long. You even built a house in front of him. Tell me, what does Dad think about this? He is a man, and he has self-esteem. He feels that both his face and his body are not easy to lose, and beating you is unexpected but reasonable. Can't you be considerate of him?" Perhaps because the situation became 1 versus 2, Sun Pingjong suddenly became confident, and his voice was louder. "That's right, Mom. I'm not trying to excuse Dad. But you also saw that he came over and knelt down in front of you, so you know his determination. He really knows he was wrong. Just forgive him this time, forget it. Besides, Mom, if you really want to kill them all, then even if the kids can take the civil service exam without any problems for most positions, if they want to join the army, they will be blocked by the political review. Do you really want to watch your grandson's future being ruined? Let them know that it was all caused by Grandma." The eldest brother's words were also what Sun Mingzhu wanted to say. Sun Mingzhu added in a low voice, "Mom, if you really send Dad to jail, how can I live in my husband's family in the future? When my mother-in-law asks about it, how can I say that my mom sent my dad to jail in a rage because my dad beat her a few times? Also, how are you going to explain to my eldest uncle and third uncle? Say that you sent their brothers to the police station with your own hands. Mom, you are still going to open a clinic in the village. If you do this, how do you think the people in the village will look at you? Will they think you are so cold-blooded and have no humanity at all? And my cousins, what do they think and how do they look at you? Don't you care?" The brother and sister were talking to Bai Yuan. She looked at her children, trying to persuade her, but she felt that the world was a little cold. "Forget it, let's all go out,"
Bai Yuan suddenly said. "Mom."
Sun Pingjong looked at Bai Yuan anxiously. Bai Yuan yawned. "Let's all go out first."
"I'm tired."
"You have also seen me.
"I'm fine."
If you are fine, go back first."
"But Mom."
Sun Pingjong wanted to say something. Bai Yuan pressed a bell beside the bed. This was taught by the nurse after she woke up.
It was said that if you press it, the small living room and the nurse's station can hear it. Zhao Zhili pushed open the door and asked suspiciously, "Huh? Finished? So fast, only 2 minutes. It's over." Bai Yuan waved her hand as if she was a little tired. "You can send them off for me. I'm tired and want to rest." She lay on the bed and closed her eyes, pretending to take a nap. When Sun Pingzhong and Sun Mingzhu saw this scene, they knew that their mother didn't want to talk anymore, so they had to go out first and said, "Mom, you have a good rest first." Zhao Zhili followed the two to the small living room and walked all the way to the outside of the ward. Sun Jinwei poked his head out of the door, looking at Sun Pingzhong and Sun Mingzhu curiously, with an expression of what's wrong. Zhao Zhili walked outside the ward, looked at Su Wen, and casually said, "Su Wen, please see the guest off for me." Su Wen nodded and immediately said to the group, "Go this way and take the elevator." The gesture of inviting them told the group that they had to go. Zhao Zhili returned to the ward and sat back in front of the bed. "How is it?" Bai Yuan opened her eyes. Her eyes were bright, but her expression seemed a little boring. She tilted her head to look at him and said only 3 words, "Forget it." Zhao Zhili nodded to show that he understood. Zhao Zhili knew about the scene just now at halftime, and it was probably like this. Sun Jinwei knelt down to apologize, and his children accepted it. Bai Yuan's opinion. Is it important? In the eyes of everyone, it is not important at all. But he thinks it is important. Zhao Zhili asked her to rest first, and he stayed with her for a while. After she fell asleep, he went outside. Su Wen sat in the small living room, and Zhao Zhili also sat down. Su Wen quickly poured tea for Zhao Zhili and asked Mr. Zhao, "Are you really not going to deal with this matter? How do you think this matter should be dealt with?" Zhao Zhili asked his assistant while drinking tea. "Su Wen." This question stunned Su Wen. He felt that Sun Jinwei should be severely punished. However, he also saw the situation in the room just now. The children of the Sun family did not agree with Dr. Bai's opinion. If the children did not agree and insisted on sending Sun Jinwei to prison, then Dr. Bai might face the hatred of his children from now on. After all, no matter how bad the man is, he is still their father. Children certainly don't want to see their father go to jail for some family trivial matters. This is human nature. But this matter is very unfair to Dr. Bai. But if it is not dealt with like this, the grievances suffered by Dr. Bai can only flow into his stomach. Su Wen said in a low voice, a little indignant. Zhao Zhili smiled in an intriguing way. Su Wen, you are still too young." "Su Wen? How can I be too young? I am already over 40. I am still young." "Zhao Zhili, people like this will always have a bad time." Su Wen's eyes lit up. Could it be that Mr. Zhao was planning to? After going down from the elevator to the underground garage on the first floor, several people from the Sun family got into their cars. Sun Jinwei said that he would go back to the village first. Sun Mingzhu and his wife got into their own car. When they got into the car, Sun Mingzhu's air pressure was very low. Li Jiahong drove silently and did not say much. After all, this was his wife's family's business. If he spoke carelessly, he might get into trouble. So Li Jiahong was very smart to keep silent. "What do you think about this matter?" Sun Mingzhu suddenly asked. This question caught Li Jiahong off guard. "Hey, why ask him? What does this have to do with him?" Li Jiahong had a strong desire to survive. He pretended not to hear it, hummed twice, and then sighed heavily. Sun Mingzhu was sitting in the passenger seat. She didn't hear her husband say anything, and she couldn't help but get angry. "What do you mean? I asked you what you think about this matter. Do you also think I did something wrong?" He didn't say anything. Why did she think he thought she did something wrong? Women are really crazy. Li Jiahong sighed again in his heart. "Do you think I don't care about my mother?" Sun Mingzhu asked. Li Jiahong said, "I don't think you don't feel sorry for her mother. I just don't know how to comment on this matter." Sun Mingzhu looked at the scenery outside the window as the car drove out of the basement and said irritably, "I feel sorry for my mother being beaten, but I also know that my father was too much." "But..." Li Jiahong nodded slightly and whispered,
Our dad did go a bit too far. It's always wrong to hit people. Sun Mingju became anxious when she heard her husband's words. That's my dad. Why do you say that about my dad? Even if my dad was wrong, he is still my dad. Your dad is not that good either. He goes out to play mahjong when he has nothing to do. I forgot about picking up my grandson from school last time. Your dad is much more excessive than my dad. Yes, my dad is excessive. Li Jiahong immediately apologized with a smile. Sun Mingju got even angrier when she heard this perfunctory tone. You just look down on my dad, don't you? Let me tell you, my dad was very good to us three when we were young, especially to me. Although he was a little too much to my mom, he was very good to me. He gave me whatever I wanted since I was a child, and it was he who personally sent me to college. That day my mom was busy issuing death certificates in the clinic. He loved me very much.
Yes.
He is a good father, but not necessarily a good husband. Seeing that her husband didn't say much, Sun Mingju got even angrier. Do you look down on my dad and my family in your heart? If my dad really goes to jail, your mom will definitely laugh at me.
Li Jian.
He didn't say anything either. Sun Mingju said, I'm telling you, Li Jiahong, don't think that just because my parents are divorced, you dare to bully me. If you dare to hit me one day, we'll see you in court immediately. Why don't you say anything? Are you thinking about something in your mind? Li Jiahong remained silent. Sun Mingju, who was sitting in the passenger seat, became more and more excited. She knew her husband didn't say anything, but she was afraid in her heart, afraid that he really looked down on his father in his heart, and also looked down on her for speaking for his father. After all, in this matter, it was indeed the father who was at fault and did something wrong, and he should indeed admit his responsibility. But should he really go to jail? The beating of her mother was a matter of one person, but if her father went to jail, it would be a matter of many people. She didn't want her mother-in-law to gossip about her behind her back after she knew about it, thinking that she would lose face if she had a father in jail. How could she raise her head in her husband's family in the future? Sun Pingzhong and Yangwon didn't talk much along the way. Sun Pingzhong didn't say anything, and his face was very silent. As a wife, Yangwon would not say much. This was not her family's business. If she interrupted too much, her husband would only hate her and think she was troublesome. But when they were almost home, her husband Sun Pingzhong asked, Did I do the right thing? Yangwon rolled her eyes. What's right or wrong about this? You are right. But this is really unfair to your mother. If you hit me, we will never stop fighting. We must divorce. But your mother was beaten and you and Mingju spoke for your father the whole time. Is this fair? Sun Pingzhong was silent after listening, and after a while, he said, I know it's wrong, but what can I do? Really send him to jail? Yangwon didn't know what to say when she heard it. My father-in-law is such a rascal, but he really can't go to jail. If he goes to jail, then my husband will go out to talk about business. This will really be laughed at. It will be too ugly if it gets out. So in this matter, the mother-in-law can only suffer in silence. Yangwon sighed and said nothing. After Li Anren came out of the underground garage, he called Sun Pingzhe. Sun Pingzhe was working on a project in western Xinjiang. On the other side of the video call, he was wearing a white safety helmet. He was inspecting the situation at the construction site. White safety helmets have the highest status on the construction site. They are usually project supervisors or safety officers and site managers. Yellow safety helmets are ordinary workers. Sun Pingzhe is considered a project supervisor. He often follows various engineering projects. In the past 2 years, he has been building bridges and roads in western Xinjiang and several other projects. It's hard, but he also earns a lot. What's the matter? You called me suddenly at this time. Don't we usually video call at night? Li Anren, I have something to tell you. Go ahead. Sun Pingzhe threw a few drawings aside, walked to the side, and chose a place with a good signal to sit down. He held a piece of grass in his mouth and was very leisurely. Li Anren briefly talked about what happened in the ward today, and Sun Pingzhe frowned the whole time. After Li Anren finished speaking, Sun Pingzhe spat out the grass in his mouth. Then he half closed his eyes and said, I'll be back by plane tonight. Then are you still going? Li Anren asked. This question was somewhat philosophical. Sun Pingzhan's tan skin was very healthy, and his teeth were still white when he smiled. He grinned. Don't you want me to come here? Li Anren was driving, and occasionally glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Doesn't your bureau leader like you very much? Tell him that you have been exiled to the frontier for 2 years, and it's time to come back. Why do you say exile to the frontier? I came here voluntarily, and the salary is high. After Sun Pingzhe finished his defense, he whispered, You miss me. He thought his wife would not be very straightforward, but would say she missed him in a tactful way. Unexpectedly, Li Anren was very straightforward. Yes, I miss you. Sun Pingzhe immediately said, Okay, I'll talk to the bureau leader. Ask him to transfer me back. Li Anren hummed and asked, What time should I pick you up tonight? Sun Pingzhe thought about the process. If I come back, I have to pack up and hand over. You pick me up at the airport the day after tomorrow afternoon. I'll send you the exact time. Okay. Li Anren hung up the phone quickly. Bai Yuan stayed in this high-end ward. She only lay there for 2 hours on the first day and felt like she was almost rusty. In the afternoon, she quietly went downstairs for a walk. I thought Zhao Zhili had left, but when he came back and didn't find her, he called her frantically. Bai Yuan quickly said, I'm taking a walk downstairs in the hospital. He asked her to stay where she was. 5 minutes later, Zhao Zhili hurried to her side. This anxious attitude made Bai Yuan laugh and cry. How can I be lost when I'm such a big living person? I don't know if someone has taken you away again. If you are bullied again, I can't bear it. Zhao Zhili walked beside her and said, Bai Yuan, wearing a mask. Someone is very worried about her. I'm also afraid that she will be bullied. It feels good to be cared for. This made Bai Yuan realize instantly that she is also a person who is cared about by someone, not a meat bun who is beaten and scolded. In the past, she seldom spoke at home because she communicated with patients when she worked in the clinic. She said enough at work, and sometimes she felt that she had no energy when she went home. She would become silent at home. Later, Sun Jinwei had a bad temper and was prone to saying the wrong things at home, which made him very angry. After he got angry, there were a lot of things going on. After this, Bai Yuan became even less talkative when she was at home. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. The less you talk, the fewer mistakes you make. She rarely reveals her feelings to others, but now, the man next to her seems to always open his heart to her, which makes her a little embarrassed. Sun Jinwei is not a person who would open his heart to him. The two of them are more like comrades in arms than husband and wife. They don't tell each other their secrets. So this kind of relationship now makes Bai Yuan feel a little embarrassed and a little strange. Or is this a healthy relationship? Zhao Zhili ignored the sight of the people around him and took her hand up and held it in his palm. Then the two of them walked along the green corridor of the hospital. The hospital was still relatively quiet in the afternoon. Beautiful 2-ball sycamores, commonly known as French sycamores, are planted next to the road. After walking a few steps, Zhao Zhili motioned her to sit on the bench under the sycamore tree. The two of them sat side by side on the wooden bench. This kind of comfort and tranquility was something Bai Yuan had rarely experienced in her life. She had been working and living in a hurry for many years, and she rarely had time to observe the flowers, grass, and trees. Now it was quiet all of a sudden, and the whole world seemed to become peaceful and clear. He suddenly stood up and said, I'll buy you a cup of milk tea. Wait a minute. Bai Yuan? Buy milk tea properly. She rarely drinks milk tea. Isn't this something that young people like to drink? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a man in a black shirt and black trousers came over and handed her a cup of milk tea. He also took a cup in his hand. He said, I specifically asked for less sugar. Bai Yuan. He also drinks milk tea. This hobby. She said nothing and silently inserted the straw of the milk tea. The two of them sat together, holding a cup of milk tea and drinking milk tea. Bai Yuan then discovered that there was a young boy and girl sitting opposite them, drinking milk tea. Very youthful and energetic. Bai Yuan turned her head to look at him. He looked at her with a smile and asked, Is it delicious? It's delicious.
Bai Yuan said.
Bai Yuan, who rarely drank beverages full of additives, really felt that this cup of something full of additives was really delicious. Because it reminded her of youth. Maybe he was also. Neither of them drank a few sips of milk tea. Sitting there holding the milk tea cup, Zhao Zhili was in a very good mood. He felt like he was on a date when he was young. Although he had never dated when he was young, don't young people like these now? He thought, when she recovered, he would take her to the lake and the zoo. The two wandered outside for half an hour before Zhao Zhili sent Bai Yuan back to the ward. The next day, Bai Yuan stayed away from the village and the noise. During the days she was in the hospital, she felt like she was in another world, except that Sun Mingzhu occasionally sent her a message asking how she was doing. And Sun Pingzhe also sent a message. Mom, I will be back in a few days. Bai Yuan's eyes lit up. Is the second child coming back? She replied with a 90s-style welcome emoticon package for the elderly with flowers on the chest. Not long after, Sun Pingzhe replied again. Maybe I won't go to Shijiang in the future.
Stay in the city.
Tell me if you have anything to do later. After reading this message, Bai Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then her nose was sour. She always felt that Zhizhen knew something, but he didn't say it, and she didn't say much. When Sun Pingzhe came back, he was dressed lightly, and his luggage was just a few clothes and documents. Li Anren asked him where his luggage was. Sun Pingzhe said that all the bedding and clothes were thrown away. Only a few expensive ones were left. Li Anren was speechless. This guy has always been so casual. He comes back once every few months. After summer, he is a little darker than last year, but also more manly. When they met, Sun Pingzhe opened his arms. Li Anren frowned, looked at the people around, thought about it, and went up to give him a big hug. Sun Pingzhe hugged his wife and felt much better. After getting in the car, Li Anren drove out of the airport. Sun Pingzhe only said 3 words, go back home. Li Anren nodded, and then drove all the way back to his hometown in Jinko village. In the past few days, Sun Pingzhe didn't sleep much on the plane in a hurry to go home. He closed his eyes and rested for a while. At more than 8 o'clock in the evening, he finally arrived at the village. The village is still very comfortable. At the basketball court at the entrance of the village, many women ran to dance square dance. Everything seemed very calm. When Sun Pingzhe was about to arrive at the village, he opened his eyes. His eyes were like a wolf. He tilted his head and looked at the bustle at the entrance of the village boldly. His eyes wandered outside. After a while, the car entered the village. Soon he drove to the door of his hometown. Li Anren parked the car, and Sun Pingzhe stepped out of the car and stretched himself. He wanted to take out the key to open the door, but thinking of the current population structure of the family, he still knocked on the door. After a while, a woman shouted, I'm coming, and the small door of the big iron gate was opened. The woman inside looked out and was stunned for a moment before reacting. It's Xiaozhe, come in quickly. Han Baoqin didn't expect Sun Pingzhe to come back at this time. What she hated most was Sun Pingzhe. Sun Pingzhong and Sun Mingzhu were still people who could understand what they said and take the overall situation into consideration, but Sun Pingzhe was a bit stubborn, with a very straightforward temper and a bit hot. Did Sun Pingzhe know something? It's impossible, and no one called him. Did Bai Yuan secretly complain to Sun Pingzhe? It must be. This witch suffered a loss from Sun Pingzhong and Sun Mingzhu and complained to her second son. But Han Baoqin didn't dare to show anything on her face, so she could only smile and invite the two in. Then she found that Sun Pingzhe didn't bring any fruit or anything, and Han Baoqin despised him even more. He came to see her dad this time, but he didn't even know to buy some fruit. How rude. How uneducated. This is the good kid taught by Bai Yuan. Li Anren smiled and said nothing, followed Sun Pingzhe into the house. Sun Pingzhe is the tallest among the 3 children in the family. He is 185 centimeters tall, thin and tall. Walking in like this, coupled with a dark face, the whole person looks extremely low, which makes Han Baoqin's breathing slow down inexplicably. Sun Pingzhe asked as he walked, Where's my dad? Away, Xiaozhe is back. Han Baoqin shouted quickly, and then said to Sun Pingzhe,
Your dad is watching TV in the living room. If he knew you were back, he would be very happy. Sun Jinwei was watching TV and eating melon seeds in the living room. These days, he was always afraid that Bai Yuan would do something radical, so he didn't feel like going out to visit friends outside, and he stayed at home watching TV honestly. Then I heard that Sun Pingzhe had returned. Sun Jinwei was happy again, but then he thought that it must be revenge. Sure enough, when Sun Pingzhe entered the room, his eyes were full of ferocity, staring at Sun Jinwei, making Sun Jinwei feel hairy all over. Sun Pingzhe, why are you staring at me? I tell you, if you do anything to me, I will sue you in court. Sun Pingzhe chuckled. That's perfect, you go and sue me. We'll go to jail together. I'll accompany you. After saying that, he walked over and punched him directly. Sun Jinwei, this idiot, is not afraid of anything except his second son, because his second son is really stubborn. Every time he hits him, he really hits him. This idiot, when he meets a real madman, he will inexplicably become cowardly. A punch came up. Sun Jinwei was beaten and fell on the sofa. Don't you like to hit people? Sun Pingzhe cursed while hitting him. Besides bullying my mom at home, what else can you do? Sun Pingzhe, I'm telling you. If you hit me again, I'll really send you to the police station. Do you think I don't dare? Sun Jinwei was beaten on the sofa. He could resist, but facing his son who was much younger than him, he had no power to fight back. Especially since Sun Pingzhe usually hangs around on construction sites. What kind of scenes has he not seen? He still can't beat this guy. Sun Pingzhe waved his fists and cursed. I'm waiting. My mom will send you in and you'll send me in. Isn't it perfect for us? Father and son should go to jail together. Let's share hardships in jail for the rest of our lives. What do you think? Han Baoqin, who followed in from behind, saw the father and son wrestling on the sofa the moment she stepped into the living room. She screamed in shock. Why are you fighting? Xiaozhe, please talk it over nicely. You have to know that your dad really knows he was wrong and beat your mom, and he has already apologized. No one paid any attention to her at all during the fight, or maybe they didn't hear her at all. Han Baoqin wanted to go up and separate from the two people, but was afraid that Sun Pingzhe would vent his anger on her. She was like an ant on a hot pan, and could only turn her head to ask for help from Li Anren, who came in. Anren, please persuade Xiaozhe to stop beating his dad. Li Anren folded her arms, stood there, looked at the two people fighting, and said with a smile, Aunt Han, you don't have to worry. When Zhe is done beating, he will kneel down and apologize to my father-in-law. Han Baoqin never expected that Li Anren, who seemed to be rational and sober, would have such a personality. She was completely sick. Anren, Xiaozhe is crazy. Are you crazy too? My son beat me. This will be struck by lightning. Li Anren tilted her head and looked at the excited Han Baoqin. She said calmly, if lightning strikes, won't it strike me first? After striking the old one, then the young one, and we will be the next one. Han Baoqin was stunned, and after a while, she said, You are crazy too. You two crazy people. Then Han Baoqin couldn't help but took out her mobile phone and walked out, saying as she walked, I'm going to call the police. I'm going to call the police. Before she walked out of the living room, her cell phone was taken away. Then Han Baoqin saw Li Anren throw her cell phone to the ground, and then she grabbed the wooden stool next to her with one hand and smashed it down. Many stools in the countryside were made of solid wood when they were used to make furniture, and they were very sturdy. With this smash, the middle of the cell phone seemed to be crushed. Han Baoqin was shocked and yelled again, You dare to smash my cell phone? You! Li Anren still held the stool in her left hand, and she smiled and said, I am smashing your cell phone today. If you dare to walk out of this door and call for help again, I will not only smash your cell phone, but I will also beat you up, believe it or not. Han Baoqin was shocked. This woman, what on earth? What does Sun Pingzhe see in her? What a pervert. The two people who were wrestling on the sofa heard the voice here, turned their heads and looked for a second, and then Sun Jinwei struggled hard and yelled, You have guts. Do you really think I don't dare to beat you? Come on, who's afraid of who? You've beaten me a lot before. Now you beat my mom,
Beat me up now, isn't that the family tradition of our family? Sun Pingja was the only child in the family who was beaten before because he was good-looking. He was always provoked at school. He got into group fights in middle school. He was chased by all kinds of girls in high school, and it was common for parents to be called. So Sun Jinwei often beat him, thinking he was always causing trouble. Sun Pingja kicked him. Sun Jinwei finally felt that he was old and couldn't beat his son, so he began to beg for mercy. Zhizha, I was really wrong, please. I've apologized to your mom. What else do you want from me? I want you to go to jail. Are you willing? You crazy. I just hit her a few times. Why should I go to jail? If you don't want to, then let me beat you up too. After I beat you into the hospital, the account will be settled. You rascal, I'm your dad. It's so unfair. You hit me. You will definitely not die well in the future. Keep on cursing. You'll only have a mouth left to curse. I won't let you curse. I won't let you bully my mom. Sun Pingja continued to beat, and Sun Jinwei continued to curse. The entire Sun family's living room was very lively. Han Baoqin stood by and didn't dare to speak anymore. It seemed that there was no room for her to speak in this place. She was afraid that if she continued to talk nonsense, she would really be beaten by this woman. Li Anren had been watching the fight. After a while, Li Anren said, "Enough." Sun Pingja hummed, then stood up, clenched his two fists together, and the clenched fists made a crackling sound. He said, "I feel good." Then Sun Pingja stood up, nodded his chin at Li Anren, and made a look that said it was time to go home. Before the two left the living room, Han Baoqin muttered softly, "You two are crazy, crazy." Sun Pingja suddenly stopped walking. He backed away slowly, as if the god of death was approaching. Han Baoqin got goosebumps all over his body. Sun Pingja backed away a few steps, walked in front of Han Baoqin, lowered his head slightly, and looked at the woman face to face. "You know I'm crazy. If you dare to stir up trouble again next time, be careful that I will come back in the middle of the night to beat you up."
Han Baoqin.
Until the two left, Sun Jinwei on the other side of the sofa shouted weakly, "Help! Quick, call an ambulance for me." Han Baoqin came back to her senses and ran over to check on Sun Jinwei in horror, and found that Sun Jinwei's whole face was swollen, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, as if a tooth was knocked out. He was also covering his chest and crying in pain.
Han Baoqin hurriedly shouted, "Ambulance!"
Where is the ambulance? Sun Jinwei felt that he was about to be beaten to death, and he couldn't help rolling his eyes. His mouth was leaking air, and he said, "Where's your cell phone? Call 120. Han Baoqin turned her head to look at the corpse of the mobile phone and quickly asked Sun Jinwei to unlock the phone and call 120 with his phone. Half an hour later, in the fourth group of Jinko village, an ambulance with flashing lights and the sound of aha drove to the door of Sun Jinwei's house. This scene stunned many villagers who were chatting at the door at night. What's going on? How did the ambulance get to the door of Sun Jinwei's house? Who is suddenly critically ill? Or did something big happen? Bai Yuan was lying on the hospital bed watching TV, and Zhao Zhili was lying on the bed next to her. The two of them were watching TV together. The TV was showing the second season of the Qin Empire. The two of them were watching it with relish. Suddenly the phone rang, and she looked down. It was from Sun Pingja. "Mom, I avenged you." Bai Yuan. As if he could guess what Bai Yuan was thinking, Sun Pingja sent another message. "I beat him up. I guess he has to stay in the hospital for a while, Bai Yuan." Originally, Bai Yuan wanted to call Sun Pingja to ask about it, but at the critical moment, she paused, because she suddenly felt very happy. After she finished looking at the phone, she couldn't help but smile. Zhao Zhili, who was in the clinic, saw this scene and asked, "What happy thing happened?" Bai Yuan then whispered, "Zhizha beat up Sun Jinwei. He said that he would probably have to stay in the hospital for a while. Isn't this good? Someone is letting you vent your anger." The thorn that had been piercing Zhao Zhili's heart also weakened slightly. Well, at least someone avenged her, and he felt much more comfortable. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to take action in this situation. Bai Yuan suddenly realized that the two of them had been living in the same room for the past few days, just like a standard hotel room.
He slept on the accompanying bed over there, and she slept on the hospital bed. There was only 1 meter of space in the middle. She had never lived in the same room with a strange man. Realizing this problem, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But she didn't dare to say it, and Zhao Zhili didn't notice it either, or maybe he did notice it but didn't say it. The two of them tacitly kept silent about this issue. And just like that, Bai Yuan stayed in Lishan Hospital for a week. On the 5th day, Sun Pingzhe and Li Anren brought their children to see her. At that time, Bai Yuan's injuries were basically healed, and her face had returned to its original state. Sun Pingzhe didn't say anything else, just said, "You won't leave in the future. You will stay in this city." The two children were making a fuss in the ward and kept asking, "What kind of ward is this? Why is it different from what we usually see in the hospital?" Then, without waiting for others to answer, he ran to the small living room and turned on the TV to watch cartoons. Li Anren asked Bai Yuan to take good care of herself and wait until she was fully recovered before returning to the village. Bai Yuan smiled and said yes. There was nothing in common between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law, and they did not deliberately look for topics. Bai Yuan herself was a relatively quiet person, and Li Anren was not a talkative person. Li Anren casually talked about the usual situation of Sun Pan and Sun Shui in school. As a son, Sun Pingzhe didn't chat with his biological mother much after he grew up and had a wife. He sat in the small living room and let the two children jump on him. Zhao Zhili sat on the side and asked a few questions about Xizheng. Sun Pingzhe said it was okay. The two men inexplicably changed the topic from the engineering work in Xizheng, talked about the local customs and customs there, and then pulled it to the construction work there. After chatting for a while, after Li Anren came out, Sun Pingzhe went in and said goodbye to Bai Yuan, saying that he would go back first. Then he walked to the bedside and hugged his mother gently. He said in her ear, "Call me when you are discharged in 2 days, and I will pick you up." This almost made Bai Yuan cry. Her nose was sore. This guy hasn't been back for a year or two. When did he learn to comfort people like this? After Sun Pingzhe and his wife went back, the next day, the doctor asked Bai Yuan to stay in the hospital for 2 more days. As a result, someone in the village suddenly passed away early in the morning, and she, the village doctor, needed to issue a death certificate to go to the crematorium to make an appointment for cremation. She didn't dare to delay and told the doctor. The doctor agreed to discharge her. Only some minor injuries on her back were left, and she would probably have to go home and recover slowly. Bai Yuan quickly packed a simple bag, got on Su Wen's car, and hurried back to the village. When she returned to the village, sitting in the car, she tilted her head and looked out the window. The scenery on both sides of the highway kept receding, like the phantom of life. Bai Yuan thought about the days in the hospital, and she always felt that everything was like a dream. What are you thinking about? She was looking at the scenery outside, and Zhao Zhili was looking at her. Life is like a dream bubble, Bai Yuan said slowly. That's why we should cherish today,
Zhao Zhili said.
Bai Yuan turned her head and looked at him, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After returning to the village, she put down her simple luggage and opened the door of the clinic. She first contacted the family of the deceased to come and get a death certificate. After she got the death certificate, the family took the death certificate to the town health center and the street office for stamping. It was noon when she finished all this. Bai Yuan wanted to cook, but was stopped by Zhao Zhili. Zhao Zhili asked Su Wen to buy lunch. He said there is no need to work so hard. I don't have to eat the food you cook to survive. You don't have to eat it without suffering. I don't want you to hang around the stove in the future. Bai Yuan was so moved that she wanted to cry. It was the first time someone said this to her. In the past, Sun Jinwei always said that as long as she was there, she had to find time to cook because he had to eat home-cooked food. He also said how unclean and dirty the food outside was. The most important thing is that Sun Jinwei can't stand her being idle at home, let alone working outside. In his words, if she keeps working, he thinks she is like a strong woman who basically doesn't care about the family. He would say, "You are a woman, you never go home," or "When you go home, you do nothing. Then are you still a woman?" A woman should clean the house, cook, take care of the children, give a man a warm home. If she is idle at home, Sun Jinwei will say, You are awesome. Aren't you just a small doctor in the clinic? Why are you pretending to be so big? You act like you are doing scientific research. Are you so busy at home? You can't even take care of your meals? Sun Jinwei must see her busy at home like a spinning top, spinning non-stop, so that he will feel that she is working hard for the family. Bai Yuan resisted at first, but the result of the resistance was a beating or another verbal dispute. She was very busy at work, and she really didn't want to quarrel at home after work. Later, as time went by, she stopped talking about it. She silently adjusted the time, silently shortened the cooking time, and slowly adjusted it herself. So, when someone told her that you don't have to force yourself to eat without suffering, she couldn't help but turn around and secretly wiped away her tears. Suwon bought the meal and came back. The three of them ate the meal. Suwon went out for a walk and threw away the garbage. There were only 2 people left in the living room. The TV was on. Bai Yuan quickly wiped the table clean, and Zhao Zhili put a new garbage bag on the trash can. Then the 2 of them sat side by side on the sofa watching TV, like an old couple. This made Bai Yuan feel a little natural and a little unnatural. She suddenly remembered that he had to go back in the afternoon. She scratched her face and said a little embarrassedly, "That." Zhao Zhili turned to look at her.
That.
Bai Yuan didn't know how to start. Zhao Zhili continued to look at her with some expectation in his eyes.
Just.
How should she start? Inviting a man to live together is really too difficult. She couldn't say it, not to mention whether she would be rejected. Think about it carefully. Will he live in the village? Probably not, for a rich capitalist like him. He must live in a villa at ordinary times, with 7 or 8 nannies serving him at home. It is really unfair for him to live here. Bai Yuan froze at her lips.
Well.
Zhao Zhili's eyes became more and more expectant. Where do you live every night? Bai Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and asked.
Home.
Zhao Zhili turned back to watch TV.
Oh.
Bai Yuan also turned back to watch TV. Are you concerned that I have no place to live?
Zhao Zhili asked. No.
Bai Yuan hurriedly said casually, the house you built has a lot of rooms. Indeed. Zhao Zhili nodded. With a lot of rooms, can you ask him to stay? Bai Yuan still couldn't say it. Oh, forget it, it's okay. You can come back later. Okay.
Zhao Zhili said.
The 2 continued to watch TV. Bai Yuan had no idea what was on TV. She lowered her head and pinched the corner of her clothes. When she thought about living alone tonight, the shadow of being beaten by Sun Jinwei a few days ago came to her mind again, which made her inexplicably afraid of living alone. Zhao Zhili found that her hand holding the corner of her clothes had white and blue knuckles, and she seemed very nervous. He grabbed her hand and said, if you are afraid of living alone, do you want to live in my house temporarily? Live in his house.
What?
Bai Yuan hurriedly said, no. I can live alone. I just need to not open the door randomly in the future. Really? Zhao Zhili asked. Bai Yuan gritted her teeth and said, starting tonight, I will live in the new house you bought in the county. I can't live here for the time being. I am always afraid that Sun Jinwei will do it again. Zhao Zhili sighed, knowing that she would not take the initiative to speak, which was also her characteristic. He said, how about I live with you in the village? Yes, is it okay? Bai Yuan turned to look at him. Her eyes widened, but then she lowered her head and muttered nervously, will people gossip about me? You care a lot about what others think. Zhao Zhili was amused by her depressed look and wanted to laugh. Bai Yuan said very seriously, after all, this is a village. There are a lot of gossips. Zhao Zhili asked with a smile, are you afraid that you won't be able to get married because of too much gossip? Bai Yuan said quickly, no, it's not. I'm afraid it will affect your reputation. Zhao Zhili almost wanted to say, whoever dares to expose me, I will ask people to block the account on the entire network. But he was afraid that if he said it out loud, she would think that he was a little rich. So he thought about it and said tactfully, then how about we go to get the certificate now? The Civil Affairs Bureau is not closed yet. It was time to get the marriage certificate again. Bai Yuan blushed with embarrassment. Don't rush to get the marriage certificate. Let's try living together first. What if you don't like me because of living habits? What do I dislike about you?
Zhao Zhili laughed out loud.
That afternoon, Suwon followed orders and returned to Zhao Zhili's house in the city. He packed simple luggage and some clothes to change. After returning in the afternoon, he took down 2 large suitcases. Zhao Zhili began to tidy up his room. Suwon said he wanted to help him hang up his clothes. Bai Yuan stood at the door and whispered, "Let me do it." Suwon was stunned, looked at Zhao Zhili, and then silently gave the job to Bai Yuan. In the past, this job was the nanny's at home, but since he came out with him, it was usually his job. Now, someone was willing to do it, and Mr. Zhao didn't seem to refuse. He stood by with a smile on his face, with a satisfied expression that someone was in charge. Suwon quickly retreated. This dog food is really unbearable. Zhao Zhili sat on the newly made bed sheets. The sheets were ordinary pure cotton sheets. They were all bought by Bai Yuan a while ago. She bought a lot of sets for washing. Even the patterns were full of simplicity, unlike his home, which was taken care of by a special person. The sheets and floor tiles were all gray, as if he liked it, business style. Zhao Zhili was very satisfied watching Bai Yuan helping him tidy up the cabinet, but he frowned a little. "I don't need you to do these things. Let Suwon find a few professional nannies to cook and do housework. At least 2. I don't want you to do these for me all day. After all, I don't want to find a wife to do housework for me." Bai Yuan stood in front of the cabinet, turned around and looked at him, a little at a loss. "But I am willing to tidy up your clothes and cook for you. Wan, you are willing, but I am not." Zhao Zhili stood up, walked to her, grabbed her hand, held it tightly, looked into her clear eyes, and said seriously, "I know you are willing." Bai Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. She could only look at him stupidly. Zhao Zhili smiled and said, "If you have to cook and wash dishes every day, organize clothes and wash clothes, then you are not a nanny. I naturally know that you like me and may be willing to do it for me. But I don't want the woman I like to be entangled in housework all day and be trapped by these housework. In my eyes, housework and cooking, if you do these things every day, this is a job. I am looking for a partner, not a nanny. I have money. When I am old, I am looking for a partner. I want to find someone who is spiritually compatible, not someone to be my nanny. Where can I not hire a nanny? I can also provide people with a job opportunity. Don't you think so?" She understood every word of his words, but when they were put together, she didn't quite understand it. This was different from her life in the past few decades, and what everyone said to her. Women in the village basically have to cook and wash clothes for men. Who can be special? No matter how strong a woman is outside, when she returns home, she always has to cook, wash clothes, and do housework for the whole family. This was also what her mother taught her when she was a child. Bai Yuan stood there, lowering her eyes, feeling a little overwhelmed. "But if I don't do these, what should I do in this family?" she was thinking. Zhao Zhili gently held her in his arms and whispered, "You don't have to do these. Just run your clinic well, come back from work, and start to enjoy life. Don't you want to grow vegetables in the vegetable garden? Although winter is coming, you can also grow some vegetables.
Just do what you like."
If you don't want to run a clinic anymore, just tell me, let's not open a clinic, let's do something else. Although I think you should retire. You are 61 years old, and it's time to retire. But if you want to continue to shine at work, I don't object. After all, some people need recognition of their social value. They don't like to be too idle. If you want to retire and enjoy your old age, let's enjoy your old age and start traveling and playing around. You have struggled all your life, and now I have me. You can lie down if you want. Why put the shackles of struggle on yourself? Of course, it's all up to you. Anyway, I don't want my woman to be entangled in household chores and spend all day around the stove. If so, one day, she will be trapped in the huge cage of life and lose herself." After hearing what he meant, Bai Yuan's nose felt sore, and she couldn't help crying. She lay in his arms and cried loudly, like a child.
Ooh.
Zhao Zhili was stunned and quickly hugged her and patted her back gently. "Why are you crying?"
Whoa.
She continued to lie in his arms and cried, as if all the grievances in her life were poured out in an instant. Zhao Zhili patted her back like coaxing a child and whispered, "Okay, okay, don't cry. I'm here." After Bai Yuan finished crying, she wiped her eyes, then raised her head and chuckled again. Zhao Zhili laughed, too. "Then I can't do nothing at all. I want to tidy up your clothes. That's what a couple should be like. Hire 2 nannies later. If you want to do it, give the nanny a day off. Just do it as a hobby. Don't treat this as your life's work." Zhao Zhili continued to remind. Bai Yuan's nose was red, and she smiled and nodded and said okay. Early the next morning, Zhao Zhili finished washing up and opened the door in high spirits. Xiao Yang, who lived next door, was standing at the door combing her hair. The two looked at each other, and Xiao Yang greeted her dryly. "Morning." "Morning." Zhao Zhili smiled and greeted the opposite door. Xiao Yang looked at Zhao Zhili opening the door with a confused look on her face. She had a lot of questions to ask, but she didn't ask. After combing her hair, she hurried back to the house. She had a gossipy look on her face and patted her man Cheng Yongfeng, who was still lying in bed. "Hey, let me tell you, I just saw the opposite door, and the person who opened the door was that Mr. Zhao." "What Mr. Zhao?" Cheng Yongfeng went to play mahjong last night and came back late. He asked in a daze. "It's the one who came down in a helicopter." Xiao Yang pushed him.
Huh?
Cheng Yongfeng raised his head from the quilt and was shocked. "What's going on?" Mrs. Yang was also speechless. The two looked at each other and gave a reasonable answer. "Could it be Mr. Zhao is living with Dr. Bai? It's a big deal that Zhao Zhili lives in the village. Many people in the countryside like to open the small door of the big iron gate as the first thing they do when they wake up in the morning, and some people like to brush their teeth at the door. Some people even like to go to the door to breathe some fresh air after waking up. In short, they just have to go out." So, in the back street of the 4th group of Jinko village, many people saw a strange and handsome face sitting at the door of Dr. Bai's new house, because the door of the new house faces south. Very sunny. He was basking in the sun quite leisurely. Everyone who knew him was surprised. "Isn't this Mr. Zhao? He actually lived with Dr. Bai."
Well,
"Did you get the marriage certificate?" Although many elderly people who live together do not get a marriage certificate, but so soon? Also, isn't Mr. Zhao a rich man with a helicopter? Why would he live in the village? Could it be that he likes the local customs and habits of Jinko village? Or does he think the village is bigger? But this village is not near mountains or rivers, and there is an industrial city next to it, so the environment is not that good. Everyone was confused and talked about it crazily behind their backs. Sun Jinwei is still in the hospital. He has a broken rib, a broken nose, and a lost tooth. He needs to be hospitalized for at least half a month. As the eldest brother, Sun Jinping is his big brother, and he has to visit him every now and then. Zhao Mei went to see Sun Jinwei with Sun Jinping that day. Zhao Mei couldn't help but tell the second brother and his wife about Mr. Zhao living in the village. When Sun Jinwei heard that Bai Yuan had brought that man to live in the village, he almost fainted from anger. Han Baoqin didn't have any emotions at first. She was still thinking that she had to let away and her get the marriage certificate quickly, otherwise she would fall behind in everything. As a result, when she turned around and saw Sun Jinwei's bloodshot expression, Han Baoqin felt uncomfortable. After Sun Jinping and his wife left, she said, "Away, do you like me or Bai Yuan?" Sun Jinwei knew that Han Baoqin had been taking care of him in the hospital these days. He was grateful in his heart and immediately said, "Baoqin, you know I love you very much. Then why do you care so much about whether Bai Yuan brings a man back home? Does it matter to you who she brings back? It's obvious that Bai Yuan doesn't care about you at all. You just make yourself look like a lovesick person." Han Baoqin got angry when she thought about this. She and Sun Jinwei haven't got the marriage certificate yet, but Sun Pingzhi beat his father and put him in the hospital, and she had to come and take care of him. The sons and daughters didn't even come to see her. It seemed that Sun Pingzhong and Sun Mingzhu didn't know about this yet. "Forget it, if I tell them, I'll probably have to try to smooth things over by saying that the second brother beat you, so just forget it and bear with it. That's just the temper of the second brother. because he can't beat him, and it's impossible to send the second brother to detention for beating his father. Han Baoqin's words made Sun Jinwei's head buzz. Is he a lovesick man? When did he become lovesick? He just couldn't stand Bai Yuan finding a man. Why does she find a man? She's only been divorced for a few days. What's the matter? Did you think Bai Yuan loved you very much before? If she really loved you, she wouldn't have gotten together with other men so soon after the divorce. I don't know why you think about this kind of woman all day long. Han Baoqin couldn't help rolling her eyes. Sun Jinwei didn't believe that Bai Yuan had no feelings for him. They had been together for more than 30 years. How could it be gone just like that? How is that possible? She must have been deceived by a rich man. Han Baoqin suddenly said, We'll get the certificate when you're discharged from the hospital. This was still just the usual urging, but Sun Jinwei gritted his teeth this time. Okay, let's get the certificate when you're discharged from the hospital. Han Baoqin didn't notice what Sun Jinwei said. She continued, Bai Yuan must have brought a man to do it for you to see, to prove to you that she's very popular. Think about it, Mr. Zhao is so rich. If he really loved Bai Yuan, he would have taken her to live in his house long ago. Why would he come to live in a small village?
He's not a.
He must be just playing with her. Sun Jinwei nodded. He had money to play with her. Of course, when he and Baoqin get the marriage certificate, Bai Yuan will be abandoned by the rich man again. She will definitely come to him crying for help. At that time, he, Sun Jinwei, would never even look at her.
Han Baoqin pus.
Well, what did he say just now, getting the marriage certificate? Although Shuelu village is far away from Jinko village, some people still have marriage relationships with each other. After returning to her parents' home, some people will tell their family members about the gossip in their village. Her family members happen to know the Bai family. They also told some things to Bai Jiqiang's wife Wu Qiumei. When Wu Qiumei heard it, what? The man Bai Yuan found is so rich that he even has a helicopter. Wu Qiumei excitedly told Bai Jiqiang about this. Jiqiang, your sister has become rich. The man she found is so rich that he even has a helicopter. When Bai Jiqiang heard this, his eyes turned red with shock. No way. A helicopter? If he is so rich, then it shouldn't be a problem to borrow some money later. During Sun Jinwei's hospitalization, he couldn't help but call Sun Mingzhu and asked his daughter to come and see him. He felt that he was very pitiful for being beaten. Now he is in the hospital, and only Baoqin has been taking care of him all the way, without any regrets. But none of his children came. Sun Jinwei thought that he didn't tell his children about this. After telling them, their children would definitely come. But Sun Jinwei didn't know who to beat. He would beat the eldest brother, and the eldest brother would definitely come. But his son was not as obedient as his daughter, so he had to beat Sun Mingzhu. Sun Mingzhu knew that he was in the hospital and asked what was going on. Sun Jinwei wanted to exaggerate and say that your second brother is not a human being, but when the words came to his lips, he thought that he was still on the same household registration book with Sun Pingzha, and he and the second brother were a family to the outside world. If he kept complaining about the second brother in front of Sun Mingzhu, the second brother would know about it and would have to give him a beating again. After thinking about it, Sun Jinwei didn't dare to talk about it. He just said that he accidentally fell and came to the hospital to stay for a few days. Han Baoqin was very puzzled when she heard Sun Jinwei lied to Sun Mingzhu. What are you talking about? Why can't you just say that it was Sun Pingzha who beat you? Han Baoqin asked after he hung up the phone. What do you know, woman? Sun Jinwei was embarrassed to say that Zhizha and I were in the same household registration book. Isn't it courting death to say bad things about others? The second son has a bad temper. He will hit him. What a sin. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have lived with the second son. I should have lived with the eldest son. Maybe the situation is not so bad now. The eldest son, Sun Pingzhang, is easier to deal with. He is a good man. Yes, I don't understand. You beat your son like this, and you didn't complain to your daughter. You are a good father, okay?
Han Baoqin set aside skitilis.
When Sun Mingzhu heard that his own father had fallen and injured, he drove back from the city immediately. He also anxiously asked the doctor how his father was. The doctor briefly explained the condition, and Sun Mingju was full of question marks. If a person falls and injures himself, he will lose a tooth, break a rib, break the bridge of the nose, and have bruises on his face, which are obviously signs of being beaten. Doctor, tell me the truth. Sun Mingju felt that there was something fishy about this. This should have been beaten by someone. The doctor told the family very bluntly. He didn't understand why the patient told his children that it was a fall injury. Doesn't that injury look like a fall injury? He lied without thinking. Sun Mingju returned to the ward and questioned Sun Jinwei. Dad, what happened to you? Who beat you? Was it my mother who asked someone? My mother is not that kind of person. Could it be that Mr. Zhao was so angry that he asked someone to beat you up? How could you suspect that Mr. Zhao beat me up? Sun Jinwei felt that Sun Mingju's thinking was really unconventional. Seeing that her father said nothing, Sun Mingju felt that her guess had come true. Dad, tell me the truth. If I was really beaten up, I would definitely go to Mr. Zhao to argue with him. Although he is rich and powerful, he can't bully people. Sun Jinwei was embarrassed, thinking, I can't just say that I was beaten up by your second brother. Because of this matter, I'll go to argue with him. I want to ask you for an explanation. Sun Mingju stood up, looking as if she was going to find Zhao Zhili to argue. This frightened Sun Jinwei, who quickly stopped her and said, Hey, don't go. He really didn't order the beating. Then, who could it be? Sun Mingju was stunned. Who else would beat her father?
Wait.
Sun Mingju and Sun Jinwei looked at each other, and Sun Jinwei embarrassedly said it was Sun Pingzhe. Sun Mingju was surprised that her second brother came back at first, and then she couldn't help but scolded. How could your second brother be like this? Even if you did something wrong, he is his father. That's right. Han Baoqin saw Sun Mingju speak and immediately replied, Your second brother is really a bad person. Look at how he beat your father. Your father is not young anymore. How can he withstand such a heavy punch? If anything happens, he will regret it no matter how much he takes. Second brother is a violent maniac. Sun Mingju muttered and asked again, Did he come to the hospital to see you? He came to see your dad. It's good that he didn't come to beat people. Han Baoqin rolled her eyes and said, How can this be? He beat people like this and didn't come to see them. Is he still a human being? I'll call him. Sun Mingju got up and called her second brother. Sun Jinwei didn't seem to care on the surface, but he was actually staring at Sun Mingju with a concerned look. Sun Mingju picked up the phone and called Sun Pingzhe. After a few words, Sun Mingju hung up the phone awkwardly and walked back. What's the matter? Sun Jinwei asked hurriedly. Forget it. We don't care about him. Sun Mingju was embarrassed to say, Sun Pingzhe told you to go to Hades. She laughed and said, Dad, look at the two good sons you gave birth to. My eldest brother also said that he was very busy. Only your daughter came to see you. It's useless to give birth to a son. When she knew her father was in the hospital, she called her eldest brother, but he said he was busy. He didn't want to care and said he would transfer 500 yuan to her when he had time. Her second brother told her father to die. Among them, she was the only daughter who came to see her old father. She is the most filial. Sun Jinwei ate the apple washed by Sun Mingju and said, Otherwise, why would Dad love you the most? Dad had 3 children, and you were the first one. The second one was a son, but I didn't like you. You are so delicate and tender, and you don't look manly. Look at the name Dad gave you, Mingju. You are Dad's little cotton padded jacket. You are the apple of Dad's eye. Sun Mingju was very pleased with the compliment. She felt that there were 3 children in the family, and the eldest and second brothers were busy, but only the daughter would come back to see her parents. She was indeed the most filial person in the family. Sun Mingju turned her head and looked at Han Baoqin, who had been serving her father. To be honest, she did not like Han Baoqin very much. She felt that she was the fuse of her parents' divorce, and that it was wrong for her father to cheat for more than 10 years. But now Aunt Han took the trouble to take care of her father. Even if she had no credit, she had worked hard. Besides, after the divorce, her mother really ignored her father, just like her real ex-husband. She called to ask, and her mother seemed to have been discharged from the hospital.
Could it be that she really didn't know that the second son had beaten her father? She should have known. She knew, but she didn't come to visit. What does this mean? It means that her mother really doesn't care about her father at all. Sun Mingju felt extremely disappointed about this matter. After all, the couple had been in love for decades. Although she felt bad when her father beat her mother, Sun Mingju also knew that her father always controlled the strength when he beat her mother, and at most, it was just some flesh wounds. No bones would be broken because he used to beat her often, and her father would not beat her mother to the point where she really needed to be hospitalized. He was afraid that she would need to take leave and not be able to earn money. In front of them, the mother said forget it and turned around and complained to her son behind her back. Then she asked her son to deal with his father. The second son stood up for his mother and beat his father so badly that he needed to be hospitalized for a while. But the mother pretended to be completely ignorant and didn't care. My mother is really something. She must have complained to the second brother. Otherwise, the second brother wouldn't have come to beat you. Sun Mingju felt that her mother was a little cold-blooded. That's right. When Sun Jinwei saw that his daughter felt sorry for him, he immediately felt very wronged. He even knelt down to her, but she complained to her son. She really deserved to be beaten. Your second brother is in Shijiang. How could he know about this? If it wasn't for your mother complaining, he wouldn't have suddenly come back to beat me. She was beaten, and you went to her in person to kneel down and apologize. As a result, you were beaten by your second brother, but Mom really didn't care, as if you were dead. Sun Mingju felt a little resentful. If her mother could have been more patient and not divorced, her parents would still be together now. Aunt Han would not come to the door. Sun Mingju sighed. My mother may only be concerned about being with that rich Mr. Zhao now. She may not even remember who Sun Jinwei is. Sun Jinwei continued to eat the apple. His daughter's visit made him feel much better. He no longer felt that having children was useless. It was still very useful. Sun Mingju turned to Han Baoqin and said, Aunt Han, my dad will trouble you in the future. He and my mom are divorced and we children are not around. We can only rely on you for many things. Of course, your dad has promised me. After we are discharged from the hospital, we will go to get the marriage certificate. Han Baoqin revealed this matter intentionally or unintentionally. Anyway, Sun Jinwei had already promised her. If he wrote a blank check, she would first make this matter final so that he could not regret it. After she finished speaking about this, she had been quietly observing Sun Mingju's expression. After all, Sun Jinwei wanted to get the certificate without the consent of several children. What if the children knew about it and quarreled again? Sun Jinwei would definitely revoke this decision by then. Then congratulations to Dad in advance. Sun Mingju said. Sun Jinwei was afraid that his daughter would be unhappy, so he quickly said, don't tell your mother about this so that she won't be anxious and angry when she knows about it. What if she still has feelings for me? I can only say sorry. Dad, you think too much. When they just got divorced, Sun Mingju also resented Han Baoqin, thinking that if she hadn't shown up, her parents wouldn't have divorced. But after more than half a year, as an adult, she has let it go, thinking that maybe it's all fate. Maybe her father and mother are destined to go their separate ways. Maybe her father and Han Baoqin are the true love. After all, after the divorce, her mother didn't wait for her father to think clearly. Maybe her father was just obsessed for a while. It's normal for men to make mistakes, as long as they can go home. But her mother didn't wait, and immediately started dating Mr. Zhao. As if she couldn't wait. Is it because Mr. Zhao is rich? Doesn't she know that if her father really liked Aunt Han, wouldn't he have got the marriage certificate as soon as possible? It's because he likes her mother. Sun Mingju felt that her father had been regretting after the divorce. Otherwise, how could he not get the marriage certificate with Aunt Han for so long? Otherwise, how could he have nothing to do and kept going to his mother's clinic to go crazy? It was because he loved his mother. The mother who looked decent in the eyes of outsiders was just a woman after all, just a vain woman. Mr. Zhao bought her a farm, built a house, and bought her a bag worth millions. Who wouldn't be tempted? After all, her mother didn't wait for her father and turned to Mr. Zhao's arms, turned to the arms of money.
Only her father was left. Now, it seemed that there was no way out, and he began to accept Aunt Han sincerely, determined to get the marriage certificate. So, as an adult, Sun Mingzhu no longer had any complaints at this moment. 2 days after Zhao Zhili moved to the village, almost half of the people in the village knew that Dr. Bai from the clinic lived with Mr. Zhao, but no one asked, "Have you too got the marriage certificate?" After all, not all elderly people who are looking for a partner will get a marriage certificate. The main reason is that some villages are involved in demolition. Once a marriage certificate is obtained, the demolition will occasionally encounter many disputes. Besides, they are too embarrassed to ask whether Bai Yuan and Mr. Zhao have obtained a marriage certificate. But everyone will not ask, which does not mean that some straightforward people will not ask. For example, Yang Xiaomin, a former neighbor, was extremely curious when she heard that Mr. Zhao lived in the village. She asked around. Others did not know, so she could only come to sit for a while, pretending to gossip, but actually asking. Yang Xiaomin came over and talked about some gossip in the village. After a while, she turned the topic to Bai Yuan. "Well, have you too obtained a marriage certificate?"
No.
Bai Yuan shook her head and said with a smile. Yang Xiaomin was stunned for a while, then quickly stepped forward and said, "Why don't you get a marriage certificate? He is so rich. If you get a marriage certificate, what if he... You can still get some property." Bai Yuan looked sideways, not knowing how to respond. Yang Xiaomin thought she was simple-minded, but she didn't expect this. "Let me tell you, since you are divorced and have found a rich partner, then go get the certificate as soon as possible. I think he is really rich. Wouldn't it be great to get the certificate as soon as possible?" Bai Yuan looked at Yang Xiaomin in a dilemma. To live together, is the certificate important? There is no certificate. Mr. Zhao left when he wanted to. Don't you understand? Yang Xiaomin was a typical rural person. She persuaded, although you are old, it is still important to get the certificate. After Yang Xiaomin left, Bai Yuan shook her head helplessly. Yang Xiaomin talked about this with several women in the front street of the 4th group of Jinko village. "I heard that Dr. Bai and Mr. Zhao didn't get the certificate. Some people say that they are living together, and it is not important to get the certificate. I think the actual reason is that Mr. Zhao is unwilling to get the certificate." That's right. Rich people probably just look for an old rural lady to play with for a while. If they are not happy, they will find a new partner. They won't be entangled by Dr. Bai. How can these rich people get a marriage certificate with ordinary people? Once they get the marriage certificate, if they divorce, won't it involve the issue of division of property? They are very smart. I don't think it's Mr. Zhao who doesn't want to get the marriage certificate. I feel it's Dr. Bai who doesn't want to. Think about it. If Mr. Zhao doesn't want to get the marriage certificate, there is no reason to build a farm for Bai Yuan. How much do you think it costs to buy a residential plot now? It must cost a lot. Besides, this newly built house, just the decoration, it looks like a villa. How can he not want to get the marriage certificate if he is so thoughtful? There is no necessary connection between intention and marriage. Why are you so concerned about whether Mr. Zhao and Dr. Bai get a marriage certificate? Regardless of whether they have a marriage certificate or not, they are still boyfriend and girlfriend. Did your men buy you a house? Or built you a small villa? That's it, you guys find a poor guy and still think about dividing the property.
Ha ha ha.
The women gathered together to gossip about other people. Yang Xiaomin was a little envious of Bai Yuan. She didn't expect that after the divorce, Sun Jinwei's life was getting worse and worse, while Bai Yuan's life was getting better and better. Find a rich man, and the rich man ran to the village to live with her. This is a rich man with a helicopter at home. How could she, a woman who looks harmless, trick that rich man into living with her in the village? It's unbelievable. Could it be that Bai Yuan has some tricks in the bedroom? Yang Xiaomin was relieved when she thought of this. It must be like this. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. A rich man ran to the village to live with her. This man, isn't it just for that little thing? Bai Yuan, this woman, looks fresh and plain on the outside, but I didn't expect her to be so resourceful. I really can't underestimate her. Bai Yuan doesn't know the gossip in the village, and she wouldn't care even if she knew. Because some public opinions will soon disappear with the wind as long as you don't respond. This is the case in the village. The quarrels between the East and West families will become the topic of conversation after dinner. But time flies, and some things you just laugh off and don't care about. After 3 or 5 days, the news becomes old news and no one cares. Because there are always more important gossips that cover up the previous old things. As a doctor, she was trained that doctors must not talk too much in front of patients. The more they talk, the more patients will think. As the saying goes, disease comes from the mouth, and disaster comes from the mouth. A doctor should be careful with what he says. This also caused her to be very cautious in some aspects of her life, saying less and making fewer mistakes. On the 3rd day after returning, Zhao Zhili took Su into the company, saying that he had something to do. As soon as he left, Bai Yuan received a call from her brother Bai Jiqiang, who said that he would come to her house to see her. Her brother was coming. Bai Yuan couldn't refuse. She went to the clinic and waited at home. Not long after, Bai Jiqiang came on an electric bike with his wife Wu Qiumei. They walked into the village from a distance and inquired about Bai Yuan's home. When they got closer, Bai Jiqiang was stunned. The new house is built so well. Wu Qiumei's eyes almost popped out of her head. They were building a villa. As expected, Mr. Zhao really had a helicopter at home. Bai Jiqiang parked the electric car in the small parking space at the door and took a look at the beautiful flower bed at the door. He felt that everything was very delicate. Bai Yuan hurriedly welcomed the two of them in. Wu Qiumei followed Bai Yuan into the house, carrying 2 bags of fruit she had bought. She was almost stunned by the layout of the front yard. What a beautiful little garden. It was full of flowers whose names she couldn't recognize, but she felt that it was very similar to the carefully designed flower beds by the municipal government on the roadside. Whose rural home would have such carefully designed flower beds at the foot of the wall? What a luxury! Bai Jiqiang was also stunned by this exquisite and beautiful decoration style. Although the house was also in the style of the village, it was generally clean and tidy with a bit of class. Bai Jiqiang and his wife were curious and looked at the house from front to back, and were surprised as they looked. Bai Jiqiang and Wu Qiumei sat on the sofa, feeling very uncomfortable. Wu Qiumei put the bananas and apples she bought on the table, and then poked Bai Jiqiang with her elbow. Bai Jiqiang chatted for a while, and asked Bai Yuan how she was doing recently. Bai Yuan said everything was fine. She didn't mention the beating, so Bai Jiqiang and his wife naturally didn't know about it. Bai Jiqiang watched TV for a while before saying tactfully, "Yuan, this. I came here to see you today. How are you doing recently?"
Bai Yuan asked. I'm fine.
Bai Jiqiang said vaguely. Bai Yuan looked at the time. "Brother, if nothing else, I have to go to the clinic, so I can't accompany you. She still has to see patients in the afternoon. Yuan, I really have something to do." Seeing that she was about to leave, Bai Jiqiang quickly asked Bai Yuan to sit down. After Bai Yuan sat down, she continued to pour tea for them. Bai Jiqiang licked his lips, lowered his head, picked up the teacup, and said while drinking tea, "I want to borrow some money from you. It's not much, just 600,000 yuan. Can you give it to me?" 600,000 yuan? Is this about money or life? Her brother didn't think about it. Didn't she get divorced? This house was built by Mr. Zhao. Bai Yuan didn't think about it and said, "Brother, I just got divorced and I really don't have any money." Bai Jiqiang chuckled. "You don't have money. If you don't have money, how could you build such a good house? I heard that your rich husband has a helicopter." Bai Yuan was not very good at responding, especially when the other party said this. She could only remain silent. She couldn't say, "Yes, Mr. Zhao is very rich. It was Mr. Zhao who paid for me to build the house." Bai Jiqiang saw that she was silent. He knew his sister's personality, gentle and soft, not good at rejecting people. He said, "You don't have to hide it from me. If you ask around, everyone knows about it." "How could I not know?" "Brother, I really don't have any money,"
Bai Yuan said.
Bai Jiqiang said, "Look at what you said. I know you don't have any. You go talk to that man, coax him, ask him for 600,000, and say it's for your nephew from your mother's family to buy a house. He will definitely give it to you. He loves you so much."
Asked Mr. Zhao. Could it be that her brother had this idea before he came? Are you thinking about how to reject me? Bai Jiqiang has always been very rude to Bai Yuan since she was a child. It was because Bai Yuan's personality was weak and easy to bully. His younger sister Bai Yuling was hot-tempered, so he didn't dare to offend her. Bai Jiqiang rubbed his hands and said, Yuan, you are from our Bai family, and now you have been kicked out by the Sun family. You live with this man, and he is so rich. It's your duty to help your eldest nephew. After all, this is a big deal to marry a wife and buy a house. Do you want to see your eldest nephew unable to buy a house and a wife? Wu Qiumei also immediately joined in and persuaded Bai Yuan together. You and your brother are siblings. Brother, sister. If you don't help your eldest nephew, tell me, when the child calls you aunt, will you have the nerve to agree? Bai Yuan is indeed not good at rejecting people. She has been reflecting on herself recently, wondering if she always puts other people's feelings first, which has led to the current situation. She always subconsciously pleases the people around her. In a blink of an eye, 61 years have passed. Is she going to live like this for the rest of her life? Her brother came here this time, and it was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of her. Bai Yuan frowned and thought. In Bai Jiqiang's eyes, this was quite rebellious. She didn't even agree to give money immediately. This was not normal. Isn't it her duty to pay for her parents' family? They're siblings. Does Bai Yuan plan to disown him as her brother now that she is rich? Bai Jiqiang said quickly, Yuan, you found a rich man after your divorce. Why don't you make good use of him? Do you think you are worthy of him? For rich people, this money is just drizzle. But for us poor people, this is life-saving money. Do you understand? Bai Yuan didn't like what was said. It was as if just because she knew Zhao Zhili deserved to help a lot of her relatives, he deserved to be rich, and deserved to help the poor. She felt that her eldest brother came here just to ask for money. This made her speechless. She had been married to Sun Jinwei for so many years, and she had never taken a penny from her mother's family. At that time, when her mother was still alive, her mother always said that she had a decent job and was the only college student in the family, so she had to give back to her mother's family and not forget her roots. Whenever her brothers and sisters had problems, she would ask them to help. Her mother always emphasized, your surname is Bai. You are a member of our Bai family. You can't forget your surname. Even if you marry into the Sun family, you can't forget that you still have brothers, sisters, and brothers. When she got married, Sun Jinwei gave her a gift of 300 yuan. Her mother took the gift money and said happily, your brother can finally get married. So she used the 300 yuan gift money to help Bai Jiqiang get married.
She was very happy at the time.
Her marriage could help her brother and finally help the family a little. Later, she worked in the hospital. Her mother never spent a penny on medical treatment. She always paid for it, even for hospitalization. Later, because she gave birth to 3 children, she lost her job in the hospital. That period was the darkest moment in her life, and Sun Jinwei's foreign trade mall business also went bankrupt. The family just built a house last year, so they were short of money. Sun Jinwei started to try to start a small business at home. In those years, raising chickens was popular in the village, and every household raised chickens. Sun Jinwei also followed others and started raising chickens. Sun Jinwei knew that her eldest brother from her mother's family had raised chickens for a few years, so he asked Bai Yuan to borrow 4 chicken coops from her eldest brother. As a result, Bai Yuan returned empty-handed for the first time when she asked for money from her mother's family. The eldest brother said at the time, your eldest sister-in-law's brother-in-law from her mother's family has borrowed the chicken coops and said he would come to pick them up in a few days. A month after Bai Yuan returned empty-handed, during a banquet for the full moon of her 4th father's grandson, she accidentally heard her brother's wife Zhang Hongxia say, I don't know why my eldest brother suddenly sold a few chicken coops at home to someone in the next village. I was planning to raise chickens after a while, but who would have thought that he would sell them? Bai Yuan realized then that her elder brother didn't want to lend the money. Sun Jinwei later found out about this and he laughed at her. Look, you have been giving so much to your mother's family, but you can't even borrow a chicken coop from your mother's family, your brother. Look how useless you are.
Your elder brother used your betrothal money to pay for his wedding, but now he borrows something from us and makes us pay him back. You have lost your job, and now you can't even hold your head up in your mother's house, and no one respects you. I tell you, your brother won't even lend you a chicken coop today, so if he wants to borrow money tomorrow, don't ask me, Sun Jinwei, for help. I don't have any. Bai Yuan could only wipe her tears secretly. So she became a village doctor again and started to make money again. From then on, she never asked anyone in her natal family to borrow anything. Over the past few decades, when her eldest brother asked to borrow money one time, she was speechless. She could only say that Sun Jinwei was the boss of the family. Bai Jiqiang went to ask Sun Jinwei to borrow money, but was rebuffed by Sun Jinwei, saying that the family had no money and that they had 2 sons to get married, which was a heavy burden. Now she is divorced. Her eldest brother came to borrow money again. Bai Yuan thought of the past and shook her head. Brother, I really don't have any money. Bai Jiqiang and his wife Wu Qiumei saw that Bai Yuan had refused several times in a row. He could ignore it just now, but it was obvious that Bai Yuan didn't want to borrow. Bai Jiqiang frowned. Yuan, you are my good sister. Do you really intend to ignore the feelings of your natal family and don't want to lend any money? Bai Yuan whispered, I have no money now. Bai Jiqiang suddenly got angry. He slammed the table and questioned, Well, would you really rather watch Tower break up with his girlfriend? Tower is already 31 years old. Can you bear it? This is the first boy in the Bai family to get married. Bai Yuan was flustered and didn't know what to say. She felt that based on what happened that year, she should be cruel and not help, but Bai Tao is indeed the first grandson of the Bai family. Should she just sit back and do nothing? Bai Yuan was a little confused. Bai Jiqiang didn't expect that his weak and always good sister would be so cruel today that she didn't intend to help the Bai family. He scolded, You are so cruel. I thought you would find a rich man and take care of your nephews and nieces after you became rich. I didn't expect that you were planning to destroy the bridge after crossing the river and pretend not to know your brother. Bai Yuan said quickly, Brother, I'm not. Bai Jiqiang said sarcastically, What about you? You just want to find a rich man, and now he looks down on us poor relatives, and he is reluctant to borrow some money from you. Bai Yuan sighed, Brother, I can't ask Mr. Zhao for money for Tower. You are Tower's aunt. Don't you want to lend Tower a penny to get married and buy a house? Then you, as an aunt. Bai Jiqiang knew that he couldn't really force Bai Yuan, so after he said this, he stood up. Well, I'll give you a few days to think of a way. I believe you will find a way, sister. Bai Yuan wanted to say something, but saw Bai Jiqiang pulling his wife out, and said as he walked, I hope I can transfer the money to your nephew in a few days to get him married. Bai Yuan was very speechless as she watched the two of them get on the electric bike and then rode away. She was full of question marks. I said I had no money. What else can I say? He wouldn't listen to me and forced me to ask Zhao Zhili for money. It's really... Bai Yuan shook her head and turned to go to the clinic. She didn't take the matter to heart at all, but in the afternoon, Li Anren called and asked her, Mom, did you agree to lend 600,000 yuan to my uncle? Bai Yuan said quickly, I didn't. Li Anren said, but my uncle called just specifically and said that he wanted to borrow money from you to help my cousin get married, and you agreed to lend him 600,000 yuan. When did I agree to him?
Bai Yuan was confused.
Bai Yuan told her daughter-in-law what happened at noon. After listening, Li Anren paused, so that's the case. Then I know. My uncle Bai Jiqiang knew that my mother-in-law was living with the second son, Sun Pingjia, so after leaving my mother-in-law's house, he directly informed Sun Pingjia of this matter without reporting it to him later, intending to make it a reality. After Li Anren hung up the phone, he sent another WeChat message 5 minutes later. Mom, and I will be back in the afternoon. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Anren drove and took Sun Pingjia back from the city. After the two sat down, Bai Yuan explained the situation. Your uncle asked me to borrow money and asked me to lend your cousin Bai Tao 600,000 yuan. But I don't have it. This matter. I didn't agree to it. I kept saying that I didn't have money, and he left on his own. Li Anren touched his chin and said, he called Jia, probably planning to do it first and report it later. If you don't give it to him at that time, he will say that you are not kind.
What should I do then? Really give it to him?
Bai Yuan was stunned by her elder brother's action. She didn't say anything. How come he agreed to lend him money? What are you going to give? Do you have money? Sun Pingja said impatiently. I don't have money. Bai Yuan whispered. Then how are you going to give it? Sun Pingja asked. I don't have money, and I won't give it. I mean, what should we do about this matter? Just let your uncle talk nonsense. Bai Yuan didn't want to listen to other people's nonsense outside for no reason. Sun Pingja squinted his eyes. If you lend it to your uncle, you will lend it to your uncle's 2 sons in the future. If you don't lend it, your uncle will probably be angry. Bai Yuan didn't think about this at all, but her son said so. She quickly said, I know. So I don't plan to lend it. Mom, are you tough this time? Sun Pingja actually had a new respect for his mother. He hurried back this time because he was afraid that she would really borrow money from her parents' home impulsively. Bai Yuan said, It's not that I'm tough, I just feel. What? Sun Pingja looked at her hesitantly and puzzled. He just felt that he hadn't borrowed anything from his parents' home before, and he didn't want to pay anything now, so why should he keep asking her to pay? But Bai Yuan was embarrassed to say these words to her son. It's nothing. Anyway, I won't borrow money randomly, don't worry. Sun Pingja thought for a while and said, This Mr. Zhao, I heard from Ran that if you two don't separate and stay together in the future, there will be many people who will borrow money in the future. If you open a gap, there will be a steady stream of borrowers in the future. Once you don't give money to someone, Mom, you will be resented. Bai Yuan. So, I actually don't agree with you being with this Mr. Zhao. It's not a good match. Some things will become very troublesome. Mosquitoes will come to blood when they smell the breath of living people here. Sun Pingja said very frankly, in other words, if you can't handle this, you two are really not suitable to be together. Bai Yuan. Sun Pingja said seriously, so think about it. Do you want to be with Mr. Zhao? Do you want to face these troubles? One of his sons seems to be a mayor. I heard that his daughter is also one of the directors of Wanqing Group. Are you ready to stand trial? It sounds troublesome.
Bai Yuan said.
It is indeed extremely troublesome. Sun Pingja said. Bai Yuan. It is also troublesome if you don't get a marriage certificate. His children may not have noticed that his father has found a countrywoman. If they knew, would they come to embarrass his mother? Sun Pingja said, Mom, I don't want you to be wronged. Bai Yuan fell into deep thought. Sun Pingja thought, if someone embarrasses his mother at that time, I can't just beat them up like I beat my dad. That's not appropriate. Lianren said. So think about this matter carefully. After the two left, Bai Yuan sat in the house and thought for half an hour. She also felt that this matter was troublesome. She had some things that were not easy to tell her son and daughter-in-law. She had to call Sun Mingzhu and told her what happened this afternoon and what Sun Pingja said. She wanted to ask her daughter what she thought about this matter. When Sun Mingzhu heard that her uncle came to borrow money, she immediately got angry and started nagging. She said a lot, my uncle is really greedy for money. He knows that you just found a rich partner, so he started to calculate. He really has a good plan. Second brother is right. You can't lend it to him. Once this gap is opened, if other people come to borrow money later, will you lend it or not? If you lend it, what will happen? Buy a house for all relatives? If you don't lend it, you will definitely be hated by then, so it's better not to lend it to anyone at the beginning. Anyway, Mom, didn't you say it too? I couldn't borrow a few chicken coops from my uncle's house back then. Why lend him money now? Over the years, you have spent a lot of money on the marriages of the eldest and second brothers in our family. Who sponsored us? Is it easy for my father and you? Sun Mingzhu was afraid that her mother would really plot against her family, so she hurriedly talked about it and only started talking about other things after she finished. The problem that the second brother mentioned is indeed a problem. It is for this reason that my eldest brother and I introduced you to someone. I also don't think that you and Mr. Zhao will last long. Mom, think about it carefully. You have also watched a lot of TV dramas. For example, in Meteor Garden, how many obstacles did Shankai encounter when she wanted to be with Dao Mingxi? You think Shankai can marry into a wealthy family if she wants to. The wicked mother-in-law of the wealthy family would never want such a daughter-in-law from a humble background. Bai Yuan's mouth twitched. She didn't expect Mingzhu to have imagined marrying into a wealthy family. She didn't think that much at all. Sun Mingzhu looked at her mother's pursed lips through the video call and quickly said, "Do you think my example is exaggerated? You are now an old Shankai. It's not the evil mother-in-law who is making things difficult for you. It's Mr. Zhao's children. Those children have the right to inherit the family property. If you want to get married, you will definitely be embarrassed. This is why my brother and I really didn't want you two to be together before. Think about it. Even if you say you don't want to get a marriage certificate, as long as Mr. Zhao has been with you for a long time, won't his children be afraid that you two will get a marriage certificate? Once they have this idea, they might do something bad to you. What if they do? What kind of society is this now? It has been so many years since the crackdown on gangs and evil," Bai Yuan muttered. "Mingzhu, you watch too much TV. Don't say, Mom. What I said is possible. How can it be that you watch too much TV?" Sun Mingzhu began to teach her some things in today's society. Think about it. Although you can't have children at your age. But the 3 children are not vegetarians. I'm afraid you'll be bullied. Ordinary people like us can't handle this kind of family. Besides, there is another point. If you are with Mr. Zhao and you break up after half a year, you'll get used to his spending pattern. When you look back and want to find a partner, you won't be interested in ordinary ones. Because of the sense of gap. Just like some girls nowadays have dated a rich second-generation man who spends all kinds of money on her. When they break up, they date ordinary boyfriends again. She feels that ordinary men are not worthy of her. I'm afraid you will have this sense of gap by then. I'm even more afraid that you will adapt to your current life, and then you won't be able to go back to the days of ordinary people in the past. Whether it's your second brother or me, we are doing this for your own good. We are afraid that you will get hurt in the future." After Sun Mingzhu hung up the phone with her mother Bai Yuan, she was still a little depressed. Because she didn't quite understand her mother's attitude, she turned to ask Li Jiahong, "Do you think my mother can marry Mr.
Zhao?"
Li Jiahong gave her a look that said, "Do you think rich people are fools?" This made Sun Mingzhu more convinced that even if Zhao Zhili liked her mother, this relationship must be temporary. Because normal people know that it is impossible to get married. As for Mr. Zhao living with his mother in the village for a long time, what an international joke. It's not even dark yet, and you're already dreaming. Rich people are so good at what they do, and they have seen all kinds of people. How could they stay in the village just for an ordinary old lady like you? Rich people eat abalone and sea cucumber every day, and it's normal for them to change their taste occasionally when they get tired of it. But he can't eat porridge and side dishes every day. If this relationship is destined to break up, it's better. Sun Mingzhu thought about it and called Bai Yuan again. Bai Yuan just picked up the phone and heard Sun Mingzhu asking furtively on the other end of the phone, "Mom, is there anyone next to you?" "No one. What's wrong?" Bai Yuan said softly. "Let me tell you, suppose you and Mr. Zhao are destined to break up. Anyway, I don't think it will last long. If you are destined to break up, then now. You should use your charm to ask him to buy you a house and a car. It's better to get a little bit than to have nothing after breaking up. Ask him to buy you more bags, just like the Hermes bag last time. Ask him to buy you a few more," Sun Mingzhu suggested seriously on the other end of the phone. Bai Yuan was stunned when she heard this. You should say more sweet words to coax him. This kind of rich man will spend money like a boy who scatters money. Millions of dollars are just tens of dollars in their eyes.
You can cheat a little bit.
This way you won't lose after breaking up. You can also maintain a wealthy life at that time. Sun Mingzhu felt that although what she said was realistic, her words were rough but true. "Mingzhu, a patient is here. Mom will hang up first." Bai Yuan felt a headache after hearing this and quickly pretended to be a visitor and hung up the phone. "My starting point is good. Why doesn't my mother listen to me?" Sun Mingzhu looked at the hung-up phone and felt that her mother was too naive. She turned her head and looked at Li Jiahong. "You also think what I said is right. This relationship will eventually collapse. She and Mr. Zhao can't last long. While they haven't broken up yet and the rich man hasn't gotten tired of it, it's better to make as much money as possible.
Li Jian.
You are too realistic. But he just thought about it in his heart and didn't dare to say it. In Li Jiahong's eyes, his mother-in-law is a very neat and decent middle-aged woman. He doesn't even feel that she is an old lady. In his impression, she is very tall and has a good figure. The whole person has a very clean temperament, always with a gentle smile, making people feel like spring breeze. Judging from the way the mother-in-law and the father-in-law Sun Jinwei get along, the mother-in-law is the role of the punching bag at home and always suffers. Gentle people always suffer. His wife asked such a simple person to do these things, which is not what his mother-in-law can do. Bai Yuan had never expected that Sun Mingzhu called her to ask her how to cheat Mr. Zhao of his money. She also said that since they were bound to break up, it would be better to get as much as possible. What kind of words are these? She is not such a materialistic person, otherwise she would not have bought houses for her children. She still has money in her hands, but she didn't buy one for herself in the county. As a result, Sun Jinwei bought a house for Han Baoqin in the county. Sun Jinwei likes the village, and she likes the village too. She has been used to living in the village all her life. She doesn't have too many expectations for the future. She is very happy that her children are doing well. She doesn't understand. Isn't it just to be with Zhao Zhili and live a stable life? It's only been a few days, and the eldest brother came to borrow money. He asked for 600,000 yuan at the first opening.
Xiaozhe is right.
If this opening is opened, everyone will come to borrow money in the future. What should we do? Does everyone borrow? That's impossible. Within a day, someone borrowed money, and her own daughter taught her how to get money from Zhao Zhili and said to get more before breaking up. Was it the current social atmosphere that corrupted her daughter to this extent, or was it that she had taught her daughter badly? If she continued to be with Zhao Zhili, she would probably encounter more troubles, which had brought great trouble to her life. Perhaps it was really as Xiaozhe said, that if they were not a good match, they should not be together. While Bai Yuan was daydreaming, Zhao Zhili came to the clinic at some point. He sat in the chair next to her and smiled at her. Bai Yuan saw that there were not many people in the clinic, and when she saw that it was past 6 o'clock, she packed up and closed the clinic. She followed him along the road in the village, walking all the way back, just like an ordinary couple going home together after work. After opening the door and returning home, Zhao Zhili found that she was a little too silent today, so he asked, "What are you thinking about? I wonder if we should separate." Bai Yuan looked at the flowers at the foot of the wall, squatted down, and loosened the soil with a small shovel.
Why?
Zhao Zhili was not impatient. He asked gently, "Because it is not suitable." Bai Yuan put down the small shovel, stood up, and looked very serious. "Why not?" Zhao Zhili frowned, feeling that something was wrong. How come she suddenly felt that the two of them were not suitable after not seeing each other for one day? "Because my existence will bring you a lot of troubles. Many people and many things are after your money. If we separate, those troubles will not exist. Perhaps people from different classes really should not be together." Bai Yuan's mind was very confused, but also very clear. She knew clearly that she didn't want to bring him a lot of troubles, nor did she want to become a tool for others to use him. She may have been very cowardly before, but at this moment, she was very strong. She felt that she should cut the Gordian knot. So, she only said one sentence. "Don't you think we are not suitable?" "I think we are very suitable." Zhao Zhili has been in the business world for many years, and he felt that she was hiding something from him. Bai Yuan lowered her head and didn't want to look Zhao Zhili in the eye. If they didn't separate, all these troubles from relatives would come up. Perhaps it would be a good thing to withdraw early while she hasn't sunk and fallen too deep. She said slowly, "The gap is too big. It's good for both of us to separate. Her life will not become too troublesome." Zhao Zhili. For the first time in his life, Zhao Zhili felt what it meant to be hit head-on. The impact of her words was greater than the tens of millions he lost in a business, and it made him sadder. For the first time in his life, he liked a woman, but she took the initiative to say that it was not suitable and that they should break up.